is no small thing to become a world champion, in flesh and blood. More than just a training montage and a run up the steps of City Hall, it is a grueling, precipitous climb through the top tiers of competition. And here in the city of brotherly love, we are putting our best players in the world through their paces day after day. And of course, now it's time for day number 2 of the World Championship in Philadelphia. I'm Mitch Leslie, joined by Scott Mines. Yesterday, incredible games. Honestly, 5 rounds CC, 3 rounds Living Legend. Today, we're kicking off with 3 rounds of Living Legend to start us off. Some volatile, crazy, sometimes degenerate gameplay gets us here to day number 2, but it has been a wild ride so far.
It has been. I love Flesh and Blood, Mitch. I think it's impossible not to when you stand in a room full of this many impassioned people. The emotions are just in the air, and you can tell that everyone who's made their way back into the room today, this is an achievement of a lifetime. It's difficult enough to make it to a World Championship. It's then even more difficult to make it to a day 2 and take that one step further, push towards top 8 and push towards that eventual title. I can see the nerves this morning. I can see the excitement this morning, and hopefully we can see some games this morning too.
There's a tension. There's also a sense of grim determination out there amongst the tables. But of course, this is the crowning jewel, this event, of course, in the Flesh and Blood calendar, but it's only one piece of it. We have seen incredible matches and events in general over the course of this year. And obviously, some amazing winners in our callings that have gotten us up to this point. This is our World Tour in review, folks. We kicked off in Florence at that calling with Jakob Clemens, obviously a competitor representing here the United Kingdom in Philadelphia, took that one away. But, I mean, this is a star-studded lineup. I mean, I would say all of these players, with the exception of Mr. Nielsen, are in attendance this weekend.
This is just a murderer's row of some of the best players in Flesh and Blood today. At various points over the course of the year, all of these players have featured on our World Tour leaderboards thanks to the success they have found at the calling level. Michael Fung, Brodie Spurlock, Michael Hamilton appearing twice on this slide, and of course, the lovely Simon Nilsson, who I've previously had the pleasure of experiencing just how good he is by sitting next to him in the booth. All of these players well worth looking up to.
Absolutely. And you can see this is across multiple formats, Living Legend and Classic Constructed. You see Nick Butcher there with a Zen performance in Kuala Lumpur. I mean, they're calling Prague showing, I think, on Fang to me is a real standout. That is a hero in Classic Constructed that we really don't see a whole lot of at this time. Some dormancy there potentially for Fang, but Simon Nielsen was able to pilot that to victory, of course, in Prague. Look, I mean, the World Tour has been stunning. Going over to our next page again, still star-studded names here. Evan Tanguy, one that stands out to me. Tommaso Vecchio, we covered 2 of his matches yesterday. He's a victor, of course, in home country in Bologna. I mean, man, again, there are so many stepping stones, I guess, on the way to an event like this. Obviously, you are earning your ability to qualify, to the World Championship from your showings here. And we know even heading towards next year, it's even more dense with these calling events, these top-level events where our best players get a chance to shine.
I just want to talk about some of the memories that are featured across these callings as well. Tatsuya Okanishi, of course, bringing Florian to light, making it a real competitor heading into the Pro Tour in London. Huge shout out to Emily, who often gets forgotten alongside Pablo Pintor in London for taking Enigma over the line and bringing that hero to Living Legend. Evan Tanguy, of course, Gravy Bones had a Conqueror of the High Seas in their limited deck and managed to send it over the line to win a calling. And of course, Tommaso Vecchio on the end of that previous slide there as well, taking New to Living Legend. It's been wonderful to follow all of these stories throughout this year on the World Tour.
Yeah, we had our US national champion Margin Bay crowned earlier this year. He's still alive in this World Championship tournament at 6-2. Shoma Yamamura, unfortunately, had some rough seas to try and navigate there on his Marlynn choice in Living Legend. He was on Kasai in CC, so his fates in this tournament mostly determined, unfortunately not in the positive sense. Evan Herndon, of course, in Kansas City. That was a calling, I think, that had everybody looking very closely at Gravy Bones and his dominance and exactly what you could do with that hero, I think, when you were a truly talented player and could really navigate out of some of those very complex game state scenarios. Hamburg, of course, was Arthur Trahay. Shizuoka, I think, was a really interesting event. We took a close look at that. That's when Cindra sort of put herself back on the map. We realized that, she was going to be a top competitor in CC, and hard to argue, I think, with the results that Gordon was also able to put up in Sydney quite recently. I think it was the same 80 between him and Pei Tung Lau in that final, and Gordon is able to find some level of success. We saw this evolution of the Cindra list that sort of start to pick up some defensive pieces, and shored up some of those weaker matchups with some D-reacts, and Gordon had a great showing for us. Of course, Pro Tours are marquee events on our calendar. It was Pablo, of course, on Enigma, but then Shiroi Wu in Singapore, a hometown hero holding the trophy aloft. In one of the most compelling top 8s I've seen, also represented an explosion of top French talent onto the scene. People that followed in the footsteps, I think, that Arthur Trahay had started to, pave the way.
Thank you to Kayo over there, putting on an incredible showing. Pablo Pinto over in London. It's hard to look at the two-time champion and not be somewhat enamored. That's an achievement no one else has quite managed to match yet. Hopefully somebody else can start their way towards matching their achievement at the World Championship this weekend.
Yeah, we will be tracking a number of players, not only looking for, their World Championship title, but also, want a consecutive win at this level of event. There is a lot on the line here at the World Championship Philadelphia. So, we know that these players have put in months and months and months of preparation. And also, of course, with the wrinkle that we're playing 2 different formats. We're putting these players through their paces in both Classic Constructed and Living Legend. And so far, we've not been disappointed. The game's been fantastic, but there's a lot to play for here. There's a lot on the line at this World Championship. $100,000 for first place here at the World Championship. And, of course, the small issue of being crowned the best player in the world.
Certainly doesn't hurt to add an accolade alongside 6 figures. We're not joking when we say this is life-changing money. Gold foil legendary is going to be available here. Invitations to the next big dance available here for the top 32 players as well. And some very special Champions prize cards I'm sure we'll see in just a moment.
I mean, yeah, they're incredible. I've seen someone like that. I guess we call them unminted. You have a chance to sort of see the prize cards, all of them with that sort of World Championship stamping. Only one of them actually gets given out. The others sort of descend back into obscurity. So that will be fantastic to see what we end up getting there. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this particularly does this one justice, but, it is a card, of course, stamped with that Pro Tour champion there. Importantly, 32 World Tour points. Now, we are tracking very closely our Player of the Year. We'll be getting onto the leaderboards in a moment, but 32 points accounts for, almost 25% of the total of some of the top players right now. So it is a huge difference maker in terms of determining your placing, because we're not only looking at our regional players of the year, but also an overall global player of the year. And many of those front runners are still in the running here at World Championship Philadelphia.
I do also want to acknowledge that we are a little different this time around for our World Championship winner as well. In the past, if you manage to take down a World Championship, you'll get your hero card emblazoned with this Pro Tour invitation stamp. This time, you will get both. If you are a World Championship winner in Classic Constructed and Living Legend, you will receive both hero cards. Very likely to be one of ones that are going to be keepsakes for our champion forever.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, because you're going to be required to call upon both of those decks in both formats in the top 8 if you're going to find success. Let's drill down a little bit more, folks, to talk about some of our individuals that we are spotlighting here now. We have a number of these observed individuals still very much alive in the tournament. For Shoma Yamamura, Pablo Pinto, Grigors Kowalski, that is a previous world champion, and 2 Pro Tour winners, obviously Pablo with multiple of those. Well, they have not fared so well amongst the high seas out here in Philadelphia. But Brodie Spurlock, Player of the Year in America, and definitely someone still fighting for that title globally, sitting pretty at 7-1.
If you ever wanted a testament that the World Championship is as difficult as it gets, look at the quality of player who has failed to make the second day of competition here. On the other side of the scale, 2 names you need to be following. Brodie Spurlock still in the lead for that Player of the Year race. Jacob Clements unwilling to let go. These 2 teammates decided on 4 different decks between them in the ultimate battle for the Player of the Year race. A little further down, all of these players are involved in that scuffle on the World Tour somewhere. Want to watch Michael Fung and Michael Hamilton, who were tied for second place in the United States race going in, both sitting at 5-3.
Yeah, we had a chance to check in with Michael Hamilton really early on in the day, and it was actually a Cindra matchup that he fell in against Kasai of a sort of a less-known player for now, at least. So Michael had a rough start, was able to improve somewhat. Yukili Bender, she went 7-0 on day 1 of Pro Tour Singapore and then fell. She might feel more comfortable about this sort of situation. Well, she's not going to, but of course, there's no curse to worry about there. She's had to fight through, still very much alive at 5-3 here, saying that she went in the Viserai direction. Definitely felt like that was a decent way to approach things. Viserai still very much alive, but pretty underrepresented amongst our other players that we're spotlighting.
Yeah, Viserai in a bit of a weird spot. We saw a decent performance from players yesterday. It is still hanging around the top tables. I'm sure we'll see some more of it in Living Legend today. Hopefully able to showcase exactly what Big Purple can do on the biggest stage.
So these are our players to watch, but there are a number of high-profile, star-studded teams that we've also put under the microscope here at World Championship Philadelphia. Jude Cornett here of Snapdragons at 6-2 right now, but some real known names still in the mix. Matthew McInnes, saw him down in the trenches yesterday, piloting Verdant in CC, Viserai in LL. Dennis Sang, very known player out of New Zealand, as well as Thomas Galbraith here. So I'd say that the Snapdragons have taken their licks so far, but still very much in the mix. 5
conversions, not a bad place to be. Big names here, as you mentioned, Thomas Galbraith, Dennis Sang. I do want to give a special shout out to Jude Cornett. I know this has happened on the broadcast before, but Jude looking for that big major breakout result, keeps finding themselves in 9th, 10th, 14th style positions. They are maybe the best player you don't know yet if you're not following just underneath that. Definitely a name you should be watching.
Moving right along here to Team PCG Invasion. Margin Bay and Peter Bedensik joined at the hip, ever inseparable, still both alive in this tournament. Margin Bay's been getting wheeled around by Peter for most of the weekend here, and he looked to have a bit of a rougher start yesterday as well, but he's managed to improve to 6-2. Matt Rogers as well at 6-2, of course, a finalist in Sydney, falling ultimately to Gordon Coe. Michael Yasker as well, the Yakuza as he is affectionately known, at 5-3 here, strong, of course, Canadian representation. We've got previous calling winner Matthew Dilks at 6-2. Evan Herndon as well, 6-2, same selections as Dilks, and we have a bit more Chane representation amongst this contingent.
Certainly something I want to talk about here, looking at the Team PCG Invasion at the least. We can see that the majority of players on this team who went down the Chane Avenue or the Dash.io Avenue in Living Legend are the ones that are still finding success. And both of those decks did have a pretty breakout performance yesterday. We saw what Dash was capable of on camera. We saw a little bit of what Chane is capable of, but unsurprisingly, there is some more tricks lurking in the shadows with that one.
Yeah, it's still, very much in the mix despite previous reports of, his demise. Let's move along. Talk about our Runaways team. We featured a number of these individuals on camera yesterday. Principally, Cody Williams. Got to see him twice in action. He picked up Kayo, Armed and Dangerous in CC, a deck that many people have felt is pretty contentious. Not necessarily, a front runner, I think, in terms of the metagame, but Cody's been able to pilot that expertly. But many of his also very high-profile teammates have fallen by the wayside. Noah Bagelman, Daniel Rikowski, Charles Dunn, notably amongst these. We have national champions. We have world's top 8 competitors here who've not quite been able to make the cut in day 2, but Naeem Mobasi is still in the mix. Lucas Oswald, of course, always talking at a rate of knots. We saw him actually get fatigued by an Arachne Huntsman yesterday, but that hasn't held him back. He's still 6-2.
No, I think that game was a fan favorite. It was one of mine. Chat seemed to love it. Seemed to get a great reception on social media overnight as well. So if you haven't had the chance of watching Lucas's Verdant's game against Arachne Huntsman, big recommendation there. But a lot of big names still available for the Runaways here. All in all, a pretty good conversion rate. Pheano Black, Lucas Oswald, Naeem Mobasir. These are names you expect to see at the top tables, and unsurprisingly, they are still here.
Yeah, Pheano, always a board state hero, aficionado. Always going to see him on something that approximates an illusionist. Gravy Bones was something he really took to in CC, and that has served him well. Moving along, we've got Team Table 1. Florin-Cristian Lowen, always someone that you're looking towards in the top cut with a great showing here at 7-1. Jimmy Demers as well, someone we got to have on camera on multiple occasions. There was that Chane win against Ellie Bird's Aurora, a very tight game, some really close decision points. I guess that invert, very, very important in the Chane deck to find that extra bit of damage here. CYK Lionel, 6-2. Francesco Giorgio, of course, a really high-profile competitor out of the United Kingdom. And Maximilian Klein, of course, always close to the top tables. A Pro Tour Los Angeles finalist at 6-2.
Really big fan of this team, and I believe their statement with their Chane deck heading into Living Legend this weekend. They feel like they broke it. They think they figured it out, have the best deck in the room. Unfortunately for some of them, their performance with KO and Classic Constructed left a little bit to be desired, made it difficult to convert on what they think is possibly the best deck in the format.
Jordan Jalbarus, if I'm not mistaken, a Canadian national champion.
Oh,
so, yeah, you have some serious names here. Not all of them have been able to make the cut. We saw Elias Karamanis suffer against that one Bravo showstopper in the room yesterday. Unfortunately, their fortunes did not improve over much. His team, Super Armory. Now, this is a squad who very much are still in the running. Brodie Spurlock leads the way, not only for Player of the Year in Americas, potentially globally, but at 7-1 here at the World Championship Philadelphia, it's hard not to put your chips in his corner.
This was the curveball that people were looking for in the Living Legend format. Team Super Armory, not unanimous in their choice, but 5 of the biggest names from this super team choosing Gravy Bones in Living Legend, which was not something we were expecting heading into this event. For some of them, that meant they were doubling up on their Classic Constructed choice. For the rest of them, they feel like it might be the best board state adjacent deck in the format.
Yeah, look, hearing from Evan Tangai yesterday on social media, struggling in the LL games he felt, but his Cindra performance in Classic Constructed was definitely able to pave him the way. Talked to Michael Fong yesterday in an interview. The guy has been traveling extensively, callings, battle-hardened, you name it, he has been there. And he said, look, I'm feeling it. It's been a pretty intense year, but these have been very important for my development. He's still at 5-3 on the double, gravy pick there. And we saw Justin Koo obviously have to navigate a very challenging matchup against Zen in LL yesterday against Cody Williams. He could not prevail there, but those quick dodge flexes are getting a lot of points of block here.
Oh yeah, just got to speak to the prestige of this team once more. Not only are we looking at multiple-time Pro Tour champions, but every single player who is still live here for the Super Armory has chips in the World Tour race. All of these players stand to earn cash from the Player of the Year race if they're lucky enough to have a good finish this weekend. So I'm excited to see how they manage to do.
Yeah, tough showing for the 2 Sunflower Samurai on this team. Pablo and Daniel end up dropping after day number 1. But let's move along and talk about Team Sigil here. Very much European represented team. A lot of players out of the UK here. Jack Mountford on Ocilio in CC here at 7-1.
Very impressive showing from Jack. If you've not had the pleasure of talking to them before, they might be one of the best Ocilio players on the planet. They know that deck inside and out and leveraged Bravo Star of the Show and Living Legend to a pretty fantastic result so far. On the other side of things, multiple calling champions still live here in the form of Jason Rolfe and Samuel Braben. Sammy, fantastic champion on Icelander back at the calling in Birmingham, took down Pablo Pintor in that final way back when. Wizard still in sight in Classic Constructed. Verdant is about as close to Icelander as you can possibly get.
Dirtlander, if you will.
Dirtlander's my name for it. We'll stick with that. Well, maybe it'll catch on. Maybe it'll get buried somewhere else, who knows. But Marlyn doing a fantastic job there for Sammy. Happy to see Jason still representing the Jarl deck in Classic Constructed. Watching Thomas as well, Marionette in Classic Constructed, a deck I think is still one to watch.
Yeah, we got to catch a Mario game yesterday and definitely feel like it still has the tools, especially in some of those race matchup. Has a bit of disruption, but crucially the velocity to keep up with Cindra's and those other high-tempo decks in the format. Let's now move along, because something that I've been hinting at a little bit, of course, is something that's been new this year, but of course, our race for Player of the Year. We separate this one out regionally, and we also have, we examine it globally as well, but it is $1.5 million, of course, on the line in our World Tour in general. Have a look at this. 141 World Tour points here for Brodie Spurlock. That is unbelievable. This is your America's leaderboard. He has absolutely locked that up, but Michael Fung and Michael Hamilton fighting here for that second place.
Yeah, Brodie does have America pretty uncontested at this point.
That is absurd, by the way.
It is great showing, fantastic demonstration of what you can do with a level of dedication and play skill at the top of the leaderboard. Is still fighting off some competitors, though. We'll get to that in just a bit. However, in the Americas, the names to watch, Michael Fung, Michael Hamilton. 91 points each. One of them has to finish second. The other one has to finish third. Now, that is a $5,000, $10,000 prize pool. So we're looking at a good hefty chunk of change between these two players, depending on how they can finish this weekend. Neither of these players are known for finishing second, but somebody's got to this time.
That's right. In fact, Brodie, Michael Fung, and Michael Hamilton always seem to be in the mix. We always see them in like battle hardens, like after a calling or something. They're always fighting out in sort of other formats. We've seen them in so many finals up to this point. More recently, Michael Fung was in that calling Singapore final against Shoma Yamamura. Let's move on here and have a look at Europe, because Jakob Clemens, much in the same vein as Brodie Spurlock, has absolutely locked this up. But star-studded names here with Tommaso Vecito in second place. Obviously, Arthur Trahay, Pro Tour champion here in third. Alex Chitu as well, representing Great Britain at 63 points.
Plenty of names that are still live here. Of course, Jakob Clemens going to have the eyes on their teammate and Brodie Spurlock trying to take down the grand overall Player of the Year race. But Tommaso Vecito still with us in day 2, playing that new deck in Living Legend. They took over the line into that format, hoping to have a strong finish to hold on to second place. Arthur Trahay still alive. Evan Tangai still alive. Unfortunately, Alex Kitsu, Pablo Pintor, not the best day at the office, so unlikely to have much movement. But these players with a World Championship victory can still reach that second place with a little bit of luck.
Now, of course, Asia Pacific, this is a race that is far from decided. Now, for Pudding Tam, unfortunately, disappointment wasn't able to make it here to Philadelphia. Some visa issues interfered, but For the rest of us, Justin Koo is definitely present. Gordon Ko is in the field. Nick Butcher amongst it as well. CYK Lionel's at 6-2 right now. These are all players that could reasonably take a reach here for the $15,000 first place prize for our Asia Pacific leaderboard.
I had the pleasure of writing some coverage about this leaderboard for the Fab TCG website a little while ago, and was surprised to find in Asia Pacific, if any of the top 23 players won the World Championship, they could theoretically reach first in the region. This race is incredibly tight all around. Unlucky for certain players who weren't able to make it and join us this weekend if they were hoping to compete for that crown, but numerous of the biggest names in the game were in the room, did put up a good showing. The likes of CYK Lionel, of course, Nick Butcher, a name to watch at all of these events. Happy to see people coming out and fighting down to the wire.
Yeah, got a forked tongue, Nick Butcher, but I tell you what, he's a shark when he gets down at the table. So this is our overall player of the year leaderboard. So not only, of course, regionally is there a ton of money up for grabs, but also $25,000 will be additionally awarded to our player of the year. In addition, of course, if you have 15K in your own region, you can put it together, folks. Brodie, Spurlock, and Jakob Clements, those are the two players that we're observing. Those are the two that are absolutely in the running for this, with 32 World Tour points up for grabs. For Jakob Clements, it's difficult to leapfrog Brodie or require Brodie to kind of crash out here in day two. And I don't think he's showing any signs of slowing down. So right now, Mr. Spurlock appears to have that locked up, but anything could happen here in day two of competition.
Having played multiple World Championships previously, trust me, sometimes the wheels are on, everything feels comfy at the end of day one. You put yourself into a fantastic position to make a charge, and then suddenly day two is the worst day at the office you could possibly imagine. It happens regardless of player quality, so nothing is guaranteed here. 11 points is the magic number. Jakob admitted in the interview yesterday, no, he understands this race is not in his hands. He's trying to keep it out of sight, out of mind, but it is in range. So we've got plenty to watch as the race finally comes to an end.
Yeah, I'm sure it sits in the periphery for these players as they compete here. But the one thing that takes center stage is your standings here heading into day two of play. We, of course, still have an undefeated 8-0 Jakob Allan, someone who, by his own admission, has never really put up those big results before. This is like the biggest event that he's been able to sort of qualify for. He's sitting at 8-0, really humble, has a real heart for his community. I'm sure they're getting behind him here at 8-0. He had a fantastic Bravo Star of the Show performance to cap us off yesterday.
Absolutely. Jakob Allan saying to us yesterday, yeah, Canadian Nationals top 8 this year was how I got to my World Championship. However, that is the biggest result I have had the pleasure of having so far. Hopefully, this is the start of a foundation of the best performance they're going to have moving forward. Big names to follow all the way down this bracket. Unsurprising for the World Championship, though. Cody Williams in second. Naib Mobasir in third. Niro Demers, that fantastic showing with Chane on camera yesterday. Going to make the most of a 7-1 there. Florin-Cristian Logan and the Kano of my countryman Noah Hicks sitting there at 7-1. I'm certainly very, very biased in how much I'm rooting for Noah.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Noah's fortunes go today. If you walk into a format where people are not respecting Kano, that's where we start to see this hero really rise to the top. I've heard so many audibles called for Kano last minute at some of these big events here, and it looks like for Noah, it may well have worked out. Going down the list a little bit further, someone who I hope to feature today is Gaichi Yamada, obviously a competitor out of Japan with the double assassin take here on both of our formats. Countryman Jack Mountford, for you, of course, still very much in the mix. Heading further down the list, the Victor choice, in CC. For Darvydas Čepukaitis, excuse me if I butcher the name there, of course, out of Lithuania. That's something I'll be tracking personally very closely. Sin Chung Ho, we saw him yesterday. First round of Living Legend, absolutely blew Tommaso Vecito out of the water there on that Dash IO. Still very much alive at 6-2. Pei Tang Lau, finalist at our recent calling there in Sydney, hoping to see what he's capable of. Lucas Oswald, we mentioned earlier. Bounced back from a bit of a tough game on camera. Still waving the flag for the Runaways at 6-2.
Very impressive looking Verdant's list there. Also want to give a shout out to Luka Kramaric. Down there in 20th place as things go. Previous calling champion, I believe, in Osaka, but Florian Rotwood Harbinger, the choice in Classic Constructed. Not a popular choice this weekend, but one that is holding its own for Luka.
Now, these, of course, are still our 6-2 players. These guys are very much alive and in contention, and a couple of rounds makes a huge difference in their overall standings. And there's a lot of names that stand out to me. Margin Bay at 6-2. Andrew Cook here of the Card Guys with Prism in Classic Constructed at 6-2, excuse me. Ellie Bird with the 5 pick in Classic Constructed. She was 5-0 at one point and still looking fine at 6-2.
Yeah, Ellie really blew my socks off a bit with Fire, to be honest. I was happy to see the last-minute audible. I spoke to them before the World Championship kicked off. I've talked myself out of playing my pet deck. I'm going to register Cindra 5 minutes before the decklist deadline. Audibled back to Fi, rewarded for that 5-0 result. Was the only Fi in the room. Brings me serious joy to see.
It's not the first time this has happened, because Alexandros Argiriou picked Fi in a pretty unpopular meta for that and took out a World Championship and sort of surprised everybody. So history could be set to repeat itself in that regard.
You never know what the word is with Eddie Birds. We'll have to keep an eye on their record as they continue through the event. More big names to look forward to, though. Jakob Clements in 27th, that Arachne Marionette pick in Classic Constructed, deviating away from the majority of their teammates. But he's having a great weekend so far. Happy to see him finding success and still chasing down Brodie Spurlock. Even further down, Jude Cornett, Ian Zhang on 31st, 32nd. Maximilian Klein from Table 1 finding themselves in 33rd. Unsurprisingly, all of these players with a long, long list of accolades.
Griffin Meyer is someone I'm watching with the Briar selection in Living Legend. Definitely one of the less popular rune blades, but has that same explosive potential, providing things that line up the right way. So that's your top 40 players here. Now, there are more than those 40 that are still very much live for top 8, and a lot is going to change up after our next few rounds. To remind you all, we're going to be starting with Living Legend for our first 3 rounds of the day. That'll be the last of our LL rounds until we get to the top 8. And you're probably wondering, what's hot in Living Legend? What is performing out here in Philadelphia? We're going to break it down for you right now. It has been a Bravo show for the most part. We didn't get to see a ton of him on camera yesterday until the sort of end of the day, but he's been out there terrorizing the top tables.
There was a few questions going into the weekend. Some of them I feel like they've already been answered. Some very much remaining to be seen as we make our way through Living Legend. Turnout for Bravo Star of the show a little higher than most expected. People expected Viserai Runeblood to kind of be the best deck in the room heading into the event, but that seems to be in some amount of doubt as we make our way into later rounds. Bravo having a great showing. Marlynn turning up in 3rd, the biggest open secret of the weekend. People aware of Marlynn heading in after a breakout performance just before the World Championship, cemented itself as the 3rd most popular choice in this event as a result.
Are we convinced about Marlynn's potential to break through here in Living Legend? Because I've heard some pretty differing opinions about the true power level of this deck.
I think it's unquestionable the deck is doing powerful things. Cards like Art of War, 3 of a Kind, Cash In, these are fundamentally powerful cards. But Marlynn is the kind of deck that really thrives when it is a secret. When players weren't playing defense reactions, weren't playing Chains of Mephetis as these shadow players to have counterplay, it ran free. There was very little interaction with the primary game plan. Now that players are adapting, we're going to see for sure whether Marlynn can survive when it starts to struggle.
One hero in Living Legend I want to highlight, because we've been yet to feature her here in our matches, is Dromai Ash Artist. 22 copies of this deck, and as we saw our leaderboards, plenty of them floating amongst the top tables. What is it that makes this such a compelling choice in Living Legend?
Dromai Ash Artist is a deck that is near and dear to many hearts, can be built in multiple ways. There's a lot of new tools that were added to this deck that make it very appealing. The Dragon Scale of Flight Paths allowing Dominia to attack twice, definitely a pretty big selling point if you're looking to just strip away the opponent's hand and force them to lose the game very quickly.
And still, I assume, the same powerful plays are available to you, right? Tome of Imperial Flame, but also like trying to develop that Miragai Chromai 1-2 punch still seems like it's pretty hard to answer, even for decks in Living Legend.
Yep, I've been losing to Chromai for years, and clearly I will be losing to Chromai for many more.
There you have it, of course. This is our meta percentage here. Bravo Star of the show, of course, at 22%. Viserai, still very much a factor. And some fantastic rogue decks there, of course, towards the tail end. Not sure how much of an opportunity we'll get to feature them, unfortunately. Dash Invader Extraordinaire. I'm thinking maybe some Tree Frog Dash might be reached for our 1 Dash player. Icelander Stormbind also featuring a 1 copy in our day 2 field. And Victor Goldmane, High and Mighty. I cannot begin to guess what his aim is in Living Legend.
Cash-in is just as good for Victor Goldmane as it is for any of our other gold-generating heroes. Had the pleasure of catching up with Dash Invader Extraordinaire at the end of the day. Turns out Dissolution Sphere, really good at shutting down rune chants from these Rune-Blade players. So there is some counterplay to be found from Dash. Hopefully manages to find some more success over the course of the weekend. Speaking of Dash, Dash.io, also a really big part of this metagame so far. Maybe a little less of a conversion than we might have expected, given how ridiculous that deck looked on camera at various points yesterday. But it shows that while this is definitely a interactable part of the format, it's going to see that kind of skill check is the way I'll put it. It's going to force people to know what's happening, make them interact, and if they don't, punish them accordingly.
So there you have it, folks. We've whet your appetites now for our 3 rounds of Living Legend coming at us in just a moment. Our players are preparing to throw down out there in Day 2 of the World Championship Philadelphia. So we're going to step aside very briefly, take a break, and when we return, it'll be time to dive headfirst into Round 9. Living Legend here in Philly. You don't want to miss it, so stick around. Road to National season kicks off at the start of the new year. From January 3rd, head to your LGS to snag some promos, compete for epic prizing, and secure your qualification for Nationals. Head to fabtcg.com for more info. That, of course, is going to kick us off very quickly in 2026. Competition never really rests here in the flesh and blood world. Of course, we are in the thick of it. We're in the crucible, Mr. Scott Mines. It is Day 2 of World Championship Philadelphia, and Round 9 is upon us.
I cannot wait for this. I think there were some mixed feelings about Living Legend heading into this weekend, from myself included, at various points during the playtesting process, but I wondered how much of that was frustration from my own personal experiences, how much of it was legitimate. I'm finding most of it was frustration so far. I think a lot of the games we had on camera yesterday showcase a lot of what Living Legend is about. There's power, there's raw, unadulterated numbers. We can do some silly, slightly controversial things, but we can also play very interactive back and forth games with cripplingly important decision points. Even decks like Dash.io, we saw how complex the game states can get. You're doing something ridiculous, but if you slip up, you will be punished for it. And that's what I want from a trading card game. I want a format that makes me feel like I'm the one who made important decisions to get me the result that I earned.
Yeah, we've seen players have to tank for extended periods of time just to make sure that they execute some of these more complex lines in Living Legend without any big blunders. And I'm sure we'll be bereft of those for the most part as we're heading towards our top cut of players here. It's round number 9. We're going to head down to the feature match area and get this party started for you guys. It's going to be Dylan Ashcraft at 7-1 on Viserai Runeblood, going up against Jakob Allan, the undefeated 8-0 out of Canada on Bravo, star of the show.
Okay, so matchup of the tournament to kick things off here. The two most represented decks in Living Legend will be our first battle of the day. Now, notoriously, Bravo star of the show has a little bit of a Viserai problem, but there is active counterplay to make this matchup more interesting. Part of what we're going to see on the side here, Plume of Evergrowth. This card won't enable silly combos like you'd expect from Verdance back in Classic Constructed, but what it does allow you to do is find those pieces of interaction time and time again. If you need another Felling of the Crown, if you need another Plow Under, they're going to be available on demand, and you can force yourself to interact with Viserai when it matters. Otherwise, Jakob going to be looking for those Warmonger's Diplomacy, going to be looking for Hypothermia to shut down these big turns and stifle the bleeding until that big Bloodchief Skull Eater turn finally emerges from Dylan Ashcraft.
Fair bit of action here on turn 0. Dylan Ashcraft starts with the Malefic Incantation, an aura that is going to allow him to create Runechant tokens when he plays attack actions. He's also pitching to his Grasp for the Arknight to create a Runechant to develop some board presence early on, but Jakob on turn 0 is also able just to discard a Fruits of the Forest and go up to 42 life.
Over to Jakob here, did get to filter just a little bit thanks to that Fruits of the Forest, looking for a Yahtzee to start us off today. Does successfully fuse the BLT sandwich that is Bravo star of the show. Sends a rather large Dominated Autumn's Touch here. So not the most premium of attacks, but starting on a fuse is really hard to argue with.
Yeah, I mean, in this format, Bravo quite often is sending the vanilla tall damage to start with. If you can get Disruption on it, that's great. But quite often here, yeah, like a Dominate Go Again attack followed by a Winter's Wail comes on through. Now, Reduced to Runechant is free because Dylan Ashcraft already had one in play. That's going to cover up the Winter's Wail pretty elegantly. Look, these Frostbites are not what Viserai wants to have to play through. It's a deck that runs pretty low to the ground in terms of cost curve a lot of the time. There's a Machinations of Dominion to open up the attack. Another Malefic Incantation thrown down. We are going to see a Viserai trigger and a Runechant created. So already a lot to work with for the Runeblood.
I'm very intrigued to see how Dylan chooses to navigate this matchup. There's a few different schools of thought from Viserai players as to how to best attack Bravo star of the show. Running out Machinations here for the sake of a Runechant. I don't believe there is going to be an attack following this. They're okay, no worries. So we have some gameplay here with dousing Runeblood as the follow-up. So this would suggest Dylan happy to play a more traditional Viserai game, just simply looking to use that additional Machinations to make more Runechants, and hopefully therefore make even more Runechants from Douse with Runeblood. We do see Viserai players sometimes leaning into building a pitch stack in this matchup, building up a stack of Runechants, sending one big volley of damage, but looks like we are more than happy to play a traditional game here if we're Dylan Ashcraft.
Now, Douse with Runeblood, of course, a card out of Hunters that will allow Dylan on attack to create Runechant tokens equal to the number of non-attack action cards played. This obviously still combines with Viserai's ability, so you can see they've got to be Runechants that come in behind this. Machinations of Dominion also allows this to come in with overpower, but it's not exactly an on-hit effect, so that's less, I guess, interesting than the fact that it does give Douse of Runeblood Go Again. Many of these, Runeblade attacks do not naturally have Go Again, need to have it conferred by some other mechanism. But you'll notice that behind this, there are 5 Runechants already having been created, and room for this Duskblade to get in after, potentially.
Douse with Runeblood, a big part of Viserai's biggest turns in the modern Living Legend format. You do find it lining up very well with Mordred Tide to create a rather insurmountable amount of damage. Of course, it is also an additional source of Go Again when found with Sonata Arcanix for those big pop-off turns. This time, just bread and butter, going to glue the turn together here. Duskblade getting a little bit bigger for the trouble, and all that Arcane just pouring across here. Jakob happy to take the heat. Makes me think we might be heading to the casino once again.
Yeah. The way he's got those cards out right, I'm seeing the colors line up as well. Duskblade has the potential to grow quite large, but if you do have a turn where you don't play both an attack action card and a non-attack action card, you lose all the counters off of it. Many Dory players are familiar with this card's counterpart in Classic Constructed. Not quite powerful enough to be banned in the same way that Duskblade was, that's for sure. We have it again. Bravo ability is online. Lightning, Earth, and Ice cards revealed. To turn on this next attack, give it Go Again, Dominate, and +2. It's a Fruits of the Forest used on offense.
So far, this game going the way both players kind of want it to. We are seeing a copy of Blessing of the Occult in the hand for Dylan Ashcraft. would suggest the deck list is somewhere in the middle in terms of these bigger turns and more tempo-orientated turns. And we are seeing this. You can build the deck to lean into both avenues, gives you some resilience if you need to take a more defensive stance.
See the electromagnetic somersault here thrown out to allow Fruits of the Forest to be reused. It will end up bouncing back to the hand. And with Go Again, that means that Jakob can just sort of send something else out. He opts for the Disruption instead. So Winter's Bite's going to follow it up. It's discard a card unless you pay 2. That is very annoying for Viserai to have to deal with. Although you're priced into it in this matchup, it's going to be a discard of that Blessing of Occult in response.
We have talked about this numerous times across the weekend. Winter's Bite, Plow Under, these disruptive cards are a big part of Starvo's current suite. And we're going to see Mordred tied in to read the runes here. So more of a setup turn in line for Dylan. Going to generate rune chants en masse. Look to go a little bit bigger next time around.
Yeah, I mean, Mordred Tide in the past has been a part of these really big, go wide blowout turns, allowing those extra rune chants to be created. But also here, it's a very reasonable way to give yourself a nice stack of 6. That's relevant. Bloodsheath Skeleton will allow Dylan to discount that Sonata Arcanics based on how many rune chants are in play. So 6 is a pretty decent number for that. It's going to be a Lightning Surge sent out by Jakob Allan.
I do want to take a moment to talk about Duskblade here. Of course, Dylan losing the counter at the end of that previous turn. No attack to be found to trigger those Malefic incantations. I want to say that's something that you wouldn't really be worrying about as Viserai. Sometimes this deck is very guilty of never attacking with its weapon whatsoever. The game plan into a deck like Bravo, unlikely to be to build Duskblade to insurmountable heights, just looking to gain some incidental value from it when you have nothing better than to swing your weapon.
And again, for that reason, maybe a deck less affected by the departure of Rosetta Thorn from the format than others. Obviously still an incredibly powerful, iconic weapon in Flesh and Blood was Rosetta Thorn, but Duskblade is a really reasonable replacement as a resource sink. It is that Winner's Bite yet again. This time it's a pitch of the Runic Reckoning.
Jakob also thumbing over a Blizzard here. Looks like it will be used to fund a Frosty 4. I imagine Fruits of the Forest on discard duty here to fuel up that yard. Worth noting that choosing this line does insulate from a card like Face Purgatory. It is something you have to be slightly mindful of as Bravo. If you want to swing Winter's Wail after your big dominated attack, sometimes that Face Purgatory lines up perfectly to knock that ice card out of the way. Don't need to worry about walking into that here, but something worth keeping in mind as these turns progress.
Pretty wide turn. Lightning Surge into Winter's Bite into Winter's Wail. A little bit more higher action point usage than we expect to see from the Guardian, but he can play on that axis pretty comfortably as well. Here's another Malefic Incantation getting set up. So once Dylan starts to deploy these attack actions, he's going to be creating a lot more rune chants in the back. This is Rune Flash that comes in, getting discounted based on how many rune chants are in play. So suffice to say, folks, it is free. And with Go Again, this is a pretty premium option when you already have some of those rune chants on the board, and 4 get created behind it.
Triple Malefic Incantation and a Viserai trigger to create those 4 rune chants. Goes to show the power of sequencing in Viserai, that hero ability creating incidental arcane damage. Certainly not trivial here. Jakob looking at a hand with Channel Lake Frigid, which is the first time I've ever forgotten the name of that card. It's one of my favorites personally. But looking like no fuse as things stand. Multiple ice cards, multiple earth cards here. So a bit of an awkward turn to navigate. Likely to spend some time preventing damage, but Channel Lake Frigid is a pretty important tool against a deck like Viserai. The deck runs on very fine margins, very resource tight to make everything come together. So very tempting to take some damage in order to keep those 2 ice cards.
Yeah, I mean, the lines here are deploy Channel Lake Frigid, maybe send like, it's like a blue Autumn's Touch, and there's a blue Fruits of the Forest in hand. Jakob said something earlier in the game. He said, yeah, my hero ability basically says give a Tales of Aria limited card +2 dominate and Go Again. A lot of the cards on their own, not very exciting. Autumn's Touch is just a vanilla attack action without effects. Fruits of the Forest is much the same. It even blocks for less, but it can be discarded for some life. In and of themselves, these cards aren't so powerful. It's that they all can enable this Star of the Show ability, and there's almost always a Frosty 4 from Winter's Wail to follow them up.
Something to be mindful of here in this situation. Going to lean on Stalagmite to try and shut down the rest of this turn with no resources available, barring that 1 card in hand for Dylan. But preventing the Arcane here, surprisingly big deal. You'll find players prioritizing Arcane damage prevention in this matchup. Courtesy of Succumb to Temptation tends to be a big factor. Can be played as an instant if you have dealt Arcane, but No risk of losing a card to that one if you simply soak up that damage. However, you are at risk of getting punished slightly by a meet and greet lurking in the arsenal.
Yeah, Dylan playing around. Essentially, this Stalagmite play was a blue rune flash that was held in hand. The action was really in the arsenal. So meet and greet, very reasonable go again option. It also creates that rune chant token on hit, which is quite relevant. And this is Allan now, actually descending down to 21 points of life. Only 2 rune chants build up in the back of this, but there's a Duskblade follow-up. So all things considered, Dylan's able to navigate this Stalagmite turn perfectly.
Pretty much exactly what you're hoping for as Dylan. Painful interaction point in the form of Stalagmite, the Bastion of Eisenloft. Pretty much wasted there from Jakob. Did not get any value thanks to that blue copy of Rune Flash. Jakob here going to have to rely on Channel Lake Frigid to slow Dylan down pretty significantly here by a window to find one of these big attacks that we know Starvo to be so iconic for. Maybe that's Starstruck in some cases, but we're looking the Felling of the Crown, Oaken Old, some of these big hitters here to really get Jakob back into this game, and then hopefully to rebuy one of those heavy hitters with Plume of Evergrowth.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, so far there's just not been disruption outside of some Frostbite creation, and now this Channel Lake Frigid. So finding some disruption staple to one of those attack actions, be able to send something that's not just, vanilla damage across is pretty important for Jakob. So Dylan's game plan's been largely unhindered up until this point. Channel Lake Frigid, though, this is the kind of thing that slows the game down, not just, in sort of fab terms, but also now your opponent really needs to think through their lines as much as they can. Looks like a pretty red-heavy hand with a Sonata Galaxia in there, a meet and greet. Dylan now has to fight his way out of the freezer.
Something I do want to mention why we see 2 ice cards in the hand here for Jakob. Shock Charm is a card we saw popularized in this matchup by Michael Fung while playing Viserai matchups as Bravo Star of the show. Lets you filter away those extra cards, look for additional ways to fuse if you're struggling to find elements. But in situations like this, allows you to attack and then pitch a second ice card to keep cards like Channel Lake Frigid around. An interaction both Jakob and Dylan will want to be aware of.
Jakob would love to keep that aura around for as long as possible. It's like a Rune Flash in there as well.
Oh, yeah. Pending and Sunburst I know work favorably for you, but I don't think it works favorably with, like, Banefire.
Sure, okay.
Yeah.
I think that... I'm not sure. Those are cards I'm not aware of in this particular card game. So I think they're discussing broadly, though, how cost increase is going to work here in Flesh and Blood and how Dylan has to sort of play this turn, because that is the tax that Channel Lake Frigid imposes. You can see all cards and activated abilities cost Dylan an extra resource here. This could be potentially crippling to a Runeblade, whose hands often draw up pretty red-heavy. So how much are we pitching to this Sonata Galaxia? If this turn gets blanked, or if he can only, get a incantation out of the deck here for this is pretty rough.
Yeah, just to talk about that in a little bit more detail, of course. Sonata Galaxia is a card that is reduced by rune chants you control. However, Channel Lake Frigid makes things cost more. So does that reduction work favorably for you? Is it mitigated by a rune chant existing? And that's kind of what our players were referring to there. How exactly does this cost reduction situation work if I make a rune chant with one of my cards? Found the answer they were looking for. Finds Blessing of Occult. Just a slightly inconvenient turn, I'll say here for Dylan. 4 reds kind of converted into a single chunk of 3 rune chants in the future. Channel Lake Frigid just doing its job.
I think this is about as good as it gets for Jakob Allan. This gives him all the breathing room that he needs to ideally send something that can further disrupt Dylan. You want to make use of Channel Lake Frigid's presence on the field and turn that into your advantage. And so Jakob gets passed back to him. Yeah, well, of course, we're fusing. No worries. At that BLT out there. Might be like a Cadaverous Tilling set with this.
Bad news, that is a BLT without the tomato.
Oh,
There is no lightning card in our sandwich.
Did we just show out? Did we just reveal our cards?
It's just a flex. this is my hand. You're about to eat a Cadaverous Tilling. I wanted you to know before I send it directly in your direction.
It's like, listen, we can play open hand. That's fine. It's only round 9 of a World Championship. Okay, so this looks a lot sadder now. It does mean that Jakob might not have the ability to actually convert this hand fully. Not getting go again on this first attack from Bravo's activated ability means that he might get IP'd.
So I'm hopeful here that Jakob does spot this interaction with Shock Charmers to find both those ice cards into the pitch zone, keep this Channel Lake Frigid around, make the most of the situation we find ourselves in. But yeah, definitely thought their hand was better than unfortunately it was. Looks like that is the avenue we're going for here. Cadaverous Tilling going to be eating some Earth cards for the trouble. Hopefully Shock Charmers joining the party momentarily. For now, Dylan's side of the table, looking at some Rune Rager Swarms, swarming Gloomveil on the other side as well. So pretty bread and butter Rune Blade attacks. Going to take a moment to look on through the graveyard here for Jakob, see how much Earth Fuel remains, what targets might be available for a card like Plume of Evergrowth as this game continues. Life disparity here, 20-16, so definitely in a spot where these players are in reach of each other. Not surprised to see blocks here from Dylan if the hand is a bit disjointed. Looks like we're reaching for 3 cards as a result. So looking to take a little bit more of a slower approach here once more. Wait out the Channel Lake Frigid defrosting.
So I want to circle back around to what you mentioned about Shock Charmers here. If yeah, that is got to be something Jakob tries to leverage. Yes, okay, Shock Charmers does get pitched to here. And it also allows Jakob to cycle the rest of his hand. Something we noticed yesterday as well, that Jakob's on a couple of copies of that Trip to Light Fantastic. So when it comes to dealing with the split damage from Viserai, Jakob kind of has some options, cards he can discard to sort of prevent that damage. Might become relevant because this Blessing of Occult, this kind of setup turn, and then Jakob stumbling means that the turn passes back to Dylan and he can once again go on the offense.
So for now, passive turn will be taken. Love to see the filtration from Jakob. We are seeing those Earth cards turning up in abundance now.
I say go on the offense. There's still a Channel Lake Frigid in play, thanks to Jakob pitching to the Shock Charmer. So, yeah, we're going to chill again.
Yep, most offensive thing we see in play right now is that Ice Aura.
Can't be too bad, can't be too bad.
We'd at least like played a game. We're showing the
I mean, it comes back to Jakob now. He has an opportunity to find all his tools for this fuse.
Do we fancy revealing our hand as a
for free
in
this economy?
Sportsmanship once more, perhaps?
So I'm seeing a plow under here. That's some disruption that Viserai does not want to see. Cadaverous Tilling also being handled. There's a Lightning Surge. Now that needs to be from Arsenal to get that go again.
I'm going to decomp this plow.
So here comes a plow under.
Honorable plow under. This is a symmetrical plow under.
Now we are decomposing and looks like, yeah, we've been able to banish 2 cards quite easily. That graveyard's been filling up here for Jakob Allan, mostly for attacks that he's been deploying.
Jakob acknowledging here, this is a symmetrical plow under. Will lose their own arsenal as a result of doing this, but I think quite like that choice.
I think he wants to put that Lightning Surge in there, right?
I think it's more about what Dylan must have in the arsenal here as well. We saw them having a bit of a disjointed hand, happy to block with 3 cards on defense, likely to have saved the power card to park.
This is so cheeky.
And instead, we're going to see Face Purgatory being cashed in here to try and filter through. Find a slightly more proactive hand. Going to lose a red Malefic Incantation as a result, though.
Yeah, I mean, Jakob was setting this up to try and get the Lightning Surge in Arsenal just to have a turn extender, and now that Face Purgatory will deny him that opportunity. So he loses his own Arsenal and actually doesn't have anything to replace it with, and now that Channel Lake Frigid, it's gone.
I just feel like the line from Jakob. You have to earn Face Purgatory eventually. There's a card you'd have to get through. And I also think there is reason to believe the card that was parked in Arsenal with Dylan was a very important one. Again, they chose to filter through a defensive turn, park that card in the Arsenal. Getting it gone with Plow Under, getting that Plow Under in the yard for your Plume, if it's something you want to do in the future, very impactful.
Here comes the restricted Deadwood Dirge. Only 1 red copy available to Viserai here. And it is going to take the Malefic Incantation down. Rune Chants go up to 6 now. This is pretty insane. A Rune Blood Barrier also going to be deployed off the back of this.
I really like this from Dylan. I think we've reached the stage of the game where they have identified their win condition, which is find my copy of Sonata Arcanix, pop my Bloodsheath Skeleta, do the thing, TM, as we prefer to refer to it in these parts. And that requires these big setup turns. Rune Blood Barrier going to generate an utter boatload of Rune Chants. Turns around to Jakob and goes, okay, do your worst. I don't need to keep that many cards in this spot. I just need to find my Sonata, and my chess piece will do the rest. Unfortunately, it's felling of the crown on the other side of the table, which does make this Rune Blood Barrier a little bit more of a liability.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a May trigger, right? If you would take damage, instead destroy that many Rune Chants you control and prevent damage for each Rune Chant being destroyed while, you know, Rune Blood Barrier is in play. So the upside is that it creates 4 Rune Chants for you, which is amazing, but you have to destroy them, right?
Yes, you do. Wouldn't surprise me here to see Dylan, popping a card on the bottom. And then he's almost certainly, I think, going to use these other cards on defense here to keep these Rune Chants alive and stymie the bleeding. Did not draw that Sonata Arcanix, so isn't losing a copy of that to play defense here. And I think it leans into the plan they've demonstrated so far. They're fanning through the yard here to see the cards they've been through. They know what the win condition is. They just need to buy their time to get there. So dodging this felling, going to be great, and they know that there is probably another one coming in the near future, courtesy of Plume as well. They really can't afford to lose all these rune chants to the first felling of the crown.
Yeah, and if Dylan can just sit pretty for now, block this out. When it comes back to his turn, Rune Blood Barrier is going to be destroyed because those rune chants will remain, and then he won't have to use them to prevent damage if it comes in. He can keep them there. He can maybe take some. He's at 20 right now, so still a reasonable life total. Just needs to look out for those potentially devastating wider turns from Star of the Show. This is a felling in the crown that does not have go again. There was no Bravo activation here, so it is just face up what is printed on the card.
Tough decision here for Dylan. Does have 2 block 3s and 2 block 2s in the hand. In this case, Drawn from the Dark Dimension was the card they were planning to go to the bottom, but if they hold on to these block 2s, I think they're likely to take some damage here. Use these rune chants as a cushion to keep these other more powerful tutors around.
Yeah, I guess it's 2-3 blocks, and a 2-block could get there, but then you already have to lose. I mean, your hand is getting folded one way or another if you want to keep these rune chants in play, unless you're looking to involve some of your equipment, which I'd expect to be pretty unlikely.
This is a real pain point here for Dylan. I think this is a tough decision. I think they've identified the game plan, but it's hard to navigate what is likely to be multiple copies of Felling of the Crown. I would be curious if there's enough Earth cards left to decompose in the yard. I think we've been through a good chunk of them so far, and if Dylan's aware that this next Felling isn't coming immediately, it's much easier to play a staunch defense here, give up more cards, take the defensive line. If they know it's coming in the immediate following turn, they only have 20 life to work with, things do get a little more temperamental.
Yeah, like it's worth noting that Felling the Crown has got 2 pretty distinct aspects to it. If you have those 4 more Earth cards in your banish zone, that's the power bonus that it goes up to 8. But you do need to banish 2 Earth cards and an action card from your graveyard to trigger the effect of both you and your opponent putting a card from your hand on the bottom of your deck. So, one of those sort of aspects could be satisfied. Right, if Jakob is not able to get enough of cards out of his graveyard into banish, but he wants a disruptive effect more than anything. We're actually going to allow some of these rune chants to detonate. Dylan Ashcraft still wants to have a functional turn. He's happy to give up some of these rune chants to eat this damage. Now the Rune Blood Barrier goes away, and here's a Sonata Galaxia.
So looking at the cards in hand, I actually think this is very clever from Dylan. I got a bit blindsided by wanting to keep these rune chants around, but the truth is, both of the cards they kept make rune chants for you. You're going to find this Sonata Galaxia, another copy of Read the Runes in hand as well. So you may as well use some of the existing rune chants in order to soak up damage, keep your life total healthy for you, make some more and thin cards out of the deck this way, grabbing another Malefic Incantation, using that Read the Runes proactively. Not only do you end up on a higher rune chant total, there is less cards for you to get through to find Sonata Arcanix.
This is pretty scary. With Sonata Galaxia is able to tutor for any aura in Dylan's deck with this many rune chants in play, and it gets go again because X was 2 or more with an absurd number of them in play. So Read the Runes just makes a bunch more. We are up to 11 rune chants. We have a Malefic Incantation still in play, 2 of them, by the way. A lot to work with now for Dylan, and this is a very large bank of rune chants that are being developed. Jakob definitely has to be getting concerned.
Read my cards.
Jakob here, fanning through the hand, I think.
I'm seeing the colors of the rainbow.
I love to hear this here from Jakob. I believe we do have a Yahtzee, but Jakob, taking a moment. I'm just double-checking. I don't want to do it again in revealing the hand free of charge, and so double checks to make sure that all of those elements are there. It is a hit at the casino here.
We got there, folks.
Cadaverous Tilling here, likely to be the attack turbocharged by that Bravo effect, but of course, Ball Lightning, Incidental Go again, does offer some flexibility as to how this turn is played.
It's Bukadav.
With that face Purgatory gone, this turn is a lot safer. It's easier for you to sequence that Ball Lightning into your Bravo activation, into your Winter's Whale swing without risking being punished in any meaningful way.
Okay. So there's the Ball Lightning being met by the machinations of Dominion. Now, of course, the Bravo effect affects the next attack action card with cost 3 or greater. It is the Oakenold sat on an Arsenal. Wait a minute. Man, he really pulled a fast one on him. Of course, Ball Lightning not affected by the Bravo ability because its cost is too low, but Oakenold absolutely is. 11, dominate, and go again. This is as good as it gets. Fused Bravo ability. Jakob is living the dream.
We knew this incredibly powerful one-of had to arrive eventually, and we knew that Arsenal card had been parked for a hot second for Jakob. Allan successfully smoke screens one of the most powerful cards in this deck, convinces Dylan the follow-up, hey, it's going to be Cadaverous tilling into a hammer swing. Bad news, my friend. Your hand is disappearing, and I've got Dominate. Incredibly well played by Jakob Allan.
Is it even worth going for a winners wire follow-up on this, or do you send the tilling? I mean, Dylan's turn is going to be bricked essentially by this either way. Yeah, Ball Lightning trigger, of course, on the Oakenhold. That should be the least of Dylan's concerns now. It's the disruptive 2 random cards having to be put on the bottom of his deck after Oakenhold hits. And wow, spoilers, it's going to hit.
Earth instant direction, or Earth actions, okay.
I have an English one in my wallet if I can pull
So
it out.
both players just confirming the old Shock Charmer's Ball Lightning situation. Things get a little sparky.
I think the problem is we have, our Plume of Evergrowth is in Japanese.
I have an English copy in my wallet is the biggest flex I have ever seen.
Yeah.
This happens to me on the regular.
Listen,
Here's my business card.
If you are going to choose the path of the weeb, you had better have the tools to keep your opponent apprised of the situation. That is totally fine. In the wallet, of all places.
I respect it.
Also, that poor card.
No, that's normally where the photos of family go, but Jakob Allan's not interested in that. We're all about Plume of Evergrowth here.
Okay. Well, it's like the Wolverine meme, right? He's in bed and the photo frame is a Plume of Evergrowth.
I miss him so much.
I mean, importantly, it allows for that recursion of Oakenhold, right? Oakenhold is an Earth action card, so... no, sorry, it's an attack action, so you cannot be pulling that one back, thankfully, but...
Oh, I wish Oakenhold was an Earth card. We'd fuse with it significantly more often.
Right, it has Earth and Ice fusion, excuse me, folks, but it is not actually aspected by either of those elements. So, yeah, it's a elemental Guardian action with Earth and Ice fusion.
Worth noting here, Mordred Tide stuck on defense, so this Oakenhold struck at a pretty painful time. One of the best cards in the Viserai deck being forcefully stripped away, while the other two will go to the bottom of the deck in any order. So Dylan requiring those 2 cards a little bit more than the big combo enabler. Does have enough rune chance to make things work. Going to lean into that Shock Charmer's activation here. So if you're unfamiliar with how this little synergy works, Ball Lightning Shock Charmer's works the way you would like it to. You're going to see 2 additional points of damage squeaking across, thanks to that attack action being the card that does the damage, and therefore an additional instance of damage is granted to Oakenhold, which is then amplified by the Ball Lightning.
Oh, Dylan, down to 7. This is brutal. Feels like potentially a turning point in this game. Jakob was able to set up a perfect pivot, and now, of course, the winner's whale, normally on its own, is fearsome. But following up this Ball Lightning, Oakenhold sort of 1-2 punch. This is the least concerning part of the turnout of Bravo Star of the show.
And this is where things get dangerous for Dylan Ashcraft. Been looking for this copy of Sonata Arcanix throughout the majority of the game. Now there is not necessarily enough of a life total buffer to hold on to it. If you find one, you're in range of Bravo finding those elements, imbuing his fist and sending another large dominated attack your way. Plume of Evergrowth means there is going to be a felling of the crown to find. It's worth noting you can use Plume to fix the elements in your hand too. Grab that Earth card back and suddenly have access to all of those elements as well. Might enable Jakob Allan to steal this one away with a decisive dose of Dominate.
Quite an innocuous piece of equipment, that Plume of Evergrowth, isn't it? Yeah, when we saw it in Classic Constructor, we very quickly realized that it could be a problem, especially in those Verdance lists, being able to
I don't see the problem.
recur some very powerful effects. No, I suspect she wouldn't. That is fair. So that went bye-bye. But here, of course, in Living Legend, it's on for young and old, and it's fair game, that's for sure. Ashcraft, well, gave up most of his hand there. Still sitting on 11 rune charms. So bear in mind, functionally, that is still a whole turn's worth of damage that Dylan has access to. Jakob, of course,
This is not a lightning card.
looking for the colors. Dylan with a fist pump, realizing his opponent doesn't quite have it.
Have you found your crayons is the call there from Dylan Ashcraft. Happy to see that in fact a lightning card is missing, which cannot be remedied by that Plume activation, and so Jakob will have to play some Tales of Aria Limited once more.
All right, good to drop.
Kind of like Frigid in the hand, of course. Jakob needs just to get over the hump of killing the Rune Blind here. Needs to finish off Dylan. Obviously, Dylan could get on the defensive here, still sit behind those rune charts, maybe make something happen with them.
There's some big cards in hand here for Dylan. We see Become the Arcanine, which could theoretically be anything, and a 9th Blade of the Blood Oath, which alone threatens incredible amounts of damage right now. Jakob Allan needs to interact to strip these cards away. We do see a Winter's Bite on the other side, but there is a little bit of card tension to get through here. If Dylan can keep even one card, the return fire is pretty incredible.
At 3, though, Winter's Bite doesn't pose any damage, but it's the follow-up. Jakob Allan looking at the hand. Looks like it might simply be an attack action. God forbid it's just a Channel Lake Frigid to follow it up. We'll see where he goes with that. Dylan does not know. He does not know if behind this Winter's Bite is a tall attack, or Winter's Wail activation, some other form of disruption. No, Channel Lake Frigid is the follow-up. It's a player that doesn't really have an application here. Over-pitching, of course, to this Channel Lake Frigid. Winter's Wail gets on out there, excuse me.
So this is best-case scenario for Dylan. There are 11 rune chants in play, and this works the way you want it to. That birthday cake going to be reduced by 11, does only cost 9 at base, and therefore circumvents Channel Lake Frigid, would still cost 0 resources to play underneath it. So if we can fade the hammer, we can even accept the frostbite if we want to, and still get underneath that additional tax as well. But we need to make sure we don't take lethal damage to this Winter's Wail. Some cards available for Dylan, but they need to be very careful about how they sequence this turn.
Okay. Perhaps it's not a Spellbound Creepers game. Dylan is considering blocking with that Blade Break equipment. The Bloodsheath Skeleton getting in front here. This has to be setting off alarm bells for Jakob Allan.
I love this choice. There's only one block here left on this Bloodsheath Skeleton. Dylan Ashcraft acknowledging that, hey, my 11 rune chants are about to disappear. This isn't a Skeleton game anymore, but it might still be a Spellbound Creepers game. I have to leave myself in a spot where that tool is available, because it's the one that I might use. I'm not going to use Bloodsheath Skeleton. It should be the card I block with. The cost reduction on Runic Reckoning beats through Channel Lake Frigid, as does Ninth Blade of the Blood Oath.
And now this is a terrifying amount of damage. It's 9 plus 3 as Ninth Blade is pumped up by Runic Reckoning. And then first and foremost, it's 11 rune charts that Jakob has to deal with. This is bona fide lethal damage being sent by Dylan Ashcraft. And all of a sudden, just as he felt like he was on the front foot, prepared to deliver a killing blow, Jakob Allan stumbles, only presents 4 damage and some disruption that is mostly ignored by the Rune Blade math. Now has to fight to stay alive.
We do see Pulse of Candlehold in the hand for Jakob, but I don't believe there's an ice card in that mix. So regardless of the equation, we're not going to see a Bravo activation here. Makes this a much more difficult turn to navigate with so many rune chants to consider. I believe there's a Cadaverous Tilling, a Current Funnel, I think a Fruits of the Forest in there, so an abundance of earth. That plume, of course, is still available if Felling of the Crown is the name of the game, but Jakob here obliged to give up the majority of their hand just to survive.
Now, of course, Lightning Greaves have that Arcane Barrier. Shock Charm is also Spell Void. So the rune chants can be handled, but it's such a high cost to bear. I mean, if you're going to block out these rune chants, what do you have left for the Ninth Blade?
Jakob here lucky enough to have enough of a health buffer that they can reasonably choose to accept one of these losses. If you want to eat the rune chants or the 12 damage from Ninth Blade of the Blood Oath, you can. The question is what the return actually is. It needs to be meaningful, and it makes me think we are leaning towards Plume into Felling here if the blue cards are available. But it might just have to be Cadaverous Tilling if the resources don't quite add up. Not a lot of equipment block left available for Jakob. Does have 3 total between Stalagmite, Tunic, and those aforementioned Lightning Greaves. So this turn will not end the game, but it puts Jakob in a very difficult to navigate spot because they have to play a very fair turn on the following turn cycle one way or the other, which gives Dylan the breathing room to get back into this game once Channel Lake Frigid has expired.
Plume into Felling is a pretty expensive operation to undertake as well. Got to pay for the Felling, pay for the Plume. It's 2 cards that will need to be kept back. So this will cripple Jakob Allan. This will put him on the edge of Oblivion. In theory, still in the game, but with pretty limited options for his offensive turn. And then to say nothing about his chances of keeping Channel Lake Frigid in play any longer, that looks like that ship has well and truly sailed. That icebreaker has departed.
I'm so happy to see the deliberation here. This is the sign of the best players in Flesh and Blood. These are the players who are going to take their time on the important decision trees. This game has been played at a pretty brisk pace so far. And now that we finally found ourselves in a spot that is ultimately likely to be game deciding, Jakob Allan taking the time, not feeling the pressure of the moment, and making sure they get the best of every card available to them.
Finding Ninth Blade and Runic Reckoning is cost reduction available to Rune Blades. Couldn't really have come at a better time to play through what would be a devastating level of disruption from this Channel Lake Frigid. What do you think Dylan is looking for? Is he concerned about a felling?
This game is likely to be decided by another Starvo fuse if Dylan fails to prevent significant damage on the return fire. So needs to understand how likely that is to happen if they draw a passive hand.
6-7. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Lightning Greaves here has Arcane Barrier. I don't think we're going to be putting that on Chane to defend with Jakob. Oh my goodness, that was scary. We are, of course, going to be able to just get that Battle Worn in there. We're fine. Obviously, I don't think Starvo cares too much about giving his instance go again, so very much just here to defend him.
Okay, so we all just see Cadaverous Tilling as the route taken here. This is the best case scenario I find for Jakob Allan. Going to present a reasonable threat, decompose some cards away, force some cards away from Dylan Ashcraft. It is worth noting that in that entire mess that we just experienced with Ninth Blade of the Blood Oath, we've got 3 Rune Chants made behind. 3 Rune Chants made behind by that Malefic Incantation, which means there will be at least some semblance of a threat available in the form of Duskblade and that arcane damage for Jakob Allan to consider, which is going to make it much, much harder to keep the elements combined and go full Voltron for Jakob Allan.
Time being, it's 8 damage. A Channel Lake Frigid that isn't going to stick around. No block left on the Lightning Greaves. Here we go. We're going to have to get in front with the team. Read the runes. Douse and Rune Blood. And we're still deliberating on this Rune Rager.
Is it? Hold on. 3, 5, 6. I would take 2 to 1. This is
Math is much harder here. Both players just seeing if the Rune Rager Swarm can be kept. 8, of course, a much more palatable number than 6 or 7.
I wonder if Dylan is trying to consider the potential being blown out by like random pings of damage from something like a ball lightning or whatever. He's really trying to make sure he's at a safe life total. This block right now would not be sufficient to keep him alive.
This is currently for 5. It looks like Dylan here debating if Rune Rager Swarm is the block or if Spellbound Creepers is the block. Can keep an extra card in the hand or give up those Iron Rot Jordans in order to blunt themselves, go to 1 as well. It's whether or not this is the time to keep that extra card or whether another turn cycle is where you'll need to find that.
Yeah, we've gotten to a part of the game where both these players are going to have to give up much of their hand just to stay alive. So the turns get a little bit smaller, and now your angles, the axes you're trying to play on are really, you're trying to be pretty sneaky. If you're the Viserai, you're trying to make, having to pay for a Rune Chant really punishing. Dylan is representing 3 damage worth of Rune Chants on the board right now, with a still Malefic in play. So that split damage now becomes a real headache for Jakob to deal with. But again, with Arcane Barrier 1 on the Greaves, he can pay into it easily enough.
I like this line a lot here from Dylan. I think the Spellbound Creepers is where I would lean to. The hand is Amplify and Rune Rager Swarm. This allows you to present 2 attacks, courtesy of Duskblade, into Jakob Allan and strip those cards away. Did double check, no Shock Charmers left available. Channel Lake Frigid is going to expire. I'm not getting taxed in any way. And this is going to force those cards away from Jakob, which is what you need to do to not get dominated out of this one.
2 players at 1-1. Their last dregs of life keep them in this match. It's going to be Rune Rager Swarm sent across. 3 Rune Chants up front, though, is the first problem that Jakob has to solve. There's a density of blues here for the Guardian that allow him to pay through this, though.
My problem is the Rune Chant behind from the Malefic Incantation. 4 Rune Chants, so much more difficult to deal with without a Findle Spring Tunic than just the 3.
It's going to get the whole hand, right?
Absolutely. Only 1 life here to play with. Means Jakob is likely going to have to expend every card just to survive, which will give Dylan the freedom.
God, I wish this was or the other one. Dude, all day.
Oh, you wish it was a Rosetta Thorn, Dylan? Yeah, that's fair. This Duskblade is just for 2. Still asks for a whole card. There we go. Covered up. So back we go. Jakob Allan has to use it all to stay alive. And these sources of split damage are always going to be very taxing on his defensive options.
Your turn. Go ahead.
14 minutes left in the round. This is timed. The possibility of a draw very much is still alive. But you'd think if you're the Viserai here, you'd be able to find a way around these defenses at some point.
One go again. Three go again.
Rune Rager Swarm showing you why it's such an important part of the Viserai toolkit. Malefic Incantation, making an aura on the way behind, allows this to have go again. We do see Movrian Skies, Rune Flash in hand. Plenty of aggressive options here for Dylan Ashcraft, who keeps stripping the cards away from our star of the show.
Oi, okay, maybe a little later for that one. It's going to be Rune Flash instead. Send us a follow-up. This is tricky now. It's a breakpoint on damage and a Rune Shard coming around. This is a nasty problem.
This demands 2 cards once more from Jakob. We'll see a Duskblade to follow this, which again will strip that final card. Trying to get a peek at Jakob's hands. I fear, oh no. We have Pulse of Eisenloft in the back of the hand here, which will have to be used to prevent an Arcane, because it will not block alone otherwise.
Yep. Is it a defense reaction that needs to be paid for? There's also 1 armor block on the final Spring Tunic, a resource available from that as well. Yeah, this is an unfortunate.
No, so the resource is a pretty big deal here in theory. We can choose to prevent that Rune Chant without giving up a card.
Yep.
One.
One floating? Okay.
Good.
But just impossible. It's impossible to keep 2 cards here to make better use of that plume.
Basically, the way we fix the thing. Okay. But it's just a warning. Gotcha.
Trying to find a way for Jakob to keep more than a card here, and I'm just not seeing one, unfortunately. This breakpoint from Rune Flash, very problematic in this spot. Fantastic shout out to our judges here, doing their job as always, making sure the game state is being well maintained by both of these players. No surprises here. 1-to-1 is an exceptionally stressful situation. Just making sure the game resolves the way that it should.
Yeah, pretty actively involved just to make sure that the number of resources floating is indeed correct.
Oh, no, sorry, I missed that.
Players just confirming this is being ironed out the way that it should. Yep, unsurprisingly, Rune Flash reduced by 1 per Rune Chant, so should cost 2, therefore should have the 1 floating. Inconsequential to this turn, Duskblade was clearly the plan after this in order to pressure a little bit more damage, so both players just ironing out the details, making sure Dylan is aware of the mistake they made. Yeah, judges are your friends. We like to make sure games are clean and friendly, especially at this level. It's important that everyone feels like they are playing good, clean flesh and blood, regardless of the format.
So now we return to the issue of Jakob first having to answer this Rune Chant that would claim his life and would deny him any further advancement as the sole undefeated player here in Philadelphia. A tense moment, reaching for the Tunic counter potentially. Yes, float the Tunic counter, prevent a 1 Rune Chant, and now we've got to answer this 4 damage. There's an Arsenal card there. Oh no, that was current funnel rather.
Okay, so this
and
is
the Tunic block.
This is something. So this allows Jakob to keep an ice card in hand after staring down the Duskblade and send a Frosty 4. That Frosty 4 is going to earn 2 cards back from Dylan in order to stay alive, which should hopefully give Jakob some breathing room to keep 2 cards. Use this plume for its overall intention.
No, I think we're both pretty low on that regard.
Jakob says, yeah, it's threatening a frostbite, but I don't think that's going to matter. That's right, because this Winter's Whale also has the on-hit of Dylan dying.
Best on-hit in the game. Big fan of that one. So leave it up whenever you've got the opportunity.
So what other cards going to be? We have a 9th Blade being put in front on blocks here, but I'm looking towards a hand. It's become the Arc Knight, Rune Rager Swarm in the back, and a Swarming Gloom Veil.
So 2 blues available here. Leaves Dylan with the option to go pitch to grasp, send Swarming Gloom Veil, send Duskblade after giving up 2 cards. So will again force 3 cards out of Jakob with that selection. So going to be impossible to keep 2 cards once more.
Yeah, Jakob keeps an ice card and sends a Frosty 4 back though. We're sort of back in the same pattern. 10 minutes and 38 seconds left in the game. These 2 guys are bailing that water out as the hulls are breached.
Love to see some contemplation there on which blue is supposed to be done. I'm still lost. Did you say bagling water?
No, bailing the water out. You know, the hole's breached, the water's filling up, they're sinking. You know, both of these players trying to stay alive at one, heads above water type vibes. You know what I mean?
God, I'm hungry. Swarming Gloom Veil.
See, I'm not taking the blame for that.
Rune Chant coming as the follow-up, of course, earns 2 cards from Jakob. Autumn's Touch playing a staunch defense once more.
There goes Hunter's Claws. Bailing, guys, bailing.
Nah, I'm on the bagels, Mitch.
Oh, yeah, next thing I'm going to say is that the Autumn's Touch looks like a McChicken.
You've got such a unique worldview.
From here,
Whale. Oh, no, so there's a reduced to Rune Chant in hand here. So this is going to make sure... Oh, there's no Rune Chant.
There's no Rune Chant to discount
We're still earning 2 cards once more from Dylan to use the reduced to Rune Chant.
Yeah, that is still a 2-card play. Yeah, that defense reaction looks a lot less exciting when you're threadbare in terms of your Rune Chant accoutrements.
I think that's double reduced to Rune Chant in hand here for Dylan. So wouldn't be surprised to see one pitch to fuel the other. Kind of hard to put a turn together otherwise. Looks like we have a Rune Flash in there too. So those Rune Chants surprisingly important to come to tempt. There's only one attack. Yeah, that Rune Blade cost reduction looked so amazing, of course, on Dylan's big sort of pop-off turn. Now it's awkward because you can't really achieve it. I guess you get pitched to Grasp of the Arc Knight. That's expensive, right? It's going to be 2 resources thrown into it. Succumb pitched for a Amplify the Arc Knight with a Rune Chant on it. Hey, this is still split damage that Jakob has got to respect. So this is, again, 3 cards from Jakob, but I believe there are 2 no blocks in the hand. There is a Pulse and a Ball Lightning. And so Jakob is going to be obliged to keep one of these as their only card, which means they can send a Ball Lightning, which will only strip 1 card away from Dylan, or they can keep a Pulse and strip none of them. However, there is no Frosty 4 coming from Jakob this turn to survive this barrage.
6-1. First things first, the Pulse of Volthaven to eat the Rune Chant, and then Felling in the Crown getting deployed on defense. 2-3 blocks answer the Amplify the Arc Knight, and the turn is shipped back to Jakob. We're now down under 8 minutes left in the game.
Do you know ball?
Ball knowers around the world, rejoice. So the Ball Lightning deployed here. 3 damage, still going to be asking for a card, but that's it. Dylan actually has quite a lot of room now.
This has been a phenomenal game of Flesh and Blood. Both these players working with the finest margins here. We see double Movrian Skies in hand alongside a Drawn to the Dark Dimension. 3rd card looked at as a potential defensive choice is going to be that Runic Reckoning. Currently would cost resources to play that one. Not surprised to see it popped on defense.
Yeah, another otherwise cost-reduced card. Much more useful for its 3 block here. Movrian Skies conferring a go again to Drawn to the Dark Dimension, also creating a Rune Chant on hit. Once again, not a relevant effect to this point of the game. We want breakpoints ideally, but Dylan's not able to find one here.
On hit.
Jakob does find a Trip the Light fantastic, which does have some implications if a breakpoint does arrive.
That is a huge card here.
Could soak up the Rune Chant and a additional breakpoint to stay alive. We do see another Ball Lightning in the hand as well.
Is it a 0 cost in Arsenal for Dylan? Just how far can we go on this turn for the Runeblade player?
We have an unknown drawn card from Drawn from the Dark Dimension as well. Could be anything. In theory, it will be a pitched Mordred Tide.
Pitched. Rune Flash comes out. Okay, that is a breakpoint in damage.
But we can cover the breakpoint. Trip the Light, fantastic on discard. Eats the Arcane, eats a point of damage, allows us to block 3. We're still going.
I mean, you have split damage. You've now got split defensive potential with this Trip the Light, fantastic. Jakob is still unperturbed. He's still alive and kicking.
Discard Trip, block 3, cover.
Oh, that is brutal for Dylan.
We're still alive. The Ball Lightning trapped in hand, not enough to doom Jakob Allan. And again, we will return some kind of aggressive threat. We wish it was a Winter's Whale. Presenting that breakpoint is such a big deal.
Do I know ball?
Do you know ball? Only one way to find out.
This time it's Dylan, though, without an arsenal. So he goes down to 3 cards in order to eat this one up. Looks like the meet and greet is being proffered. There's an Amplify the Arc Knight in hand. What is that, Sonata?
It's 2 copies of Amplify the Arc, and one of them is blue. So we can at least pay for 1 copy. It's Sonata Arcanix as the final card.
What on earth does that do here? You can do. You can obviously send a bunch of arcane damage. If Sonata can actually find 2 cards to do 2 arcane damage, Jakob can't prevent that.
Dylan Ashcraft, are you a gambler? Pitching the blue. Do you know ball? Let's see the top 5 cards of the deck. There's another Trip the Light Fantastic.
How has he found this? Jakob has found the exact answer to answer the arcane damage that would come out from Sonata Arcanix.
No, you have to. You have to play it in response, or there will be no window. Jakob spots the line. What does Sonata find?
Oh, I love gambling.
Either way, what does it matter? Swarming. Okay, we have 2 attacks.
That's 3 attacks. Oh. Okay, we get 1. We get 1 attack at least. That was almost a disaster.
But still,
1 arcane.
Jakob made the right call. It could have been 2, and he wouldn't have had the chance to interact with it there. So Swarming Gloomveil comes down. This is still an issue. I think Dylan with a Swarming Gloomveil. We had a Sonata Arcanix revealed there, shuffle back in. And of course, the one played has to be banished. Swarming Gloomveil is going to be the attack that's picked up, though. Unreal. Trip the Light Fantastic. A limited all-star now. Really doing some heavy lifting for Jakob in this matchup. 3 minutes and 55 seconds remain in the round.
And they said these lightning cards were bad.
Far
from bad.
I'm not sure I expected this one to be such a key role player in this game.
I would argue it's fantastic. Swarming Gloomveil is lurking in the win here. We do see a little bit of an awkward hand here, I think, once more for Jakob, trying to find a way to keep Winter's Wail around. Fruits of the Forest, a liability on defense, but there's also a Blizzard in that hand. Not a defensive tool, but could theoretically shut the turn down and prevent the Duskblade from coming in.
That's fine.
So 1 prevention is left. Will no doubt eat that rune chant when this first attack finally comes on through. And the Blizzard is snapped off.
Windmill slam, that Blizzard on the table. Jakob does not want to know what comes after Swarming Gloomveil. He'd gladly shut the book on this turn if he could.
Don't be a blue, don't be a blue, don't be a blue. The only thought that is going through the head right now for Jakob Allan.
Maybe
don't be a yellow. Also an acceptable thought.
Yeah. Was that not a red Amplify the Arc Knight in hand for Dylan?
Sure.
We did see 2 copies, I think.
Yeah.
I think the other one is still there.
So I think that would end things here.
So indeed, Blizzard going to be enough. We see 3 and 1. So Jakob Allan can keep a card, but he can't keep the ice card because Fruits of the Forest blocks 2.
All right, Trip the Light Fantastic eats up that last point of damage, and yeah. The ice card needs to get in front of Swarming Gloomveil, but Jakob Allan knows that that's the end of the turn for Dylan Ashcraft. His Blizzard has done its job. Frigid Fingers can't sling cards for the Rune Blood, and so Jakob Allan gets to come back with a warm 4, but it doesn't matter. 4 damage is what's important. It's got to be covered over by 2 cards from Dylan Ashcraft. The turn gets shipped back. 2 minutes left in the game. Dylan's still looking for a way out.
It's
Yet another Sonata.
To gamble.
Show me the goods.
He needs to find 2 cards off this.
There is no Trip the Light Fantastic this time.
Non-attack.
Attack.
Attack. Oh, he just missed it. Only 1 point of arcane damage off the Sonata Arcanix here. Dylan, not successful at the casino this time around. And so Jakob's able to pitch to prevent this arcane damage.
Rune Chant still pending means those floating resources will not be going to waste. We know it's Amplify the Arc Knight that is available here for Dylan as a resource card. I believe it's a red copy in the arsenal. Would be 6 and 1. Would again leave Jakob with a card.
That's not going to cut it. Yeah, Jakob has 2 floating as well to prevent that Rune Chant damage.
Meet and greet.
That's a break point. Rune Chant created. Or rather, Rune Chant behind it. There won't be a Rune Chant created. First, that Rune Chant is prevented. It's still 2 cards. Jakob will be left with the card to power the Winter's Wail. Whether it's icy or not is not important. Into Arsenal goes that last card for Dylan Ashcraft. And back we go again. 43 seconds of round time remaining.
4. Give me 2 cards once more. I only see a Rune Flash as the attack of choice in the hand. We know about that Amplify.
We're down to the dregs of these decks.
Become the Arc Knight looking like a very favorable 3 block at this point in time.
Mordred Tide also being used on blocks. If that doesn't tell you where we are in this game, I don't know what will. Mordrian Skies into Amplify the Arc Knight.
Which leaves a resource floating for Duskblade, and another Rune Chant behind is going to force the issue again from Jacob Allan. I do believe we see Cadaverous Tillings in hand. There's a slew. I have to hope they're blue.
There will be an extra minute or so added for judges. So they will, when true time is called, the judge will step in. Breakpoint here on Amplify, of course, going to ask for 2. Fruits of the Forest discarded from hand. That is massive. Take the Rune Chant, go to 2. This also means now that, I mean, the on-hit becomes relevant, I guess. There's the concern about what follows up after this, though. This has go again.
Tillings only block 2.
Yep. And we're going to put the card in front of Duskblade. The Rune Chant has been taken. We go to 1. Jacob is finding the slimmest of edges, the tiniest of margins to stay in the game. But now, Dylan gets to come back with a full hand.
What is left in the chamber for our Viserai player? We need to see these cards. It is Sonata Arcanix and a pair of blues. It's time to go fishing. Watch me strip the light. Fantastic!
You cannot be serious. Yet another source of damage prevention for Jacob Allan. It does not matter what Dylan flips off the top here. So we've had time called here by the judges. Yeah, this trip to light fantastic is brutal. So we're going to have to flip anyway. A lot of non-attacks. Miss. Nothing added to the handy for Dylan Ashcraft. This 4-card hand has been drastically shrunk down in impact.
I think I just tasted my heart, which is not a pleasant experience. Blue Room Rager Swarm. Prevention, of course, going to take care of that one.
So Jacob gets the last turn. I believe that was the turn 0 there.
So Rune Chant and 4. Courtesy of these Duskblade counters again. So Prevention will take care of that. 2 cards will be earned once more here.
Duskblade getting awful big all of a sudden.
It's getting a little problematic. Crippling Crush spent on defense. We'll see another card from Dylan parked in the arsenal. The last card kept in hand is a blue by the looks of things. Will facilitate Winter's Wail one final time.
So Dylan either dies to this or blocks it out, and it will be a draw.
Okay.
This is the last turn of the game. That has been confirmed right now on the table. Dylan Ashcraft at 7-1. Jacob Allan at 8-0. Undefeated. It looks like our players have resolved to take the draw here. No result emerges after a full round of play and our added extra turns. And so, no victor in this game. Yeah, Jacob Allan and Dylan's matchup between Bravo Star of the show and Viserai Runeblood results in a draw. We don't have a draw screen, but we don't have one of those, so we're just going to come back to us. That was ridiculous. Obviously a strange feeling to come out of a matchup like that without a true result in win or loss, but you've got to hand it to our previously 8-0 Bravo Star of the show player, able to hold off those Triple 8 Fantastics, coming up at the perfect moments. Sonata Arcanix threatening to end the game over and over, but Mr. Ashcraft not quite able to find the mix of cards he needed to force that damage through and be done with it.
No, that was a phenomenal game. I want to take nothing away from that based on what we saw. I've never felt so fantastic by any stretch of the imagination, but I think it's fair to say this is a world championship. Players earn their wins, grindy attrition battles like that are going to happen. I'm not entirely sure how that was going to play out based on the resources that were left. I fault neither player for holding on to the strongest possible opportunity to march forth and be a world champion. I'm just glad that I got to watch the game that led them there, because that was pretty phenomenal. Yeah,
and both these individuals, of course, they are still very much live for the rest of the tournament. And still, I mean, Jacob Allan, technically undefeated there, does suffer a draw, but still marches on his campaign for glory for that World Championship title. Quite the round, some really interesting back and forth play between Viserai and Bravo. We've got more to come, of course, right after this in our Living Legend round, so don't go anywhere.
Silver Age is the new era of Flesh and Blood, a fast, fun, and budget-friendly format using only common, rare, and basic cards. Early access events will be running for the rest of 2025 and into January. The world premiere of Compendium in London will mark the official release of Silver Age, Chapters 1 and 2, with exciting celebration events. From March onwards, you will be able to play Silver Age at local game stores, World Tour events, and even the much-anticipated Pro Tour Yokohama. Get ready for this exciting new chapter of Flesh and Blood with Silver Age. Welcome back to round 10, folks, here from the Flesh and Blood World Championships. I've been so impressed by the Living Legend rounds thus far, Pankaj, and we've got another banger match for you in just a few. But before we do that, we have to kind of talk about how this tournament has gone so far. What has surprised you particularly about this Silver Age meta?
Silver Age meta?
Excuse
I think
me,
you mean Living
I'm
Legend.
So far ahead of myself.
He really wants to get to Silver Age, people.
Like, let's do it now.
He
right
wants
now.
the next tier 4 event
Yeah.
right now. I think the Living Legend format has surprised a lot of us. I think the weeks leading up to this, we saw the sentiment shift amongst the higher level players. At first, there was quite a bit of doom and gloom about the Living Legend format, but as people got into their testing houses, as they started actually putting the time into the format, they discovered it was a lot deeper and a lot more complex than what it seemed on the surface at first. And I think our Living Legend rounds so far have proved that. I mean, everyone thought it's just explosive, kill your opponent by round 3, like big boy blitz.
Nobody got killed in that last game.
Exactly. That ended up in a tie in Living Legend. We haven't seen that in CC yet, on stream at least, and it happened in Living Legend over here. Starvo Viserai, not a matchup I would expect to go to fatigue, but that can absolutely happen.
Yeah, definitely a possibility of these games being long, drawn-out affairs. I think we got really interesting games this go-around, but I want to talk about the standings thus far in the tournament because we are starting to get into it now, Pankaj. We're starting to see who's pacing themselves from the field, and there you see 6 8-1s sitting atop. What names stand out from you here?
Cody Williams. Brian, I think the choice to bring Zen in Living Legend was extremely unique. Even Kayo, Armed and Dangerous in CC as well, is a very unique choice from Cody. Definitely a little bit of influence from his teammate Noah Bagelman there, a known Kayo stan. And then bringing Zen, that is one of the heroes that Cody Williams got famous for. First, it was Chane from back in the day, and then it was Zen. He was one of the lone proponents of the Mystic Ninja hero post-book banning, and he's here crushing it in the Living Legend format on that hero.
I got to call out none other than Brodie Spurlock. We talked a lot about Jacob Clemens and his capacity to, with a big result, go ahead and eclipse Brodie. Well, that's only true if Brodie Spurlock doesn't win this whole damn thing. And he's sitting at 8-1 right now, has been steamrolling through the Living Legend rounds thus far on that Dio deck. And man, has that deck looked explosive in his hands.
Great pun there, Brian, with the steam rolling on the steampunk hero. I'm going to continue on glazing the runaways, if you will, because Naib Mobasir is there currently in the 8th standing, 7-2, a very strong record on that player as well from Team Runaways. Cindra and CC and Starvo and LL, the choice for him. A little bit more stock standard, the most represented heroes in both formats being piloted by him, but knowing Naib Mobasir, I'm sure there's a ton of spice in those deck lists.
Naib has quickly become one of my favorite deck builders in all of Flesh and Blood, always brings something interesting to the table, and is still really waiting for that absolute breakout result. Has the talent to be a world champion, just hasn't quite gotten the results to line up, but maybe this world championship will be his big breakthrough. So many other names across this top 20 list. I gotta call out the double Kanos of Noah Hicks, ready to blow up everyone in every format. He does not care, just throwing fireballs haphazardly around the room.
And you just know there are tons of Kano haters who, despite being Kano haters, are supporting Noah Hicks here at this tournament because they want to see the back of that OG Wizard hero. He is currently at 984 Living Legend points. Should Noah Hicks take this whole tournament down, people, Kano will ascend to Living Legend. Though I don't think that'll stop him from at least playing Kano in the Living Legend format.
We talked a bit about the overall Player of the Year race. Let's not forget about that APAC region Player of the Year race as well. You see Justin Koo sitting with the double gravies in 14th place right now. A big finish here basically locks up that title for him with putting Tam not in attendance, Pankaj. But again, the names continue as we move through this top 20. You see LPT, you see Majin Bay still in striking distance, playing Chane in LL, and what a choice from the Wizard main.
It was a little bit of a last-minute pivot. This past week, when Majin Bay entered the testing house, he was actually very close to being locked on Marlynn. But the past few days, as people expected Marlynn a little bit more, got a little bit more reps, maybe added a few tech pieces for that matchup, the stock of Marlynn, at least amongst the higher players, have fallen a little bit. And you can see on the screen as well, in LL, there's only like one Marlynn currently in our top 20 in the LL side. So Majin Bay made the choice to pivot over to Chane, and it's been serving him incredibly well so far.
Yeah, Evan Herndon, former U.S. national champion, also in the mix in this top 20. Why don't we take a look at the next page of standings, and we'll see a few more folks. All of these folks in range, including none other than Jakob Clements. Now, Brodie's up 1 win on Jakob thus far. That doesn't really mean anything, Pankaj. If either of these two goes ahead and punches their ticket to the top 8, they're in really great position to take down that Player of the Year. But let me paint a picture for you, Pankaj. What if they both make top 8? What if they are battling down to the very stretch? What if they get paired against each other in the top 8? What an epic conclusion to the race that would be.
It would be such a great narrative, Ryan. And I love that you brought that anything can happen from this point, because I want to remind everyone, this is day 2 of the World Championships. This is where things start heating up, and I love day 2s, Brian, because we get an even higher level of caliber of play from our players, and a whole bunch of people are still there in contention, being able to make it to top 8. This is where things start firing up. This is where stories get made.
Maximilian Klein looking to add to his story legacy there. You see German sitting in 24th place right now, sitting at 7-2, still in striking distance. And the big names just roll all the way down. You see calling champions all over the place. Matthew Dilks, Pheano Black, Tommaso Vecito, Lucas Oswald. There's so many big names all throughout this top 40. All these players still in contention right now, including those 6-3s. They got to put a run together, but they're not done yet. And I think it's still anyone's Worlds. I haven't seen anything where I'm like, this player has been dominant, they're running away with the event. It's just not that kind of Worlds thus far, Pankaj. Everyone feels like they're still in striking distance.
Especially now that we no longer have any unblemished records. After the last round with that draw, there's no longer, can't quite say undefeated, because Jakob Allan didn't technically get defeated, but regardless, he doesn't have a sterling 9-0 record anymore.
Yeah, took that first blemish, and the Starvos have looked impressive thus far in the future match area, but there's some tough matchups lurking out there for Starvo, and I think as the tournament progresses, we might see some of them, and we're ready for more LL action here from Philadelphia. It sounds like our players are just shuffling up, about to start their turns. There you see on the left-hand side, it's Lucas Eng representing Dromai. I talked about tough potential matchups for Starvo. We're going to have to see if the Wonder Kid Jude Cornett can go ahead and navigate, and it's going to be a tall task, Pankaj.
Dromai, one of the heroes that has gained popularity since Marlynn entered the Living Legend format, because Dromai has a very unique angle into both Marlynn and Bravo Star of the Show. The reason why she's favored into Bravo Star of the Show is that a lot of these Bravo lists, despite being a Guardian, don't have that many poppers. They are running all these elemental attacks, elemental non-attacks that cannot pop dragons. And if the Dromai resolves a Rake the Embers with 3 Ashwings and you don't have poppers, you don't have an efficient way to clear them, that can just set you incredibly far behind. Here we see Lucas Ung already starting with the Viserai.
Yeah, started things off by going ahead and pitching into that gold token to get the Ash rolling, and now Viserai is out there in the arena. Turn passes back to Jude Cornett, and already popping that Goliath gauntlet, some fireworks early on, and you see why it's the crippling crush coming through for a big 13.
No dominate though, because there was no fuse at the start of this turn. So Lucas Ung, I mean, Dromai is very resilient, people. If you weren't there when this hero was around in CC, this deck can block. It is no gravy bones with a whole bunch of non-blocking cards. Her allies do block, and she runs tons of defense reactions.
You know, a lot of people herald, not necessarily Bravo Star of the show, but OG Bravo and Dromai as one of the best matchups in the history of Flesh and Blood, a classic 90-90 matchup. Both sides thought they were favored. It's cool to go ahead and revisit this one more time here in the Living Legend format.
You know what's interesting is that I would actually give more of an edge to OG Bravo than Bravo Star of the show.
Okay.
Because
that's not often said, Punkage.
Well, because of the number of poppers. Like, OG Bravo is 36 to 40 poppers. Bravo Star of the show, way fewer, does have access to those ice cards, though, and Dromai does not like being under ice. She's very, very red line. I want to take a moment and talk about the narrative between both these players. They both played at Battle Hardened Tacoma just 2 weeks ago, and they both made top 8. Not sure whether they played each other in the top 8, but they were both there, and Lucas Eung eventually took the whole thing down. Both from very similar regions, or regions that are close to each other. Lucas Eung from Vancouver and Jude Cornett from the Pacific Northwest.
Hate to see a Pacific Northwest team kill, my former home.
Yes, and then I was thankful. Okay, so taking 3. Taking 3.
Solid defenses here from Lucas. Avoiding the crush, just going to take 3, so no discard. A lot of equipment eaten up early, though, for Jude Cornett. You love to see that as you move into the dominate phase of your game. For Lucas, it's going to be the dragon phase all the time. More and more dragons looking to join the fray, and Jude Cornett going to have to do some ally cleanup at some point if he's not going to let this army of dragons run away with the game.
And we spoke about the lack of poppers in the Bravo Star of the show list. Mirror Guy taxing those poppers even further.
There's going to be a little bit of go again on this turn, though. Fruits of the Forest getting juiced up by the Starvo ability. Yum, yum.
9, dominate, go again, with the promise of a hammer, which I imagine would be used to clear the Mirror Guy, so that his Yindarai can be popped on the following turn, or Lucas Eung might not just attack with it. That is another aspect of this matchup. It is very much on the Dromai to be careful of when they attack with the dragons. If you don't have the protection of, say, an extra action point from a Chromai, or the lack of Phantasm from Invoke Mirror Guy, or from a Passing Mirage, you don't want to just be losing your dragons to 1-card blocks from the opponent.
Here's a Tome of Imperial Flame from Lucas, picking up an extra card here.
And very importantly, going to generate him 2 more Ash. Ash, almost similar to the way gold tokens are in Gravy Bones, where when they're sitting on a pile of gold, you might have the life lead, but that gold represents so much more. And Ash, a little bit similar. When the Dromai is sitting on a bunch of Ash, that represents a whole bunch of Ash Rings, either from Rake the Embers or even cards like Uvia, which is currently sitting in Lucas Eung's pitch zone.
Flame Scale Furnace activated here to get some extra resources. Now it's Asvalai joining the fray.
Promise of some arcane damage coming in here from Lucas Eung. Jude Cornett, however, prepared for this, has brought in the Lightning Greaves, so does have some arcane barrier.
But here is the Uvia as well, and this board looks problematic for Jude Cornett. And a Passing Mirage comes down as well, and the board is well and truly set up. How does Jude want to approach this? With Lucas at 28, it feels early to start thinking face, but Bravo has this unique play pattern where he can just go ahead, use the go again from the hero ability to go face, and then do a little bit of extra cleanup on these dragons.
And Lucas Eung not attacking with the Yindarai there is exactly what we were talking about. You don't want to just sacrifice your dragons to a random popper from the Bravo side. You want to make them deal with the board. He establishes a Passing Mirage instead of potentially swinging out with the entire board, saying, you, Guardian Hero, need to keep finding the fuse, otherwise you're just going to get overwhelmed by Spectra and dragons.
Cadaverous Tilling buffed up here. No Decompose. Not enough Earth cards as of yet to get that additional buff, but it is going to have +2, Dominate, and Go Again. Crucial defense reaction from the Arsenal for Lucas. Damage leak reduced on this particular turn. Now we would expect maybe a little bit more cleanup duty from this Winter's Whale.
And this is the resiliency of Dromai showing itself over here. Defense reaction, Arsenal only leaked 1 from the Tilling. Also, it looks like this Winter's Whale is going to Lucas Eung's face here.
And I wonder if we've just seen Jude Cornett decide to turn the corner, saying, okay, this board is actually already out of control. Cleanup doesn't matter all that much. Perhaps Frostbite more valuable here than actually taking care of a dragon.
Also remember that Passing Mirage only removes Phantasm from the first dragon attack. So Jude Cornett can say, maybe he's saying, I'll just take the first one that you send, but I'll just pop the second dragon if I need to have some defensives. It is a bit of a risk, though. Jude Cornett so far has found the natural fuse from the Starvo hero ability, but if you start leaving the board alone and you don't find the natural fuse, you can suddenly find yourself being incredibly overwhelmed.
I don't believe this hand fuses, but there is a popper available in the form of Oakenold.
So this hand is missing an Earth card, but he can activate Plume to go ahead and get that Earth card.
Good call out, Pankaj, and there we see the Plume is going to be used. Fruits of the Forest picked up again.
And that's because he has an Oakenold as well, so this will be a Starvo-fused, fully powered Oakenold.
Yeah, and the decision for Jude to go face with that Winter's Well on the last turn looking good here, and here comes that Oakenold. Fans or haters of Starvo from the past certainly remember what this feels like. Big Oakenold coming through for 11, dominate, go again, on hit, discard, put 2 random cards to the bottom of your deck, steal your lunch money, kick your puppy on the way out the door. Just everything terrible that can happen to you comes on the back of this Oakenold.
Certainly remember what this feels like. It's a great way to put it, Brian. I mean, I still have nightmares about it, rather. And Jude's decision to find Fruits of the Forest instead is very, very strong over here because he can still discard it, or he might even just choose to send it. That's a red fruit of Fruits of the Forest. This Oakenold has Go Again. You're probably going to take 2 blocking cards from Lucas Ng's hand because of its on-hit effect, and you can just send 7 to the face if you want to.
Yeah, the damage could be good, or maybe you prioritize that Winter's Well. You get some flexibility here. You can respond to how Lucas chooses to deal with things. But that Frostbite really slows down Dromai's output.
It gives him 2 lines of play. You can discard Fruits, send the Frosty Hammer, or just send 7 to the face. The way Jude has been playing, I almost wonder whether he's just tempted to send the 7. Looks like that's exactly what he's going to do.
We're seeing the utmost aggression here from Jude Cornett.
And this is exactly what Starvo has to do, especially when the Dromai gets such an early lead on the board. Starvo just needs to keep finding the fuse. But that is a point of vulnerability. That is where Starvo can get bottlenecked. The moment Jude stops finding these fuses, the game can just flip right over. That is so much damage being represented on Lucas Ng's side of the field.
Just Asvalai attacking here. Jude happy to take some more damage here. And there's another fuse available to Jude Cornett in hand. So the train's going to keep rolling here. All 3 elements. Starvo pulled forward again. And you see the shake of the head from Lucas. He says, not again. And Jude Cornett has quickly forced Lucas into very vulnerable territory. It feels like Lucas is going to need to come up with some more defense reactions from Arsenal to be able to weather the storm here because the damage output is just not high enough yet from those dragons.
Everything coming up. Jude Cornett over here. Oakenold fused as well on just turn 3 of the game. That is a one-off. Remember that. Lightning Surge coming up from Arsenal to the face 2. Go again when your opponent's at 4. That is half of Lucas Ng's life total.
Does have the cover up, but Winter's Whale still looking to get involved, and Jude still with an Arsenal as we head into the next turn, and Lucas Ng only at 4 right now.
I believe Jude arsenaled a Fruits of the Forest, a red Fruits of the Forest, and that just tells us exactly what his game plan
He's
is.
looking for damage.
He just wants to send that.
Find those 3 crayons to combine. Let's take a look at Jude's hand here. I think he's done it again, Pankaj. I think he's got all 3 elements one more time.
That's what he needs in this matchup. She's just everything's coming up. Jude over here. Can Lucas Ng park a defense reaction in his Arsenal based on the way he's been blocking the past few turns? That is not a defense reaction in Arsenal, Brian. And I believe he's holding onto a Tome of Imperial Flame, I think, which doesn't block. It's why he was forced to give the Flame Scale Furnace. You can go ahead and cast it here. If you find 2 reds, you can just pitch it, make some Ash, and give your dragons Go Again.
Ash is made here. And it's just Mirror Guy from Arsenal, and this could just be it for Lucas on the next turn cycle, as Jude is going to fuse one more time.
Brian, you were there for this. You know a card that Dromai has that can let her survive evasive damage.
I am familiar with a certain card that seems to find its way to the top of the deck routinely in these situations. I'm, of course, talking about Sigil of Solace.
Exactly. The Dromai list in CC used to run it. It's no different in LL. That is a way Lucas can survive the dominant. It's about to come his way on the following turn.
And Lucas is getting the damage done this go around on the back of these dragons, but Jude just says, sure, send me the bill.
And this is what we're talking about when it comes to resiliency. That was a one card. Lucas had one card in hand, one card in arsenal, goes ahead and just sends so much damage to Jude Cornett's face.
Pankaj, there's nothing there from Lucas. There's no defensive outs. There's no sigils to come and save the day. And that means this fruit is a blue one, Pankaj. And there's just enough defense here for Lucas to stay alive at 1. And a Dromai at 1 has stolen many a game over the history of Flesh and Blood. I don't know if you know this, Pankaj. 1, not 0.
I was not aware. Thank you so much for informing me of that. I actually thought the game was already over. I was about to go to the winner screen.
Today you learned. Winter's Wail coming through. Now, with the equipment gone, this is going to demand 2 cards, but there's still this army of dragons for Lucas ready to go ahead and rumble into the red zone.
This part is so scary.
Yeah, it's the board capable of just ending the game should Lucas find a window, but is he going to get that window? It does look for the first time Jude has failed to fuse here. I do not see a lightning card in hand.
And no way to produce one out of thin air. There's no plume-like effect for the lightning cards. So Lucas might be sending a whole bunch of damage. And this board is quite insulated from a popper. Not only does this Dromai not have Phantasm, this Dromai generated an extra action point. So sure, Jude has 1 popper in hand right now. He can pop the next dragon, but Lucas will still have an action point and can still swing the rest of the board and start to pressure Jude's life total. And we spoke about this. When Jude starts to miss a fuse, these dragons can suddenly overwhelm. He had a 20-point life lead, and now it might go down all the way to just 10. One more turn like this, and Jude might just be out of the game. That is the strength of this Draconic Illusionist.
Dromai turning the corner very quickly in this matchup. Jude falls to 17. This one's still not over. A lot left to play. Ash Wings coming in. Jude down to 14. Here's Asvalai.
Is Asvalai gonna get popped here? Looks like Jude might be saving the popper, or he might just want to be sending it. Yep, okay, saving it for the Yenderai. Also, important to note over here, Stalagmite does not generate a Frostbite when it is defending an ally attack. It will only work. It will only create the Frostbite if Lucas sends something like a Ravenous Rabble or Blaze Headlong, which we know is in his list. He has been blocking with his cards, but does not work on dragons. Look at that. Just like this. 7-point life lead from Jude Cornett from what was 20-something.
Yeah, and Jude's going to need to find some offense here to make sure Lucas isn't able to keep a red card to play. There's so many, though. Sink Below in hand as well. Winter's Bite does give a Frostbite very effectively here.
It forces a card. And Jude has a Felling, however, he has no Earth cards in Banish right now, so that Felling will at most be 4 power. If it was 8, this would be game right here, but because this is just 4, and Lucasen has a Sink Below, he can keep that Chromite that he has right now and just swing up the board once again.
Our future matches for this round of the World Championship will come from table 4.
And look at that, Lucas bottoms the E-Strike, sink on this Felling. Play Chromai, attack with a double Chromai Mirror Guy board. Jude needs to start blocking. He needs to find multiple poppers in his hand. Does go down to 0 Ash though, and the block of the Flamescale Furnace is absolutely non-trivial. Going to 0 Ash is a vulnerable, almost a fail state for Dromai.
Taking a look at Jude's hand now, we will not be fusing yet again.
Does have the Felling though. That can basically strip Lucas's entire hand, but can Jude survive this turn only holding 2 cards? Because once a second Chromai swings, that is 3 action points for Lucas, which is why if Jude wanted to survive this turn, he would have needed 2 or 3 poppers. But currently, I believe, has 0. That Felling of the Crown, not a popper, even if he had 4 Earth cards in the Banish Zone.
You see a shake of the head from Jude, maybe wondering where things have gone wrong. Looks like he's asking some questions of our judge staff. We will go ahead and let our players sort this one out, Pankaj, but man, has this game turned on a dime. Jude just smashing those crayons together in the early turns, finding time after time to go ahead and get that dominate +2 and go again. But it only took a singular miss for Lucas to go ahead and assert himself in this matchup, and it feels like things are rolling in his favor at this moment.
That was the prediction that we made, right? When the moment Jude decided not to clear the passing mirage on that early turn and say, I'm just going face, he was taking that risk. He was saying, once I whiff, I might just get overwhelmed by this onslaught of dragons. And it sounds like our players are ready, so we're going to go ahead and head back to the feature match area and see how this game concludes.
Looks like we are going to use the stalagmite here, but unfortunately, as we mentioned, no frostbite. Here come those ether ash wings.
These ash wings, the flying kodachis. So difficult to deal with.
Sounds like Jude was inquiring whether a Phantasm Pop would force close the combat chain. That way he could double use the stalagmite on this turn. We'll see how that plays out. Not quite sure what the answer is, Pankaj, actually.
Cornett currently flicking his cards. If he can get to his turn with a blue and a felling, that felling will take, unless Lucas draws 2 defense reactions, that felling will take all of his cards, and then Jude can have a moment to breathe. He's doing the math right now to figure out, can he go to his turn with those cards, though?
I'm fairly confident, Pankaj, if Jude does find a window to pop and close the chain, he can get an additional block from that stalagmite. And that could be the difference here. This game is so tight. Jude really needs to find a way to keep some cards on this particular turn cycle. And we're on Lucas right now, debating the order in which these dragons will come in.
47. Yeah, sorry, I'm thinking about how to structure this. We have 37 minutes. I suspect the game will end in a...
Lucas pointing out we have plenty of time, and this game is not going to time, folks. Unlike the previous match, I think this could very well be decided on this turn cycle itself. Lucas also now knows that if one of his dragons is popped, Jude gets to block with the Stalag again. He's trying to see if he has a way to sequence around that or present the most awkward numbers to Jude. Also wants to think about the incidental arcane from that Asvalai as well. If he can sequence that at the end, if Jude's already at 1, that Asvalai itself forces 2 cards.
What a high pressure decision here for Lucas. These small edges matter so much. And it looks like we're going to break the flight path here to get a second attack.
Oh, once per turn. Yeah, sure. Yep.
No extra action point from the Dromai, because it does say once per turn, and that is the dragon that Jude chooses to pop. That is the highest attack dragon on Lucas's side.
Yeah.
Well, the Asvalai as well, kind of, but yeah.
Combat chain has now closed, meaning that stalagmite is going to be available further down the combat chain.
Jude has 5 block remaining, if he wants to keep a blue and a felling. You block with the Channel Lake Frigid, the Tunic, and the Stalagmite. Is that enough?
Facing down the 3 from this Dromai. Jude forced back into the tank here.
So he needs to do the math here. He needs to know whether he needs to block with the felling, because if, say, the felling is forced, if an additional card is forced from him at the end of this turn, and he can only keep 1 card, he wants to know that now, so he can still at least block with the felling as efficiently as possible, and just send an Icy Hammer Lucas's way on the following turn.
Yeah, and you see he's doing the math right now to understand it is going to be the Channel Lake Frigid block here. Arcane damage going to be coming through on the back of this Asvalai. It does its thing.
Coming in for 2, Miragai comes in for 2, and Uvia comes in for 1. I believe Jude can survive at 1.
Yeah, it looks like it. Here's the Tunic.
And still has the last Stalagmite block. That Phantasm Pop closing the chain was the difference maker.
Jude needed that exactly to stay alive here, and now he has kept a hand of Felling of the Crown plus a blue, and there is the Felling fired. Big attack here from Jude. Going to get to claim the whole hand, we suspect. It would take a miracle draw here. Otherwise, I think a sigil in hand for Lucas.
And a defense reaction. So he actually ends his turn higher than his current life total. He gets to block 7 and heal up to 4. And then leak 1. And then here's where Asvalite gets so annoying in these end states, Brian. The Asvalite, which does not have Phantasm, so cannot be popped, is going to send the Arcane and 2 physical, demands 2 crowns from Jude Cornett. I was going to Dromai first, of course, for the extra action points so we can just continue swinging.
One Arcane and 2.
Here is that Arcane from Asvalite. That's going to have to be dealt with first for Jude.
Importantly, Asvalite does not have Phantasm. Passing Mirage and Mirror Guide both conferred the lack of Phantasm onto that Dromai. And Jude needs to deal with the Arcane first and then pops the Asvalite. That Pesky Dragon is gone, but now Starvo just 1 card remaining. 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal.
Lucas slightly healthier as well at 3. It's just going to be Hammer here cleaning up the Dromai. So we're back on Dragon cleanup duty with a bunch of Ashwings, Miragai, Uvia out there in the mix. And Tome starts things off for Lucas here. Looking to put together a big turn, a sigil in hand as well.
He was low on Ash, and Tome here answers his call, gives him the Ash that he needs to resolve some dragons, and slam the door here in Jude's.
Not a lot of block value either for Jude Cornett here. And Asvalite back in the mix again. We talked about that annoying Arcane damage. Looks like it's going to be offered yet another time. Here's Themai as well.
Which means no hope for a Blizzard or something from Jude Cornett to try and stuff this turn before all the dragons start attacking.
And it gets the fist bump from Lucas. What a match of living legend Punkage. And boy, did Dromai show off exactly what rose her to that status back in the day. Until Dromai is dead, you cannot count her out. And she found the window down to 1 life to overcome the dominating onslaught early on from Jude Cornett's Starvo.
In the very wise words of someone very wise and handsome, 1 is not 0, and Lucas Ung shows us that at 1 life, he can take down the most represented hero today in the Living Legend format.
This is why you bring Dromai to this event, I think. You are trying to prey on these Starvos. And I'll be honest, Punkage, I've heard that said before in the Living Legend format. We went to Chicago about a year ago now, and we played a Living Legend Calling. And Dromai was the hot tech leading into that. And this is the thing that was going to keep down Starvo. Starvo ran over that tournament. It was a Starvo mirror in the finals, no Dromais in the top 8. But it was a different Starvo back then. It did have access still to Crown. Crown out of the mix now. Things have gotten just slightly less consistent, slightly harder to fuse all the time. And it only took 1 missed fuse turn for Jude Cornett to just fall apart and fall under the onslaught of Lucas's dragons.
That's because those dragons want to play just 1 red. Lucas Ung played 1 red, the Tome of Imperial Flame, with no other cards, and then swung 10 damage from all the dragons that Jude had just left there because he was sending dominated attacks to Lucas Ung's face.
Yeah, there's only 1 singular round of LL left to go before we start heading well and truly down the stretch, my friends, and we start doing the dirty work to decide who our 2025 world champion is going to be, Punkage. These are going to be some of the highest stakes rounds of Flesh and Blood you will ever see. Living Legend is only setting the stage for the march down to the end as we do the work to go ahead and crown our 2025 Flesh and Blood world champion.
Skirmish season approaches. Head to your LGS from November 29th through December 14th to give Blitz a proper farewell and snag some sweet prizes and participation promos while you're at it. Ring in the holidays with some Blitz gaming. We'll see you at a Skirmish. That, of course, not long away from us, the next couple of weeks here into December 14th, so make sure you check that one out. Welcome back, of course. Round 11 is just around the corner, and of course here at World Championship Philadelphia, it's hotter than ever, and that's not just because we saw the Ash artists go to town on Bravo Star of the Show in that previous game. It's crazy what happens if you give that Dromai a little bit of room to send those dragons in.
That's come running back to catch the end of that game. I was out on the floor trying to find some Trip to Light Fantastics. Turns out the vendors didn't bring too many of those guys, just everywhere. But thankfully for me, I made it back. We got to catch the tail end of that. I understand there was a lot of fusing going on early and a pretty significant comeback. So good showing for Dromai. Happy to find a funny
I'm glad that, Senor Brian Gottlieb has gotten comfortable just referring to it as smashing crayons together. When he's adopted that sort of parlance that it's very acceptable for everyone else to say that. So, yeah, don't hold back, folks, in those Bravo Star of the Show matchups. Now, let's check in with our standings a little bit at the top of round number 11. Remember, only one more round of Living Legend here left for the day. Cody Williams still in the mix, 9-1 here on Zen in Living Legend. Curious to see how that Kayo side of his combination performs in the CC rounds a little bit later on. But Florin-Cristian, Gaichi Yamada, Brodie Spurlock, all having improved to 9-1 here. No undefeateds left amongst the field.
I am enamored with the variety of heroes between those four players. Kayo is the only duplicate we see. Arachne Marionette, Cindra, Zen, Chane, Nu, Dash.io. Clearly, all kinds of answers were correct for the question. And I love to see that from our top players who are currently performing at the best of their abilities.
Just a correction there. Jakob Allan has a draw to his name there, so still sits at the top of the 8-win bracket, so to speak. Naib obviously here still at 7-3, very much in the mix. Pheano Black has made his way to 8-2. I'm telling you what, this Runaways representation absolutely popping off. I'm
just doing a quick count. I'm very impressed by the amount of Chane we see in our top 20 players here. 5 copies of that hero dominating the 8-2 bracket or higher. Very, very happy to see the people who worked hard on that deck finding success and going against the grain, the traditional wisdom that maybe that hero had nothing left to offer.
Yeah, again, I'm still curious to see what Gaichi Yamada has for us. Of course, another new game for him, of course, amidst this matchup. There's a lot of players, crucially, at 8-2. This Living Legend format, we've seen the volatility of it. We've seen how swingy the games can be. Sometimes it's just not in your hands. The best you can do in this format is really set yourself up for the safest game state. I'm glad to see those Dromai decks represented, but there aren't too many here in that sort of top 16. I think it's Lucasen that we just saw with a win in that previous game. Will she be a factor in that top 8 or not? Only time will tell. But this Zen, we've seen a couple of Zens. We've seen Cody Williams pilot this Zen expertly. A lot of those Tiger-centric cards. So there's extremely long combat chains, good resilience to disruption, access to blues, being able to use your deck as a toolbox with that Zen ability. Seems to have put those who have put their trust in Zen in pretty good stead.
I think it was a surprisingly efficient choice. Filip Mikolajczyk also representing Zen down in 9th there. Well-renowned ninja player. Met with Tommaso Vasido in the finals of the same calling that sent that hero to Living Legend. Also looking at Darvydas down in 10th there. Classic constructed choice I want to draw some attention to. Victor Goldmane treated them very, very well during the CC rounds. Was not a popular choice, but stands to gain a lot of momentum if they can keep things going alongside Chane bound by Shadow.
Yeah, Darvydas Čepukaitis, impressive performance, finding himself at 10th here at 8-2. Good to see Max Klein very much in the mix. A warrior aficionado, actually, out of Germany, was one of the main pilots of that Hatchet's Dorinthia build last year. Not maybe the most explosive form of Dorinthia Iron Song, but definitely very, very good value. There are your standings after round number 10. We're going to jump into our next match in just a moment. We'll be seeing, once again, Marlynn Treasure Hunter take to the stage. That's going to be Luke Magnuson, who we've managed to catch on camera before at 8-2. And Filip Mikolajczyk, we're going to be seeing him run it down on Zen in this head-to-head. So just made reference to him as a prolific ninja player. He is right where he needs to be at 8-2 right now.
This is a matchup I think has a lot of questions looming over it. Zen was not one of the more popular choices for people heading into the World Championship. The deck clearly has pedigree. We remember what it was like in Classic Constructed at various points. The power level clearly there. I think it needed some refinement, and the players who have done that refinement are finding success with the hero. However, we've not seen Marlynn really play against a Zen so far. And Marlynn was a bit of an unknown quantity for most of the more casual audience heading into this event. This matchup has a lot of questions I'm looking forward to learning about in real time.
Yep, let's jump down and start to get acquainted properly with our competitors in this game. First up, it's going to be Luke Magnuson going against Filip Mikolajczyk, of course, representing Team Poland. They've always got fantastic tokens as well to hand out, squad, so always fun to play alongside them or up against them. Luke Magnuson here at 8-2. This is his player history there. Only a loss to Ellie Bird there in round number 4. Fire definitely can be tough for this Verdant's deck to handle. But outside of that, some very high-profile names taken on the way here. A loss to Chane in that prior round. Maybe a little bit of a bump in the road here for Luke, but still 8-2 is a very good spot to be.
Certainly want to watch their Chane, known to be a bit of an issue for Marlynn. On Filip's side, Cindra all the way through the Classic Constructed rounds. Found 2 Gravy Bones early, exactly what you're looking for. Walked into a Kasai in the hands of Joshua Rath. A little bit unfortunate there. Managed to right the ship quickly enough. Luca Kramaric falling. Jack Mountford was the upset in this situation. Zen Starvo, interesting game, can go either way, and we see that in real time with these previous 2 rounds.
Can see so much that really rests on the ability for Starvo to find those fusions, but he's not in this particular game. No, we got Filip Mikolajczyk here on camera, already with an inner chi in the pitch zone. So starting to wave his hands about and do the Zen thing here. Looks like he went digging for a chase the tail.
Another card I want to look at in the pitch zone there, blue copy of Plunder Run. One that people often forget about in the Living Legend format, but the blue one particularly sweet in Zen. Just transcend off of it. Why not?
Pretty fantastic also out of Arsenal to be able to draw a card. But first of all, here is a Chase the Tail. That will follow up, of course, that Crouching Tiger. A chance to leak some damage here on the first turn of the game for Filip. It's like Luke already having to mark that down as he will allow 1 damage to pass through.
So I believe the cards in hand here for Luke Magnuson are 3 of a kind and some variety of gem. Can't quite tell which of those fables it is. So 1 no block available means some of this damage is going to be leaking through. 3 of a kind forced to be expended on defense. Does mean starting at 37 though. Filip's got to be pretty happy about this. Zen, very capable of leaking damage, but it's not a necessity, nor is it guaranteed in any way. So good place to be, making the most of that 0 block card found in the first hand.
Yeah, Iberfidia is the proxy there for Luke Magnuson. So won't be putting that in front of any of those attacks. We have a Golden Tipple hitting the board first of the blue variety. Iberfidia goes into pitch here. That allows, of course, to opt for a moment.
So Luke here, very content to cash in that gold from Crown of Dominion on the first turn of the game. Marlynn activation, fuel this Golden Tipple, makes an awful lot of sense. We're seeing Marlynn players in Living Legend much more willing to be aggressive with those gold activations. In this case with the Tipple, no big deal. Cash-in's going to be online if you find it nonetheless. A little more risky if you're having to rely on the gold-baited hook to make things come together.
Still, of course, all the conditions needed to be fulfilled by Golden Tipple have been done. King Shark, there's a lot of... okay, is that catch of the day maybe in the hand there? King Shark Harpoon, though, went into the arsenal.
Pretty premium situation here for Luke. Did find the Harpoon to lock and load with Marlynn. Finds 2 more blues in the hand. So Hammerhead activation will be available if they would prefer.
Gold actually getting popped here. We are digging again. We found an Art of War off the top.
Okay, very interesting choice from Luke. Typically, got to be a little safer with the gold in case of cash-in, but maybe suggestive that we're not expecting to see that card in this matchup. Instead, parking that Art of War on the arsenal guarantees an arsenal for Marlynn by cashing in that gold with the spare resources that would be available this turn. Just about efficiency, 10 overpower on the King Shark Harpoon. Attack actions pretty readily available for Zen. This one likely to find some kind of bait at the end of its hook.
Yeah, it's another game we're going to be examining Zen's resilience to that level of disruption. What can he do off those smaller hands? There's obviously, pretty easy to make these like relatively high-value small hand plays. We saw that was something that Cody Williams was sort of ready and willing to sort of operate under in his Zen game yesterday. 100 wins, the only card allowed to be blocked with here by Filip. And have a look at the hammer. Ancestral Harmony, Harmony of the Hunt, and a Chase the Tail.
Important to note here, the blue card, the only one that is safe from being ripped away. So by blocking this way, Filip is guaranteed some kind of turn, regardless of which card is selected to generate gold for Luke. Worth noting that hook now means there is 2 gold available. Luke being rewarded pretty heavily, I would say, for their liberal use of gold in these first few turns.
Yeah, you see, obviously, Marlynn in Living Legend just has so much more access to the top of the deck, so much access to card draw with cards like Cash In. And in that kind of case, it was pretty simple stuff, the kind of stuff you'd see in Classic Constructed, right? Eye of Ophidia, Golden Tipple, all the things you need to power Marlynn, discarding away a Harpoon. It's your bread and butter, but it gives you a nice overpowered attack with an effective and relevant on-kit. Harmony the Hunt is going to be the follow-up to Tiger Taming Kukara.
Very bread and butter turn here for Filip Mikolajczyk. Love to see Harmony the Hunt finding play in this format. Tiger Generation proving to be at a bit of a premium for these decks. More Tiger payoffs found in the Living Legend version of the
here
deck.
as well. Yeah.
Absolutely. We saw as much as Territorial Domain from Cody yesterday.
Classic.
So all kinds of ways to make use of those Tigers. Happy to see additional generators facilitating those. Art of War found for Filip will mirror the one we know is in the arsenal here for Luke Magnuson.
All right, we're going to make ourselves a Harpoon here, Scott. Art of War out of the arsenal first. Reaches of Tropeldani Pit. So let's tick up that gold. We are living large. So Art of War obviously will be banishing Harpoon. Draw 2. Luke obviously has access to a number of pumps there. There's even a 3 of a kind. Is that even necessary on this already pretty card-dense turn?
Usually no. Depends on the rest of the context of the hand here for Luke. If they're happy with the Harpoon they found, if they have a Hammerhead activation on lock already, it's much easier to just fire the cannon, save yourself a big power card for a following turn. If we're in a spot where that's not the case, 3 of a kind becomes a lot more appealing. In this case, we're going to see Take Aim and that Hammerhead reach for here. Looks like 3 of a kind going in the chamber to do this all over again next time.
Yeah, Art of War, of course, is something you can only do in LL. Once again, just gives Luke an easy way to rip cards off the top, and it's you know, Golden Harpoon, Goldfin Harpoon is usually banished instead of being discarded to a tipple, but it's the same flavor of play. Fill your hand with the blues you need to power these big attacks. 14 overpower, is that good?
Not half bad. This King Shark Harpoon, surprisingly painful here too. Stride of Reprisal, very tempting in a spot like this when you draw Art of War. We saw Luke Magnuson sidestepping that cost of activation by banishing a Goldfin Harpoon. You can do the same thing by generating that Crouching Tiger, funding Art of War with it, but you can't do that if King Sharp Harpoon is going to connect and theoretically rip that Tiger away. So Filip Mikolajczyk forced to play a much smaller turn, not going to get to leverage that Art of War right now at least.
I'm saying Luke is sort of guaranteeing himself the gold he needs to power these turns, also the 3 of a kind to make sure that he has sufficient card density. He's tucked that now in his arsenal to keep sending these, you know, very powerful Harpoons. However, that's 2 King Sharks down. They're definitely probably the most premium on-hit effects you have in this particular matchup. You can't guarantee that every turn. But we'll wait to get there because, of course, we have a Plunder Run that comes out from Arsenal, and the aspect of Tiger Body will be empowered.
No red attack before this one, so no bonus available, but looking to just park that Art of War in the arsenal to find a window a little bit later on.
Now Luke Magnuson happy enough to offer up that free block from the gold-baited hook and probably an extraneous card there in that Sleep Dart. Not exactly the attack you want to be sending. There's no Sea Sarong here. It's quick dodge flexes for the Marlynn players, so not really opting into that in a strategy of leveraging those blue arrows.
Good spot, I think, Mitch. Quick dodge flexes a premium piece of equipment against them. Notorious for going incredibly wide as their combat chains are filled with Crouching Tigers. Does mitigate a lot of that damage in a deck that is otherwise very blue dense.
And once again, we're just, at risk of overusing the term, we're just doing the thing. Golden Tipple sends a Goldfin Harpoon away. We're up to 4 gold. What are we trying to power here? Is that a Toxicity in hand? Toxicity? It is. And the 3 of a kind. Oh, we're chilling. We are being chilling.
Blue Toxicity been a pretty premium inclusion from these Marlynn players over the course of the weekend. Evasive damage connecting pretty frequently. You would basically treat this as a blue +3 in those scenarios, which makes it much more appealing than other red buffs that otherwise couldn't pay for Hammerhead in a pinch.
King Kraken Harpoon in the arsenal. A little less scintillating, I guess, as an option. Looking for non-attack action cards. You still get to look through your opponent's hand. You still get to kind of choose it. Luke has had full information about the contents of every hand that Filip has drawn up here.
King Kraken Harpoon. As you allude to, not quite as impactful in this matchup as, say, King Shark Harpoon, but plenty of premium targets. We've seen Ancestral Harmonies. We've seen these other power cards that put Zen together. Yep. There are things you could find that put Filip in a bit of a bind. In this case, we see Unmovable in the hand here for Filip to try and soak up some amount of this damage. This is proving to be a pretty popular choice from these Zens this weekend. They understand the assignment. They've got to play small ball and beat back against the Harpoons when it matters.
I mean, his velocity, though, from Luke is pretty compelling. While this doesn't maybe pick an important card out of Filip's hand here, it still represents 13 points of effective damage with that toxicity inflicting life loss on hit, which at this point is going to be easy to pull off. Unmovable, yeah, that is good. You can obviously combine that with an action card from your hand and cover over most of this, but it's not an unmovable from Arsenal. That matters.
And that's the power consistency offers with all these additional tools available to Marlynn in Living Legend. As a wise Olympia once said, gold is in fact the payoff. It does allow these turns to come together with startling consistency.
So is this unmovable plus a card here, I guess?
Very tempting. It depends on how much Filip is worried about this on-hit from King Kraken Harpoon and the additional life loss from toxicity. If they're looking to build an Art of War turn of some semblance, perhaps they bite with Traverse the Universe and their Stride of Reprisal and fund that big attack, grab the chi that we know is out of their deck. Maybe they decide it is go time. But having an Unmovable in the hand is actually a little bit awkward if it's go time. That said, there's universes where you like the rest of your hand and you love a resource card for this Unmovable, so Traverse is interesting. Not typically how you want to spend that. Yeah, not normally how you want to spend that Traverse. It is meant to be a power tool, but it does allow you to keep the rest in theory. Instead, I like this from Filip. This requires self-control, I'm going to say. It's very tempting to cash in that Traverse and keep some of these reds to try and find some kind of return volley. But this King Kraken Harpoon will not hit anything. It won't take any cards away if you just pitch them all away to fund your Unmovable.
And we're still waiting for Filip to really be able to play the game here. Obviously, he does get to do a little bit of that turn 0. There's some action early on, but these hands have all been very, very small. Now, what have we got? 2-hand. Oh, the cash-in drawn up by Luke. God, he can go digging for absolute days. Tuning counter ticked up in case he actually needed that. Art of War as well, allowing him to dig even further. This guy's going to see... It's like the Zach Galifianakis meme. He just sees all the equations. Bro's going to be drawing cards for days. It's a second Art of War in the hand.
I was going to say, not a bad thing to use that Tunic counter on with a single copy of Art of War, but given that you've got 2 of them, maybe you pitch a card. Maybe you break a gold and then you have enough resources available for your Tunic to pay for both of them.
Oh my gosh.
Luke Magnuson is doing the thing TM, I think we've established so far over this weekend.
Is that a conqueror of the high seas?
That is a conqueror of the high seas. So we're going to be going wide and large and rather backbreaking. Pretty much exactly where you want to be.
Yeah, the pure scale of this turn from Luke Magnuson can't be overstated. He's flush with resources, has the ability to draw approximately 1 billion cards. Big Game Trophy Shot's going to be the starter here. We just needed a buff. We can draw a card and discard a card, so more looting off that. Battering Bolt represents a pretty decent arrow target. It's not Harpoon, though.
That is the pain point here for Luke currently. Battering Bolt would be an arrow, but there is no Harpoon here.
Are you digging more with Art of War?
Very tempting. It's possible the Art of War is the discard here. If Luke is intending to just crack some gold to find some additional options. Finding a Harpoon here is really big game. You want to continue to provide evasion. Raw damage is not quite as appealing. Luke, happy to just deal with the situation, is going to rely on Battering Bolt to do the job.
First up, though, Conquer the High Seas. It is 9, go again, of course, on that. 8, pardon me. And
additional 1 from the Art of War, I think, being represented 9 there. Yep. So not entirely sure. Believe that's going to be a 9, but either way.
Big Rain Trophy Shot, obviously, empowering a little further down the line. But we are now correcting that to 9. Arsenal being threatened now. Okay, the Tiger Stripe Shuko being proffered on defense. Filip is questioning that decision.
So Filip does have a Flick Flack in the hand alongside numerous combo cards. So there is the option here to get full value out of this, blunt the problematic on-hit of Conqueror of the High Seas and gain some additional value on what is going to be a rather heinous battering bolt.
Yeah, I mean, Filip trying to be patient, wait for a stumble here from the Marlynn, but in Living Legend, she has so much more consistency and so much access to card draw that I feel like those off-turns are few and far between.
Love to see this here from Luke as well. Understands catch of the day. Just not a card you want in the arsenal. Going to filter that away for a Hammerhead activation and fire off a rather hefty 15 on this battering bolt.
Filip is looking awfully tenderized at the moment. And it doesn't get much better. It looks like Luke's about to serve up some Tiger Schnitzel.
And if there were any doubts about the power of Marlynn in Living Legend, you got to look at a turn like this one. 24 points of damage coming on through with on-hits, with disruption, with 3 gold available.
He's been tenderized. He's been battered.
He's been bolt.
Exactly.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
He's been bolting. Yeah, I like that. If I was him, I'd be bolting away from the table at the side of this.
I blame no one.
That is a 24 damage presentation.
Threaten the arsenal, threaten the hand, some additional life lost if there's actions not available in the hand. Nice G card. Would be a pretty bad feeling to have that energy in hand if this battering bolt rips you to shreds.
Yeah, this is not a good option here for Filip, folks. The prognosis is grim for our Zen player. This isn't overpowered. Warmonger's Diplomacy, pretty decent card sometimes, but Marlynn has ways to play around it.
She does, but it is worth noting we've seen a reasonable number of Golden Tipples and Conquerors and so on and so forth in these opening turns. Warmonger's Diplomacy does get way more interesting when those tools to circumvent it are gone. I like the fact Filip is taking so long to consider this. I do feel like Warmonger's Diplomacy is the kind of card that gives them the chance to get back into the game. It is worth thinking about whether or not that's the route you want to take. An additional 3 life is going to go a pretty long way against the hero known for overpowering their arrows. So you are taking a pretty serious risk by letting yourself fall all the way down to single digits. Well, less so that, but more in the low single digits, I should say.
Yeah, Marlynn absolutely has that inherent ability to close out the game. But Filip doesn't really have an option. He hasn't had a lot of agency when his overpower attacks have been headed his way. Hasn't been able to really block them effectively. Has been given Luke the option to sort of pick cards out of the hand. I mean, just having those 2 consecutive King Shark Harpoon turns really puts your opponent on the back foot.
This has very much been a case of a game where Luke Magnuson hasn't missed a beat. Marlynn's consistency definitely amplified in a format like Living Legend, but if a spot had happened where we hadn't found a harpoon, hadn't found an arrow off of the 3 of a kind, the several draws we had this turn, if this battering bolt hadn't appeared, this turn looks significantly worse with a million cards to be found. And that's the power of gold. It allows these things to not fizzle. But that's what Filip is looking for in a spot like this. I need you to have an off turn to give me enough breathing room to get back in. Does choose to fall to 1 and rely on Warmonger's Diplomacy. I think this is a very, very professional level choice. This is not intuitive, but Filip understands there is no point in playing not to lose. I have to play to win.
Just to be clear, that block was empowered there by the Flick Flack. So that's how Filip is able to cover so much damage up with just a single card. Pretty damn good defense reaction, and definitely fortunate to have found a combo card to block with after it. Both players, of course, chosen War, because I'm pretty sure Luke woke up, chose that, and Gratuitous Violence. Golden Tipple, continuing to fuel the turn. Codex of Frailty, such an incredible card, completely unnecessary to Luke's plans of world domination.
And Codex of Frailty, far worse when you are committed to war, does not function the way you would like. We'll look at the Marlynn trigger here, and this Golden Tipple. I cannot understate how big of a deal this is. It is very difficult to load as Marlynn without Golden Tipple when you're underneath war, and this card has enabled you to do so. We'll pop that Sleep Dart into the arsenal and allow for a second attack to threaten Filip this turn.
Yeah, it had to be the Sleep Dart because he wanted the Hammerhead activation, right? Well, Warmongers did not a whole lot here. If I'm honest with you.
Maybe we would have played a Codex of Frailty if we'd had the option, who knows? But I think this is the perfect example of what we've discussed numerous times over the course of the weekend. This LL deck for Marlynn, not quite as soft to that All-Star Majestic as its CC counterpart.
Yeah. So it couldn't be the Bluefin Harpoon. Luke wouldn't have been able to both deploy that Harpoon and activate Hammerhead. The +4 buff is definitely something he wanted to tend towards. So Sleep Dart still presents a breakpoint, one that requires the Kasaya and the Traverser Universe to be offered up here on blocks alongside that Flick Flag. So Filip at least has a pretty dense hand.
Okay. Filip Mikolajczyk may have found the window. We know that card in Arsenal is an Art of War. It's been parked there for several turns. And so we know now there is a 5-card hand alongside it, courtesy of the Tiger generated from Stride of Reprisal, the Inner Chi found from Traverse the Universe. If there is ever going to be a comeback salvo, this is it.
Okay, with the Inner Chi and 2 cards drawn up, of course, Crouching Tiger fueling the Art of War. Another Art of War drawn.
Second copy, a little less appealing in Zen.
Yep.
Don't quite have the free Tiger to use. We can, of course, pitch away Chi here to search up our cards,
Just a way
find
to
a
make that
tiger
Tiger
for the future.
Yeah. And we can go hunting now for a key piece of what has to be an immense combo here for Filip Mikolajczyk.
Okay.
Is that Tempest Palm Gustwave?
It certainly is. Tempest Palm Gustwave, the new expansion slot card from Super Slam. Not one many people considered in a deck like Zen, but gives you additional go-again flexibility on a true turable card. More importantly, a turable card that's rather good with Flick Flack. So gonna make the most of just gaining go again. Another chain link here. No need for Surging Strike.
It's a 0 for 5 potentially. For well, exactly. Yeah, getting go again. You don't need to play it after the Surging Strike for the go again. All right, we are going to the Art of War. We did, of course, generate a Crouching Tiger with that Zen ability. So Filip has been finding the fodder to fuel the fires of, I'm sure, the rage he's been brewing on as he's had to take a back seat in this game. Now he has a chance to step into the spotlight. And now,
5 whole cards.
One question we have is that obviously that Tiger generated there, is it eligible to actually be banished away to Art of War? That's what we would need to have looked at.
Do you see the Bonds of Ancestry in the hand here? Tiger Swipe.
I mean, Zen creates a Crouching Tiger in hand. The card that gets searched up gets banished. So you can obviously, you can banish that Crouching Tiger. So that second Art of War actually is fine here because there was the Stride of Reprisal Tiger and then the Zen ability Tiger. So Phil's been able to draw all the cards. But is it going to be a grim effigy, just a poor... Oh, he's not going to bother. He doesn't have it. Filip does not feel like he has what he needs to take the game, and so just extends the fist. The lead is too great. It is a full broadside fired off by Marlynn, turn after turn. And Luke Magnuson looking at the board now, just trying to see what the Zen could even have done, but we now know it pales in comparison to the consistent pressure Luke was able to provide across that game.
I was trying to do some pocket math. We saw a Tiger Swipe in the hand, I believe. We had a Tooth and Nail, I think, in the middle of the hand there as well. Of course, that Tempest Wave searched off of Zen as well. There was a few too many missing pieces. Not quite enough go again, not enough to tie the room together. That second Art of War where he had to find some tools there for Filip to have a much wider turn. Drew those 2 cards, didn't find those missing pieces, and understands that 30 damage is just insurmountable from that spot. I'm going to eat a Harpoon at some point during your next turn.
I mean, it's obviously a great performance there from Luke Magnuson. He improves to 9-2. We managed to quickly take him aside and have a chat with him. Let's head over there now.
What's up, everybody? I am here with Luke Magnuson, who just absolutely exploded someone again with a cannon on stream. Congratulations, my friend. X and 2, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I wish we could play more LL games, honestly. I love playing the Marlynn.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, I remember watching you back in Milwaukee. You were honestly one of the first people in my coverage watching experience that took Slippy before Slippy really hit the mainstream in that time, in that era. I remember watching you in that Team Battle Hardened, just kicking some butt with Slippy, and now here we are at the World Championships. You're in striking distance of a World Championship top 8. We'll talk about that in a second, but first, you say you love the Marlynn deck. Tell me how you landed on it and how you think it served you so well.
I was trying to figure out what to play for LL, and I've never played Runeblades or Guardian, so apologies. I didn't know where to start. So I started looking at Lexi because I played Ranger in the past. And then my brother took out Marlynn, and he's like, wait a second, you get cash in. I wonder if this is good, and started destroying me with it. And I was like, I played Marlynn a little bit when she came out and loved it, so I was like, I guess I'm going with this.
Nice.
And then kept tuning the deck. It kept feeling better, and it's just LL is such an explosive format that, and Marlynn's a deck that can just win any match just by,
being explosive.
Using
a cannon. I've heard that cannons are rather explosive.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Which I think is a good place to be in this format. And so, yeah.
Cool.
It was good.
Well, talk to me a little bit about your CC deck as we look forward to the next 4 rounds of CC. What deck you on? How you feeling about these next 4 rounds?
I'm on Verdance. I'm feeling good about the next 4 rounds. We'll see. Maybe I'll actually play some meta decks because I had a very strange CC lineup. Yeah. I played Phi, Bravo, Arachne, Huntsman.
Oh my gosh. A couple out there though, Jacob Lance
and a Jarl. So.
Oh my god.
It was very weird. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
I have to imagine in these rounds, some of the more meta decks probably rose to the top, but we shall see.
So maybe I'll actually get to play against decks I've tested against.
Cool. Hey, it's worked out for you so far. Right. Looking ahead, you are in striking distance. There is a chance you hit a World Championship top 8. It's a great run no matter what, but what would it mean to you to be in that top 8?
It would be very surreal. It'd be very surreal. Yeah. I've done well at a couple like Callings, Battle Hardens, but not on this stage. So it'd be really cool.
Well, we're all rooting for you. Congrats on the run so far. Here's someone, I've been in this game a long time. I've seen you at a bunch of events, so I know you've been putting in the time, putting in the work. Again, whatever happens, it's a great run no matter what, but we'll see if we can get you into that World Championship top 8. All right, send it back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Sam. Yeah, they talk about the explosiveness of Marlynn, and that's true, but for me, it's the raw consistency with which she can deploy these 10-plus overpowered attacks that can, threaten to strip cards from hand. It feels like that level of consistency is actually kind of tough for a lot of decks in this format to find.
Yeah, I think so. We talked a few times over the weekend, and there seems to be 2 major schools of thought in Living Legend right now. You can be the explosive deck, you can do the unadulteratedly powerful thing, or you can be the interactive deck that tries to punish those players, strip away cards, deny them from those big turns. Marlynn seems to have been such a common pick because it rides the fine line somewhere in the middle. It has enough explosive potential to draw a million cards a turn, fire these gigantic harpoons, get games over, but in matchups where it isn't the most explosive deck of the pair, it can lean back, it can focus on finding the right harpoons, and it can punish other players who want to be explosive. And that's why the deck is finding success. And I can't wait to play it and make it look bad at some point in the future at a Living Legend event.
It definitely seems like there's quite a lot of technicality and some failure states for Marlynn, as CC players will be familiar with. We are going to head over to our next LL match in this particular round because we canned this one for your viewing pleasure. Pheano Black on Dromai Ash Artist, a true board state aficionado going up against Jimmy Niro Demers on Chane. Dromai v Chane is a hell of a throwback here. I cannot wait to see these 2 masters of their craft go to town on the board.
This game is going to be a treat. Pheano Black, he's a known illusionist aficionado, but maybe a little underrated on Dromai, one of the best Dromai players I have personally ever seen. We saw Jimmy earlier in the weekend. He is, in my opinion, one of the best Chane players today. If you want great examples of what both of these decks are supposed to do, this is the game to watch.
So, gold token here, of course, being paid into. I believe that's what Pheano is representing here. It's a great way to get some ash generated. We're up to 2.
Pretty common for Dromai to do this on the first turn of the game, courtesy of that Crown of Dominion. You are going to want Tome of Imperial Flame goodies over the course of the game, but thankfully you are royal enough. And we're going to see that rake the embers, making the most of that early ash. This is very much textbook Dromai. These ash wings grating that arcane barrier, let us go a little wide, punish Chane for a lack of poppers. Really making the most of that gold in a way no other hero really has so far this weekend.
The temptation to cut to table mics for most of this round is going to be very high. Pheano is not only a yapper, but he's also got some really funny mannerisms. With the flourish he passes his turn back after declaring proudly that and I quote, boys are back in town. The 3 Ether Ashwings hit the board.
I believe him. Makes some sense. Chain activation for a Soul Shackle. Not always the first action you see from Chane these days. Sometimes there are some preamble on the first turn of the game. But of course, this Shackle going to give any Rune Blade option go again. And we've seen Jimmy's list earlier. in the weekend. Well, a very high density of 1-cost attacks to pair with 2-cost interaction.
Those vexing malices.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw some Rift Binds, we saw some Snuff Outs even potentially. The Reaping Blade covering that gap when a 1-cost isn't found. Very much the sequence we're looking for here when blues are available. Chane, 1-cost piece, 2-cost piece of interaction in a meaningful way. This matchup will be a little bit different because we're going to have to keep these dragons in check to some extent. Not very many poppers available for Chane outside of those same pieces of interaction, so we'll need to beat back these Ashwings, try and prevent some arcane barrier. And it looks like Jimmy definitely leaning towards board control early here with all of their resources.
Yeah, so obviously the Vexing Malice physical damage portion goes to an Ashwing. You have to send the arcane at your opponent themselves. So Pheano did drop the 38, and a Reaping Blade being used. So is there like a really easy way for Jimmy to interact with these dragons generally, or does he have to spend these attacks on them?
It has to be done the hard way for the most part. You'll nickel and dime with some of the smaller attacks to take care of Ashwings. You'll prioritize certain dragons that prove to be problematic for your game plan. Jimmy understands that this game is likely to be a battle of attrition. They need to keep the Ashwings in check because they're not going to want to block very often when their big turns finally arrive with all of these Soul Shackles. So playing board control now while their resource density is low is a powerful way to go.
Okay. Wow. This is a Dissolve Reality being thrown out here by Pheano Black. Obviously, as Oath of Loyalty is... Okay, I think, yeah, Pheano tried to throw his Arsenal card there straight out. Needs to run this back a little bit. That's it. Wow. Double Blaze Headlong in the hand. Obviously following up this Oath of Loyalty. So this is actually a really attack action-centric turn that promises some really high damage.
Yeah, so if you missed that there, Dissolve Reality... Pretty big uptick of this card alongside Lost in Thought in these Dromai decks, stripping away cards, again, the name of the game in the format. Unfortunately, not Draconic. Pheano did think there was a mirror guy in the arsenal, went to continue their Draconic assault and went, actually, that's not the card I thought it was. How about we blaze headlong down the highway instead?
Yeah, no fealty tokens for you there, Pheano, to make that a legal action. Well, that's one of the interesting restrictions that Oath of Loyalty places on your turn. You must play Draconic actions, and it must be the first card you play that turn. So that Dissolve Reality is going to hang around in the arsenal. Obviously, it does threaten to bottom Jimmy's arsenal and create a Ponder token for everyone. Instead, here is Asvalai. First, though, it's the Aether Ashwing that's getting sideways.
And this is a great example of the flexibility a deck like Dromai provides. You can play a more controlling role, set up towards these bigger dragons, make the most of Dragon Scale of Flight Pass once the Minia arrives if you'd like. Alternatively, you can simply go 4/4/4, 4/4 Asvalai. Thankfully for Jimmy here, does find a Humble in the hand, one of those many premium pieces of interaction. That one's got a 6 on it, going to take care of an Ashwing when the dragon starts swinging.
Like to see Humble, more commonly seeing that in like Iridex, for example, just when you want those generic attack actions with some relevant on hit. Here's Soul Shackle number 2. Chane is going to lay that one down. How from beyond into pitch to power. A Reaping Blade attack at Asvalai, clearing the board.
Humble, such an endorsement of the overall game plan here for Jimmy. I mean it when I say this team and players like Jimmy tested every piece of interaction you can imagine. Everything from Humble to Reek of Corruption, Erase Face, the weakest link. If it's got anything on it, it was tried at some point. And Humble here, of course, a popper. Plays very well with other pieces of interaction, continues this 1-into-2 play pattern, and ripping away card abilities until the end of the turn. That may do some stuff into Dromai.
Absolutely. I mean, Dromai can't create Ash, and she can't give her dragons Go Again.
So the Storm, I believe, is the Go Again source. I think it's the Ash generation, if I'm not mistaken.
So Dromai says if you've played a red card this turn, dragons you control have Go Again while attacking.
It's been far too long.
So Storm of Sandikai is what allows you to actually attack. It's like it lets you swing for free.
You are correct.
But so what's huge here is that Pheano wants to make Ash. He doesn't have any. Can't power this dragon generation at the moment. Coming Gesture is an outlet. I guess if you wanted to make it spectral, but it's ropey at best. It's simply an upgrade, I think, over Silken Form that we used to see in the arm slot there.
More importantly, Arcane Barrier, which is slightly important against Chane, and giving that up, a little bit sketchy. That's the line we're going to have to go with here, because Pheano needs Ash. This is not a question.
Making a Spectral Shield. Okay. Yeah, so we needed an Ash, needed a way to make it here. Warmongers, Spectral, Flame Scale all get in. So, Dromai is safe for now. And hero ability is online. The Ash generation was just incidental.
Okay, Aether Ashwing is going to have to do some work, or Pheano is going to have to commit to a race here, I feel. Can make the most of that lack of arcane barrier as the game goes on. We do have a Mirror Guy in the hand this time around. Is actually a Mirror Guy. Will come on in for 2 points. First Dragon attack has no Phantasm. Now, this one is a pretty important one for Jimmy's overall game plan. We've already seen a pretty high density of these 6-power, 2-cost interactive attacks. I believe there's a Command and Conquer in the hand here. Mirror Guy does make itself safe from those, provides incidental pressure without playing into that plan.
Pheano, if you remember, that's a Dissolve Reality that's now being sat on. So both players are going to be able to create Ponder tokens here. Jimmy's going to have to bottom what he had in his arsenal. That does mean that the Command and Conquer that Jimmy is sitting on has a valid target to go after with that on hit.
We've seen Jimmy more than happy to commit to clearing away dragons as this game has played so far, building out those Soul Shackles. Unlike the Rune Gate version of this deck, Soul Shackle density is a bonus. We're not trying to keep these under control. We're not trying to keep them in check to play a longer game. We are looking to banish as many cards as possible, or play these rambunctious turns. And so we're just building critical mass here, controlling the board while we do so.
We saw Ellie Bird send a Vaporize at Jimmy yesterday, taking out those Soul Shackles, but it didn't harm him too badly in the grand scheme of things. You're still able to recover from that, come back. This is a Ghostly Visit here with Go Again, followed up by a good old Command and Conquer.
Seeing this play pattern time and time again. 1-cost attack, 2-cost piece of interaction. This deck is built to be consistent as you can imagine in enacting this game plan. It lets you be the aggressor, take cards away from the opponent, and in this case, you clear away Mirror Guy, you threaten the arsenal once more. It's all going to plan here for Jimmy.
This is just Ira envy, in my opinion. This is very similar patterns of play that Ira would look to go for, right? Normally like a Hidachi Edge of Autumn, then followed up with the 2-cost generic attack, or at least something with an on-hit. CNC into the pitch, Invert Existence is going to be deployed. I guess there's some relevance here if Burn Them All is going to be a part of Pheano's game plan, like sort of pre-banishing away these graveyard cards, meaning Burn Them All would in theory stick around for less long.
Fantastic shout out there, Mitch. Burn Them All, a very real part of the Dromai deck in its numerous configurations. Incidental Arcane, very powerful, given that Chane typically not guilty of presenting Arcane Barrier in this matchup. Does grant some reach after those aggressive turns. Less red fuel for that is definitely not a downside.
Yeah, it is that Ether Ironweave in the chess piece here for Jimmy, promising a little bit of upside, but no potential on that card, at least to mitigate arcane damage. There you go. You can gain some resources, providing you've met those conditions.
Very telling, I think, of both players' expectations for this matchup. It is going to be quite quick and punchy. Immediate resources more valuable than any of the alternatives. Jimmy expecting Pheano to take an aggressive stance, leverage those dragons for their immediate numbers in the bottom corner, push damage while the option is available, use these cards like Billowing Mirage, Dust Up that we've seen.
Overcrowded here. I kind of like that.
That's snazzy. Overcrowded, playing very well with Soul Shackles and, of course, various other tokens.
Need Aura tokens to sort of get powered up, but yeah, Soul Shackle. You don't get it for multiple, of course, only for the one of them. But like when there's Ponder tokens in play.
Imagine?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that would be Briar level egregiousness. Yeah. It's basically exactly why she got errated. All right, Shackle, what do we got? At 3 here. Seeds of Agony makes its way into the banish.
Hit the high notes, disappearing there alongside it. So some tools available to Jimmy here. We see Plunder Run in the hand as well. Another card that's been popping up at a surprising frequency in our feature match games, heading down the stretch here in Living Legend.
Jimmy's going to have to reach for some of these banish cards here. It's a bit of an awkward hand. Plunder Run wants to be pocketed before being deployed as an Invert Existence. So Seeds of Agony is going to come out. The next attack action card will cost 1 or less. Has that arcane damage ping. Of note, it's only at target hero, not at, an Ashwing, for example. Damage is damage.
Love to see this here from Jimmy. Banked that resource of Bounding Demigod earlier on. Now able to utilize it to pressure Pheano in some capacity. No dragons available currently before exposing additional information from the hand. We know the hand is a little less than ideal. Invert Existence, Plunder Run, making things a little awkward to sequence.
Yeah.
But all in all, smoke screening information at its most powerful when you know your opponent is of a quality equal to that of Pheano Black.
This guy's definitely appeared in some pretty high-profile scenarios for a long time. Definitely a veteran of Flesh and Blood. Member of Team Runaways.
Of course, Runaways, lovely folk. Happy to see him doing well this weekend. Fancy Jimmy pausing here. Does tell you we have an unusual spot. Jimmy's probably played more games on Chane than you could reasonably do so. And so he's having to pause and consider how to best utilize this hand. Reaching for Grasp of the Arknight. Invert Existence, not of much use yet. And just sending this Unhallowed Rites from the hand. So less than impressive, but making do with a menagerie. Do love to see this Seeds of Agony being put back on the bottom here. We are unlikely to get to the bottom of Pheano Black's deck, but it's not impossible we get to the bottom of Jimmy's with these Soul Shackles.
We are going to be, we are going to be grinding cards out from the deck at the start of every turn here with these Soul Shackles. Yeah, I mean, Pheano's most recent notable result was back in 2024, a top 21st place, Pro Tour Amsterdam. 5th at US Nationals in 2023. When I first remember him, it was a finalist position back in 2022's Calling Indianapolis. And I suspect would have been a Prism performance.
Almost certainly. And Pheano's been winning some goodies with Gravy Bones on the independent circuit as of late as well. So good showing all around. Rake the Embers coming in clutch to make just the 2 Ash Wings here. Love to see the self-control. Understands that Ash is the bottleneck right now. He's going to need some of that available to play these other dragons later in the game. So not maximizing Rake the Embers, just making 2 Ash Wings and saving that resource for a little bit later on.
Yeah, no Tome of Imperial Flame spotted so far. So that's obviously one of the best ways to do so. Passing Mirage is going to be put down. This is something that is definitely going to demand some attention, especially with all these poppers in Jimmy's deck. Passing Mirage will allow that first attack to come in without Phantasm. And we are confirming that now as the Chane player. Putting that aura squarely in our sights.
Minimal blue cards available in this Dromai deck. Typically, they're very high value when they are found. Warmonger's Diplomacy in hand in this case. Another one of those.
There's the Tome as well.
Passing Mirage, a similar story there.
Pheano needs to flip his dragons, I think, for his next game. To make sure they're on the Invoke side.
We do see Humble being banished away there alongside Cull and Bounding Demigon. Now, Cull is at 1 in this format for good reason. Both a proactive and reactive piece of interaction for Chane. Can give it go again in many ways over the course of a combat chain.
Okay, this is a Bounding Demigon coming in for a whopping 7, and Plunder Run threatens a draw of a card here if this hits. Already Dragon Scalar Flight Path has been committed to help cover over this breakpoint. Pheano thinks against it.
This threat of Plunder Run here is very real, but of course Jimmy looking at a 4-card hand. Does include numerous blue. Shadow Averse, Seeds of Agony, or Riftbind there to pair with the Shadow if they would like. But of course Pheano doesn't know that. This is 7 damage coming out of the Banished Zone before the turn feels like it's ever really begun.
A 2-block and a no-block in hand for Pheano.
Tough spot. Warmonger's Diplomacy, typically one of the best cards you could ask for. Against a deck like Chane, does shut down those multiple Dustblade situations. Does cause a bit of an issue with this hand, though. The Tome obviously doesn't play particularly well with these blues. Would require Pheano to commit to a much slower turn. Try and strike Warmonger's Diplomacy to shut down the A+B that we see from Chane. Leaves a bit of a tough decision here. I like leaning towards Warmongers, but you would really like to get that Tome in the arsenal. So depends on what we see inside the arsenal right now. If it's a tool with Go again, the choice gets much easier. If not, we're playing defense in this spot, and the Warmongers is going to be the big block in this case.
This will be 7 block. Jimmy has to think about his next step. Still gets to, carry on the rest of his turn with 4 cards from hand. Looks like he's happy enough with Pheano getting defensive. Still plenty of action. Still that Cull sitting there in Banish. Shadow Aversa, though, banishing the Riftbind away. Looks like we're targeting an Aether Ashwing.
I like this. Playing ball control with the small attacks makes a lot of sense.
And we got a hit there, Pheano.
I think that Cull actually plays a very relevant part in the blocking decision that Pheano Black made.
Oh, was that a Soul Reaping?
I believe it is, yeah. Soul Reaping there. Pretty premium find from the Plunder Run for Jimmy. But to dial back for a sec, I think the block here with the Warmonger's Diplomacy leads very well into the known Cull. I think if you try and take the line to keep 1 card in hand to play out a Warmonger's Diplomacy,
you might just lose it.
You get immediately punished for it. It's a good spot by Pheano, well navigated. Did not try to rely on that tool.
Don't tell Ethan. Oh wait, he's listening.
Yeah, sorry, Pheano. We all are, actually. Cull, of course.
Several thousand people.
Yeah, Cull, of course, will allow Jimmy at an instant, if someone has lost life this turn, to play it from his banish zone. And it would say each hero banishes, each player rather, banishes a card from their hand.
You know, just confirming that situation there as the turn continues. Needs to know where exactly they find themselves.
Little grasp here. Trying to make use of the full hand, as Soul Reaping can typically be paid for by a banish. It's pretty bloody good. Reaping Blade first, though, with a Rune Shard on deck. Going at that either Ashwing. And this will be the second Rake the Embers that Pheano has worked his way through this game.
I'm intrigued by Jimmy's approach in this matchup. I think most players would lean towards taking care of passing Mirage when your deck has such a high density of 6-power interactive attacks. Make sure that Phantasm is on the table. Instead, Jimmy deciding to systematically remove these Ashwings. They have been the focus the entire time. Makes me think that now that that Arcane Barrier has been removed in the arm slot, Jimmy sees a window. If they can remove Ashwings, keep them off the table, their Arcane damage is inevitable.
Dust Up is one of the best options, I think, for Dromai to go for a small hand. Either a Chain Ender as a one-card play and send off that 4 damage.
Allows Pheano, of course, to keep that tome tucked away for a hand they are
This card is just nuts. I mean, like, it is crazy. You obviously have to pay a Nash, but Dust Up also allows you to create an Aether Ashwing from your Ash tokens and sends 4. Pheano declines that, though, because he wants to keep this Ash around if there's a dragon that needs to be sent. Now, we know what this deck can do. There's a pretty important dragon in the hand for Pheano, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get there.
So in that previous case, Jimmy actually dedicated 4 points of equipment block between Balance of Justice and Grasp of the Arknight to deny that Dust Up. I think that really doubles down on what we were just saying about the Ashwings. I think Jimmy is focused on removing Aether Ashwings here, denying Arcane Barrier. I think that's their avenue towards winning this game.
Evaluate resources while you're thinking.
Pheano here just wants to have a look at the banish zone, understand the non-blood debt cards that are now no longer in Jimmy's deck.
This is banish, so I don't get confused.
Couple of good finds here for Jimmy. Yellow Seeds of Agony, Shadow of Ursa, another go-again source. I can't help but notice the copy of Eclipse in the hand for Jimmy, Niro, Demers. If you have never seen an Eclipse resolve, it is a wondrous legendary.
It's very hard to play this, right? You need to have played 6 or more cards with Blood Debt this turn. But they don't have to be all from Banish.
You, sir, have not made enough deals with demons. It is far easier than you would expect to establish an Eclipse. I mean, if we look at the Banish zone right now,
there are 4 of them in the Banish.
There are 4, and they cost a total of 1 resource. If Jimmy's willing to sandbag some damage, use some life as a resource, as these Shadow Heroes tend to do, perhaps put some more Blood Debt cards in the Banish zone.
Yeah, of course, because that's part of Soul Reaping's cost. Now, that card itself doesn't have Blood Debt. Oh, my goodness, he just put them all in his Banish. And Eclipse, of course, can be played from Banish. So, Mr. President, we got there. We have the cards in Banish to get Ursa in play. Jimmy just needs to organize this now. But they are all Blood Debt cards. They all can be deployed reasonably. That's something Pheano has to deal with after he answers the very small question of this 6 damage, a 5th of his life total here from Soul Reaping.
I cannot understate how important this Soul Reaping was, and Jimmy held it on the previous turn, knowing this was part of the equation. Made 3 resources in this spot, which facilitates these copies of Riftbind all by itself. There is no need for pitch cards. Suddenly, every shadow card you see in the Banish zone can be paid for up front. Both players understand Eclipse is on the table. This is what the game is about to become.
And then Jimmy having access to an ally on board that is going to be more ferocious than anything almost that Pheano could himself conjure from Ash. Alongside a turn, honestly, that just promises to have a lot of damage. This 6 Shackle is always a very scary moment to face the chain down. At this point, you try and decide if you can deal with the onslaught from the next couple of turns and be able to bleed this chain out of cards, or if you're just going to try and fight through it.
This is going to be such a difficult decision tree for Pheano Black. The hand contains Dominia,
while you were
which is
looking away, my hand.
easily the most important dragon for this deck to find now that Dragon Scalar Flight Paths exists. Rips the hand to shreds and leaves that Dominia in play. It is backed by a blue to fund it, but that blue is also Warmonger's Diplomacy. So the level of decision trees available for Pheano here on offense, already difficult to stomach. Then you have to consider the applications on defense because your opponent is playing with Devil Magic.
Well, our Blood Debt played counter is 2. That was a Seeds of Agony followed up by Shadow of Ursa, banishing another Shadow of Ursa, giving Jimmy access, of course, to that card should he desire it. This is 2 and go again with a ping of damage.
You missed the 6.
Yeah, you got 24.
Players just confirming life totals. Their damage from Soul Reaping missed, I believe.
I think
from
Pheano
Jimmy.
went to 24.
I was at 30.
I've got him at 24 here on the life counter. I think they're just trying to make sure both players have actually annotated that. They've obviously got pen and paper there as well.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me, just confirming that their personal life totals match those that we have on stream.
Don't think that changes anything here for Mr. Demers. Pheano bringing a shiny red apple to school and sitting in the front row, just trying to make sure that everything is copacetic here.
Nothing but admiration from me for people who want a sportsman-like game at this level. We're talking about the biggest stakes in Flesh and Blood today, and I'm glad that these players aren't blinded by that. It's all about playing great games in the Flesh and Blood.
Pheano refused to alter his life total until Jimmy was actually able to turn back to the table after knocking a card that was in his banish zone. So very much trying to make sure that the highest standard of play is upheld here, which I think from, you know, a prominent community figure is great to see. This is a pretty big Riftbind. Oh my goodness. Riftbind getting powered up by cards played prior. The number of non-attack action cards will be added on. So that is 3 non-attacks to make a total of 6 damage. And there's another Riftbind there too.
The level of nostalgia I currently feel for Monarch Classic Constructed is unbelievable. These cards have been the backbone of Flesh and Blood for numerous years now. Riftbind, Seeds of Agony, a combo deemed too powerful for that format, on full display here in Living Legend, and it brings me so much joy.
I don't know if Pheano would agree, because he is about to be in an extremely dire spot. That second Riftbind follow-up, Shadow of Ursa, Eclipse can just come out, Ursa can get across. This won't kill Pheano outright, but yeah, his tools to get back into the game here
1 and then 6, right?
had to be masterfully applied. And now we kind of understand why Jimmy does not really care so much about the passing Mirage, as he did want to clear the Ashwing.
6 again?
Let's do 6 again. Why not?
While I agree this spot is unpleasant, I don't think Pheano is out of this by any stretch, because the hand does contain Dominia, which feels like it's the most powerful dragon to find in this spot. That said, Eclipse will be the name of the game. Ursa will be joining us in the feature match area as all this Blood Debt is swept away.
Eclipse resolved. Ursa, the Soul Reaper, appears. This guy is pretty scary. Crucially, 6 health, but comes in for 6. Doesn't have go again unless your opponent has a soul. If you looked into Pheano's eyes, you know he doesn't. But
yeah, worth noting here that this Ursa did not get to attack because we ran out of action points to get there. Eclipse is an instant, of course. So while Soul Shackles can normally save it, we are going to have to see if Dominia has something to say about that.
Now, in this era of Dromai's sort of tenure in Living Legend, you have the ability to have 2 attacks from dragons like Dominia. Dragon Scalar Flight Path enables you to do things hitherto unspeakable. Very important now to go after the hand of Jimmy Demers. But again, Jimmy's going to have access to a lot of action from his Shackle, from his Banish. There's also a Shadow of Ursa still in there. So it's about being able to power that turn with pitch from hand. Still, Pheano's going to get to have a look and take his pick.
That was a very real flip of the top card of the deck, by the way. Pheano here obviously pitching 2 blues to facilitate this Dominia. There are blues in the deck. If it's a blue revealed there, it is an absolute uncertifiable disaster.
Yeah. Dominia has to flip a red to have its effect active. Ether Ironweave getting in front. Pheano was able to go after the hand here. Power from Beyond and erase face viable targets. And of course, Dragon Scalar Flight Path will be activated to allow this to happen again.
So worth noting here, Dominia not obliged to strip away Erase Face because there is a passing Mirage in play, not worried about this dragon biting the dust literally and metaphorically on the first swing. Can in fact rip that one away with the second swing if you prefer.
Will then attack with a, say, second time.
So obviously, Jimmy loses a lot of threat from his hand, but being able to keep that blue is going to be pretty important. I think the contents of the Banish matter. A Soul Shackle could give Ursa go again, so that's not an issue.
I think this is a phenomenal decision from Pheano Black. It's so easy to look at that erase face and go, I would like to keep my Dominion around. Look how much work this dragon just did. Instead, Pheano understands you need resources to play all the cards that are about to end up in your banish zone. If I strip away the blue, I leave you with reds. Sure, Ursa's a bit of a problem, but you can't do everything you want to do without the resources to fund it. You have to remember there's no arcane barrier here for Pheano anymore. And so 8 life is not a healthy cushion.
No, not with these Seeds of Agony, of course, in play. Remember, yeah, Dominion needs to flip a red, but you can take any card from your opponent's hand. Pheano just wanted to make it harder for Jimmy to power return. Now, these are not costly, or particularly costly cards. We have a Soul Shackle here being activated. Seeds of Agony, of course, is a 0 cost and you know, gives you that arcane damage. It's important that you have to play a 0 cost attack action, but Jimmy has access to that. Bounding Demigon says, I have 4 go again, and I'm going to ping you for 1 arcane.
One card in hand, yes, and you know what it is. I'm happy.
Again, I love the sportsmanship between these players. Clearly, both know each other. You know what this card is. This is the last card in my hand. You have all the information you should have. Let's play a darn good game.
Yeah, we've got 2 ambassadors of Flesh and Blood here. And then 4. Leaving it all out there to try and go to 9-2 after 11 rounds of play. Okay, so Sigil there in the hand. It's like a Viserai, if I'm not mistaken, for Pheano Black.
But it's Billowing Sands and Yendorai as the other 2 cards that are currently available. Does mean there is reasonable defensive tools here. Will be the latter dragon expended to soak up a point of damage.
Shadow of Ursa here. The Howl from Beyond being banished. So this has go again. Having Ursa the Soul Reaper just sitting on board here is pretty nice for Jimmy. It's hard to imagine Pheano really ever has the agency to go after it. Needs to amass 6 damage in order to clear that. Just not easy. You could do it, but you're committing multiple dragon attacks, and you're certainly not pressuring Jimmy's hand. Thinking on this one. Does Jimmy want to do more this turn? No. It is going to be Ursa to round things out, and you're going to get the rest of these 2 cards.
There is something very poetic about asking the question, who is the ally deck now? If you had told me in this matchup, the Dromai, Chane, there's only 1 ally in play, what side of the board is it on? I'm not sure I'd have guessed that question correctly.
Yep. That was a pretty incredible banish on that turn with Eclipse involved for Jimmy. To come to Temptation there, pretty disruptive. Also Shadow Puppetry promises extra girth on that kind of turn. Pheano simply played a Sigil and passed, so it goes up to 7.
And now the game plan here is going to change pretty significantly for Pheano Black, I feel. These Soul Shackles, arguably insurmountable at this point. 7 cards a turn means that I think the game plan has changed to survive. I think if Pheano Black can find a way to stomach this assault, they're in good shape. Now, there are some serious problems with that.
That is scary. With no arcane barrier, seeing another invert existence here means that Pheano can't really do much to interact with that.
Those would be the serious problems being alluded to. Grasp of the Arknight, more seeds remaining. Of course, 1 was put back on the bottom of the deck from that unhallowed rites earlier in the game. We are going to see the deck being counted by Pheano Black here. Understands we have 2 or 1 turn remaining. Couldn't quite get an accurate count on that. So it doesn't have to weather the storm for very long. But they will need to prevent nearly all of this physical damage if they're hoping to stay alive. Now, these Seeds of Agony, they're not free. They do have to line up alongside the right attacks. Does require Jimmy to have the cards to make them function.
Yeah, each color, I think, dictates a different cost, right? So the blue is the 0, has to be 0 cost. So something you alluded to earlier on, and we kind of glossed over it here, is that you know, Jimmy clearing those Aether Ashwings is important. Every Aether Ashwing has Arcane Barrier 1. Pheano now, without the Calming Gesture, it's the only way that he can prevent that arcane damage. Jimmy's constantly cleared those Ashwings. We are, you know, we've already used 2 Rake the Embers here by Pheano. he does have ways to create these Ash Wings outside of that, but they require some degree of set. Like Uvia needs to be there, right? There needs to be some setup in order to do that. So he is pretty much without that defensive out. And each of these Seeds of Agony, each of these inverts represents uninteractable damage for Pheano, who fortunately was able to play a Sigil, because he could be dead right here, or close to, if that were not the case. He goes up to 7. I think Jimmy's still representing, what, like 4 arcane damage based on what's in his banish right now. Plus, Howl from Beyond is a pump that is going to add some extra physical damage to his attacks if he can send them. Plus, Ursa's still here, so it's a very, very dangerous spot for Dromai.
Grasp of the Argnite also part of that equation. Pheano here not only in pain from all the many things you described, but the lack of Ash means that even if a Ashwing generator is found, there's no guarantee it can be put together. We'll see Unhallowed Rites once again rebuying a Seeds of Agony. Both players understand the assignment here. It will be the death by 1,000 cuts of the incidental arcane effects that put a Seeds on the bottom. However, good catch by Pheano Black, just confirming that a non-attack does have to be played first to pop that on the bottom. But that is only the first ability of Unhallowed Rites. You can only play it from the banish zone if you've played a non-attack action. Perfectly fine to play it from the hand and still recycle those seeds away.
Yeah.
I should definitely play around Succumb to Temptation this turn, right?
I do love that. I do, yeah. Quite often you see a player sort of pitch a pretty pivotal reaction or a card that can be played at reaction speed virtually here. That's what Succumb can do. You sometimes expect there to be a redundancy, one in their hand.
In the case of Succumb, it is restricted in the format, so playing around it certainly less than
that's
advisable.
The joke. I get the joke now. Thanks, Pheano. Yeah, extremely potent card. Here comes Shadow Puppetry.
I believe this is an erase face in the hand for Jimmy Niro Demers.
Coming in at a break point, no less.
It's going to line up real well with this Howl from Beyond and this Shadow Puppetry, but we are going to reach for the Rift Bind here to facilitate that Howl. Additional juice added just from the Howl being a non-attack action here to make the Rift Bind a little bit bigger for the trouble. Does allow that Seeds of Agony to trigger ahead. Worth noting, though, the blue, I believe, not triggering on this Rift Bind, just playing the role of a non-attack action to turn Rift Bind into a hefty 11.
It doesn't mean, though, like, Jimmy has Shadow of Ursa, though, so that would be able to carry that arcane damage. I feel like Pheano is in deep trouble here, folks. There's no other way of putting it. With an invert existence being demonstrated. Going for blocks. Sigil critical here. 5 down to 3. Invert accounts for 2 of that, and whatever carries that blue Seeds of Agony Arcane ping should get him there.
No, we end the game with the Ursa, the Soul Reaper.
Oh,
we send the Demon. There's no other way.
Pheano reaching.
It doesn't matter. I'm just immediately dead.
He's putting it up in front. He knows that he is absolutely cooked. Jimmy Niro Demers advances to 9 and 2. Chane bound by Shadow. Rumors of his demise greatly overstated.
I want to play some Chane. I am itching to sling some Seeds of Agony. I want to put myself in a Rift Bind, and that is in no small part thanks to Jimmy making his deck look powerful, making it look fun, interactive, and above all else, one of the best decks in the format.
Yeah, turn to turn, we see consistency in output from this Chane deck, even at low shackle numbers, and many of those 2-cost generic attack actions with on-hits felt very relevant here. Able to buy armor, able to buy blocks. There was one situation where Pheano had to give up the calming gesture to get Ash, or rather just for the block value, ended up getting Ash incidentally there, but then was without his arcane barrier. Jimmy knew the game plan. He knew straight away he had to go after those Ether Ash Wings, and even though to us it looked like this was not efficient, right? Spending 3 damage from a Reaping Blade to take out 1 dragon seems strange, but that's Living Legend for you. Players like Jimmy have the matchup on download. They knew exactly how to get there.
That decision tree affected how that entire game played out for Pheano. He took the risk, popped the calming gesture to find Ash because of a humble that would otherwise deny Ash generation entirely. And upon seeing that button clicked, Jimmy, he understood the assignment. Now there is no arcane barrier. If I remove every Ash Wing for the rest of the time, I am inevitable. That was a masterpiece. That's the kind of game I want to watch at a World Championship because it makes me want to play Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, really exciting game. Great to see it. Of course, we need to check back in with our standings at the end of this round number 11. Cody Williams has maintained pole position here at 10-1 after the conclusion of our Living Legend rounds. He'll now turn Kayo armed and dangerous upon the rest of the field to try and lock up his spot in the top 8.
I want to talk about so many players on this board, but I have a lurking feeling in the pit of my stomach. Now, I have had a long-term belief that Margin Bay has plot armor.
He's coming.
There is nothing you can do to stop the inevitability of the US national champion. If you've ever listened to the host of World Tour Weekly Story Times, you will know the world throws all kinds of heinous nonsense at this former champion to try and stop them, and yet none of it works. They're sitting in the room this weekend in a wheelchair with a huge cast on their leg. Does that matter? No. It was always inevitable.
That's it. Dangerous here, sitting at 9th in these standings. Maximilian Klein has also seemed to have done quite well for himself with Viserai in Living Legend. Will now turn that Verdance back on his opponents. Darvydas Čepukaitis also very impressed with his chain performance in Living Legend. Perhaps we have a chance to glimpse this Victor Goldmane and see what he can do in these upcoming CC rounds. It has been fantastic to see 2 days of Living Legend play from these teams. Now they know, should they make it to top 8, they'll have to reach into that compartment of the deck box and go back to these Living Legend picks in our best of 3 format in those very important games. I'm over the moon, Scott. It's been a great time so far. Round 11 is done, but still much more to come. The CC portion of the day is right around the corner. Round number 12 promises to be explosive. So tune in, stay tuned rather, and see how it all goes down.
If you're watching from home, folks, we want to hear from you, and we want to get you a random Diner Hero promo while doing. So if you're watching right now with your friends, watching with your watch party, with your friends, your family, with your sworn foes, go ahead and post a pic online with the hashtag FabPhilly and be in it to win a random Diner Hero promo from all of us at LSS. We've had some Living Legend, my friends. We've had some Classic Constructed earlier in this stream, but it is getting down to the nitty-gritty. It is getting down to the wire. Damn it. It's getting down to the top 8, my friends, because we have got 4 more rounds of Classic Constructed before we can find our next World Championship top 8. And, I'm buzzing.
I had a fun little excursion into the Living Legend format, Sam. There were lots of surprises. There was a Marlynn, which was a little bit of a known factor coming in, but the fact that Chane did as well as he did, rumors of his death were definitely greatly exaggerated.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I'd absolutely have to agree. The way I heard Scott talking about the Chane deck, especially that Table 1 Chane deck, they had so many surprises that I know they were just catching people all weekend long out on the Swiss tables with.
And the fact that that Chane that we just saw take down Pheano Black was a full boomer Chane was just equally as surprising. I thought it would at least be semi-Runegate. It was just full boomer. It's playing Riftbind and Seeds of Agony. That was a nostalgia hit for sure.
Yeah, come on, man. Well, we've had some great Living Legend games. Those were so fun to watch. It was such an interesting wrinkle to the format. And don't worry, folks. We're not done with Living Legend. It's a part of our top 8 this year in, the best of 3 that comes tomorrow, but we got to find out how we're going to get there. So that means back to Classic Constructed, my friends. Let's take a look at the meta game from yesterday as we see everything that went down yesterday before we get into what decks are left today.
So we started yesterday with what a lot of people were expecting, the big 3 of the format being the 3 most represented decks coming into the weekend, Cindra, Verdance, Gravy Bones. However, there is still a little bit of a surprise here too because of the fall of Gravy Bones. A lot of people are expecting Gravy to match maybe the Verdance and Cindra representation, but he showed up at just about half the number of copies as the Verdances. I think a lot of those players ended up moving over to the Cindra side. And then we move on to what people have been calling the tier 1.5, or the heroes outside of this loose triangle that we have at the top. Prism, Kasai, Kayo, out at an Arachne Marinette, Dash-IO, Acilia, all hovering in that 16 to 20 copies apiece. Very wide and diverse metagame. That was yesterday, at least.
Yeah, well, we've spoken of yesterday. I'd like to speak of today. Tell me what you are seeing as you take a look at the decks that remained as we came into today.
I think Gravy's performance sticks out to me the most. Yesterday, he was less than half the number of copies of the Verdances, but today, almost equal amount of representation. Now, this, of course, includes a whole bunch of LL rounds as well, but a lot of these Gravy players also brought Gravy for LL and CC, and here they are matching almost the number of Verdances that are showing up in day 2. The other thing that sticks out is the jump of Arachne Marinette. There were 16 copies yesterday, 10 of them have made it to day 2.
Yeah, so this is not quite the conversion rate, folks. This is just the percentage of the decks that are here in CC that are the heroes that you see. Want to make that clear. That's why you're seeing a lot of 2 for the 2s and the 1 because there's only one of them, so they would be 1% of the field today. So as we look ahead, a fair amount of those marionettes did make it through, making up 8% of our day 2 field. I bring up the marionette because we might be seeing a very prominent one in the feature match in just a moment.
A little bit of a spoiler. I'm going to add to that a little bit. The opponent of this marionette is going to be playing the hero right after them, Kayo, Armed and Dangerous. Yes, folks, we're going to have an Arachne Marinette versus Kayo match in the feature area, and that is table 1. Who would have expected that? None of the big 3 most represented heroes are showing up in a feature match in the X1 bracket.
Oh, man. When you look at the CC field, when you look at what is approaching for us, it just feels like a gift. It just feels like a treat. And you know what? That puts me in the gift-giving mood as the holidays are approaching. So we've talked about one giveaway. I want to talk about another. As we get to the last round of Swiss today, we are giving away a whole box of Super Slam for one lucky viewer at home. So make sure you stay tuned for all the rest of the CC rounds. Tell your friends to get on in here because we got a box of Super Slam we want to give away today. Oh, yeah, and tomorrow. So you'll want to stick around for that as well. You'll also want to stick around to see the players to watch as we see just how these players have fared over these last couple days of competition. And man, they're all still fighting. Brodie Spurlock, 9-2 going into these last couple rounds of CC.
And not hot on his heels is Jakob Clemens there at the 8-3 record.
Wow.
Is vying for the Player of the Year. trophy that both these players are fighting over, and right next to him, Justin Koo, Michael Fung, all sharing the 8-3 record. A whole bunch of gravies amongst these three players in both CC and LL. And let's not forget Arthur Trey, Michael Hamilton, Yuki Lee Bender as well in the X4 bracket. Probably out of top 8 contention, but still very live for the top 16 or top 32.
World champion and a couple of Pro Tour champions who have unfortunately not made it through this competition, but a whole host of the heaviest of hitters still fighting. Justin Koo and Michael Fung, those double gravy bones decks have taken them to an 8-3 record. They got to probably win out from here to make it into the top 8, so it's going to be a hard road. We'll keep checking in with these players as we look at our standings throughout the rest of these rounds, but man, is an exciting one. I am truly so looking forward to seeing how it comes down between not only Jacob Clemens and Brodie Spurlock, but Justin Koo. I think he might be putting himself in a position to become the APAC Player of the Year.
We also need to speak about Michael Fung and Michael Hamilton, who are fighting for the second place of the Player of the Year in the Americas region. Brodie Spurlock has it locked up for first place in that region, but Michael Fung and Hamilton are both currently exactly tied with the exact same number of points. Whoever comes out on top here will have that second place in the Americas region.
And as you look at it right now, currently Michael Fung just one win ahead. I mean, dude, if they tie with the same record, do they just end tied? Like,
I propose a death match.
What?
We get them on feature.
Jesus Christ.
Not to the death.
My God.
Just we get them into the feature match area.
Whoever
and
loses.
It's a best of one. And that player becomes the second Player of the Year in the Americas region.
I like it. I like it way better than just executing whoever loses, whoever doesn't make it into the Player of the Year.
We give them swords and we tell them to just battle it.
Yeah. No, we're going to be watching that race and all the other races very, very closely as the classic constructed rounds commence. And commence they shall as we begin to head down into the feature match area in just a moment. We've got some players that remain with near sterling records. One player in a position to put potentially themselves into the top 8 if they can win this round. I'm speaking, of course, of Cody Williams, who is still X-1. Only a couple, literally, I think only 2. I think it's Cody Williams and Florin-Cristian Login of Pro Tour 1 fame, who is still fighting, still able to potentially make it into that top 8 with a win this round. They didn't pair into each other for this one, so we are going to be following Cody for this one, and it's going to be a good one.
And he's had such an incredible run so far this weekend on 2 relatively less represented heroes, Kayo in CC and Zen in LL.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool to see for many reasons, not the least of which, let's be very clear, Cody Williams was at either a game or 2 games away from getting into the top 8 last year in Osaka. And so to see him do such a great run to get here now, you have to wonder, how much is it starting to get to him? Are the nerves starting to come up? But when you talk to him and you look at him, dog, he's cool as a cucumber.
He is a stone-cold killer, and I am done talking about him. It sounds like our players are ready in the feature match area. Let's go ahead and check in with them live. Now, let's take a moment to talk about this matchup. Now, Kayo does not have a lot of defense reactions, a lot of prevention effects, does not like to be disrupted. However, Cody Williams' teammate and close friend, Dan Rutkowski, is one of the biggest Arachne Marionette stands. So what Cody Williams might be lacking in terms of his deck choice into this assassin, I think he can more than make up for in terms of experience, because I guarantee he's played this Arachne Marionette matchup an incredible amount of times.
And we gotta shout out Gaichi Yamada here. This individual on the left side of your screen, 9th in the calling Shizuoka, just barely not making it into top 8 in that calling just a little bit ago. Still playing Marionette, the same, at least hero, that he was playing back in those days just a moment ago. And now with a double assassin lineup in CC and LL, is he going to be able to put himself into the top 8? He's fought so hard to get here. He's got Cody Williams in his way.
A man after my own heart, indeed, playing new in LL, a hero that I thought should perhaps be a little more represented, especially because of the rise in Marlynn. And can we take a moment to talk about the sleeves that Gaichi is sporting over here for his Hunter Sclaves? Check out that, I'm not sure what to call it, the polka dot foiling glitter foiling Hunter's
so
Claims
nice.
over there. Looking really, really cool and definitely very chaotic to go with this Chaos Assassin aesthetic. As Cody Williams starts with a Mandible Claw and discards 2 windups over here. Ends up with 2 Might tokens. 1 thanks to the Mighty Windup and 1 thanks to Kayo Armed and Dangerous hero ability. And ends up with an Agility token as well. This was a fantastic turn 0 start for Cody Williams. But can Gaichi go ahead and disrupt Cody out of this Agility token?
Hunter's Clave comes in for 1. Some more context for Gaichi Yamada, LGS owner, out over there in Japan, part of our fantastic Japanese community that we've seen just rise to such prominence, starting with Shoma Yamamura's win last year. And Gaichi Yamada owns an LGS, taking those cards that he peddles to the metal.
A little bit of deja vu over here. There was a Tier 4 event somewhat recently where a Japanese player brought an assassin, is an LGS owner, and took out the entire event. That was Shoma Yamamura.
So
Here with Gaichi perhaps following in the footsteps. And I want to take a moment. Look at that graveyard, Sam. Dual threat in Gaichi's deck over here. This assassin wants to kill his opponent.
Oh, fascinating, as we do see the mark get conferred from the Hunter's Clave, which is going to pair very nicely with the Mark of the Black Widow. One thing I love about watching Cody Williams on screen, every time he is placed in a position where he has to make kind of, an interesting decision or a problem is faced, he leans back. I'll call it the Cody Williams lean back. He takes a moment, comes forward once again, checks out the board, but you can really read it on his face when the thinking is beginning.
The lean back is a slight problem for us too, because we can't look at his hand cam because he brings his cards away from the table and close to his chest. Doesn't want to show any of us. This time though, not doing the Cody lean back. We can take a look, and this is Resource Light. And it also has a Blood Rush Bellow in there. Does not want to be too disrupted. It's a bit of an awkward hand for Cody Williams here as he faces down the first piece of disruption that this assassin is sending his way.
And look at this. He might have sniffed this out perfectly, putting 4 block in front of the Mark of the Black Widow. And it's the Snapdragon Scalers as the reaction of choice before an Art of Desire body comes down. Cody Williams must be much happier to see this as the chain ender versus the card that was just last played.
Well, it might not be the ender, because if this hits Kayo, Kayo is marked. Arachne Marionette will confer go again on hit if this card hits, and if it banishes a red off the top, will draw Gaichi a card and gain him a life as well.
No blocks is the call. On hit. Gonna get go again. Banish the top. Let's see what's off the top for Cody. It's a yellow. It's Beast Within. Doesn't trigger because it goes straight to the banish zone. But that means no card draw and a leave no witnesses as the follow-up, and a little bit of a head nod from Cody. Says, yeah, no, seems good.
Looks like the Agility token will not be of much use for Cody Williams on this following turn. That'll be a little bit wasted, but if he has a way to at least convert these Might tokens, he can at least leave this turn not feeling too bad about it. The opponent did have to use a Snapdragon Scalers for this, so this disruption did come, but it came at a cost.
Flick Knives. The final action for Yamada, which means it's time for a roll on Arachne Marionette. We're seeing number 2, which means it is time for the Funnel Web to join the fray.
Which is typically one of the weaker agents to transform into, because if you tell your opponent, hey, I have Arsenal Disruption on the following turn, they can make the play of just not arsenaling. However, Cody Williams has a Blood Rush Bellow, a card that he wants to stick in Arsenal for a 5-card hand. So this Funnel Web actually could pose a little bit of a threat, not something you say often.
Agility and the Might. I think we're going to see that Blood Rush Bellow be pitched away for exactly that reason. Off the top, Bearfang is going to show a swing big. We're going to remake the Might token, so this one's going to be big. It's going to be coming in for a huge 10, along with the agility that, unless we have something like a Cast Bones in the arsenal, we're not really going to see much use.
On Gaichi's side here, something Arachne Marionette always wants to do as early in the game as possible is create that Graphene Callistra. We saw him pitch a blue Orb Weaver Spinneret on that turn 1. Question is, has he found another copy of that card? You can imagine he's running 6 of those if he's dipped into the blue. Yeah. Does he have that now? Is he going to use the Mask of Deceit here to transform into Arachne Orb Weaver to just go ahead and have the Graphene Callistra set up for the rest of the game?
Yeah, it might depend on the context of what's in his hand. See him begin to thumb through. We can see there is the Mark of the Black Widow.
And of course, the opponent is marked. So the Mark of the Black Widow will have its on hit. However, it is of the blue variety. So a little bit lower on power level. As he faces down this whopping 10 from the Bearfangs.
And this might buy a couple blocks from Gaichi. Seen another Art of Desire body. I think maybe a no witnesses? Yeah, it is a lead no witnesses. He's considering blocking with. The funnel web here is a threatening ability, but it becomes less threatening the less cards and have you hand to threaten.
Another aspect of this matchup that is worth talking about is the Scowling Flashback on Cody Williams' side. Assassins well known to enjoy the reaction step. If you so, they want to hold their cards back for the reactions, but Scowling Flashback will intimidate a card before you get to reactions, and that's a card the Assassin player always needs to think about if they are relying on the reaction step to land a piece of disruption. That's what makes blocking decisions like these very, very difficult.
It's like we might be reaching, just like you mentioned, for the Mask of Deceit.
And seeing the Blood Rush pitch here, if you're on Gaichi's seat, he might be wondering, is that another Blood Rush in your arsenal? That's why you've pitched this so important power card in your deck.
One from the Mask and two more blocking cards, meaning it's time for Arachne Marionette to change into the Trap Door.
Oh,
he's going to grab a trap here.
Could be Inertia Trap to just get rid of that arsenal from Cody Williams with him not being able to do anything about it.
Down bait, face down, and Inertia Trap comes forth. What a nice play here from Gaichi. If that's Blood Rush in the arsenal, that is an incredible read.
You know, who needs to be Funnel Web to disrupt your opponent's arsenal when you can just flip into Trapdoor instead and just send an Inertia Trap at your opponent and just make the Inertia token bottom the card?
Don't get to see what the arsenal card is. Again, no emotion from Cody. He doesn't let things phase him in the feature match area. He might let things phase him on the podcast quite often, but he is unfazed when playing for a World Championship top 8.
That was an incredibly aggressive line from Gaichi over there, because now he does not have the Kalishra setup and he's already using Mask of Deceit. It was a lot of value. These past two turn cycles for Gaichi have been a lot of value, but they both came at pretty high costs. Snapdragon Scale is gone, Mask of Deceit gone, Graphene Kalishra not set up as his Tunic is about to come up to 3. The Tunic on 3 with the Kalishra setup is a very, very strong line that Arachne Marionette has access to. This time Gaichi, though, didn't have that, but bought a critical piece of equipment from the other side. Flashback used by Cody Williams on that blue mark of the Black Widow, and I don't think Gaichi even had an attack reaction.
But he was marked, so on hit, he would still have had to discard a card or banish a card, and this, I think we're seeing why. It's a Blood Rush Bellow out of a 4-card hand, and against Assassins, that might be the best you're going to get. Let's see what the discard is here. I have to imagine it's going to be a 6 no matter what. Discard's going to be the Smashing Ground. Beaten Trackers immediately reached for it to gain an action point.
I think he's thinking on the trigger here. You have to decide whether you want the action point before you see what the draw is from the Blood Rush Bellow. So if you already have another card in hand that can let you go wide, you will choose not to pop. That looks like that is not the case. Cody Williams goes ahead and pops just back to back. We've seen both players pop both their feet pieces and their head pieces already, and this is turn 2.
They got their dancing shoes on, folks. They're dancing so hard, the shoes have come off. 3 cards in the hand, 2 floating for the Mandible Claw. Gaichi Yamada and Cody Williams both without legs equipment and head equipment. And let's see how the tango continues.
That was a very heads-up play by Cody Williams there. He knows he's already pitched 1 Blood Rush. This 1 Blood Rush that he had was relatively uncontested. He doesn't even know if he'll find that 3rd one. So just pop the Beaten Trackers here. Make sure you can get at least this 1 3-wide Blood Rush and maximize the value and get the Assassin into a blocking position.
Take a look perhaps at the hand for Cody.
There's a Savage Feast in there, and he has the additional action point.
That's a nice rip. Savage Feast is the call. Not a lot of resources.
Important to note, he didn't pop the Savage Sash here as well. Could have popped that to be even more aggressive and have the Savage Feast come in for free. Has decided he'll save the Savage Sash for a future turn. Discards the yellow in his hand, though.
That could be tough.
That's the rip off the top. It's another red.
I was worried about this for Cody.
Just looking at the body language there too, I don't think he's happy about that. If he found a blue off the top, could have gone claw into the swing big.
Or if he had used the sash, everything could have been different.
Looks like it might just be pitch the red into swing big over here. 2 wide Blood Rush, not where you want to be especially when you pop your beaten trackers.
I mean, it's powerful. It's 8 into 9. It's 10 into 9, excuse me. It's 19 damage off of 4 cards. But now we know there's one Blood Rush on the bottom of the deck. There's one that's in the graveyard. Gaichi Yamada unfazed by the damage that's coming forward. And you have to imagine he's going to be doing some major pumping on the next turn.
The road is clear for him. Once the flesh bag is off the table, Gaichi knows he can play his turn relatively uncontested. And here we have a Kiss of Death for 12 coming in, threatening 2 card draws because of the Saber Bloodsheds.
Cody Williams leans forward now, taking a moment to consider what is on the table. It's an attack for 12, but there's oh so much more. 2 card draw stapled on, 2 more life, which means this is actually an attack for 14. And my goodness, could it continue the chain further?
And unless I'm mistaken, the arsenal might be a Tarantula Toxin. Which means the first card Cody blocks with basically blocks for 0 if he chooses to block at all. In this sort of position, you often just say, I can't play around anything, so he just goes ahead and says no blocks. T-Tox comes out because Gaichi wants to make sure he can at least use that card. He's going to draw 2 more cards. Stains of Redback coming in as well. Suddenly 18 power on this Kiss of Death. Gonna confer 1 extra damage on hit as well, thanks to its own effect. Going to draw 2 cards. Gaichi Yamada immediately flips the life total advantage.
Draw 2. Down to 15 goes Cody. Command and Conquer and a Codex of Frailty. Could just be 6 more damage. Could use the Codex just to even rip his own card, but who cares?
So you want to make sure you send another attack over here before you close the chain so that you can flick the Kiss of Death, which will confer an additional 2 damage.
And that is what we're going to see. Here comes the Hunter's Clave. Cody Williams doesn't want to get marked. He's going to block with the Vigorous Smash Up. Look to try to get a Vigor on top. It's an attack versus not an attack. So that is going to be a Vigor for Cody.
Interesting interaction over here. So now Gaichi knows that he's going to ponder into that blue Stains of the Redback. And he is not allowed to bottom it. Only Cody is allowed to bottom it as the owner of Vigorous Smash Up. So Gaichi knows his arsenal is going to be a blue Stains of the Redback thanks to a ponder token of this Codex of Frailty. And he did go ahead and flick the Kiss of Death as well to get the extra 2 damage. Gets the Codex into Leave No Witnesses once again. That assured nod from Cody Williams. He's not happy about how this game has gone so far. He's already down 2 Blood Rushes. He's down 8 life. And he's facing down a Leave No Witnesses off of this Codex of Frailty. Everything coming up Gaichi Yamada here.
What a game we have for this first return to Classic constructed at the World Championships here in Philadelphia. Cody Williams, 13, facing down the Leave No Witnesses, picking the card for the arsenal, and then picking the card to discard. It's going to be a Bare Fangs.
So picking a red means he does not intend his Leave No Witnesses to hit. If you were going to decide to just let it hit, you would pick a non-red so your opponent doesn't get an extra silver. So he's going to discard a card here, probably going to give up a piece of armor and an additional card to block Leave No Witnesses and just send the Bare Fangs to keep the Might tokens, the Might token train flowing.
Vigor Smash Up again shows the same thing, which means now you don't have to pitch into the Bare Fangs that's in the arsenal. He's got 2 Vigors.
He's got 2 Vigors, you're right, yeah. And it's a Beast Within on top, which means if that is a random discard of the Beast of the Bare Fangs, no, he had an Agility token, didn't he?
No, I don't think
no, Agility. No, it was just Might. It was just Might. Okay.
So now that means a Bare Fangs in the arsenal and a Bare Fangs that comes from hand. So the Frailty token not going to matter. Cody Williams navigated that turn beautifully around the new inclusion of the Vigorous Smash Up card, just being able to maintain the pressure and keep the pressure for his very next turn. Sink Below in hand for Gaichi Yamada. You can see he's lining up with, I think, another Tarantula Toxin to block.
Vigorous Smash Up, such an incredible upgrade for these KO Armed and Dangerouses from the Super Slam set. He blocked with 2 cards. Both those cards generated him 1 resource each, which allowed him to play his turn effectively pitchless. Gaichi had such an incredibly strong turn with a double Saber Bloodshed Kiss of Death into a Codex draw off the top. And Cody Williams still has a whopping 9 damage answer. 1 more Bare Fangs in Arsenal as well. And now Gaichi, we spoke about this, no Graphene Kalishra setup. Some of the cards in this Arachne Marionette deck can be very, very awkward without that Stealth Dagger, without the 1 resource Stealth Dagger. And we know the Arsenal is a blue Stains of the Redback. He did just go ahead and park that off the ponder.
No block reaction, Sink Below. No sink, take 5 is the call. Down to 16 goes Gaichi Yamada playing Cody Williams on 13. Gaichi Yamada not out of this tournament with a loss. Cody Williams into the top 8 with a win.
Hunter's Clave. We saw Cody Williams respect this the last time it came in on the previous turn cycle. Although might have wanted to block just for the Vigor token anyway.
Tarantula Toxin adds 3. This dagger attack. Mark token conferred. Leave no witnesses now, once again for the Bare Fangs.
And this is scary. We haven't yet seen a shred from Gaichi Yamada's list, but some of these Arachne Marionette decks are running a few copies of that card, either in yellow or the blue. While most of the attack reactions, such as Stains of the Redback Tarantula Toxin, cannot interact with Leave No Witnesses, Shred is one of the few that can. Cody Williams needs to make the decision about whether he's going to respect the possibility of that card, as I believe he has found the 3rd and final Blood Rush Bellow in his deck. That was another advantage of the cards like Vigorous Smash, and we saw him bottom every single time the card that was revealed off the top because it wasn't a Blood Rush. It dug him deeper to this 3rd and final Blood Rush Bellow, which could be his ticket into this game and into the top 8 of the World Championships in Philadelphia.
1 block on both pieces of equipment. Cody Williams considering the no block. Down to 9 already. Take stock of the situation. No blocks is the call.
Respects the Shred is Cody Williams. Does not want to get blown up by that card. Just loses the Bare Fangs that both players knew were there. Gets the silver for Gaichi Yamada. 5 life on Cody Williams to 16 of Gaichi Yamada's as Cody plays what's likely to be the 3rd and final Blood Rush of this game.
Blood Rush Bellow.
Pitches a yellow for it again. He needs to draw resources off of this, needs to try and make this a 3-wide Blood Rush.
But this time we have the Savage Sash for backup. Cody Williams didn't use it next turn. This is maybe the turn he'll have to use that important piece of equipment. 1, 2, 3 is the call. Wild Ride. That's a go-again piece. It's going to hit the graveyard, but 2 more cards are going to hit the hand for Cody.
Given that he has yellow Wild Rides in his list as well, and Buckwild's another upgrade to the KO deck from Super Slam, does he have the go against source? He has another Wild Ride.
He has a Wild Ride and 2 blues in the hand. Now this is interesting. Do you pop the Savage Sash or do you keep it around to make sure you can pitch one of these blues into the Wild Ride, use the Savage Sash afterwards, or at least keep something in the pitch no matter what? A blue in the pitch.
If you use the Savage Sash here for the Wild Ride, you're guaranteed to keep at least 1 blue regardless because you're holding 2 of them. It might even be beneficial. You might want to convert one of these blues into a red.
Yeah.
You can find it off the top.
Yeah.
If that's a red 2 cost on the top, he gets to go Wild Ride Claw into that 2 cost, which would be discounted by 1 thanks to the Savage Sash if he chooses to pop it here.
God, what a game, Ponkage. KO Armed and Dangerous. The terror of the heavy hitters metagame. Nearly taking down that tournament, but Dorinthia and Dromai got in the way. Cody Williams taking a hero that many expected to be the terror of this ProQuest season. It was good, but it wasn't dominant. It did well, but it wasn't decisive. But Cody Williams and the team Runaways feel as though they have figured out the sauce. They feel as though they know what they're doing. And for Cody Williams, in this case, that means no Savage Sash yet. It means pitching away the Vigorous Smash Up. It means drawing and discarding to this Wild Ride.
Doesn't even look at what that top card is.
1, 2, 3, card on the bottom. Show us the blue. Unexpected backhand hits the graveyard. Time to make a might. This is going to be 9 go again, 2 floating. What is the card in hand?
I believe it's Fearless Confrontation, Sam, which, very importantly, is not a Brute card, which means even, well, it won't even be discounted by Savage Sash, firstly, because it's 5. And Mandible, looks like Mandible Claw might just have to be the fall. Of course. Correction, it will get discounted by Savage Sash, but it won't get the buff from Blood Rush Bellow because it is not a Brute card. As Cody Williams leans back in his chair, a little bit frustrated with the Brute variance that's been going on for him in this game as he fights for top 8 contention.
That is tough, man. That is tough. We have seen 2 times Cody Williams just be a little disappointed by the top of the deck. Another Sink Below and the Find All Spring Tunic put in front of this attack, which means a total of 5 block, 4 over the top. So Gaichi Yamada down to 12. Activating the Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex. Closing the chain.
Just swinging the claw for 6.
The claw, and you can see the head in the hands for Cody. No blocks is the call, so 6 damage. Down to 6 goes Gaichi. Cody Williams has got a pass. You can see the consternation on his face, a shake of the head. It didn't go his way, and a savor bloodshed and the kiss of death means it might not go his way in terms of the win of this game.
And this time he's forced to block, which means he's forced to open himself up to a Tarantula Toxin.
Flick the kiss of death. 1
The
damage
Hunter's
over.
Glaive.
Excuse me, yeah. The Hunter's Clave.
Which will get the +1 from Erecti Marinette as well, because it goes up to 8. Stains of Red back gets to be played for free now.
9, we knew that card was there because it was revealed. Take 3.
Takes 3. Gaichi gets to draw a card over here. Cody Williams firmly in Flick Knife's range now. However, Flick Knife's already been used this turn. So the Kiss of Death on hit represented the 1 extra damage, and Gaichi finds Orb Reaver Spinneret,
and that's the game! Finds the Orb Reaver Spinneret, finds the Codex of Frailty, that rips the last card, and the fist bump is extended. What a game between these two players, a masterclass on both sides, but a couple wrong turns for Cody Williams means his tournament continues, and he still has to fight, claw, and scratch for that top 8 contention.
That's a little bit of the brute variance showing itself here in our feature match areas. Cody Williams, a little bit of the rough discards, but can we commend Gaichi's play? They're so confident with the immediate Snapdragon Scalers on turn 1, into the immediate block of the Mask of Deceit on turn 2, into an explosive finish with Savor Bloodshed, Kiss of Death.
Just such a game, such a group of competitors we have out there in the World Championships here live in Philadelphia. And I'm just like so excited for the next 3 rounds. I'm just going to be watching from anywhere, either in the booth or over there or at the table, because I just know we are in our 4th ever World Championship. Flesh and Blood is about to enter its 7th year at your LGS store and at your gaming tables. And that just means the level of competition, the level of play, the level of skill we are about to watch, it's just going to be at an absolute all-time high.
And it's just been increasing year after year. I thought 2 years ago we had reached the peak of skill level in the Flesh and Blood player base, but it just keeps going higher and higher to the point where pretty much all the names that we see here in Day 2 fighting their way for top 8 World Championships are known players at this point. That is the level of skill that these players have achieved.
And it feels as though Flesh and Blood is just about to welcome in a brand new era and a brand new swath of players with the debut of the fast, fun, and affordable Silver Age format, and your first chance to play a calling level event is going to be at the world premiere in London. And let me tell you, there are so many reasons why you got to get your butt to London, bruh. Oh my God! The world premiere in London is going to be absolutely unreal. There are so many exciting things to look forward to, not the least of which are these hot stamped cards. And let me tell you, they are hot indeed. Even Icelander, she's cold, but she's hot.
And here's what World Premiere London is going to feature over here. For the first time, the calling attached to the World Premiere is not going to be limited, is instead going to be Silver Age. And folks, Compendium of Rathe will be legal for the Silver Age calling here. You can go ahead and add on a box or 2 of Compendium of Rathe to your calling ticket entry to make sure you have the cards that you need. And remember, it's Silver Age. You don't need to try and hunt for a bunch of Majestics. It's commons and rares. Yeah. It still remains as accessible as if it were a limited calling.
Yeah, you're going to be able to find your cards, and you're also going to be able to maybe open things like, I don't know, an Eye of Ophidia in the box of Compendium Erase or 2 that you grab. As we look here.
In the new Antiquity border as well. And if you guys haven't checked that out, definitely go look at it. Those look sweet.
Oh, and you know, if you enter into the World Premiere, not only do you get 2 decks and 2 heroes with those hot stamps, you also actually just get an Antiquity pack just for, you know, showing up and jamming out with us at that first World Premiere. You could open an Eye of Ophidia before you even opened a pack of Compendium of Rathe.
And you get that fancy playmat as well, featuring the artwork from Compendium of Rathe. That looks absolutely gorgeous.
That's going to be like... That's going to be the playmat I just use for everything. My favorite mat, personally, that I have is from Worlds 1, the big mat. the big map. That's a close second. I don't know. I haven't even seen it yet. You get to look at the calling premium package. This is so up my alley. Arya is my favorite set of all time. The elements are my favorite talent in Flesh and Blood. And look at these sheaths, you guys. This is going to be so integral and important for Silver Age. I can't wait to see how these implement and influence the format.
The colors of Arya definitely in display here. Not only on the colors of Arya card to the right, but also that gorgeous elemental strikes. I don't know about you, but I want the playset of that one.
Come on. You know I'm going to need one of those. You know you guys can get them all at home by joining us at the world premiere in London and picking up your premium package, as well as perhaps a collection package. You want some Compendium of Rathe? Yeah, go for it. We got you. You want some extra sleeves that we don't yet have availability to show you because they're too secret and too cool? Yeah, we got you with the collection package.
Also featured at this event, the all-new tournament pack, which replaces the common and rare promos that you these days get at these premier level events. You can get instead a tournament pack, and I can't wait to open a few of these, Sam.
Yeah, if you remember back, the Calling Premium package, you get all of those fancy cards, you get the extended arts, you get the cold foils, and you get a tournament pack. Folks, I don't know exactly what's in these packs, but I have seen a couple sneak peeks. Yo, it's like, I'm like, no BS right now. Like, honest to God, I swear, I am not, this is no shill. These tournament packs are the real freaking deal. I told you all in Montreal that Gem Pack 3, I told you Gem Pack 3 was the real deal. You saw what happened in Gem Pack 3.
That was true. It was absolutely true.
And let me tell you, tournament packs are the wave. They are the future. You are going to love them. Everyone will be happy with tournament packs.
Speaking of the future, 2026 is going to move away from Battle Hardens and have showdowns instead in place of the Battle Hardens, and World Premier London is no different. It's not a Battle Harden this time on the Sunday. It is a Sunday showdown, which will also be Silver Age. All showdowns for 2026 will be Silver Age. So go ahead, grab some of those Silver Age decks and go ahead and compete and get that sweet tournament pack as well.
Damn, honestly, so sick that you're able to get that in both tournaments. I love to hear that. Tournament packs are going to be all new participation for all major events, the showdowns, the callings, everything you do on the World Tour with those big prize payouts at the end, the glory, the points. Yeah, you're getting some more sick cards along with it. Just like we here in Philadelphia are getting some more sick games of Classic Constructed coming up. We got 3 more rounds coming up, and we just got to witness a masterclass between 2 of this game's heroes. I cannot wait to see what everybody else has in store, because in only a short matter of time, we have got the 4th ever World Championship Top 8. It all comes down to this. Don't you go anywhere.
Thank you, folks, for staying with us thus far. We're about to head into round number 13 of our Flesh and Blood World Championship here in beautiful Philadelphia. They say it's always sunny out here, but I'm feeling the chill right now as things in the feature match area are starting to get pretty grim, pretty intense, if I'm honest with you. There's a lot on the line, of course, here, and there are players in this particular round looking to lock up their spot in the top 8. If you are X&2 at this point in the tournament, a win means you're in.
Nothing else you could possibly ask for at this spot. These players are feeling it now. Round 13 is a lot of Flesh and Blood to play. And we're talking about Flesh and Blood at the highest level across multiple formats. This is the time where you really kind of need to keep your head on your shoulders, and it is the most difficult thing to do.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some grim expressions on these players' faces here as it takes its toll. This much Flesh and Blood, so many decision points. Definitely saw it in the previous game between Gaichi, Yamada and Cody Williams, and this next round promises to be very, very similar. We've scoured through all of our top players here. We found a couple of players at 9-3, promising a very interesting matchup. We will have our first opportunity here in Classic Construct of the World Championship to see what Victor Goldmane, high and mighty, is capable of doing.
Okay, Victor Goldmane, not a hero that was massively represented in our metagame breakdown, but one that is commonly picked up as a effective countermeasure to Cindra Drakaev Retribution. I said Drakaev Aether there. That's the wrong Draconic hero. But yes, countermeasure to Cindra, definitely where you want to be as Victor. It does leave a little bit to be desired in the face of Verdance, which makes it a bit of a controversial choice. Wizard is problematic. Ninja is great. So bringing that deck to a world championship, I don't know. I actually kind of understand the appeal. When you've got some living legend rounds to work with, if you feel very confident in that format, picking a deck that feels like it gives you free reign into the most popular deck in the format in Classic Constructed, it's a viable strategy, I think.
Yeah, I mean, there are a few matchups that can be tough for Victor out here, to be fair. But fortunately for some of our individual, in fact, our individual in the next matchup, he'll have a decent go at it with a matchup that should feel favored in. Let's have a look quickly at our standings here heading into round number 13. Eyes on Cody Williams in that previous round of the feature match area. He fell to the hands of Gaichi Yamada with Arachne Marionette going full steam against him. Florin-Cristian Lowen has improved to 10-2, and there are some star-studded names amongst the 10-2s right now. If you are 9-3, this is a very important round. Going to X4 here in the World Championship is going to make it pretty challenging to sneak into the top 8.
It's looking like that's going to be lights out if you cannot hold your own at the X3 record. So we're looking at a few players that we've really got to watch in that spot. Brodie Spurlock now sitting at 9-3 in that 9th slot. Needs to chain together a couple more victories to secure an untold amount of riches at this point. On the other side of things, Majin Bay taking an unfortunate loss regardless of the plot armor, is now at 9-3 for our US national champion and therefore sitting in 12th. We've seen Filip Mikolajczyk, we've seen Justin Koo, Pei Tung Lao, Tommaso Vicido. These are all giants up. I have to mention Matt Rogers, Ian Zhang. Unsurprisingly, everyone left on this graphic is a juggernaut of Flesh and Blood, and none of these players are going to want to let the World Championship berth go.
Yeah, crucially, they are all live for top 8 here. We're going to jump now in, of course, to our round number 13. Just as Scott put it, it's all on the line in this particular matchup. So let's head down to the feature match area and get this Victor Goldmane on our screen. It's going to be Darvydas Čepukaitis from Lithuania on Victor Goldmane, high and mighty, going up against Brodie Spurlock, current player of the year in Americas, fighting for that global title. He'll be on Cindra Drakaev Retribution.
Now, half of this equation is exactly what Darvydas is looking for. Staring down Cindra Drakaev Retribution, that's what you wanted to see. What you did not want to see is current World Tour leader Brodie Spurlock needing to charge through you to lock that title up. If there is any Cindra in the room who can put the plan together, it might very well be this one.
Crown of Dominion here. No surprise to see Victor Goldmane with that particular headpiece. Tectonic placing, though. I haven't seen a whole lot of that so far over this tournament. Already being activated here on this turn 0.
Tectonic plating, sorry, my apologies. Tectonic plating there, not super uncommon for Victor, but a pretty big boon in this matchup. You're really looking for that additional equipment block to kind of tie the room together, block off those breakpoints, deny Mask of Momentum, and we can see that in full force with the Iron Fist Revelation, the Civic Steps as well. Plenty of ways to soak up that damage when applicable for Victor.
So it looks like we've had an activation of the Tectonic here. It could be that a priority has been passed.
in that world. Brodie does have the option to activate Cindra, of course, not picking up any daggers in the process, but just filtering through the hand, finding something else to do. So they're not happy with the first hand he's found. He can dig away, find another one, chooses to decline on that opportunity this time around. We'll take up the Tunic as a result as Darvydas draws up to 4 fresh cards.
Comes Brodie, had the starter in hand, which is perfect. There is a Snatch, I think, an Art of the Dragon Blood there as well. So putting this all together is a puzzle. The Ignite is a very simple approach here for our first move. There's a Trounce in the hand for Darvydas here. See, a very powerful block card. Signature for Victor will cause a clash, and then there's a lot of value to be gained on the victory of that clash. Kunai Retribution, our second chain link.
Trounce typically better saved for not only larger attacks, but of course denying masked relevant chain links, a big part of this matchup for our Victor player. Allows them to keep some amount of damage on the go. We're going to see a throw dagger here from Brodie. So even if this kunai had been defended, the chain link would remain open for that mask. But I love this from Darvydas here, just holding on to that Trounce. Additional block cards, knows they're going to have to pick a fight over chain link 3 and chain link 4 to deny that additional value, but wants to keep a little something around to pressure Brodie. Doesn't want to give you all the breathing room and 5-card hands to work with.
And typically the disruption that Victor can leverage here is a bit of a problem for Cindra. A lot of crash effects that make it really hard for Brodie to extract value from these longer turns. Display Loyalty, though, is going to provide the fealty token. Now, whether that's going to be used for Art of Dragon Blood remains to be seen, but I think given that go again might be important as a chain ender of Snatch could be the option. Here comes a Trounce, though. So this is going to cause 2 clashes, and the winner is going to create a gold, a might, and a vigor token. Obviously, creation of a gold token for Victor means a card draw, but it's a Visit the Goldmane has stayed on top of the deck. That's a clash loss there. Okay. We're going to have to pop the gold in order to go again?
So we can re-roll, but we need to find something bigger than a 4. Okay, we're fine. Debilitate will do the job. So Trounce being 1 here from Darvydas. I do want to acknowledge an equipment choice here from Brodie Spurlock as well. Fiendal's Spring Tunic, not the default chest piece for Cindra right now. Blood Splattered Vest tends to be the equipment of choice, I should say. Tunic, very indicative that Brodie believes this is a go-long matchup, will have to pick their spots. It's going to get more than 3 resources out of this at some point. Otherwise, it would be worse than that blood-splattered vest in theory.
Yeah, that's the expectation. We've got a longer game on our hands. Trounce, of course, virtually is a free block, given that Darvydas eventually was able to draw off a gold creation, but had to spend the free gold that came with Crown of Dominion in order to reset the clash. Not really where Victor wants to be at this early point in the game. A fealty token here allows Art of Dragon Blood to gain that go again and potentially discount things further down the line, but I don't think that part of the effect is going to be particularly relevant. Civic Steps offered up here with full knowledge that Brodie only has 1 card in hand, but that card could allow him to do a little bit more. That's a Quicken token being offered over now. So Brodie gets to Snatch with go again.
Nice to threaten a card draw once more at the end of this turn. He's going to buy some more equipment from Darvydas as a result. This is definitely a bit of a pain point. Normally, you would like to be able to give in these spots when that final attack is numbers, just block with efficient cards, save your equipment to cover up those Mars breakpoints. But because Snatch is also threatening to draw a card, Brodie kind of getting away with a bit of a punish there.
Yeah, look, it's just one of the spots where Civic Steps is a little bit weaker. That is the downside to making use of those 2 block boots. Obviously, they have temper, so there's another opportunity to make use of those. But we have a Seismic Surge popping, so discounting a relevant attack. Vigor token obviously gives a resource, and the Might token will be buffing it. We're going to create another Seismic Surge token behind that, and it's going to be a Prime to Fight.
Prime to Fight, not a card that is atypical of Victor Goldmane. Happy to see this one coming into play. Makes me think that we do have some additional Vigor or Might generation to make this attack significantly more efficient. Happy to see this card finding some play. It's a very cool one.
Yeah. And our Lithuanian national champion, more than happy to point it directly at Brodie Spurlock. And plenty of upside to this, plenty of buffs. Obviously a 5 cost that gets cheapened by Vigor, then gets paid for by Vigor plus Seismic Surge. It comes out pretty easily. Buys a pretty big block from Brodie as it's a rather non-functional hand here. Multiple Hunters and an Ancestral Empowerment. Going to be used for their block value in this case. And that's going to allow Victor to settle in a little bit more, keeping the Cindra somewhat quiet on this next turn cycle.
Awkward hand for Brodie Spurlock, but understands the assignment, needs to use those cards defensively, find a better window, save that life total for when you need to take the hits. We're seeing some really interesting cards in the hand here for Darvydas. I believe that's a performance bonus in the hand. Love to see that one played normally against Gravy Bones, but some additional go again is very suggestive that our Victor player is eager to race.
Now, this is kind of what can happen sometimes if you allow your Victor opponent to, get passed back to you with a full hand. He technically is representing Pummel here alongside this Command and Conquer with 2 cards in hand, but sometimes the Guardians can't really make use of every card at their disposal. They can obviously pitch Outlet into their Tectonic Plating to create that Seismic Surge token and keep it rolling. Command and Conquer still matters a heck of a lot here, though, to Brodie. This was the singular Arsenal card that he sat on, the only card he didn't block with on the previous turn cycle. In theory, it's one he'd want to hold on to, but in order to do so, he'd have to pay the piper and get blocking.
Bit of an awkward hand to work with there. Double Lava Burst would require Brodie to go rather wide to get full value out of all those cards. Little difficult to capitalize on both. Wouldn't be surprised to see a defense on this Command and Conquer here, protect that Arsenal instead.
Given that first Lava Burst go again would require the Dragon Scalar Flight Path as well to be used, and Brodie's not had a chance to cash that in for its block value yet, so both Lava Bursts, very powerful chain enders in their own right, put in front of Command and Conquer. We also saw 2 Hunters used, so a lot of these potent chain enders for Brodie have already been exhausted on defense.
Not the type of sequencing Brodie was hoping to see early, and they'll be even less happy to see both Trounce and Test of Strength in the hand for Darvydas. He's well walled up for yet another defensive turn.
All right, Kunai of Retribution is the starter. When you see this from Cindra, you know that they haven't drawn a natural way to begin their turn. It'll be a Ravenous Rabble. This is sometimes a good use case for the Tunic counter, right? Blood Splatter Vest requires that hit from one of those kunais to sort of get a resource. Here you sort of have it by default. So it does every 3 turns give you an easy starter option.
Incidental value, a big deal in this matchup. Need to find ways to nickel and dime your way through. Victor, Test of Strength. He's
Boldy drop. I'll take that.
One of the small downsides, I guess, of pain in the backside. Well, I should say Ravenous Rabble in this case, revealing that pain in the backside. Darvydas did know what was on top. Yeah. It's a pretty safe clash at that point.
Yeah, full info. No visit the Goldmane estate spotted at the top of the deck either. Now, I believe we'll see it when we get to Darvydas' turn, but I think that's the performance bonus tucked in Arsenal here. So it's another little go wide enabler. Although, yeah, we commonly see it for like those board state matchups where Victor needs to clear allies. Okay, Snatcher's going to get a 6 block, including the Trounce, and going to be disabled, meets a pain in the backside on the top. So once again, Darvydas gets everything he could ask for here. Second clash, it's as rich as a Tropeldani. He loses that one. Is it really worth the gold here?
This is significantly more difficult for Darvydas, I feel, because we have already drawn a card this turn from Victor Goldmane's hero ability. So resolving this Trounce and successfully winning, not worth quite the abundance of riches that it normally is. That said, you are still interested in Vigor tokens, Might tokens, the incidental value gained from this. So there is at least merit to doing so. Decides, in fact, I would rather just keep the gold I have, draw Riches of Tropeldani next turn.
Get a gold.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's an implied source of gold sitting on the top of deck anyway. Here is a Seismic Surge. So looking for that wider turn. First up, performance bonus played from Arsenal is exactly where you want to be with this card. When it hits, it will create a gold token. So there's a number of ways which Darvydas is going to get himself an extra card this turn. And that will pick up his Riches of Tropeldani, which would be pitched to create yet another gold. This matters. Having a nice stack of gold when those Visit the Goldmane estates start to come around again to really supercharge your turns with those Might tokens. It's important to try and go over the top against this Cindra list that, as of late, has started to pivot more into a bit more of a mid-range configuration.
Worth noting, drawing Riches of Tropeldani has some, I should say, several upsides in this spot. Above all else, getting a no block out of the next hand. If you're able to draw Riches of Tropeldani in this spot, pitch it away to fund something else, it does increase those defensive capabilities for you on the following turn cycle as well.
And the follow-up may well be a Boulder drop. There was another attack action in the hand, I believe. Darvydas will be able to deploy that. So here's the gold created. Brodie takes the damage. And Brodie knows that there's a Riches of Tropeldani on the top. He knows it's just gone into Darvydas' hand. And our Lithuanian champion won't be able to create, I won't be able to draw another gold off this card, being pitched. So it's less of an enticing option, but I think he's still happy enough to get the gold here. Still wants to be fueling this turn.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Some upside from drawing it now. Some downside, not drawing an additional card. But I rarely find an abundance of riches to be a very real problem.
Yep.
And we do find ourselves in a spot where all these gold tokens are flowing pretty quickly, pretty naturally for Darvydas. And Boulder Drop going to come on in to just force some respect from Brodie Spurlock.
This is a tough one. This will force Brodie to part with a card. If that crush effect triggers, Brodie's going to have to put one of the cards from his hand on top of his deck. If he takes that 4 damage. Fire Tenant strike first, cut through. These are some bloody good starters. Looks like a display loyalty there as well.
Well-rounded hand. Not a lot of, as I say, there is a lot of generic cards and just ninja cards, I should say. Only one draconic option in the form of display loyalty there. Cut through at its best if Brodie is willing to flick, but would theoretically leave them without a starter following into the following turn. I guess above all else, selection of these cards also blocking too makes navigating this Boulder Drop very difficult. Chooses to just eat this damage, and I like this line quite a lot. You need to have some semblance of a turn here. You cannot let Darvydas have full reign on Victor to control the game, pull your life total down. You need to be returning some amount of pressure to keep those big attacks in check.
And this would have been the 3rd consecutive turn that Brodie's had been having to block heavy and have a pretty, middling offense of his own. So deciding now it's time to actually do something, start to advance the game a little more. Fire Tenant strike first comes in, and as you pointed out, importantly, it's not a draconic attack action. It's a great way to start the turn, but that little asterisk sometimes can make it awkward to work around.
Makes me feel like we're looking at a draconic attack in the arsenal for Brodie here to try and get some value from this Fire Tenant. Did choose to put display loyalty on top of the deck. Might just be relying on that kunai to gain some value. For now, Enlightened Strike playing defense here for Darvydas. It's the most flexible card in the matchup, I find. Enlightened Strike allows you to convert those 4-card hands you sometimes get stuck with when Cindra is playing defense, but more than happy to block out for you if you find yourself in exactly this spot instead.
Yeah. Obviously a good 2-card play. Can get in front on defense. Could be a turn extender. The world is your oyster with Enlightened Strike. Brodie now has to consider as well the presence of some of those troublesome block cards potentially lingering in the hand. How much pressure does he want to apply here to, force Darvydas to part with some of those?
So I think, if I'm not mistaken, I believe there's an Ancestral Empowerment available here for Brodie, which is somewhat awkward because they know the top card of their deck. It's a Display Loyalty. It was put there from that Boulder Drop. Display Loyalty doesn't really function on this turn because of the non-draconic attacks we find ourselves with alongside Cut Through, the other Fire Tenant. So using that Ancestral Empowerment doesn't actually extend the turn in much of a meaningful manner. We're going to see the Flick activation here by the looks of things to score a little bonus damage.
Yeah, certainly thinking about maybe digging too deep here. So like Mask of Momentum trigger obviously is also something to play around, and having that Ancestral is a good way to ensure it. Cut Through here. It's going to be the follow-up. It's that +1 and go again because the dagger was hit off Flick Knives. Seeing some equipment here alongside the Prime to fight from hand. Darvydas obviously with a redundancy of attack actions. So this is pretty heavy blocking early on in the combat chain.
I think this is diligent though for Darvydas. We know the chain link is still open here for Mask of Momentum courtesy of that flick on chain link 1. By blocking Cut Through for 4 here, there are no daggers left currently. Without a throw dagger or some other surprising trick, there is very few ways to force this over the top and keep the chain link open. We happen to know Ancestral Empowerment is the best one to do so. I believe he's already seen 2 copies.
Yeah, that's the last one.
Yeah, Brodie Spurlock finding all 3 copies of Ancestral Empowerment. He's doing a fantastic job at navigating these turns so far. Does draw that Display Loyalty we know about, and now he's got a pretty clean way to utilize all these cards. Will gain value from both Fire Tenants, despite how awkward this hand looked at the start of the turn.
Yeah, just making this, I think hit is something Brodie probably feels is going to be a tough ask. There's still plenty of equipment left here for Darvydas. And is it so bad? Yeah, okay. Like I thought maybe you get Civics involved here, but 1 card block will be enough. That's Fault Line getting put in front.
Fault Line is an incredible choice. Some unique attacks being displayed here from our Lithuanian national champion. I'm excited to see exactly what he's cooking up in other matchups as well. These are all very efficient into Cindra. Give you the flexibility to do what you want to do. They block 3. That's great. They cover up these head jabs if that's what you want to do. However, if your goal is to race, if you need to be sending return pressure, these cards are going to double up. Doesn't really matter what these on hits are. They're all pretty premium in terms of numbers.
If you're in Brodie's position here, are you preferring just to pocket this display of loyalty and have the chance of that sort of 5-card turn? You know what you might squeak some damage through without like a relevant on-hit? Better chance of ensuring Mask of Momentum actually being triggered if you could play off a full hand.
I think that's a real decision point. Fire Tenant there, of course, providing an extra point of damage if you're looking to do so. But giving that up to go wider, and more importantly, I feel, rebuy those Kunai of Retribution at some point. Draconic Chainlinks are going to be important heading into these future turns to make sure we've got some starters available.
Starting the turn without Kunai, not a really common place to see the Cindra in.
Risky. Risky is the word. Something you certainly can do when you're pushing damage, want to utilize Flick Knives at every possible opportunity, but it does mean you risk not finding a starter to get the turn to come together. Thankfully, Ronin Renegade going to bail Brodie out here. He's parked that display loyalty in the arsenal. We know Draconic Chain Link shouldn't be a problem here. Kunai should come flying back into hand pretty quickly.
So still very much aligned for a functional turn, as Darvydas chose to put a card in arsenal instead of maybe sending a Miller's Grindstone away. Definitely not looking to play any other sort of strategy. Could be like kind of like a visit a Goldmane estate. Could be pretty impactful.
That would make sense. Not very many cards will be prioritized to be arsenaled over swinging something like Miller's Grindstone. It's pretty clear that trading life totals is something that Darvydas is interested in doing. So choosing to arsenal that card instead, very suggestive that it is a power piece. Speaking of power piece, the Golden Sun on top of the deck. Going to win this Clash of Vigor and generate that gold token coming on into hand as a result.
Right, so if that's the visit the Goldmane estate in Arsenal, Darvydas is promising a very powerful turn with evasion on this Golden Sun. One also that isn't that hard to deploy. We have a Vigor token. So Golden Sun really only requiring a singular card to get out of hand. It means that Darvydas can be more defensive, preserve more of that life, and then send a really meaningful amount of damage that Brodie will struggle to interact with.
Taking a moment to read Burning Blade Dance here. Going to analyze how much that on-hit matters, of course. We are at 3 Draconic Chain Links, so Brodie could, in theory, pull these daggers back after the attack has hit and flick one of them away in order to gain that value.
It is still just a different flavor of head jab. So Clash of Might now. Chokeslam revealed against, of course, that shelter that was there earlier. So value continuing to be accrued by a Victor player, even on blocks.
I'm happy to see such a high density of these Clash cards in this Victor build. We've seen Prime to Fight and other Righteous Cleansing, similarly large attacks from Darvydas. And now we're getting to benefit from that against a deck like Cindra by filling our resource base with cards that benefit us on defense. Very happy to see these finding success so far in his list.
Ravenous Rebel here. Obviously showing that shelter, which we've seen a couple of times now.
The second chilling. This hits, this doesn't. Yes, correct.
Just a discussion there about what attacks did and did not hit. Golden Sun being committed to blocks here. Perhaps Darvydas maybe valuing a disruptive attack action over one that just forces damage through to speed up the game.
I think so. This feels like a visit the Goldmane estate situation to me. This next follow-up turn is going to be play the visit the Goldmane estate, generate this stockpile of might, hopefully arsenal a disruptive attack we would prefer, or find one on top of the deck. Big setup, going to get ourselves ready to start swinging this game in Victor's favor.
Okay. Might token pops. Vigor, of course, visit the Goldmane estate, comes down as we expected. We're up to 6 gold. And a very large amount of might. And I suspect we don't have enough tokens to represent this adequately. So a die will have to suffice. That's a lot of might. That's 7 power. And of course, we're going to be drawing up. So looking at the value that's been accrued on this turn here for Darvydas, not only can he gain that implied 7 power, still send an attack that wants to make use of the might token that was in play. Paying into a gold token, as there is a surplus of them.
If you're unsure why that visit the Goldmane estate generated 7 might tokens, easy to forget, but Aura Magus is a gold, does add to that tally, sitting in the top left-hand corner of the board.
Seismic Surge being created with that floating resource. There's another Golden Sun there. Okay, dude. All right. Fault Line instead is going to be the option. And with that Golden Sun being kept for later. Fault Line says if you have a card in Arsenal, it gets buffed. And it does threaten to remove Arsenals if it gets that crush effect off. 8 matters a lot.
Efficient attack feels slightly underplayed, in my opinion. Not common for Cindra to Arsenal cards very often anymore against matchups that are notorious for interacting with it. But Victor, it's not always the case. Sometimes it's just command and conquer to cause a pain point there. And this time round, punished by a Fault Line. Shell from the Storm, known about by both players thanks to those clashes. So this Fault Line, educated throw, hopefully a better, more interactive attack being parked in the Arsenal. We did see that Golden Sun to pair up with those Might tokens next turn.
Calling it interactive is obviously a little bit of a fallacy, considering Brodie can't do much but put 1 card in front. Flight Path here, it will join Shelter of the Storm to cover up 5 total of this damage and avert the crush effect. With the Filthy token in play, this Art of Dragon Blood for Brodie represents a very reasonable way to get his turn started. Still on 4 cards, looks like he's happy enough to go to the races. Pain on the backside up first, though.
I think this is roughly where Brodie Spurlock wants to be. A matchup like Victor is notoriously hard for Cindra, Dromai of Retribution. But Brodie understands that swinging for the hills, probably not the way. You have to build these bigger turns, find pain points to challenge Darvydas. They're looking to go wider, especially when there is 7 Might sitting in play.
On that note, do you feel that Mask of the Pouncing Lynx is a more attractive option sometimes in a head slot for a matchup like this?
I understand the appeal of Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. I think there is a lot of demand for Lava Burst, similar cards to guarantee damage in a matchup that otherwise is quite block heavy. I find a deck like Victor is more than happy if they do not have to give you these cards every turn to deny Mask of Momentum. It just makes the game even more of a race between cards like sometimes Zealous Beltings. We've seen performance bonuses, Enlightened Strikes. They're more than capable of converting those cards if they don't need to block. They'll let you have your 5 damage and send it right back at you.
Yeah. Okay, here's a brand with Cinderclaw. This will guarantee a Draconic attack on the next chain link, which means that you wouldn't have to use a Filthy token for the Art of Dragon Blood if that was where you wanted to go.
You didn't flick, yes?
Pain on the backside flicked a Kunai. And obviously that Kunai Retribution on the chain link is not on the chain rather, it's not on the current chain link, so it can be flicked away.
So Darvydas just doing some quick math as to what attacks had hit once again, and I blame no one in this spot. He is playing for his life here in the top 8 qualifying rounds of this World Championship, and it'll be an awful spot to forget about Mask of Momentum or mistime your blocks accordingly. So happy he's taking the time to figure it all out.
Okay, fighting over it here, hoping that it's not another snatch that Brodie has left for last. As the Quicken token is going to be given over by the second Civic Steps block, and of course the Kunai going to be flicked. Looks like we're headed for a chain endy here. It's going to be Hunt the Hunted coming in, and that will be a Quicken token that doesn't really get its value.
Worth noting, Hunt the Hunter here reduced down to 0 cost, courtesy of Brand with Cinderclaw, making sure our Art of the Dragon was Draconic, therefore offering reduction for those future attacks. Makes this turn all come together very nicely for Brodie Spurlock.
Of course, there's no Vigor token in play here for Darvydas. That might affect his blocking decisions. Obviously, Golden Sun is 4 cost, but
Seismic Surge
there's a
available.
Seismic Surge to cover that.
Does make it a little bit easier, but definitely hoping to keep a couple of cards here by the looks of things, with some awkward performance bonus here, having to be paired alongside multiple pieces of equipment to deny this Mask of Momentum draw. This should show you how much our national champion respects Mask of Momentum, how much of a factor it plays in this matchup.
Priced into it, I think, by offering the Civic Steps on the prior block. Mask of Momentum trigger and allowing Brodie to have an Arsenal target, that's probably not nearly as bad as potentially having to face it down. So a lot of equipment being given up, and there's not much block left to speak of now. But, yeah, there's the little issue of 7 Might tokens and a Seismic Surge to help pay for a Golden Sun coming across the board. This is very, very nasty for Brodie Spurlock. Obviously, base 7, but destroying a gold token gives it 10 overpower, plus 7 from that Might. And it accounts, obviously, for more than half of Brodie Spurlock's life total and is very hard to prevent this damage.
Golden Sun, won't you come and wash the pain away? Brodie Spurlock, the one staring down the pain now. We do see a reasonable hand on the other side of the table. That last remaining lava burst for him. Fire Tenant, strike first. Cut through, does have some daggers to work with. Rising Resentment here as well. So plenty of flavors of Head Jab Plus, but 17 damage does ask some questions.
And it would be not unlike Brodie Spurlock to take his time here. Player who really likes to think through all of his possible lines, even on a pretty ostensibly straightforward strategy and hero, has to consider maybe if there's a chance to preserve life adequately, what card will be used to that effect. Dragon Scalar Flight Path has already been used for its single point of block. Brodie's not ready to part with any of his other equipment, so he just takes it. My goodness, plummeting down to 8 points of life as the Golden Sun, true to his name, comes clattering across.
I think this is a pretty spectacular choice from Brodie. He's a bit priced in this scenario, understands that if 21 plays 15, 21 plays 14, this is still a very problematic situation if we're looking at these kind of numbers. You need as many resources as possible to threaten Mask of Momentum. This is how you earn cards from Darvydas. And as a result, I need these 4 cards. The hand functions. I can threaten multiple chain links. This is the only way I get back in. Might as well be on 8 instead.
Rising Resentment being set down there. That would be the final Lava Burst. We've seen quite a few chain enders for Brodie, though, been able to still be used, but many of them have gotten in on blocks. Looks like Brodie's done with that era in this game. Need to start asking for cards from our Victor Goldmane player. Fire Tenant strike first will get into the red zone initially. That means that Brodie's next Draconic attack is going to get that +1.
We did see Brodie debating sequencing here as to whether or not they wanted the bonus from this Fire Tenant now, later, if it wanted to land on Rising Resentment, land on Lava Burst. And these are the decisions that are going to make or break this game. Putting that breakpoint in the right place is going to threaten additional blocks, it's going to force additional armor to come out on defense, and hopefully allow a Mask of Momentum trigger to sneak on through.
Rising Resentment, of course, promises cost reduction. When it hits, be able to banish an attack action card from hand. And it would be 1 cheaper. I think that really is playing into the calculus here for Brodie. He'd love himself a Mask of Momentum trigger, so it's likely a question of how can I effectively get some break points at my opponent? How can I make blocking inefficient? Fire Tenant strike first promises obviously a buff, but I think cut through, for example, is not going to benefit.
This was a very real decision for Brodie here. There is a fealty token in play. If he wants that cut through to be Draconic, it can be. The question is if sending 4 into 4 is more profitable than sending 5 into a kunai, into a Lava Burst, and trying to prevent more awkward numbers in order to make Darvydas struggle with these blocks. That was a very real decision point. I think I'd have landed in the similar spot here. Rising Resentment, this effect is not looking to pressure anything here. We know the 2 cards in hand do cost 0, but our Victor player doesn't know that. There is the threat of not Hunt the Hunter, but other 1-cost chain enders. Are the Dragon Scale been fairly popular among the Cindra decks these weekends? So this is a relevant factor. Does choose, I believe, to let this one slide. Extra fealty being made. Going to pick a fight on Chainlink 3 and potentially Chainlink 4 again, denying that additional value from Mask of Momentum.
Yeah, so Brodie, what is obviously important is finding those breakpoints. Flick Knives will, allow you to keep like a 3-power Chainlink alive for the purposes of, trying to get to Mask of Momentum. Those kunais can be used offensively, but pitching for them, it's a little trickier. 17 plays 8. And it's going to be the cut through to follow next.
Cut through sequencing throughout this turn definitely required some thought because it kind of demands the Flick Knives activation in order to grant +1 and go again to this cut through. That's why we saw Brodie pausing for so long. He had to consider not only about where that bonus goes if we made it Draconic, but I'm giving up the Flick Knives activation, so I can't necessarily keep the chain link open twice if I give it up now.
And they should be pretty face up to Darvydas here. We're pretty aware that cut-throughs hit can all but be guaranteed if only one card is going to be offered. Here comes the flick.
No big surprises. Allows cut-through to sneak on over. The 3 block we see will allow this final attack that we know to be a lava burst to threaten Mask of Momentum. The question is whether or not our Lithuanian national champion is willing to dedicate both remaining cards to deny it.
But there's no go again option here, really. There was no Fealty token used to make another Draconic chain link, so you'd have to pitch for the Dragon Scalar flight path.
No worries on the flight path. Just needed to deny that Mask. Didn't want to give up the arsenal value. Enlightened Strike not worth as much in this spot. And we see again, it's very tempting. When you have 7 of your own power in hand, your opponent is on 8 life to just, I can stomach a lava burst. You can have an arsenal. That is how the game slips away. We've seen Darvydas time and again have the self-control to keep blocking out the Mask of Momentum, and regardless of how ahead they are on life, they are willing to stay the course in this role and leverage cards like Test of Strength to find the right window.
Yeah. For Darvydas, it potentially represents a free block. Gold token gain, so card drawn. Test of Strength getting all 4 of its points of value. Just not always guaranteed against Cindra. Oath of Loyalty now means Brodie must play only Draconic cards. Now, those 2 Fealty tokens in play will allow him to allow his non-Draconics to masquerade as such. Obviously, clean block here on chain link number 1 means Brodie would have to get pretty lengthy to really be able to get a mask trigger through. This is look, let's just be clear. This is a very difficult matchup for Cindra. Not only do we see Victor, frequently blocking very efficiently, but then sends disruptive on-hits back on small hands that really make it hard for Cindra to play the game. Hot on their heels will be the second accompaniment.
I want to talk about how important that Test of Strength was here on Chain Link 1, not only locking down that first attempt at keeping Mask open, but that gold generation draws that card for Victor Goldmane, grants more defensive options to Darvydas as the turn continues. We will see the kunai flicked here to keep the chain open on Chain Link 2, but with 3 cards remaining in hand, there is a significantly higher level of control about when we play defense and whether cards need to be kept.
And so Brown with Cinderclaw wants to ask the question again. Ostensibly, easier to cover up for the Guardian. Already given 2 cards here on blocks. Was able to draw a free 1, of course, off the gold. Happy to take the 3 damage now. Darvydas down to 11. Last card in hand now for Brodie Spurlock.
I like this a lot. Easy to pick a fight here and think you're closing off the chain one way or the other, but all you're doing is expending the same number of cards. So make Brodie have a functional attack. Make sure that last card isn't a 1 cost and you don't need to deny Mask anyway. And more importantly, take them off an arsenal. Force the issue now. Make sure the next turn is a little less wide. You can still commit those blocks on this final turn and rewarded for holding Clash of Vigor in that spot as well.
Pretty sweet. Darvydas because win the clash out here. Knows what's on top, of course, for Brodie. So can make a bit more of an informed decision when it comes to blocks. Here's the clash. Clash of Vigor.
That is not big enough. Clash of Vigor only.
We got gold.
We do, but would rather hold on to that gold here.
And that gold represents extra points of power when it comes to those Visit the Goldmane estates. So what will it be from our Lithuanian national champion to send back? Another fault line here. Brodie obviously off arsenal. Damage is damage. It's going to demand respect.
Less of an on-hit in this case, more of just a big number. 7, not quite lethal. But a 2-card 7, rather efficient in this spot, especially after 3 cards were spent on defense, courtesy of that gold token, providing an additional draw, and you can see the pain in the face for Brodie Spurlock.
It's a stressful game for the Cindra to play. She's constantly trying to look for a way through. Wrath of Retribution in the hand, though. Ignite, the starter you need. Blaze Headlong, an easy option to play after it.
This hand is gigantic. Wrath of Retribution is the power card in Cindra these days. Provides the level of resilience you need to go wide enough and challenge multiple times with that Mask of Momentum from that powerful legendary specialization.
Fire and Brimstone could never, by the way, as its counterpart in Fang. It does not represent nearly as much ridiculousness Rathe of Retribution, of course, gets cheaper to play with each Draconic chain that you control, but importantly, your daggers get +1 and are free to activate.
All kinds of tricks with that card. If you flick and rebuy the dagger, it is a new object. You can Dragon Scale a Flight Path. You can attack with it again after it's been rebought. So sometimes we see upwards of 4 dagger attacks on these big Rathe of Retribution turns. The problem with that, Brodie wants to keep this entire toolkit to make the hand function. They have to fall down to 1.
It just means a strong wind blows them over, or anything overpower. Another Golden Sun found would functionally end the game. Macho Grande would also get you there as well. There's plenty of those lurking in these victor lists. Oh, we're doing it. All right. Live fast, die young, says Cindra. Go down to 1. There is no S key on this build. There is no going down gears. There is only upward.
Ignite feeling like an apt start to this turn. Things are certainly about to heat up.
2 damage being recorded. Darvydas doesn't really see the value proposition in getting on blocks there. Kunai of Retribution. The follow-up.
Big fan of this. Easy to want to hold on to every single dagger swing until after the Wrath, but reduction best spent here to provide another chain link. You really want to be threatening Massacre Retribution here as many times as possible on this big pop-off turn, because that is how you find that ridiculous level of damage you need to catch up here.
Okay, this is going to earn the Aura Mages, and there's yet another clash there. Boulder Drop meets Burning Blade Dance. That's a win for the victor for those at home.
Vigor created, of course. Breakpoint covered for now. Brodie with the luxury of flicking that kunai to keep those on-hit triggers for the mask in check if they would like. We'll debate if that's worth their time at this exact moment.
Clearly a decision he wants to sit on, as we knew. Snatch, Rathe of Retribution awaiting in the grip.
I am expecting this dagger to be flicked here. I would be interested in buying it back once that Rathe is online, swinging with it an additional time once it costs nothing free of charge.
Darvydas has a Visit the Goldmane estate to hand. Something that, in terms of trying to finish the game, might not be necessary or even necessarily what he's looking for. He's been picking up that pile, reacquainting himself with it, and putting it back down frequently. So at this point, Rathe of Retribution is free.
It's always that small mini game when you're in a board state like this. You want to understand all your options, but you don't want your opponent to think that you are thinking about those options. So putting a hand down periodically, not a bad move. That kunai does get flicked here. We'll see Mask maintained as Retribution begins.
Yeah, here comes that Rathe of Retribution now. This, of course, in terms of preventing a Mask of Momentum trigger, easy enough to block. It's what comes after. That's what should be terrifying. With that kunai in the graveyard being able to be brought back. Attacked with for free and for 2 each. Darvydas is getting a little bit too low to stomach such a thing. A Righteous Cleansing. One of the most metal arts in the game. This card is getting turned sideways, though, used for its block value.
Mitch, this is going to be tight. We see multiple kunai of Retribution coming in here. Again, those Dragon Scale of Flight Path are available for yet another kunai swing. Means that if all the daggers are taken, Darvydas would fall down to 1, and then Snatch would read on hit, die, on hit, draw 2, which might be the single best Flesh and Blood card I have ever seen.
And Darvydas is out of armor. He has no easy way to cover over those breakpoints. The damage from the kunai of Retribution, he has to understand there's not much he can do about. And you know, should have been required that Snatch can be given go again.
This is incredibly tough. You really want to keep some amount of cards here to threaten Brodie Spurlock. If you can't take cards away from him, he has free reign to utilize Flick Knives to pick away those final few points. But if you do keep cards, you're going to take a bucket load of damage. Rathe of Retribution was the piece that was missing. Brodie Spurlock is firmly back into this game.
That's a shake of the head. Yeah, right look on the face. Darvydas realizes they've got to take this damage. They do need to descend to 3, knowing that any card left behind in Brodie's hand, unless it was like a throw dagger, in which case you probably would have seen it earlier, will be representing lethal damage for the Lithuanian. Goldmane Estate on hand is great, but you won't be casting homes at 0 life, my friend.
Worth reminding, those flick knives have been used this turn. We did flick on chain link 2. That gap in the middle of the chain link there from the dagger that was there once before. So no threat of losing the game immediately should this kunai connect. But of course, a lingering threat in following turns. Flick knives provides a sense of inevitability quite unlike any other piece of equipment in Flesh and Blood.
Crown of Dominion is quite the centerpiece, but it does not defend. It is purely for adornment. Dragon Scaler Flight Path. This is a different line, of course, enabling another dagger attack. Gives you go again, of course, on the current attack, but also allows you to attack again with a weapon.
If we take 2 damage, fall to 1. Darvydas, he's obliged to cover the snatch in its entirety.
He's got to give it all.
But if you do block this kunai, you might be able to survive. But Brodie Spurlock will park an arsenal as a result.
And at 3, Darvydas knows that his time on this battlefield will be very, very short if he allowed his opponent, seasoned competitor, player of the year in America, to turn back around and put him out of his misery.
Quite the upset on the cards here for the Wunderkind.
Fueled by pure determination and ham sandwiches, Brodie Spurlock making sure that he makes it clear that Cindra and Flick Knives have been activated this turn. Gesturing towards the life counter is Darvydas.
I think if I am Victor Goldmane in this spot, the correct answer is have it. I need that last card in your hand to be a 2-cost card I'm not expecting you to play. The Tunic is still available here, so even 1 cost would do it.
Do you have it, Mr. Spurlock?
But to win the game,
well,
you need cards.
This guy always has it, by the way. Always has it. Here's the snatch. And the dismay evident on the Lithuanian's features. This asks for 2 cards. And Brodie Spurlock at 1 life will get to turn around with a full grip and try and do it again in a situation where Flick Knives will guarantee victory.
Not impossible, the Shelter from the Storm or similar card.
That's the game. Darvydas knows. Riding on the wall. He's dead to Flick Knives on the next turn cycle anyway. And Brodie Spurlock overcomes one of the most grueling challenges for any Cindra player out there, showing everybody how to do it, and no one does it like him.
I said it at the start of the game, I'll say it again at the end. If there is any Cindra player in the room that can vanquish Victor Goldmane, it is our player of the year, potentially, Brodie Spurlock.
Now, turns out the melting point of gold isn't that high. Victor Goldmane unable to hold up in the heat that the Dromai of Retribution was bringing on down. Very impressive stuff from Brodie Spurlock, and this round was crucial. With that loss, Darvydas is out of the World Championship top 8 contention. It's not a win and in for his opponent, Brodie Spurlock, but it's certainly one giant step forward to guaranteeing that position, and also very likely guaranteeing overall player of the year.
Certainly looking good for Brodie at this point in time. I haven't had a chance to peek at where Jakob is in the standings. I understand they've been 1 win behind for the majority of the race. So I think they are, unfortunately, not live for top 8 anymore. So Brodie Spurlock's fate is in their own hands. If they can wrap this up, bring things forward, they will be our first ever player of the year.
Now, of course, around the corner, if you're seeing these matches, want to get a taste of the action yourself, want to get into the game of Flesh and Blood, or you're looking at maybe a different classic constructed option based on what you've seen over the course this weekend. Armory decks, of course, are one of the newer products designed to meet such a need. Armory deck Pleiades is installed now, and what I love about these decks, I got the Pleiades one, cracked it open. It's built for both Blitz and NCC. So there's actually a card in there with the deck lists that you take into Blitz and CC. It's actually split up into those halves, so you could just grab half the deck, sleeve it up, and go with it. It's a fantastic product to get in.
I'm a really big fan of this one. Unsurprisingly, I had the pleasure of building Pleiades over in Montreal at the World Premiere. Play that deck before it ever got any airtime.
You've been cooking on Pleiades.
I have been. I do enjoy the hero. It was nerve-wracking, very enjoyable. I feel like this deck has potential in the future when a metagame fits a little bit better because it does have innately powerful cards. Not only that, it's a great onboarding platform, I think, for new players. Guardian, a lot of good fundamentals to be learnt there, but there is still some instant speed trickery. It teaches you about timing windows, counter manipulation, and it occasionally teaches you about taking some extra turns as well.
And of course, Armory deck Rhinar is now out and available to be picked up, and a lot of Brute players quite excited about the opportunity to add some new tools to their decks, or those prospective Brutes with a chance to get into the game. Talk me through some of these options now, because we're really leaning into beat chest as a mechanic for Rhinar.
I'm so happy about it as well. It's so flavorful that we have Bear Destruction, a card that cares not only if you've beaten your chest, but that you don't control a chest equipment. And that makes sense to me. If you've been beating your chest relentlessly, there's going to be some open space in the middle there. You need to be bare-chested and brute-like to make the most of Bear Destruction. Alpha Instinct, pretty phenomenal new piece of support there. Blue 6, everything those Rhinar players have been asking for. The other two cards here have my attention because they are rare. Bear Swing, Smell Fear, going to be all stars of the Silver Age format coming out of this deck. Means that there will be potentially 3 formats you can explore Rhinar in the near future.
Absolutely. Smell Fear, of course, not only having the discard of a 6, but Intimidate stapled to the card. And promising you a buff as well. Pretty powerful. Now, talking about having an empty chest slot, this is why. Talk of Vim, especially I'm looking at, allows you to destroy this whenever you beat chest to discount your next Brute attack action by 2. But in general, there's a lot of options here. Also, a gorgeous reprint of the Goliath Gore, the iconic arm piece in Flesh and Blood.
Love to see thematic armor suites in these armory decks. Makes these heroes come alive a little more, I find. Talk of Vim, pretty cool card. Perfect amount of resources to pay for a Bear Fangs or pay for a Wild Ride. So some applications there. Again, want to highlight specifically Echo Cask in this case. Headpiece of choice in Classic Constructed tends to be Scowling Flesh Bag for these Brutes. That's a rare. It's going to be an all-star in Silver Age.
And nothing says I want to go nuts more than tearing off all your equipment. Fair enough. That's obviously what Rhino is going to be offering you. Let's have a look at Arachne, of course, in stores December 12th. Another armory deck, of course, for our beloved Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, or Slippy as he's affectionately known. And this card, Meat Madness, a stealth attack, 0 cost with a random on-hit effect. Seems pretty compelling.
Happy to see some chaos bleeding into this hero. If you want to meet Madness on December 12th, make sure that you pick up this deck. I believe there were a few more cards from this one revealed courtesy of the guide that we had given out here at this event, and I believe they've no doubt spread onto the internet at this point as well. So if you're more intrigued by what you'll find inside, go hunting. You'll have to dig deep into the cracks to find out what's inside this one.
Stay peeled for that one. And also, we've just had it announced, Armory Deck Origins features Hala in stores next year, April 17th. For those Warrior fans out there, I consider myself amongst your midst. I'm very interested to see what the weapon is. Obviously, Warriors know that their weapons really are where so much of the strength of a deck comes from. Hala, of course, being able to put a counter on that sword during her turn at the cost of a blue. So very interested to see how that interacts. Obviously, old and new Warrior synergies should play quite nicely here.
You know, I've been hearing some whispers over the course of the weekend since Hala and this Armory deck were announced. Talking to some LSS staff, what do you think? Are you fans of the hero? How did it play internally? Oh, we think it's a benchmark for Classic Constructed. This one's a pretty powerful hero. I imagine you're going to be seeing some amount of it. And if you want to get involved with Hala's journey into Classic Constructed, no better way to do that than picking up this product.
If like me and you simp for bright shining armor, that is exactly where you want to be. Hala, Blade Saint of the Val, of course, April 16th, available in stores. Now, next round is going to be a very important one, of course. We, of course, sat waiting for our win and ins to come for us. Round number 14. It's going to be around the corner here. The very best in Flesh and Blood are still out there, giving it their all, leaving nothing behind. You guys should stick around to see how it all plays out.
Hello everybody. I've been reliably informed that some of you are wondering why the camera isn't coming quite so close to my face, so I may have politely asked to take a seat down at the table and approach you directly, have a abrupt conversation about how we're feeling. Are you enjoying the World Championship? I am. It's been really cool to be on the analytics side of things for a change, but I miss you very dearly. It's not quite as fun not getting to talk to the audience at home, but you know what else is really, really fun? Talking to my good friend, Pankaj Vajwani.
It was me, Scott, actually. I was there asking for the close-up on your face, and I'm sure everyone loved that so much. So we are here to chat a little bit. There was a little bit of a pairings issue going on for the previous round, so we're here to just hang out and talk about how the World Championship has been going. Scott, what has been your take on both the CC and LL side of things?
You know, I expect to have a lot of fun, but I've had way more fun than I expected somehow, which is a strange happening. But above all else, I actually want to go home and play some Living Legend, which is wild because I've played hundreds of games of LL heading into this weekend across multiple pairing testing teams, just kind of bring that knowledge up to the forefront to make sure you're ready for the game. Jimmy, Niro Demers on Chane has just made me want to go back and play Monarch Classic Constructed all over again, and that's as close as I'm going to get. I want to resolve some Eclipse, I want to play some Rift Binds, I want to play some Seeds of Agony. I've missed it so very much.
And Jimmy was one with the Boomer Chane, right?
Yeah.
And I know you were a massive proponent of Chane coming into this weekend. I was on the Doomer side of things. I thought the guy's death was not exaggerated and actually very legit, but so many other players showed us the exact opposite. Were the Chane list that performed, in your opinion, the ones that you were expecting to perform, or were you looking at a little bit more of a RuneGate version, a little bit more of a disruption version?
It looks like a mixture. I think Jimmy is definitely the signpost for Boomer Chane by the looks of things and the way that deck has performed, but I know they had worked periodically with other Chane believers who were more RuneGate-centric. I think Florin-Cristian Login is still in contention here on a more RuneGate-centric version of Chane, so I think the verdict is out. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. I am nostalgic for Boomer Chane, though. I enjoy RuneGates. It's all fun. It's fine. It feels powerful, but I've missed Seeds of Agony and Riftbind. It's been so long since I've played a Riftbind, and I think that's what I'm most desperate for coming out of those feature matches. Classic Constructed, we had some incredible games. I wanted to watch some more Arachne Marionette myself. I see you guys had another fantastic feature match that I sadly missed on that one, but we had a Arachne Huntsman Verdance game back on day one that was a blast to call, and I'm reliably informed was a fan favorite as well.
It was a very good one for sure. I think it shows the shift that has been happening on the Verdance lists, particularly moving away from having all the combo pieces. Lucas Oswald, for example, in that match was only running 2 of the potions instead of the standard 4, which is what you need to have a very, very big combo. And that's kind of what ended up leading him to get fatigued, in all honesty.
Any particular highlights for you across the formats you wanted to share?
I really enjoyed Cody Williams' Zen. I think that Cody Williams' Zen game against Justin Ku's Gravy in LL was one for the ages. There was so much back and forth in that game. It started off with Cody with that massive Sacred Art turn to put Justin to a half life total, but then Justin Ku comes back with a massive hand and a gold advantage to bring Cody's life total all the way back down. Cody has a little bit of a break, but then catches Justin out with that Warmonger's Diplomacy, which basically made Justin IP 3 cards, and then he closed it out from there. It was such a fantastic game, masterclass on both sides.
Gravy Bones, not a deck I was expecting to see in Living Legend. I'm glad it found its footing in the hands of some very, very good players. You've clearly been enjoying yourself. I've clearly been enjoying myself. Let me know if you've been enjoying yourself in the chat. We're going to step away for a brief break and be right back with the games in just a moment. Stay tuned.
2 days of competition gone by here from the World Championships in Philadelphia, and 2 rounds to go. And you know what that means, folks. It's time for 2 win and ins in this round that we get to show you for 2 of our players. We got to make sure that that's all going to be, you know, copacetic with the standings, but that's what we think and that's what we hope. So let's check out these standings and see why we have come to that conclusion. It's because we got a couple of 11 and 2s left. Only 4 of them still remain, and they're doing battle all throughout the arena these days. Ponkage, what else are you seeing as we look at nearly our last set of standings before the top 8?
Well, the first thing that stands out to me, Sam, is that just a few rounds ago, we lost our only undefeated player. And now we no longer have any X1s either. The best record we have so far at the World Championships as we get into the last 2 rounds of Classic Constructed of Swiss before we hit the top 8, no one has an X1 or better record. We have 4 11 and 2s. If they win their round that's coming up right now, they are locked for top 8. So on that side of the feature match, that's a win and in for them.
Yeah, it's very exciting stuff happening all over our arena and our standings here from the World Championships. But this does mean, like you alluded to, Cody Williams and Jimmy Demers having a bit of a tougher go these last couple of rounds. Cody Williams, X1 to start the day, currently X3. Jimmy Demers was X&0, now X&2, which means they've taken 2 losses so far. They can't take many more and still make the top 8. And you know they want it, being so close with those sterling records.
And also amongst these X2 players, 2 Gravies, 2 Verdances, and Classic Constructed. Where are the Cindras? The first Cindra that we see is all the way down in 9th place right now by Brodie Spurlock. Huge shout out to him, by the way, taking down a Victor in that last game, the previous round on feature as well. That is one of Cindra's toughest matchups. Not a matchup you expect to see as well in round 13 of the World Championships. You don't expect a Victor to get that far in a field full of Verdances and Gravies, but Brodie Spurlock went ahead and took it down with a final Rathe Retribution turn. That was an absolute treat to watch.
Oh, hey, wowzers, there's so much Canada on these standings. You look at 1, 2, it's 8, 17, so much Canadian pride currently. 4, Matt Dilks as well. So much of these current standings made up by our friends up north from us here in Philly at the moment. But it's just a scrum, Ponkage. You look at how many X and 2s, how many X and 3s there are this round, all the way down to 17. It is going to be a mad dash to the finish line. We've got all of these players that are going to be fighting so close, tooth and nail, to get into the top 8.
17 players currently with X3 or better records, all fighting for contention, all trying to make it to the top 8 for the 4th ever World Championships in Flesh and Blood.
Well, we've talked about it enough. I want to get down into the arena. I want to see if we can find our first top 8 competitor from the 4th World Championship in Flesh and Blood's history. And we've got a calling champ on the left side of your screen, Jakob Allan. We look over on the right. It's actually 11-0-1 because of the draw for Jakob Allan. It's not, you know, reflected as a draw on here, but it is basically the same thing. And we look across the table, a couple of Canadians facing off.
So not a full hard win and in for both these players. Whoever wins is locked for top 8, but it doesn't mean that the other side is out for top 8. Taking a look at Matthew Dilks' history here in the Swiss rounds, we see him take down Aaron Shan's round 1. Very, very strong opponent there, only taking 2 losses so far on day 1 by Justin Koo and Jack Mountford.
Yeah, you take a look at the next day of competition. It's been a bunch of W's for Matthew Dilks. Was X and 1 all the way until last round. I think that does look like a bit, yeah, it's a bit of a miscommunication here, but we'll move ahead and soon see the other set of results as we look at Jakob Allan's results as well. Man, taking out a bunch of Americans on the first start to the day.
That's right, Jakob Allan came into day 2 of the World Championships as one of the 3 undefeated players, but unfortunately took a little bit of the blemishes on day 2. He had a draw and a loss as well, so currently in the 11-2 as he fights for top 8 contention.
Well, both players here fighting. They are, as we see the beginning of the game, Prismatic ley line into a murderous rabble, and then the back alley break line just being taken care of by Jakob Allan. And interestingly, I wonder if Matthew Dilks was just desperate to filter, because in doing all of those kind of mopey attacks, all of a sudden Jakob Allan got a bunch of filtering. You see that Earth card staring at you from the top of the graveyard. You have to wonder, was it worth it?
Ever since the tipple bans, the Gravies have sometimes struggled to find their allies to get their allies in the yard early in the game. Matthew Dilks is desperately hunting for impactful allies, currently holding on to a Scuba Salty Sea Dog. Not exactly the ally that you want to see. At this point in the game, before the Verdance is online, the allies that you want are stuff like Rigor Mortis, because once Verdance is online, she can just ping away those allies. But before then, she has a very difficult time dealing with his 1 health allies. Matthew Dilks wants to find that, not so much the Scuba Salty Sea Dog.
Wow, look at that. No gold. So all Matt Dilks can do is play a Scuba from hand, IP1, and pass. Pankaj, you have played a lot of Verdance. You understand the Gravy Bones deck from watching it so much here with me in the coverage booth. Just walk me through a bit of this matchup at such a high level, potentially playing for a top 8.
Priority for the Verdant side is to decompose as soon as possible. Once you are online, you get so much more freedom when it comes to clearing allies. You can play a Heartbeat, clear some allies, discarded fruits, clear Rigor Mortis, for example, and keep the board clear as you pressure the Gravy Bones' face.
And look at that. Just going to be another similar turn from Jakob. He attacks into the Enlightened Strike, he attacks with the Enlightened Strike into the Scuba, and then just passes. Maybe saying, listen, you couldn't convert your hand very well last turn. I'm not going to give you a chance to do so this turn as well.
He also had a little bit of an awkward hand on Jakob Allan's side. He had a Burn Bear, I believe, and just a couple of reds. I'm not even sure if he was able to resolve anything else in that hand aside from that E-Strike. I want to take a moment and talk about the equipment loadout that Matthew Dilks has chosen to present over here. Gravy Bones have been a little bit contentious on whether they want to present AB2 or AB3 for this matchup. Matthew Dilks has chosen to bring in AB3, which does confer some advantages and some disadvantages as well. The main advantage being that these days, Verdances have a lot of 6 damage arcane spells, and also some of them are running Channel the Millennium Tree. Having AB3 means you leak a lot less damage to those cards. However, not having access to gold-baited hook can severely cripple your gold generation, and it severely cripples your offense.
2 allies in the yard, joined by a third for Matthew Dilks. The Compass of Sunken Treasure going to be activated here. Still 1 gold remaining. Both Marvel heroes on both sides of the table. Back alley break line going to be pitched into the gold. We saw the card on top. We want it if we're in Matthew Dilks' seat. Let's see exactly what it was. Looks like it was that Lone Shark that's about to be played. I saw it ripped off the top, so the Lone Shark was on the top of the deck. Matt Dilks said, I'm fine trading 1 gold for 2 in this spot.
I was just about to say, going down to 0 gold is quite risky as a Gravy Bones, but Lone Shark off the top is exactly why Matthew Dilks chose to make that play. Rigor Mortis hits the field before Jakob Allan as a single Earth card in the banner zone here, so Jakob Allan will need to find a clean, honest way to clear this very pesky ally.
And take a look at the pitch zone. You can see a Whaler Humperdinck in the pitch from Matt Dilks. You know that's headed to the bottom of the deck alongside a back alley break line. You have to wonder, is he setting up something nasty with action points and a big ol' humper?
This matchup has seen quite a bit of churn in the past few weeks. Some Verdances believe that the best game plan into Gravy is to fatigue them. Just get rid of all their allies. They run 15 to 16 of them. You remove all of them, and then you have inevitability, say, off of something like an Evergreen, for example, that you can just recur infinitely while the Gravy Bones has no weapon of their own. Whaler Humperdinck on Matthew Dilks' side insulates him from that potential endgame a fair bit. As we see the first decompose come out from Jakob Allan's side, that is very, very important. He needs to rush to that 8 Earth cards in banners as soon as he can.
See here, how is this Rigor Mortis going to get taken care of? Burn Bear goes straight to the face. Bear goes straight to the face. Here is the call for Jakob Allan. 36, currently playing 37. 50 minutes remaining. We have to know Jakob Allan can be a little more careful with the clock this go-round, given that it didn't work out so well for him earlier in our tournament today. But he says, I don't care about your Rigor Mortis right now. This Burn Bear is going straight at the dome.
It is so inefficient to clear Rigor Mortis before you're online. The best way to clear that is just a Verdance ping. So Jakob Allan wants to put on the pressure, get cards out of Matthew Dilks' hand, Buys just sending a bunch of damage rays. If you leak too much damage to these 6 damage spells, suddenly you're in Strider's range before you know it. We haven't seen a card like Felling of the Crown, for example, yet from Jakob Allan's side, which can leak quite a bit of damage too. So Jakob Allan knows that Matthew Dilks is very priced into at least preventing a bunch of this arcane damage that he's sending this early in the game.
So you've talked about the kind of contention in the Verdance plans coming into this weekend. Anything you're noticing about the way Jakob Allan is playing, or is it too early to tell about which kind of side of the coin he might be on?
Currently, it seems like he's going down the kill my opponent's plan with the arcane damage that he's been sending phase and just leaving the Rigor Mortis on the field, of course. But of course, that could have just been a texture of his hand.
Yeah, like you said,
if you find these artillery spells.
Pings, yeah.
Exactly.
Golden Tipple blue here, the only Golden Tipple that remains usable for these Gravy Bones deck. A little less impressive without the gold-baited hook, and that's part of the problem of bringing in the AB3. You don't get the free hook activation on a turn like this where the Oyston hits the yard, the Golden Tipple attacks, but it's just an attack for one without that really important on-hit stapled on top. Let's see what the Dead Threads is going to power up. It's going to be a Saltwater Swell. Off the top, it's a Rigor Mortis, so no resources. You have to wonder, did Matt need it, or was he just happy to do this no matter what? The Dead Threads use made me think maybe he wanted those resources.
Red Saltwater Swell is an interesting inclusion in the gravy list. Some lists aren't running that card, but I know some players are huge proponents of that, mostly because of Prismatic Leyline. If the only red attacks in your deck are the Conqueror, sometimes you don't get the full 6 value from Prismatic Leyline, so Matthew Dilks has chosen to add some red swells as well, so that when he resolves the Leylines, of which we have already seen one resolve this game, those can come in for 6 instead of just 5.
Matthew Dilks as well here had the perfect blue for this Sawbones play. All of a sudden, 2 allies shamble forth, ready to attack and claw, trying to bring that Verdant Wizard down beneath the depths where she can choke under the pressure of the waves. But a felling of the crown, a nice response here for Jakob. It's going to be a decompose. We're going to see Earth. We're going to see Earth. We're going to see 3 Earth. Yeah, going 3 Earths as soon as possible because, like you said, we need that Verdance ability online for those pings.
Also, his arsenal is a Cadaverous Tilling. This Felling of the Crown is going to go to the graveyard now. I believe that it will be the only Earth card at the end of this turn. If he can get 2 more Earth cards in the graveyard on the following turn cycle, he can play the Cadaverous Tilling and go ahead and get up to 8 Earth cards in the Banner Zone, which would be a very, very quick clock for Verdance to come online. That would be a turn 4 or turn 5 coming online for the Verdance, which would be a massive benefit in this matchup. However, as we say that, Sawbones offers quite a little bit of a problem for that plan on the Verdance side. You need to get rid of that card before your pings are efficient, before they can reliably clear the allies like Rigor Mortis.
Fearless Confrontation utilized there to block alongside Sawbones' Dockhand, freeing up that 1 damage prevention. It's going to be a Call to the Grave, grabbing another Sawbones. It's going to start to get challenging for Jakob to deal with 2 of these allies if they both hit the field at the same time.
Multiple Sawbones is very, very difficult for especially something like a Verdance to deal with. I'm curious whether Jakob Allan is running a card like Scar for a Scar in his Verdance list that has gained some popularity for this matchup, also has some incidental value into the Prism matchup. Some Verdances are favoring that card, would come quite in handy. It comes in for 4, so it still gets through 2 Sawbones prevention effects. It doesn't get through both its prevention effects and a Fearless Confrontation, but at that point, I'm not sure if you can actually play around that reasonably.
Ivophidia pitched away. Looking at the top 2 cards after the Sawbones. Did leave him on top? I was looking at something else.
I think he went 1 up, 1 down.
And the Vasti here are going to be joining the fray to give go again to this Rigor Mortis because the Dead Thread's available for the Sawbones Dockhand as well.
More than just go again, gives him an extra piece of gold as well. And without the gold-baited hook, all these incidental gold pieces that you can gather can be very, very important for the Gravy Bones game plan.
Matthew Dilks took this Gravy Bones deck, currently 11-2, waded through the field of Cindra that came to this tournament, and it did not slow him down for a moment as the Dead Thread resource powers up the Sawbones, and Jakob Allan can do nothing but say, yes, I'll have some more. Down to 19 he goes. Got an E-Strike in hand, got that Cadaverous Tilling. Are they going face? Or are they going at the board?
I think you have to clear at least 1 Sawbones. It's just too much value to leave 2 of them up. That just means Matthew Dilks is healing 2 life turn after turn for the entire rest of the game. Go again at Sawbones is the call.
1 Sawbones down.
Jakob Allan does have the Tilling in arsenal and a plow in hand, but doesn't have enough Earth cards to decompose. So it looks like this Tilling is just going to be for 6, and I believe he pointed at the Sawbones.
Asked about the amount of Earth cards.
So this would be the 2nd Earth card going to his graveyard, and he's arsenaling the plow under, and yes, that is carrying the Sawbones. Sawbones is such a pain in the side for Verdance Thorn of the Rose here, especially as you get the endgame. Verdance wants to get the opponent into Strider's range as soon as possible, but aside from the AB3, if there are a couple of Sawbones lying around, that messes with the Strider's math completely as well. You need to get rid of that ally. Jakob Allan has recognized that, cleared both the Sawbones off the field, just 1 more remaining in the game that he needs to contend with.
Golden Tipple discards the Chum here. Draws another one.
And here we see a question answered. Scar for Scar in Jakob Allan's hand as he goes ahead and hides it from us. Would have loved to see that Return Cycle Pride. That would have been a much more efficient way to clear the Sawbones.
I was about to mention the big boat as Jakob Allan tries to keep enough cards and tries to utilize that Verdant's ability to ping away some of these allies. The Gravy Bones deck can just absolutely soar out so much damage, just ride the Conqueror of the High Seas along the waves, and it might be too much for Jakob Allan to deal with as he still has to worry about that Rigor Mortis.
So a few things unfortunate for Jakob Allan here lining up. Doesn't have an extra Earth card in his hand. He has a Decompose in Arsenal, but he doesn't have the extra Earth card here to get into the graveyard so that the Plow Under will get him to 8. So he might need to wait one more turn cycle before he deploys that. Does have the equipment to cover up the Conqueror though, and this is why Stonewall Gauntlet has been quite favored in his matchup on the Verdant side. With the equipment that Jakob Allan has presented, Crown of Providence can fade one Conqueror, and then Stonewall Gauntlet effectively lets you fade another Conqueror by just giving 2 additional cards on top of it. That's what Jakob Allan just did. So that's 2 Conquerors that you can fade. Barkskin can help you with a third one as well, or a defense reaction in Arsenal, for example.
But what do you do about the Rigor Mortis coming in for 6? Scar for Scar is an easy 1-card play. It looks like he might be lining up a couple blocks on this. There's a Scuba around as well. Jakob just taking 6. Down to 12 goes Verdance here as Matthew Dilks can smell a Pro Tour top 8. Excuse me, a World Championship top 8 potentially in his future.
Might be Scar for Scar into face, it looks like. And did a third Earth card hit Jakob Allan's graveyard and we missed it? I counted there's just 2 left. So the Plow Under won't turn him online, but he might just send it for 6.
Matt Dilks are going to activate Gravy Bones, hit a big old Whaler Humperdinck into the graveyard. Now look at the top with the Compass of Sunken Treasure.
Unfazed is Matthew Dilks as he just takes the 4 from the Scar for a Scar. And it looks like he's just 6 at Gravy Bones.
I think it is, and there are...
Double checks 2 Earth cards and that chooses not to decompose. I mean, Matthew Dilks doesn't have an arsenal, so this is just 6 damage to the face. Jakob Allan is just trying to raise, just trying to get Matthew Dilks into that uncomfortable position. At 18 life, we are at that life total where just 1 stray felling, 1 stray Channel Millennium Tree into a 9 damage arcane spell, for example, starts to make Matthew Dilks sweat and not able to resolve a full 5-card hand against Jakob Allan.
That is a fascinating question that Jakob Allan is asking, given that he sits at 12. And it'll take some time to set up that endgame. More importantly, it'll take some cards in hand that he's got to keep.
And he also got rid of his Decomposer in his arsenal, which means he needs to find another Decomposer and another Earth card to get in the graveyard for him to get online, and that might be a little too late. 5 Earth cards in the Bannerstone for him, though, does mean his Barkskin of the Millennium Tree is online. That can allow him to block reasonably well for a couple of turns. But I think Matthew Dilks smells blood, Sam. He sees his top 8 in the future. He wants it. He is rushing for it as a Conqueror of the High Seas. Hits the combat chain, the second one that we're seeing this game. No arsenal for Jakob Allan, but 8 damage while Jakob is at 12. He needs to worry about this.
No arsenal, no problem for Matthew Dilks. He's throwing damage that Jakob Allan is accepting. Taking 5 down to 7 goes our Verdance Thorn of the Rose player. 3 cards in hand. It's E-Strike. It's CNC. I believe it's a blue. It's the Emeritus Scolding that Jakob Allan holds.
Still no Earth card here for Jakob Allan, and that is also just 1 non-attack action. So even if the Bergson comes out to block, they'll just confer an additional 1 block on that Emeritus Scolding. Jakob Allan needs a little bit more than that if he wants to survive this onslaught. Matthew Dilks already on face-up on the board, has at least 6 more damage in the form of Rigor Mortis. Is that the 3rd Conqueror in his hand?
No.
He puts it down just as we tried to take a look at it.
Let's see, Oyston comes out. This have go again. It did, because the Conqueror of the High Seas at the table again. A little bit of a shake of the head and a laugh from Jakob as he takes a look at the second time in as many game actions that a Conqueror of the High Seas is attempting to crash across the table and knock Verdance off her thorny heights. And watch as she plunges deep beneath the waves.
This is 14 more damage on this turn from Matthew Dilks' side. Double Conqueror and a Rigor Mortis follow this up as well. Jakob Allan might be the end for him in this game at least.
Oh, and it's so interesting for Jakob, who's 1-1 in the loss and draw column respectively. It does make things a little funkier when you look towards cutting to top 8. So we'll have to see if Jakob Allan does take the loss here, where it ends up.
He can see the math ahead of him. He knows there's going to be 6 more damage coming his way. I think you have to wonder, if you're in Jakob Allan's seat at this point, do you just hope that with your gravy opponent at 0 gold, can you just hope that they break? Try and block as much as you can on this turn. I mean, you have to, because the rigor mortis is lethal. Maybe you just fold a hand and say, I hope you just draw a little bit of a brick, which Gravy Bones can do post-tipple ban.
6 more damage, and Jakob Allan falls down to 1. Matthew Dilks at 18 life, and it feels as though he is in prime pole position to move forward in the victors column and potentially secure his spot into a life-changing Flesh and Blood World Championship top 8.
No gold was created that turn by Matthew Dilks, so the Loan Shark did come and ask for its dues, dealt 2 damage to Matthew Dilks, which does inch him ever so closer to the Strider's range, and an aggressive line from Jakob Allan. They're choosing draw a card on this E-Strike over here. Verdant's not the best Ponder deck. A whole bunch of mopey blue earth cards in there. Fruits of the Forest, Autumn Touch. Fruits of the Forest he could at least discard, but stuff like a blue Autumn Touch, not what he wants. But he is taking risks. He knows his back is against the wall here. He needs luck to be on his side if he's going to come out ahead. Choose a draw card. We missed what that arsenal is, but if you're a Jakob Allan fan, you're hoping it's something that can convert well.
I think it might be a Rootbound Carapace. I saw literally like just the edge of the border, but I think he might have been rewarded for playing for the win, looking for something impactful to actually secure his spot as a Saltwater Swell comes down and once again asks for the final block on the Barkskin or a card from hand.
Barkskin block looking real tempting here. Covers this up, creates the embodiment.
Down to 11 is Matthew Dilks. Any more damage and it starts to get dangerous.
But as the Sawbones comes out as well, that is yet more effective life on Matthew Dilks' side. Either you don't clear the Sawbones and he gets free damage prevention, or you clear the Sawbones and it's soaked up a bunch of damage.
Give me an attack with the Rigor Mortis here. Coming in for 6.
Matthew Dilks lines up what looks to be an overblock over here, blocking for 8 on this Rigor Mortis thanks to the embodiment of Earth. He wanted those non-attacks on the previous turn cycle when the opponent went Conqueror, Rigor Mortis.
That would have been nice. That would have been nice.
That would have been good for Jakob Allan for sure. This time though, gaining 1 life, getting up from the 1 life total to 2. However, Verdant's not online yet, so this ping will be non-existent.
So I do gain the 1 overall.
It looks like Jakob might have represented the 1 ping in the Arcane, but only the 5 Earth cards in the Banish. And so that turn is play 1 card, gain 1 life, get 1 value, and stare down the ever-growing armada that slowly grows on the side of Matthew Dilks. Chart the high seas. Will it do more than 2 things? Will it put a blue in the pitch? Will it put a yellow into the graveyard? And will it show Matt Dilks the way into a World Championship top 8?
And will it create a gold token and also have the death threats be alive? These last few turn cycles coming up, Matthew Dilks.
The Chart the High Seas does everything as the Whaler Humperdinck comes down and 2 more blues hit the pitch. The whole hand has to be folded in front of this. But now, perhaps the most important ally available to Gravy Bones. Jakob Allan can do nothing but pass the turn. Will there be enough resources, enough action points, a way for Matthew Dilks to finish this game?
And now Matthew Dilks also has a gold token as another Whaler Humperdinck hits the graveyard.
Tilling, meet Jittery Bones. Whaler hits, handshake extended, and Matthew Dilks takes the win, and in doing so, secures himself a place in the World Championship top 8.
Gravy Bones versus Verdance, a matchup that is firmly in Gravy Bones' favor. And Matthew Dilks shows us why, locks in his place in the top 8. Not the end of the road for Jakob Allan, though. If you are a Verdance fan, he still has one more shot to make his way there. But for now, it's all coming up Matthew Dilks.
That was fantastic. You watch Jakob Allan, who's had a tough day 2, came into this thing without a loss on the record, now 2 and a draw on there as well. So he needs to continue to fight. He potentially has a chance if he wins his next one. But the story of that game, Matthew Dilks, he was in a favored matchup, but he took advantage of it. Nothing is guaranteed in this game, not when you're at those top tables. And for his passion, for his pride, for his skill, he is at the top 8.
And we see exactly why Jakob Allan was in a position that he was in. So confident. He knew from the beginning his plan is to just go face, sending scars, sending E-strikes. All of the Gravy Bones' face, recognize his win condition. Unfortunately for him, 3 conquerors from the Gravy side is a little bit difficult for the Verdance to survive. The Decomposers and the Earth cards not quite going his way. Not the end of the road for him, though. For now, Matthew Dilks, though, we have 1 Gravy Bones in the top 8.
And Matt Dilks is no stranger to taking down a tournament at a Tier 4 event, as he is the champion from the Calling in Los Angeles, which had a Pro Tour attached to it. So he was still winning an incredibly impressive tournament, but looking on from afar at the big dance next door. And now he has moseyed his way inside. He'll be busting a move with us tomorrow, as I cannot wait to see that match-out play out, as I also cannot wait for the next set in Flesh and Blood's Compendium, the Compendium of Rathe, that hits your stores in February, right after the world premiere in London. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's an all-timer. I think it's an all-timer.
And this set, folks, supports both Classic Constructed and Silver Age. Will not be offering Limited, but don't worry, Limited fans. The future sets will come back to that format. For this one, we have the all-new Silver Age format, which is getting a whole bunch of competitive support for the 2026 Flesh and Blood World Tour.
And as you can see here, yeah, it's a premium booster pack experience because there are so many goodies for you within these packs. You can see just 2 of the many reprints you can maybe expect to find in the Compendium of Rathe booster packs. And if they're anything like the ones that are on our screen, yeah, no, I'll call it a premium.
And these cards, people have been asking for reprints of these cards for quite a while. Shelter from the Storm in particular as well, going to be featured, going to be a possible pull in these Compendium of Rathe 9-card booster packs. Aside from that, we also have a few Antiquity frame cards available in these Compendium of Rathe, not quite treasure packs, Antiquity packs is what they are called, featuring alternate arts of these amazing reprints.
But make no mistake, not only are they gorgeous, yeah, no, there's treasure. Ooh. Treasure from beneath the waves, indeed. You saw it pitched in the game before. You might have seen it at the shelves of your LGS and thought, sheesh, maybe one day. But now you can open one in the Compendium of Rathe set, and it is an exciting time. In the Antiquity pack, you can potentially grab an Eye of Ophidia, and boy, oh boy, perhaps the story doesn't end there. We hope you'll head to your LGS when available to grab Compendium of Rathe, maybe dust off some old favorites, because Silver Age and Compendium are right around the corner.
That's right. Make it out to the world premiere in London, where the calling attached to it will also be Silver Age, and you can go ahead and use the cards that you open in your Compendium of Rathe booster boxes to fuel your Silver Age decks.
And, I mean, we've talked about the world premiere. We talked about it last time we were on here together, but dude, the world premiere has some crazy swag. I mean, actually, I'm looking at it, I'm like, I hope we get to make it to that one. I get to make it to that one.
It's also just such a fun vibe, and it really supports a casual player base, especially when a Silver Age, which is meant to be the accessible format, but also going to feature at the Premier Play, your $20 ticket to the $2 million World Tour.
Unbelievable. And when you talk about big paydays, you talk about big old paychecks, you are talking definitely about a World Championship top 8, and especially the person at the top who takes down 100 big ones. And by big ones, I do mean $100,000. And for our next 2 players, they want a piece of that pie, and you might recognize one of them. Let's get down to the table, because we've got another win and in for one of our competitors. And yes, it is the opposite side of the table. Wait, we got 2 11-2s here, so perhaps either one of these folks can make it in. But as we look at both of these players, they have such a story. Max Klein, a finalist at the Pro Tour in Los Angeles. You take a look at his record here, and he's had a pretty up and down road with a majority of wins and a lot of different heroes that he's taken down.
Taking a loss in round 1, never something that feels good starting from the back foot, but coming into day 2, Max Klein suffered 2 losses on day 1, 0 losses on day 2. Let's see if he can keep that up and clench his way into the top 8 as we go ahead and take a look at Jimmy Demers' record here. Near perfect record on day 1, just losing once to Jakob Allan, who we saw take an unfortunate loss in the previous round as well, but getting a win against current US national champion Margin Day to close out his day 1. Into day 2, taking a loss into Cody Williams, very impressive Zen, and then winning it out from there.
Taking so many wins have both of these players, as we saw Verdance unable to answer the Gravy Bones problem. But if there's any player that can rewrite the script, it's Maximilian Klein on the left side of your screen. Our second match from round 14 here from the World Championships in Philadelphia. It's underway.
We are seeing once again the same matchup, Verdance versus Gravy, but already there are so many differences. The first thing I want to talk about, AB loadout on the Gravy side. As we spoke about in the previous matchup, this is contentious. Some Gravies believe AB2 and Hook is the way. Some Gravies believe AB3 is the way. Jimmy, of course, on the AB2 side, wants the Hook to continue the pressure. Max Klein also has a difference in his equipment loadout, not running the Crown of Providence that Jakob Allan was favoring, instead running the Balance of Justice, telling Jimmy, you cannot draw too many cards on your turn. You cannot use all those gold pieces the way you want to, otherwise I will punish you by getting an extra card myself.
Chart the High Seas only converting for 3 resources, just like you pitched it. As we look towards the rest of Jimmy's turn here. No gold to start, loot the hold, it's the yard, and a pass from Gravy Bones, a completely non-functional turn. And Max Klein has all the space he could have asked for. Let's see if he can convert his 4 hands, his 4 cards. That's not a given either, but channel the Millennium Tree is a perfect way to start into the Waning Moon, as there's the Earth card in the pitch.
Already such a difference in the first few turns of this game. Jimmy with no ally being represented over here, no ally in the bin, no gold to speak of as well. Can only AB2 of this 5 damage Waning Moon because of the equipment loader that he has presented. Also, Maximilian Klein is arsenaling a Burn Bear. That is going to be 9 damage on the following turn. And if he can find 2 Earth cards, this Challenge the Millennium Tree will stick around for 1 more turn. We saw Jakob Allan try and race down his Gravy opponent in the previous game. Can Max Klein do it here off the back of this Millennium Tree?
Gravy Bones comes in too. Go again.
Discarding a Chum. Now that's an ally in the yard that Jimmy does have access to.
I love it, dude. We've just gotten 4 Marvel heroes in 2 games, showing that not only are these players committed to their heroes, they bling out a deck that they have such skill with, sitting here with only 2 losses in a World Championship and doing it in style. Murder Travel showing a red, Fiddler's green, so it only comes in for 1. Still no gold in the coffers of Gravy Bones. Dead Threads, thanks to the Chum getting in there.
No gold, and he's going to draw into the Fiddler's Green. So if Max Klein doesn't send any physical damage, which I don't think he is, he has a Burn Bear in Arsenal and a Challenge the Millennium Tree on the field. That Fiddler's Green might be just a little bit of a brick on Jimmy's side, or he might just be forced to pitch it for AB so that he can at least get it out of his hand.
4 damage comes in with the Chum. No blocks.
And you cannot be feeling good if you're on Jimmy's side to see your Verdance opponent just take all that damage as you resolve the Chum and they have a Millennium Tree on the field. Will Max Klein be able to keep this tree for yet another turn?
Prismatic Leyline, Whaler Humperdinck, a little awkward. Here comes the Burn Bear. From the Arsenal is the Burn Bear, and from the hand, 3 cards pitch, but they're doing more than just pitch. They're keeping that Millennium Tree around as 9 damage comes. Now here's the downside. You don't get to follow this up with the Waning Moon, but you do have the ability to keep that Millennium Tree around and get a potential 9 points of value from that card played early in this game.
You missed 2 points here because of the unfortunate all red draw from Max Klein's side, but you still have to be happy that you get to send 9 at your opponent, who's at AB2, currently still has no setup, no gold on the field, no further allies in the yard to speak of as well. Make no mistake, Jimmy's back is against the wall here, despite Max Klein pitching 3 reds for this Burn Bear.
And there's so much that cascades in these first couple turns. Because Jimmy's turn was not that impressive, Max is not punished for those 3 reds nearly in the same way. Had he been under pressure, he might have thought to himself, well, not nearly worth it to try to keep this Millennium Tree around. But Jimmy just coming in for a Mopey 5. Yeah, you develop a chum, but all of a sudden, Jimmy's down to 26, Max Klein at a healthy 35, only one ally. We know there's a Fiddler's Green in hand, and currently there's no gold, so no way to get rid of it other than by pitching it away. But these Gravy Bones decks, they are so good at charting a path through the seas and finding the perfect way forward. For Jimmy, he's got a big old tree in his way.
Does have a prismatic leyline in his hand as well as a saltwater swell, so still might be able to convert this hand into some form of damage, but he needs a little bit more than that. He needs some setup, he needs allies in the yard, needs to resolve more of them. Something like a Sawbones is something that he really wants to try and get out at this point, or even a Rigor Mortis, just a higher damage ally than this 4 damage Chum. An evolution of this matchup that has happened these past few weeks is to just ignore the Chum from the Verdant side. You just let the opponent say, okay, sure, you get a 4 damage hammer. That's not what this matchup's about. I'm just racing you with Arcane anyway. Activating Chum is always a bit of a risk in this matchup because they can just send Arcane at your face and you might have just wasted the whole Chum activation ability. So that's an ally which I wouldn't be surprised to see Max Klein fully ignore as we move on to these further turn cycles.
A little bit of a judge call. Prismatic Leyline powering up the Saltwater Swell. It will also power up the Chum. That will be sure to follow, so got some good value out of it. But it is sometimes such a treat to see the same matchup in back-to-back games because they just never look the same in Flesh and Blood. There's always nuance. There's always skill expression. In this one, at the very beginning of this game, we are in for a different ride.
There's also deck choice differences, and I think that's a big thing we've been seeing. A narrative of this weekend is the churn in the deck lists that have been happening in these top 3 lists as we approach World Tour weekend, and the strategies that people are enacting into the mirrors, into the bad matchups. And here we see already the same matchup, as you pointed out, Verdant's Gravy, but both players with different equipment loadouts.
Yeah, no, this will be an interesting one to see. We saw Matthew Dilks make his way into the top 8. For both of these players, a win would mean the same. Max Klein potentially feeling good at moving forward, but both these players are so good at what they do, and we know Gravy Bones is never out of it. If you think Gravy Bones is out of a game, talk to Justin Koo, you might change your mind.
I mean, we saw the Gravy have a terrible brick there. We just loot the hold into pass. Verdants can absolutely do the same thing. You draw a hand of Scour, Mental Block, some other Mopey Blue. It's not guaranteed that Maximilian Klein can even convert, can even leverage the Challenger Millennium Tree that he's kept for an extra turn because he's brought Waning Moon as well instead of Aethertide. Sometimes you just don't find a non-attack. You're holding Blue Autumn Slash, Blue Flutes of the Forest, can't convert that.
So as we look, we've seen both of these players, at least from what we've seen, looks like Jakob and Max just trying to shoot a lot of Arcane, shoot a lot of damage, and blow up the Gravy Bones. We'll have to see if that strategy pivots as we get back down to the game, given that the judge call has just been completed. And let's see how these players want to continue.
Ostensibly on the surface, Jimmy representing 4 damage from the Swell into 6 from the Chum, as long as the Arsenal doesn't get involved over here. No gold to speak of means no way to cash in the extra resources on that front, so it would have to be the Arsenal coming in as we take a look at Maximilian Klein's hand, and he has found another arcane damage spell, has found a Burn Bear, which will come in for 9 thanks to Millennium Tree as well. He is representing burning down Jimmy Niro's life total this early in the game.
Rootbound Carapace from the hand. Taking 2 down to 32.
That's an exact decompose for Maximilian Klein over there. 2 Earth cards hit the banner zone as 2 Earth cards hit the yard as well. Jimmy happy to see a Felling go, but definitely not going to be happy about this burn that is going to be coming in for 9 thanks to the Channel Millennium Tree.
Trigger Millennium Tree in response. It's going to be an activation of the Chum. First, it's going to be an activation of the Compass.
Chum, very risky activation, does have the priority window over here, but Max Klein, if he has an arcane damage spell, can just choose to send that face. Of course, Jimmy might want to activate it anyway just to get allies in the bin because he's currently struggling to with the lack of gold.
It's a Burn Bear. It comes from hand this time. Just 1 card comes into it, so 9 more damage across the table. Unless we find something like a Throw Caution to the Wind, which I'm not sure we've seen so far. It was a Portside Exchange off the top of the deck. But from hand, we're going to see a card pitched that might change the whole timbre of this game, Ponkage.
Creates a gold token thanks to the riches of Tropal Dani over there. He has been struggling on gold as Jimmy Niro, but now finally has found that very important piece of currency. Have to note, though, the activation of the Chum there, while it got an ally in the graveyard. The Chum is tapped, which means it cannot attack for free on this turn. It cannot attack at all. It's already tapped. He'll need to find a way to deploy the Swabby probably to go ahead and have a little bit of offensive output on this turn.
But what's so interesting and so important as Jimmy heads down to 19 to Max's 32 is that because that happened on defense, Jimmy has the gold right now to start drawing. If Jimmy hadn't been able to pitch that gold on Max's turn, he would have had to find another pitch outlet, and all of a sudden, it's starting to churn. We're starting to see the game actions chain together. Once Gravy Bones reaches that fell hand down and grabs his first piece of glittering treasure, it all starts to come together.
Because he's got to remake that gold this turn off of Portside Exchange, which means he gets a free hook activation, which threatens yet another piece of gold to keep the gold train going. Jimmy Niro just one turn ago had 0 gold. Now he's already at 1, representing the creation of a second one as well, thanks to gold-baited hook.
Let's see just how Max Klein wants to deal with this.
Did also get his first decompose, and the Channel the Millennium Tree also hit the bin once his channel flow effect was not able to be met by Maximilian Klein. So he does have 3 Earth cards in the graveyard, which would be the ideal way to decompose after your first one. Typically, Verdance players want to decompose in the order of 2 Earth cards first, into 3 Earth cards, into 3 Earth cards, to get to the 8 requisite Earth cards in Banner Zone with the fewest number of decomposes. So Max Klein can't get the second one here. Has already blocked with 1 felling though, so we'll need something like a Rootbound Carapace or a Tilling or other copies of fellings to get that second decompose. Swabby coming in for 7. You have to think about this gold. It seems innocuous at first, but that can quickly snowball out of control. We've seen that happen on stream multiple times just this event.
So for Max Klein, as he stares down this Swabby, you're in the Verdant seat. How are you starting to feel? What are you starting to think about? You still feel confident? I know it based on the texture of the cards in the hand. We can take a look. Max Klein looking with a block with that Voltic Bolt. Lightning Strike has another one of those Plow Unders and a healing potion. The foiling just looks freaking gorgeous on our feature match table at Pankaj. Tell me what's going through your head as you think about what's going through Max's.
I think you're thinking about how you can get to that 8 decompose, 8 cards in Banner Zone as soon as possible. This Plow Under, a little bit tricky. I didn't quite catch what is in Max Klein's arsenal over here. You don't want to play Plow Under and have to tuck your own arsenal. So I think Max Klein is thinking, can he deploy his arsenal and tuck this Plow Under safely into his own arsenal? He also is in a bit of a fork over here with this E-Strike. Could just choose to take the damage and just say, Jimmy, hey, we are racing now. E-Strike face and just send more damage phase. Get him into that uncomfortable position as soon as you can.
Buckle up, folks. It's about to get quite intense. E-Strike, this is an important call.
5 Colocan at you.
At you is the call from Maximilian Klein, and now we know what time it is, folks. It's time to go. We're not interested in clearing these allies with this E-Strike. We're interested in winning this game. We're interested in a top 8 berth.
And Jimmy Niro has drawn a no block. We spoke about the differences in Verdance's approach in this matchup. Some Verdances are choosing to fatigue, and for that reason, Gravies have felt compelled to bring in that Remembrance. You tuck more Conquerors into your deck, you can go ahead and overcome the fatigue. But if the Verdance just runs at you like Max Klein is doing right now with this Tilling, second decompose of the game, going to be able to put 3 Earth cards in the Banish Zone if he chooses to. And Jimmy Niro is just holding on to this non-blocking Remembrance. This is a bit of a tough spot for Jimmy.
Oh, and this is an important thing to notice as well. Max says, I'm leaving an Earth card in the graveyard, even if it means I'm a turn away from finishing my decomposed train, because I am not interested in pings. I'm interested in decomposition on felling of the crowns, on the Plow Under that remains in his hand for next turn because of what it could represent. And the gold-baited hook has to get in front of this because the Cadaverous Tilling is just too much damage for Jimmy to think about. He's blocking with the whole hand.
And here's what we spoke about earlier. Max Klein just choosing to ignore Chum. That ally is a little bit of a trap. If you try and just send 6 damage at it instead of 6 damage face, you give the Gravy Bones a lot of space in the matchup. Max Klein saying, sure, have a free hammer. I don't care. You're at 17 with AB2, and I'm a wizard with a whole bunch of 6 damage arcane spells in my deck and Channel the Millennium Trees. I will just burn you down.
4 damage from the Chum. No ally to discard. Last turn, we got rid of the Remembrance.
It's also so risky. His only priority window was after the E-Strike was declared for go again. And if you discard an ally and then Max Klein says, okay, here's 6 arcane damage face, then you're just left looking like a little bit of a fool. So that Chum activation just isn't as threatening as a matchup.
Jimmy got the nice sweater on. You see the tat poking out. It looks like a penguin. He ain't looking anything like a fool. He's looking like somebody who wants to get into the top 8. But first step for Max Klein, gain 3 life, come in with 2 more arcane damage. You have to imagine he is considering, or he had a good plan for the rest of those cards. We know he's got the Plow Under available. Could just be a 2-card play there.
Waning Moon coming in here as well, offering an additional 2 arcane damage. And you see this on the gravy side. Jimmy checking the graveyard situation as well, knows he very possible for Max Klein to follow this up with something like a Felling of the Crown.
I'll activate Chum.
Activate Chum. Put the Rigor Mortis in the bin.
Oh, AB2.
And AB2.
Now does Max Klein have the arcane spell, or is this Plow Under going to go to the Chum? Yes, it is going to go to the Chum, so Jimmy does strike gold over here. Max Klein forced to send the 6 physical damage into the ally, not something he wants to do. So Jimmy does get away with that, and I believe does not have a Fearless Confrontation to save the Chum, so this Chum will die.
And importantly for Max, that doesn't say when this attacks a hero. It says when this attacks. So on attack, the Decompose triggers no matter to what or whom it is attacking. So as Chum hits the bin for the 2nd time, that arsenal for Jimmy, gone. Tip the barkeep, making a Gold Kiss rum. Davy Bones still enjoys to drink like many other pirates. Looks like we might just be attacking with Swabby. No, we're hitting a chart the high seas. What did we find? Oh, interesting. An Oasis Respite that immediately hits the graveyard, but 3 floating now for the remainder of this turn.
And that Oasis Respite has to ring some alarm bells in Max Klein's head over here. Normally you can do your perfect strategy math when you know your opponent's AB situation, but now Max Klein knows there's at least 1 Oasis in Jimmy's deck. Is he running more copies of that card? Because that will absolutely stifle this burn plan that Max Klein has. And we can see Jimmy feeling the pressure over here. That chart the high seas, he had already played a blue on that turn off that Tip the Barkeep. Could have just resolved the Rigor Mortis and attacked with the Swabby still, but he went for the chart play, is trying to get something better. Has realized that he's a little bit on the back foot over here. He gambled, he just trusted his deck to give him that blue, hopefully give him a yellow as well to just push himself a little bit ahead. A life deficit against a Verdance, against a Wizard with Storm Striders who has all her armor up, not where you want to be.
You're listening to 2 certified Wizard enjoyers who have both been happily on the side of the deck with the Storm Striders time and time again. And we know how it feels to be on both sides. And you can see Max here, a bit of a shake of the head, a bit of a grimace. Cool, calm, incredibly kind player on the left side of your screen. And I think I can see why. As we look at the hand, we can see there's a fair amount of cards in there that do nothing in the blocking side of the equation. It's a bit of an awkward one.
This is awkward on so many fronts. This Swabby is coming in for exactly 7, which means even if Max Klein takes it entirely, the Scar for Scar still will not confer go again. And the remaining cards don't block either. Rampant Growth Lives can be used to go ahead and amp 4 total if you play both of them and sequence them accordingly. But does he have a spell to go ahead and get that amp effect on?
And importantly, Max Klein said, listen, I'm not going to decompose as aggressively as possible. I'm going to go ahead and try to make this happen in other ways. And in doing so, now we have to wait. Is he able to find the ping?
Wait, this is so much damage. Heartbeat, heal 3, and double Rampant Growth Life in his hand. Each of them will amp 5. Waning Moon's going to come in for 12, if my math is correct.
Rampant Growth Life hits the table. Gain 1 life. We've currently gained 4.
And you respond to the other Rampant Growth by playing the second one. This is your 5th point of life. This amps 5. The other one amps 5. He has played a non-attack in the form of the Heartbeat of Candlehold. So Waning Moon is legal to be activated over here. 12 damage when the opponent has AB2.
12 arcane damage. This ain't really a combo. Max just drew it off the top, but he knew how to sequence it. He knew how to get the most value out of these cards. You saw a grimace. I'm not quite sure why. Maybe he was thinking about what he was about to do to Jimmy.
Maybe he's thinking about arsenaling a Scar for a Scar as he's about to go, as he's about to heal 5 and deal 12 to the opponent. That Scar for a Scar, a little bit brick, does not have Crown of Providence to get rid of it either. Just going to be parked there for a little bit, we can imagine. but definitely going to be very happy presenting 12 damage to the opponent. This means even if Jimmy Niro AB2s this, goes to 7, that is Strider's range.
Strider's range, if you have no cards left to pitch, is going to be the AB2 as the Scuba hits the pitch and is soon to hit the bottom of the deck. It's down to 7 goes Jimmy. And the Scar First can just come out.
Of course, he had his action point.
Let's go again.
I was heartbeat waiting when he absolutely had his action point there. Then yes, I'm with you. I'm not entirely sure what the Grimace was about. That was a fantastic turn cycle from Max.
He's thinking, dude, this is going to suck for you. As he hits the cards down onto the table. Scar for Scar comes down. Sunken Treasure means it's time for another gold for Jimmy. But one more damage over the top. And those Storm Striders are looking more and more fiery.
6 health now for Jimmy. Maxline, though, cannot be too excited to pull the trigger because he has seen that one Oasis Respite in Jimmy's deck. This is not open decklist, so Max does not know how many Oases Jimmy might be running. So he needs to be careful, but with this life lead and the armor lead as well, can just take a little bit of extra time, can take the space, perhaps try and resolve another Millennium Tree or resolve his first felling of the game. And the pressure is absolutely on Jimmy to make Max press the button. Jittery Bones discarding Sawbones' Dog Hand off the top. Sawbones, another ally that can go ahead and mess with the Strider's math on Max Klein's side. Let's take a look at what Max Klein is working with. The number of times our players have just hidden their hand from us as we go ahead and zoom into the hand is kind of funny.
Make a resource.
Dead Thread's activated here.
Sawbones.
Sawbones comes forth. You can see Max swallows, takes stock of the situation. Take a look and see. Another Rampant Growth Life, Findall's Fighting Spirit, a couple cards. Swabby comes forth as well.
Does not have the Arcane Damage spell in this hand, but does have a Fighting Spirit.
And a Rampant Growth Life that can hang out in the arsenal and make something so powerful that Jimmy won't be able to deal with it.
Fighting Spirit, of course, won't be online even if Max takes the full 7 damage, but still 7 damage to the face on the other side when the opponent is at 6. I'm sure Max wouldn't be too upset about that.
Block 3, take 4, Scour for the block. Max down to 16. It's feeling like this is firmly Max's game to lose at this point. Findall's Fighting Spirit. 1 life gain for Verdance. Still not enough Earth cards, right? This isn't a ping?
No, there's no ping. There's no life gain either because the Verdance is higher life total.
That is also true. That's very true. This is just 7.
Which is still lethal. And the opponent has no armor except the Dead Threads, which they definitely do not want to block with. Currently holding 1 no block in the form of that Chum. Can go ahead and discard it to Gravy Bones' ability. Draw the Sunken Treasure off the top. Refresh the gold. But you can sense Jimmy is just fighting for his life over here. Needs to find a way to progress the game state. Maybe make Max Klein feel a little bit of pressure, but that's so difficult to do with the full armor suite on the Verdant side completely unblemished right now. The Barskin as well is online. There are 4 Earth cards in the Banish Zone, so it will create the embodiment of Earth if it's blocked with.
Chum hits the graveyard for the Gravy Bones activation.
And these breakpoints, these 7-power breakpoints, 2 turns in a row, we've seen Max Klein just leak the extra 1 from the Scar for a Scar on the previous turn. The Fighting Spirit on this turn promises to leak an extra 1 as well, getting Jimmy closer and closer to Strider's range. Does have the Sawbones, though, to perhaps prevent that breakpoint, or reaches for the Death Threads instead.
Wants to make another goal to the sunken treasure. 3-6-7 threads treasure and the big boat. We've seen one pitched in this game for Jimmy and one blocked, with so different than what we saw in the last round, when not only did we see two boats, but we saw them back to back on the same turn cycle, doing what they're supposed to be, attacking and crashing across the table. Different story here for Jimmy, and looking like it might be a different ending to this one.
Call to the grave.
Call to the grave. You can go ahead and discard that Fiddler's Green that we know he pitched back into the deck, which will gain him some life. And thanks to Sawbones, that will actually put him outside of Strider's range, unless there's some amp on the Max Klein side, which we know he actually has a rampant growth in Arsenal. But trigger on the stack, I believe he's thinking of whether he wants to respond to this.
Ah, yes, a trigger from the Fiddler's Green on the stack.
So with a rampant growth in Arsenal, even with no other sources of life gain, if he has found the 6 damage arcane spell, can represent a full 10 damage, which will get past a blue in hand and the Sawbones activation. You have to be careful. You don't want to pull the trigger too early when you're a wizard. Many a wizard player has lost to activating Strider's 1 turn cycle too early when they don't have to.
Heard Max Klein say trigger on the stack. He reaches. He looks across the table, looks at the board, looks in the arena. 2 gold, 2 AB. A bunch of allies. Tapped Gravy Bones, tapped Compass. 3 life gain on the stack from the Fiddler's Green, hitting the yard thanks to the Call to the Grave. 6th place, 16. Is Max Klein going to be able to enter another monumental top 8 and continue a legendary story in the game of Flesh and Blood? Or will Jimmy, off the back of some incredible chain play, continue his fight in the top 8 tomorrow and stay alive on this turn?
And he's thinking, does he even need to go for this? What if he just continues on with his pace of play until he's more sure about the Strider's line? Considering has seen the Oasis Respite, but there's no way for Jimmy to resolve one right now with the current way the board state is. Dead Thread's already blocked with. Wants to be careful. Top 8 contention on the line here.
Jimmy can do nothing but stare across the table.
He does not have resources for Striders plus spell and the Waning Moon.
Too many reds.
Had the lethal there, but was short a couple of resources. So Jimmy's life gain does resolve. Now he is out of the Strider's range for a little bit as Rigor Mortis comes and attacks for 6. I can only imagine how fast Jimmy's heart was beating there as you face down the wizard player who contemplates whether you are dead to Striders.
No blocks. Down to 10 goes Max Klein. And I think he is about to just try to undo what was just done with that Fiddler's Green. Burn Bear.
That is the 4th 6 arcane damage spell that we have seen Max Klein resolve this game. In response to that, Sawbones going to be tapped.
Sawbones in response. Here comes the Waning Moon. Activate Gravy in response to the Waning Moon.
So not entirely sure if Max Klein decided to respond to Sawbones with a Waning Moon, or Waning Moon after the Sawbones has resolved.
No, I believe we are responding to the Sawbones. I think so.
Either way,
Maybe
Jimmy's
not.
going to
It's the
prevent.
same thing.
Either way, Jimmy's going to present as much as possible.
Sawbones now hits the yard.
So AB2 can cover the Waning Moon fully, so he still has a Sawbones damage prevention floating for the Light Up the Leaves, but will still leak 3 unless he has found another Oasis or something to throw caution to the wind that you called out early in the game.
I've seen a lot of cards now. I'm not sure it's in the list for Jimmy. Sawbones now resolves. Compass now resolves as well. Top of the deck, I think, is another Conqueror of the High Seas. Can he get there on this turn? Max has so much equipment still sitting over there. Verdant's well and truly armored.
Jimmy does have a gold piece, does have the blues in hand as well. Could resolve the Conqueror, but that would mean he taps out completely after he already takes 3 from this. Goes down to 6. Sawbones Prevention used already on this turn. So at most, he can AB 2 on the following turn on 1 arcane damage source.
Down to 6 after taking that 3, preventing 1 from Sawbones, 2 from the arcane barrier.
Does have 1 Sawbones in the yard as well. Can he access it? Can he resolve it?
He can play a Vasti.
He can play it and just look at Max Klein and say, did you find it? Did you find another arcane damage spell? You found a lot of them so far this game.
6 go again on hit gold.
6 go again on hit gold is the question. How does Max Klein want to deal with this? Does he have what he needs? Looks like he's maybe lining up some blocks.
I see a Voltic Bolt, an Everbloom, and a Healing Potion.
It's starting to get hairy for Maximilian Klein. We said it's his game to lose. It's starting to get pretty intense.
And once Jimmy sees the first card blocked with, he might say the road's open.
Good. Yeah.
I'll resolve the Sawbones now. You're unlikely to kill me since you put some blocking cards on the chain. Probably don't have a very strong hand, which is something that Verdance can be plagued with for sure. We saw that happen to Jimmy himself earlier in this game. Perhaps saying my out is that you have found one of those Verdance bricks as well.
2, 4, 6 with the Sirens of Safe Harbor making the Embodiment of Earth.
Embodiment of Earth confers no value since no non-attack is being blocked with.
And they're just not even taking the damage because the Sirens of Safe Harbor would have gained the life.
So Jimmy has 2 options here. Could just attack with a Swabby. The Rigor Mortis did have go again. Or he could resolve the Sawbones and just pad the life total up a little bit. Play a little bit more defense.
The 1 life was gained there. Just a bit of a brain malfunction. Activate the hook.
Putting the pressure is
And
Jimmy.
here comes the Swabby. Stormstriders pushed forward. Blew in the pitch. No pitch floating for Jimmy. And from the hand, it's Voltic Bolt. That's going to be arcane damage, 3 arcane damage, 1 life gained, 1 amp from the rampant growth. And the Siren life gain as well, adding an additional point of gain to the amp for this Waning Moon to finish the job. And with head in hands, Max Klein looks to the sky, perhaps looking for the great boughs of the Millennium Tree as he gives his thanks to the many forces of nature that have guided him and Verdance to a top 8 in the World Championships here in Philadelphia.
Back-to-back Verdance Gravy matchups over here. In the first one, we saw Gravy Bones take it down in convincing fashion with 3 Conquerors being resolved there, but Max Klein in the second game shows us that Verdance, Thorn of the Rose, can absolutely overcome the undead army of Gravy Bones.
Got to see it both ways, folks. First game, it was Gravy Bones taking it down, but the second, Verdance was ready for what was to come, and it was starting to get hairy for Max, but he found the path forward, and when he needed it most, the Stormstriders and the Sirens of Safe Harbor and a little bit of amp was there to answer the call.
And it was a blue Voltic Bolt to finish things off as well. Of all the cards, blue Voltic Bolt, one of those cards that recently were added to these Verdance lists. We've been talking about churn in these lists all over this weekend. The Sirens of Safe Harbor as well to give him that extra amp in that matchup and just clinch it out in a convincing fashion.
I actually, just like personally, just for you and me, I love this because we were like a week and a half before this tournament on a call together. I was like, I want to hear from you. Talk to me about what you're seeing. And you said, well, the Verdance decks have these Sirens of Safe Harbor now. They have these blue Voltic Bolts. We started to see them maybe first on stream, Jacob Clements tournament in Australia, but then we started to see they used for multiple different reasons. And we saw both of them on that turn. How much did arcane damage dominate that game? Channel the Millennium Tree, the amp at the end, and it was the key for Max Klein.
And of course, the double rampant turn. We can't forget that, which was heal 5, deal 12, and just put Jimmy in the Strider's range lock.
Well, folks, we have one more round after this with a couple more win-ins, but before we get there, I want to hear from the player that just made top 8, one of the nicest folks you'll ever meet. Let's actually, on both sides of the equation, both sides of the interview chair, they're just about the nicest folks you'll ever meet. Let's hear from them both. We're hearing an interview from Max now.
Yet another member joining our illustrious top 8 at the World Championship here. Max, congratulations. I'm reliably informed America's been pretty good to you so far.
Yeah, like I wasn't too sure, to be honest, about this tournament. Like my practice was not the best, especially in LL. I was like slacking a little bit, but like every time I go to America, I make a top 8 in a tier 4 event.
Good
and
place to
like,
be.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be complaining. I was lucky enough to get a bit of a bird's eye view of your testing process this time with the guys at Table 1. Really helped. I'm sure the folks at home are very happy about how good the show's been, thanks to the help you guys offered out. I know that testing was all over the place, a lot of deck choices being selected by numerous players. You ended up on Verdance and Viserai, which were not the choices the majority of the team made. Do you want to walk me through how you ended up on those 2 decks?
Yeah, since you were observing our testing process, you probably saw that I'm like the crazy testing guys. Like I try my weird decks. My Victors will always be tested, and I like some Fatigue LL Florian. I had like a very spicy Florian list. I'm a little bit sad I couldn't test it more because it was like a no decompose and Plume of Evergrowth stack Florian list. And like the idea was pretty simple, just get like to 18 to 20 rune chance, and you can block with a Germinate once, and then just draw like a Mordor-Tide, and then you kind of win. And like this was like the idea, and I thought it's like pretty simple to do. And like I would have loved to test that more, but I'm very happy obviously with the choices. Like the Viserai performed so well for me. Like I had like 2 Viserai mirrors, and my Sonatas did hit better. Like they were like
most
very
important
good.
thing in the matchup for sure. Verdant's a deck that's had a bit of a weird weekend. We've seen people very much performing with it at the highest level, but also not much in the middle, really. Are you still happy with that choice?
Yeah, so to be honest, I think that Cindra is the best deck. And as a Verdance, I'm unfavored into Gravy Bones and like a little bit unfavored into Cindra. But I like to play the matchup from the Verdance side. For me, it's I have to feel comfortable with the deck. And I like my Earth heroes with Florian, as I mentioned. And so Verdance just felt good to me. Also, like I got beat very badly from Verdance in Hamburg. So when you can't beat them, join them. And I did that.
Makes sense to me. Fair enough. Any standout moments from the weekend you want to share with the folks at home?
To be honest, like my last game, I hope it will be streamed. Like I don't know, we were in the middle.
No, we got there. We're good.
But if it will be streamed, that was like a big high roll from me. Like if I ever saw a game where the Verdance just rolls the gravy, like I wasn't even decomposed, and that just shot all the time in his to his life.
Lovely stuff.
Yeah, I think that was like the most hype game for me. And like also I knew like I would qualify and lock myself for top 8. With
a lot of stakes there as well.
So
sure.
yeah.
Fair enough. Anyone you want to thank?
Like I have a lot of people I work with also outside for the team, like especially so for the Victor side I was also talking with Filippo Babani to since in my team there's no one really interested in working with Victor, so you have to source it a little bit out. And also I was meeting Gianluigi Lia, which is also, he became a good friend of mine. We faced in Copenhagen for the first time, and he was on a defensive Dory, and I really enjoyed the match. And later we started talking and also chatting about the Dorinthia deck. So yeah, I had like so many good moments this weekend. I can't believe it. Like I still have to comprehend all of this.
It'll set in tonight, I think. Over
it takes some time, but like when the day started, I was like, oh, cool. I tried to get into cash. Like I'm hopeful I will make it this time. Since I also have to tell, like my last World Championship was like the worst day 2 I ever had. I started 7-1 in Osaka, like pretty good, and then I finished at 7-6 or 7-7. I'm not sure. And we even played in the World Cup where I was 5-0 with my Briar Living Legend deck. And we couldn't get like the last win, and we were 4th on the tiebreaker. Like the other third place team had the same points, so it was really like the last World Championship really broke me a little bit. I also took a break after it, so I'm really happy that I made it, and I gained a lot of confidence from this. And
I'm happy to hear it. So from the biggest beat all the way to potentially the biggest win of your career, fingers crossed we get there. Max, congratulations. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. I look forward to seeing who else is joining you in that top 8.
Thank you for having me.
we too are really happy that Max Klein has decided to join us and grace us with his presence again in the World Championships in Philadelphia as he locks his position in top 8 for the return to the US for the World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, you heard it from him. He does well when he comes to the States. Yeah, a couple of top 8s, a couple of tier 4s for Max Klein. And it just illustrates the player's journey, right? Ups and lows, highs and downs. That's how you say it, right? Ups and downs, highs and lows for Max Klein, right? Like you see incredible success making to second place in a Pro Tour. Next year, you're going to the World Championships. Apparently, really hard time, really hard road, needed a break and took a break, which is healthy, and many players do, came back stronger, better than ever, and for his diligence and for his patience, his reward is a World Championship top 8.
I really like that he brought up that he needed to take a break, and he went ahead and did it, and then now he's back at the top 8, because I've heard many a pro player, I mean, these players pour their heart and soul into these training sessions, into the practice, pour a lot of money too to fly out and play in these events, and sometimes it can be crushing to not get the result that you're expecting. And just taking the break to take the mental reset, realize that you are still worthy of our top 8, and to come out and show us that you can do it after taking a break just must be so inspiring for all the Flesh and Blood community out there.
100%. Another inspiring player that I want to hear from is our other top 8 competitor that has been locked. It's Matthew Dilks. Let's hear from him.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm happy to be here with our very own conqueror of the high sea, Matt Dilks. Congratulations on being the first player locked for a spot in the top 8 of our World Championship.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, pretty phenomenal game on camera there. Gravy Bones, a deck people had some reservations about. Heading into the weekend, was third deck by quite a sizable margin. What made you land on Gravy?
I mean, if I'm honest, it was pretty much vibes, but I think it has a lot of good matchups. And I felt like Cindra and Verdance, which are the other obvious top choices, can be very coin flippy into a lot of the meta. So I wanted to pick a deck that was more like had solidified good matchups, and you had game into those 2 decks. Cindra's very bad, but it's winnable. I've won it twice, so.
Sounds good. Okay, so Living Legend was Chane for you, I believe.
Yep.
Was that a testing process of its own, or were you pretty certain that's where you wanted to be?
I really liked the Ringate Chane deck before the bans. And basically once the bans hit, I did this with Gravy as well. I wanted to see where the deck would go after the bans, and I felt like it had a lot of legs in the format. It's still reasonably fast, has a lot of disruptive cards, and I wasn't really happy with a lot of the other choices. And again, it was kind of a vibes thing where I really enjoyed playing the deck, and I thought it was powerful enough for the format.
Makes a lot of sense. Anything you're hoping to see in the top 8 bracket on the other side of the table in either format?
I would prefer not Cindra, and so I would like to see Verdance primarily, I would say, in terms of CC matchups. LL, I have a lot of plans for Dio, but the Dio combo deck is very strong, and I don't know if I want to play against that. But I don't know. The good thing about playing Chane and Gravy is like they just kind of have game into everything. Everybody can arsenal cards and get blown up by widespread destruction or conquer the high seas.
Not a bad place to be. Have you given much thought to the choice of going first, going second, picking the format at all in the top 8?
I honestly haven't. It was kind of like we'll think about it if we're there. Like I don't know why I would put too much stock into the decks I chose based on that. It benefits me because if I have a bad Cindra matchup, and if my opponent's on Cindra, I can always win the 2 LL games. So I haven't thought about it all, and that's for later tonight.
Decision for tonight over dinner, I think is a good place to be. Well, congratulations again, Matt. Happy to have you locked up in the top 8. Looking forward to seeing you on the stage tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to seeing what's next in our feature match area.
Thank you.
Well, folks, we've heard from both of our competitors. Such a huge congratulations to Matthew Dilks, another just OG of the TCG space, right? Just somebody who's been around for a long time, took down a tournament, a major one in Los Angeles, and is looking to add something unbelievable to his resume.
But we have a few more top 8 players to figure out whether they're going to make it there. We have one more round of Swiss coming up, Sam, and I am at the edge of my seat to realize who is going to be at the top 8 for our 4th World Championship.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one, folks. Well, let's go ahead and get ready for the final round of Swiss before we find out everyone remaining in the top 8. Folks, it's going to be one of the best games of Flesh and Blood ever played. You want to know why? Because it determines the top 8 of World Championship, and it's next.
2 of our top 8 players for the World Championships in Philadelphia have been locked in, and we are just about to enter.
Who's the play-by-play caster? Okay, what's going on here? I'm not used to being in a job role where I sit down next to Pankaj Pujwani and you get the intro. No, surely that's meant to be my job. What's going on here?
Scott, did no one ever teach you how to share?
Who runs this show?
Some guy called Ethan or something. But we are here to talk a little bit about what's been going on in the World Championship so far. We have 2 players locked already. We're about to get into our final round, Scott. And we had 2 Verdance Gravy games with different results. 1 Gravy winning it out and 1 Verdance winning it out.
Honestly, both were great games to watch from behind the scenes while waiting to take care of those interviews afterwards. I think the consensus is obvious here that Gravy is favoured into Verdance ahead of time, but seeing both results come up, different loadouts on either side, it feels like we've got a ton of questions to answer still heading into the top 8 of a World Championship, which isn't a common occurrence typically.
And Max Klein mentioned it himself in his interview. Such a great, humble guy, by the way. If you haven't checked out the interview, go back and watch it. He himself said, I high-rolled the Gravy, which is, you know, when you are in a bad matchup, that's just sometimes what you have to play for. He had that heartbeat double rampant, which kind of just sealed the deal for him, but that is a high roll. There's no other word for it. Getting 2 rampants, and you have a life gain spell in Arsenal as well, and then he took it down. But if that's what you need to hit the top 8 of a World Championships, you know, that's what Max Klein got.
And need some skill, need a little bit of luck to get anywhere in an event this large with this much prestige going on. Want to give a huge shout out to the guys at Table 1, clearly dominating this event. Max Klein and Jimmy worked together on the testing process heading into this event. Max now locked, Jimmy going to be playing for it heading into the next round. And I'm informed they're not the only member of Table 1 who's still alive going into this round. So we could be saying a lot of that team making their way into our top 8.
Huge shout out to that team for sure. The team I want to give a shout out to is PCG Invasion, because we have Marjin Bay of that team who is very much live for top 8, going to be playing for his win in next round. We also have Ian Zhang on Prism, one of the CC heroes that people had the eye on coming into this event, also live for the top 8, and Michael Yasker as well, someone who has made top 8 at a tier 4 event before on Cindra, also live.
Okay, I have to stereotype just a little bit here. Michael Yasker, anything could happen. Very believable, could make top 8, I totally understand. Ian Zhang, 9th. Guaranteed, that's just the way this works. We know Ian's reputation precedes them. It's going to be online again. And if you've ever met Marjin Bay, you know that no human alive has more plot armor than Marjin. Sitting in a wheelchair this weekend, wasn't stopped by that, hasn't been stopped by food poisoning, IV drips, any of the marvelous stories that have taken place over the course of story time. They've already won the World Championship as far as I'm concerned.
Has a torn Achilles heel heal or something, which, I mean, for Majin Bay, that is usually just a buff.
That's
usually,
a Tuesday.
when he has an unfortunate lead up to any sort of event, be it a Battle Hardened or a Calling or something, that's when he does his best. And here he is in a wheelchair. He's been table locked, by the way. We were sort of missing him. He's just been at table 49 at the edge of one of those long rows, so he doesn't need to move around too much. And his opponents have always had to go to him. So he's just been sitting there in one place, playing all his opponents and beating them into the ground on Verdance.
If you have been wondering why you haven't seen Margin all weekend despite the incredible record, it's because we didn't feel particularly human dragging him into the feature match area. But of course, we'll sacrifice that for you if Margin manages to make the top 8. I'm sure we can make it work. It sounds to me like pairings are going up for this final round, so we're going to have a couple more feature matches on the way from that round heading into it. One of those will be the winner in for one Majin Bay. Stay with us.
Delighted to have you back here at the commentary desk at World Championship Philadelphia. It is our last round of the day and our last round before we head towards the top 8. That's right, a lot to lock in, a lot to finalize here in round number 15. It's more classic constructed play for you folks here. Welcome back to this. You've got Scott Mines and his decidedly blue-collar looking compatriot Mitch Leslie here. Great to be back with you. I mean, look at me. I look like I've come off the work site, mate. You in the three-piece? Resplendent.
One of us has a fashion sense, and it's not me, Mitch. That's all I'm saying. That resplendent hairline is something I could never compete with, making me look bad on camera all day. But for the benefit of the folks at home, don't worry, I'm back on the other side of the table now. I get to be all serious and not as fun as I was with Pankaj, but that's okay. That's my job. I can live with that. What I can't live with is the idea of Margin Bay missing a top 8 after toughing it out all day in some less than stellar conditions.
Yeah, I would say Margin Bay has a legacy of triumphing over some
you say
form
legacy?
of... Yeah, a legacy.
Oh, God, no.
Of overcoming some form of adversity. Basically, every event he has. In fact, if there wasn't adversity, there'd be no content for him to cover on his streams at all. So... glad that happened to him. Sometimes I wonder if it's invited. But, I mean, well worth, I think, drilling down a little bit on our standings here heading into this last round of regular Swiss play. For many of our players here, it's winning in time. We are locked if you're Maximilian Klein and Matthew Dilks. They have found their place in the top 8, but there are a number here of 11 and 3 players searching for those final spots. Those, though, are dwindling fast, and it is an incredible array of competitors. Jakob, Allan, Jimmy Demers, Florin-Cristian, and again, someone we've just not managed to get on camera, really, but has performed fantastically representing Austria. The aforementioned Margin Bay, Tommaso Vecito, Ian Zhang there as well. On Prism in CC, seeing a Prism in top 8 would be quite interesting. And Sean Nolden there at 9th, a countryman of yours, and I'm sure someone who you're very much hoping he can just take this last step.
Got my fingers crossed for Sean. A name not many folks will know, a very potent player coming out of the UK, yet to have a really big breakout result. Hopefully, a top 8 of the World Championship awaits them. We've got so many story threads to follow as we make our way through this. To be clear, this is going to be 2 locked players and a whole lot of winning ins, losing out. No questions asked. There is only a certain amount of slots here. We had Jakob Allan, our last undefeated player, still in the mix of the top of the standings there. 3 members of Table 1, Max Klein, Jimmy Demers, Florin-Cristian Logan, all going to be locked up and in contention. Margin Bay, of course, our US national champion, still hanging in there. Tommaso Vecito, we saw them on camera a few times yesterday, the Assassin Master. Arachne Marionette has been treating them very well in the classic constructed rounds, means they are still in contention. And I do have to note Ian Zhang currently sitting in 8th, notorious for finishing just 1 spot underneath that. Going to have to wait and see if they can hold on to that berth.
Yeah, fear of the bubble, of course. And it's a moment, I guess, to sort of lament the loss from top 8 contention of some of these top players as well. Gianluigi Lia here at 10 and 4 with Dorinthia Ironsong registered for CC. And also heartbreak here for Cody Williams, who looks like he's just missed the cut for that top 8 contention. Same to be said of Brodie, Spurlock. Man, that last round was absolutely devastating. Some incredible talent that will find themselves on the outside looking into the top 8. For those that make it in, though, there is a heck of a lot on the line. Here's our prizing, $100,000 for first place, alongside, of course, the Gold 4 legendary PTI and the coveted Champions Prize cards. Of course, both heroes that you take into LA will earn you one of those Champions Prize card, an heirloom in flesh and blood terms, one of ones, many of them. Some of them never to be seen again.
No harm in dreaming big, of course. These numbers are mind-boggling, but worth noting, the players we're following here, even if they do come up ever so slightly short of that top 8 berth, Pro Tour invitation locked up for the next Pro Tour or World Champion of their choice, and $4,000 in cash for a 9th to 16th finish, which is not a bad paycheck for a weekend's work.
That's going to cover the Chili's bill, that's for sure.
Just a bit.
These players on the outside. So, obviously, yeah, nothing to sneer at. A great chunk of change. Crucially, that PTI to keep rolling into these top-level events. Of course, the Champions Prize. Yeah, it's pretty incredible stuff. We've seen, of course, our world champion Pablo Pintor holding this particular card aloft. Excuse me, sorry, not Pablo, a Pintor, but Enigma, of course, the one here as an example. Having that stand with Pro Tour champion, we're not going to see too many cards like that at all. That's wishful thinking. Poor Pablo was, I think, 0 and 4 at one point in this tournament. Won't be making it. But importantly, 32 World Tour points. That race for Player of the Year globally still very much under contention.
All I know for sure is that Mitch Leslie can see the future, because Pablo Pintor, no doubt, a world champion at some points down the line.
I saw recoil when I said that. Pablo Pintor, oh my goodness.
That wasn't a recoil from pain. That was me wondering if I understood the history of Flesh and Blood for a moment.
Listen, the World Championship would not be complete without Pablo Pintor from the top rope dropping in and recovering from the submarine of X and 2 to win it all again. Unfortunately, that is just wishful thinking on my side. Big shout out to the guy as well. I hope he's doing well here in Philadelphia. So there you have it. Those are the stakes. A lot on the line. $100,000 for first place, and the rest is just quick math. Let's jump into this next game. Some addition and maybe some subtraction of life total is going to be required here. Caleb Van Patten, otherwise known as Margin Bay, host of your World Tour Weekly, will be going up against Sean Nolden here from the United Kingdom. Cindra Dromai of Retribution for the Brit versus Verdance Thorn of the Rose for Margin Bay. Let's have a look at Margin's run so far, or roll, as he's been in the wheelchair over the course of this weekend. Here is how his first few rounds went. Not a great start. Sunflower Samurai, Daniel Correa stood in his way in that first round, but suffice to say, an incredible recovery to 6-2 at the end of day one.
Day 2 here, Ian Zhang was the victim of Margin Bay. Jacob Clements, another countryman, Jack Mountford to the Brits, not proving to be a challenge so far for our US national champion. Recently had to get through Cindra twice to get to this spot in the hands of Filip, Mikolajczyk, and Peitung Lau, both notorious Cindra players.
Now, Peitung, we saw him, of course, competing at that recent calling in Australia. Here's Sean Nolden's record so far. Gets off to a blistering start with 4 Ws to his name. Evan Herndon, definitely a high-profile name to get past there as well. Managed to deal with Joshua Lau when it got over towards the living legend part of the format. Deals with that dash IO comfortably. Then runs into some trouble. Sean suffers a difficult end to that day one, and many in his position might have felt that, well, they were out of luck. However, a sterling performance in day number 2 so far sees Sean still with a crack at the top cut.
Gotta pull that attention again to that final round. Got through Verdance to be here. Both of these players, familiar with the matchup they find themselves in, will need to best the opposing hero one final time if they want to join us in the top 8 of this World Championship. Can Margin Bay break another leg? There is only one way to find out.
That's our way of wishing him luck, don't worry. Viserai here, of course, probably one of the most important card of this entire matchup, right? Being able to, spell void some of that arcane damage away and potentially recall it on the same turn if things line up for you. Really important for Cindra to stay high enough life to keep themselves in the game.
Atypical suite of equipment for both players here. No arcane barrier on the side of Cindra, relying on that claw, buy and rebuy to suck up some amount of arcane damage over the rest of the game. The rest of it will be coming through, and that's going to be the game plan here for Margin Bay. It's going to be a race. Needs to be strategic blocking to deny Mask of Momentum, enough cards left available to pressure with Burn Bears, pressure with Light Up the Leaves, and these big attacks like Findle's Fighting Spirit. Mental block on the first turn of the game here for Margin Bay. Not half bad. Soaking up a kunai and providing a ponder heading into that first real turn. Exactly what this card is designed for.
Finding these efficient blocks is not always easy to do for the Verdance. That's why she wants to rely on some of those defense reactions to cover up the breakpoints. Here, though, this really elegantly accounts for the 2 damage presented by the buffed Kunai of Retribution, and of course promises a ponder token.
Very small sequencing trick here as well from Margin. Could have used this mental block on that first chain link, the Fire Tenant, to make sure it was going to be used and that Sean wasn't going to pass. Instead, knew it would either cover a break point from the following attack being bolstered by the Fire Tenant, or trying to encourage Sean to use those flick knives to use that mental block in response. If Margin can get out of this first turn without taking any damage, that's a serious win.
Yeah, we're going to resolve here that Kunai Retribution. Sean moving on to the next chain link there, so Margin making sure that mental block is accounted for and that ponder token is earned. So Viserai, importantly, doesn't have go again. That's something, so we often see it, used in this fashion towards the end of the turn. Sean obviously wants to exit this turn 0 with an arsenal piece. Second card pitch means that Margin Bay, it's basically a green light here to offer up the block and then think about how he'd like to get his game started.
Worth acknowledging, Viserai also does not break, much like the Kunai of Retribution, so it won't be going anywhere. No doubt we will see this Kunai flicked away here from Sean, and unlikely to be rebought, unfortunately. That Fire Tenant, not a Draconic card, so it will have to sit around and wait for another time here. Margin debating the block makes me think there are 2 cards he's interested in keeping in hand for his first turn volley, and likely not just a free Earth card to follow. And we see that right now. Emeritus Scolding, not exactly at its best in his hand, but the alternative is using a Rootbound Carapace you would rather save to decompose with later. We are going to take that line. I like this quite a lot given the ponder token. I think if that wasn't there and we were unlikely to be parking an arsenal of some capacity anyway, Rootbound Carapace, far more appealing to keep.
So of course, it's not going to really advance the decomposition part of Margin Bay's game plan, but still that is an Earth card that goes into graveyard for later decomposition. Emeritus Scolding, maintain as Sean Nolden moves to his end step, pockets that card, have an arsenal. Margin Bay, it's a question of, how well he can actually get use out of this ponder.
To be clear, getting that Verdance hero ability online, not a massive part of this matchup, just something that happens incidentally. It's mostly going to be a race, and that is why we see cards like Scar for a Scar Margin Bay.
He knows, man.
No stranger here. Flick Knives going to be a real factor when you are going second in the matchup. That means you're on 39, the opponent's on 40. Scar for a Scar's online.
Yeah, definitely aware there's a chance he draws into that Scar for a Scar and it can make use of the fact that he's gone down one life. This is about the best scenario to ever make use of this card. Just allowing life totals to be walked down. That's something that Verdance wants to do. Play that sort of game until you get your opponent into Storm Strider's range, where on their turn you can start to blow them up with a flurry of spells. So Ancestral Empowerment often being reached for blocks. Doesn't always convert fantastically. Going to be an Everbloom life played out after the fact. So Margin Bay is going to tick himself back up in life now that he's gotten everything he needed to out of the life deficit itself. There's a felling of the crown that comes out here, and hello, there's a lot to decompose with this.
Okay, so no gigantic felling. We're not lucky enough to have an 8-power felling just yet.
He still forces the bottom of the card.
Oh yeah, a turn like this on the first turn of the game for Margin is about as good as it gets.
And the Ponder token has value now.
100%. This was a live Scar for a Scar into this felling. The Ponder token going to park something, and it's an enlightened strike.
Oh my god. Margin Bay has put honestly a perfect card to extend the turn, or at least allow him to potentially block heavily with a hand and still send back some very respectable damage.
The plot armor remains strong for our US national champion.
It's so smooth.
Running pure as this ravenous rabble tries to get Sean Nolden back into this game. Pretty premier aggressive threat here. Small hand being played by Sean. Take the tempo, Ancestral Empowerment. Not exactly functional tools in that previous hand. Did stymie some defense. Getting through a felling of the crown and only taking 2 damage is not something we should sniff our nose at. It's a pretty big win there. Light Up the Leaves being used on defense, a little bit more alarming.
Yeah, if I see this, and I'm Sean, it's the first copy of it, I'm worried about, potential 2 chain links long of attack actions from my opponent potentially, or there's a redundancy of Light Up the Leaves in hand. That's also something you've got to look out for. Burn Bear also being put on blocks. These big, tall, arcane attacks. Obviously, Margin can't part with them both on the same turn, so decides they're better used here. Oh my god!
And those alarm bells.
Oh no!
They should have been ringing. If your opponent is blocking with arcane spells, either another is waiting in the wings or your life is about to get worse. This is the second felling of the crown. This one is worth 8. And it makes an awful lot of sense as to why we did not see a triple Earth decompose from Margin on that first turn. Meant there was plenty of fuel left over for this one.
And again, it feels like 11 value or so, forcing your opponent to bottom a card. And then Lightning Strike can say, safely tucked for the time being. Already, Margin Bay, like we mentioned, the decomposition part of Verdance's game plan is just some upside. It's not really the main objective. But we have decomposed a lot already. And again, Sean just has to figure out how he's supposed to have functional turns here.
Now, these turns have been backbreaking for Margin. This is very impressive stuff, but I do not think it's the end of the world for Sean here. You can take a more defensive stance. The cards in Cindra, very powerful, but often quite replaceable. 3-power attacks that have go again, less required to be kept in the arsenal, don't have to be held around. You can choose to take a defensive stance if you want to. Sean here, way more experience from the Cindra side than myself, decides that this 3-card volley is worth more than enough to just take the hit, and you can see why. Bram with Cinderclaw here, going to offer some draconic goodness. That's going to be a bit of a smoke screen for this Art of the Dragon, I should say. There will be 4 go again. An Ignite left over might find its way into the arsenal, might threaten a Mask of Momentum trigger, depending on how Margin chooses to block.
I feel like Sean has to want to try and set up his turn with a guaranteed starter in Arsenal that also has that cost reduction. It just seems so good to be leading off with. So again, like this 2-card play is fine for Sean if that's the way he's going. Autumn's Touch here, very often used on blocks. Another Earth card to decompose as well.
I like this a lot from Sean. Is suggestive that we will be going 3 wide here. Going to flick to keep the mask active, fire off that Art of the Dragon, send Ignite on the end, which will allow us to pull back both daggers and theoretically pay for another dagger in the process. So threatening Mask of Momentum off this 3-card hand, and most importantly, getting that kunai back, which has been stuck in the yard for a few turns now.
Yeah, Sean probably feels like he just doesn't really want to take a back seat on this kind of turn. He has an opportunity to push some damage. Also, we know the contents of Margin Bay's arsenal. If that E-Strike is going to come out to play, he probably wants to combine it with something else. Maybe just sending 7 is not really where his bread's buttered. So here's the Ignite. often spied at the start of these turns a very reasonable third chain link as well.
Minor detail here. Draconic card is the text on Ignite, so you don't want to accidentally reduce Cindra's hero ability. It's going to grab back those daggers once there are 3 Draconic chain links. Leave that reduction available, just in case you'd like to throw the Claw of Viserai on the end. Threaten an extra point of damage for the trouble.
Right, Margin Bay ticks himself down now. 34. Cindra plays 33. So Margin Bay with a 3-card play. And the Autumn's Touch comes out. This is reasonably, I think he said something about Raging Onslaught there. It's just Autumn Touch to come forward. 7 power presented.
If you squint, they're the same card. Autumn's Touch, a earth-flavored Raging Onslaught, I'm sure.
I mean, I believe I said it looked like a McChicken yesterday, but that was like a hunger-fueled delirium. Was that today? No, I don't believe that.
That was
Ethan's
today.
telling me it's today. That can't be true.
Chicken on the mind.
I wholeheartedly digress. Here it is, the Dragon Scaler Flight Path. There's no on-hit to be concerned about covering up. Sean is potentially thinking about making use of this Flight Path now and doesn't want to send it packing without getting that block value.
Pretty suggestive there. No threat, so likely just going to be looking to utilize that one in the near future.
We see a Snatch in hand, so that likely might be where it is utilized.
Well, even if the trigger isn't pulled on the Snatch, at least the threat now exists in the mind of Margin Bay. We do see an interesting hand here for Sean as well, alongside that Brand with Cinderclaw and Snatch. Going to see that Fire Tenant strike first here. Going to be made Draconic itself to keep those Draconic chain links going, and a little bit of extra juice to chain link number 3.
Yeah, importantly as well, if there is a Flight Path play, you need to be able to fully discount it. You don't want to be pitching to that, so getting an extra Draconic attack here to get up to 3 means that is going to be costless. Shelter, Heartbeat, a Scour here. Sneaky good against fealty tokens, as any Fang player will have nightmares about, I'm sure.
Yourself included, no doubt.
Yeah, I've been scoured. 3 times in one game was enough for me.
I can imagine. Rootbound Carapace in hand here. I think this has been a nice little, I'll say, sequence from Margin here. We saw multiple times over those previous Felling of the Crown turns, just 2 Earth cards being decomposed. Margin aware this matchup, the hero ability is nice, but it's a non-factor for the most part. We should be expecting a race to be more back and forth. So it's left plenty of fuel in the yard to make sure that Rootbound Carapace is going to be alive when a breakpoint of 4 needs to be covered.
Yeah, this is going to be crucial. Hot on her heels, we'll say this gets go again. And importantly, when it hits a hero, mark them. Getting the +1 from the strike first takes us up to 4. We saw a Shelter. Rootbound Carapace there as well. Decomposition still underway. And yeah, I mean, that hero text maybe not be the most important, but if there's ways to chip in some extra value here and there, that's totally fine. Sean says, right, well, Snatch it is then. Margin can read cards. I think he's just looked directly at the Flight Path there and he sees what it does. So this is elegantly covered up. And Sean has 0 incentive to pop the boots. Margin says, I know. Whatever you rip off the top is most likely going to be useful. So not today.
Perfect turn cycle for double defense reaction for Margin. Gives enough breathing room to use that Enlightened Strike that we've seen parked away for later on.
Would have been a Throw Dagger off the top.
Throw Dagger is such an interesting card in this matchup. Very high value if you can make that dagger connect, but between Mental Block and Shelter from the Storm, very risky to take that flick. If they manage to prevent the damage, you do not draw a card, do not pass go, do not collect $200.
And it's nice here that Margin Bay has had this Enlightened Strike set in Arsenal for so long, because we just saw a turn where Sean was able to amass a couple more of the more problematic breakpoints that required more committed blocking from the Verdant's player. So being able to send this Enlightened Strike here and still have card left over feels pretty darn good. Obviously being able to draw up a card from that gives him an Arsenal option. Ideally, it's good enough.
Enlightened Strike, the premium of flexibility, allows Margin to pick the spot where it is best served in either extending a turn or being one all by itself. For now, just a single card deployed on defense for Sean. That Throw Dagger better used for its 3 block value.
Oath of Loyalty now. Starts the turn for Sean Nolden. All cards played must be Draconic. There's no fealty tokens in play yet to make those non-Draconic cards play by the rules. We don't know what Margin actually pocketed there. Oh, he's got a double D-React hand. So hopefully that Arsenal card represents some action.
Interesting hand here for sure. That hero ability not currently online, so Heartbeat of Candlehold not at its best, but A fine block card, another fine piece of Earth Fuel nonetheless.
Margin's at 6 Earth cards, I think, so almost there.
I think he's on 7 due to some awkward decompositions, but we'll be fine. I believe we're there next time, however you cut the mustard.
Something worth tracking. Turns out Heartbeat of Counterhold into a 6 value card.
Thinking, sorry. Oh, sorry. I heard it. Okay. That's
Sean is thinking on this. Looks like Margin may not have declared any blocks.
22, right? Yeah.
Or that we
Sean here.
potentially move to reactions, and Sean is considering deploying that Ancestral.
Well, no Ancestral here because of the Oath of Loyalty,
Of
which
course.
is part of the pain. Looks like Sean either representing that there is thoughts to be had, but we know there is, of course, the ability to flick here if you're looking to push a little bit of extra damage, if you think you're going to be going wide enough in these scenarios. Not a bad place to be.
It's funny, like quite often this restriction that Oath of Loyalty imposes is pretty uncomfortable. Not only for, I guess, not only for Cindra in some spots, but like Fang in the same vein. Both decks do find sometimes it's makes them squirm a little bit to meet those conditions.
Very powerful card, comes at a very real deck building cost. We do see Sean leaning in for the flick. We know Margin has access to shelter from the storm here. Now has to debate if they would like to use that on damage prevention duty for this flick and upcoming threats, and we'll do exactly that. And no doubt look to deploy that second defense reaction on Oath of Loyalty, unless they're willing to save it for later. Going to just take a point off of this Oath of Loyalty. Brand new shiny shelter from the storm artwork on display there, of course.
Yeah, looking forward to getting my hands on that one in Compendium of Rathe. Okay, so here's Blaze Headlong. Sean probably happy to see a shelter here as he knew there was no real prospect of getting a Mask of Momentum trigger on this turn. A Heartbeat of Candlehold. Gets sideways. Tries to gum up the works. We'll account for 3 of that 4 damage, and that is the Ancestral Harmony pocketed.
A very makeshift turn there for Sean Nolden, working under the restrictions of that Oath of Loyalty. A cadaverous tilling from the arsenal. Again, Margin Bay does not miss. Every hand finds a threat. There is now another defense reaction in the arsenal, and the hero card will turn over. Sean Nolden, I'm online. There is more damage coming.
That's it. Cadaverous tilling definitely hurts. Sean's going to take it. It's an Ancestral Empowerment correction there. Obviously an arsenal. That's the reaction. +1 and draw a card. Good. Margin Bay's been able to find something to do on every single one of these Verdant's turns, and has been able to keep the Mask of Momentum quiet. So that is a very good sign, and you can see that we are trotting very low in life now. Sean didn't see a good reason to offer cards up to that.
The glance at the camera, the smile and the glance as Throw Dagger is the top card. The plot armor continues for Margin Bay. He's just
different.
Insurmountable.
He's just constructed alternatively. Maybe from the wrong material based on his Achilles issue this weekend. But
Life disparity here of 13, pretty significant in a matchup like this. Time to talk about some magic numbers here, of course. Without access to Arcane Barrack gear, theoretically, the magic number is 9. Looking to burn bear, light up the leaves alongside that waning moon. If the claw is available, it could be as many as 2 points of prevention if you can get it in and out after preventing that first source of Arcane. So the real magic number, kind of 11, that we're looking to watch Sean falling underneath before things start getting really dangerous.
It's getting a little close. The Ronin Renegade. This hand sings pretty well. This is not going to be hard for Sean to deploy. And with Flick 9's available, plus that Ancestral Empowerment, he might be hoping to get himself an extra card.
Ronin Renegade. Spicy head jab, as I've heard it referred to.
It is. Margin gets full value off the Sirens of Safe Harbor block there on that Rapidus Rabble.
That's so criminal.
It's just too good at the game. Obviously, that card, when it hits the graveyard as the combat chain is closed, will earn him a life. No blocks here called on the Renegade.
Difficult spot here. Worth knowing, of course, that we do look, well, first of all, Burn Bear in hand. Margin very happy to be seeing that one. But Sean will be threatening a mass trigger on the horizon. So likely only going to want to commit one more card to defenses here. And we're going to see Sean debate whether or not now is the time to flick to get the most value out of their hand.
Difficult decision. Okay, so we're going to Ancestral the Ronin Renegade. Let's see what we get, Sean. Well, of course, we knew what the card was. We just topped it earlier. Here comes the Sink Below now to cover this Renegade up. Margin Bay finally found a good use case for the Sink Below.
Sean's reaching for this Throw Dagger, and we know there's a mental block in hand for Margin Bay. It will be the blowout.
Man.
Oh no, no card drawn from Throw Dagger here. The mental block deployed on defense, going to leave Marlynn with a blue card and a Burn Bear to throw arcane damage and then trigger that Ponder token all over again.
We're trying to figure out how Flick Knives and Throw Dagger are going to work in this scenario for Sean.
Oh, like, is this an additional cost? Let's make sure.
Because like the dagger that you throw, I guess, can you flick it is the question. Is a quick judge call to clarify that.
So, spoiler, you certainly can. Throw Dagger throws. If you want a mental block in response, you can. If you're in reactions, which is where we are currently, the important part, Flick Knives, attack reaction, grab that dagger, chuck it first, get in that extra point of damage. I'm expecting that to be how this is resolved, unless I'm unsure about exactly where we are in reactions, but that's the answer I'm looking for from the judges.
Yeah, it's a very similar story coming from the floor. Mr. Mines has laid out the situation pretty adequately, so we're going to head down. And yeah, that mental block does end up coming out. Throw Dagger, that is some rough stuff. Here we go. Blaze Headlong.
I have 2 prevention floating.
2 prevention floating.
This has mask active.
It's got mask active, yeah.
Bark Skin of the Millennium Tree.
Skin embodiment and eat them.
And the 9's going to be brought back up here by Sean Nolden. All this hand waving, a lot of bluff and bluster. Still a 10 life difference now. Sean's going to have to start thinking about how he keeps himself above those critical thresholds.
Now, it is worth remembering, Marlynn Bay forced to block with 2 of those 6 damage effects early to facilitate that felling of a crown turn, which means this is going to be the 3rd of these. Good number left, but they are the premium arcane effects that we're looking for to tie that all together. Going to need to find another one if we want to take this game away.
Yeah. Plenty of them left in the deck, though, as far as we've seen. But Burn Bear and Light Leaves were blocked in the same turn a couple of turn cycles ago. But was Marlynn Bay looking to make use of them when they were relevant? Plow Under here drawn to the hand. I think E-Strike.
Another Burn Bear.
Okay, that's pretty good.
But no blue. So worth noting, no blue card available currently. Crown of Providence might be able to fix that, depending on Sean and how they sequence their turn. Looks like we're looking to pitch a snatch, which is never exactly where you want to be.
We don't have a starter? Pitching the Kunai to begin this turn for Sean would be devastating. No fealty either. Otherwise, that Honor Dragon Blood would be the perfect place to begin, but it's a snatch pitch to the Kunai. That's backbreaking.
Barkskin snapped off here to block off this dagger, try and stymie that Mask of Momentum for as long as possible. Of course, no flick available here to keep it open. The dagger itself is on the combat chain.
And that's because Sean just couldn't buy them back. He had to use the Claw of Viserai, obviously, to mitigate some of that arcane damage he suffered in the previous turn.
24 from Sirens of Safe Harbor. Gotcha. Because I blocked, and then it was just a really long turn.
Players just
that nice little 2 block there on that that first attack for Marlynn was a very comfortable choice.
Shout out to our judges, just making sure the game is, in fact, being played correctly.
Hot on their heels up next.
Another spicy head jab, 3 points of arcane. Not the case here. Physical is what we're working with.
Yeah, where we are like the Baskin Robbins, the spicy head jab emporium here in Cindra. They all do something a little different. Getting to mark Marlynn Bay would have been nice a couple turns ago, possibly for Sean. Get himself that fealty. Here it still matters.
Kunai is flicked, resource gained from a blood splattered vest here, so looking to leverage at least another 1-cost card, potentially, in the worst case scenario, activating Cindra to pull back those daggers once more.
It's expensive, may be required. Yeah, there's just been some clunkers here for the Cindra.
You have a resource.
We had those 2 turns, sort of almost back-to-back, where we had Felling of the Crown actually getting to force Sean to bottom a card. That really slowed things up. Hard for Cindra to get off to the races under those conditions. Hot on the Heels does mark.
Sean here painfully aware that they are at 9 and do not currently have daggers available. So if they throw Art of the Dragon, the turn will end. We'd have made a resource to keep us safe, holding on to Breaking Point. If we throw Breaking Point, there is only that 1 resource line of defense. So not entirely safe if they want to get fruity with Dragon Scaler, Fright Path, try and do everything in the turn, will expose them to that Burn Bear in theory. So having to walk through the explosive lines, and this is my favorite part of this matchup when Cindra is behind. You have to understand, can I still win this game if I don't take the risks, or do I say, hey, Verdance, you got to have it?
Yeah, Sean saying I'm kind of functionally at 1 here. Given that Claw of Viserai can be recalled, should be required.
It's just around.
Yeah, just making sure he's indicated that there was a Draconic chain link before Hot on their heels. It was a kunai that was flicked away.
Breaking point for 5 here, unfortunately not threatening an on-hit due to not being Chain Link 4 or higher.
Mask is not online.
No mask here either, thanks to that Barkskin in the Millennium Tree.
Just not seen it triggered at all this game. Too many of those elegant blocking patterns from our Verdance player, where they will mental block at 2, damage prevention from shelter, or just some nice good old 4 defense D-reacts.
Margin here doing the math himself, no doubt. Understands this Burn Bear very premium, maybe worth keeping additional cards around to facilitate, but will only leave 2 6 arcane effects in the deck. Might have to rely on a Meritus Scalding or some smaller spell. Can we find the blue resource card to make this easy?
Of course, because we're just never punished.
And that means that Enlightened Strike will tie this hand together. It will be 5 again into Burn Bear and force all the questions directly at Sean Nolden.
11-3 is Margin Bay. I'm sure he's had his fair share of ups and downs over the course of this World Championship, but right now, this deck is purring. Everything playing out like he drew it up.
Oh, you have a field team.
I mean, it's not going to have go again anyway. Okay. But, you know, I don't have any in the deck. I don't believe in them.
Yeah, that's a hand that is absolutely going to go to work here. Yeah, fealty token. Sean opting not to make use of it here.
Bring peace to the kingdom.
Has he? We seem to be fighting.
Kind of wishing that, you know, supplication to the Emperor actually garnered him some protection from the arcane winds. That's,
nothing is more terrifying than being on the Cindra side of this game. Your Verdance Pad has 5 cards in the hand. You go, like 4 damage? Yeah, no blocks, that's fine.
It's like, why couldn't I just get an Ashwing or 2 out of this exchange, you know? Give me some Arcane Barrier. Sean Nolden at 9.
I'd be shocked if you didn't win this game.
I think I'm still going to get you. Like,
Yeah, Martin's like, listen, you know, professionally, I think I'm still going to get there. Here's an Enlightened Strike 5, go again.
Not a terrible hand here for Sean. A couple of block 3s available. We see Wrath of Retribution, a card that was so pivotal for Brodie Spurlock earlier in the broadcast. It is the kind of card you're looking for to swing the matchup against a deck like Verdance. Unfortunately, arriving just a little bit too late.
Oh, the Plowwinder followed up. Yeah.
Park the Burn Bear in the arsenal.
Yeah, why not? You know, you can end the game in that fashion. Okay. Plowwinder here sends the arsenal away. Sean's like, yeah, that's a shame. Would have liked to have made use of that card. Unfortunately, that's not to be. There, of course, are 4 more Earth cards in the Banished Zone. So this is a 6-power attack that sent the Arsenal straight away.
This is not really a window where you can say, hey, Margin, I need you to have it. He has it. He chose not to block with a 5-card hand on the previous turn cycle. That's not accidental here. That Arsenal is very important. Sean knows that's not a risk you can viably take, and so he is going to have to block here instead of risking things to keep cards.
Okay. Display Loyalty gets sent off. Sean knows he's at 9 here with the Claw of Viserai in play, and he still wants to try and force some damage. Margin Bay, not the kind of player that pops Stormstriders and tries to go for it here. He knows the thresholds. He knows he needs to spend another turn just knocking Sean down 1 more peg. And we're online, so Heartbeat of Candlehold will satisfy that requirement.
Findle's Fang Spirit in the hand here as well. Not going to be online for Margin, unfortunately. Winning by a little bit too much. But 7 physical damage is still very much the name of the game in this spot if you want it. We're going to see Margin leaning towards that Heartbeat instead. I like this quite a lot here to start the turn off. No need to block. Use that shelter that is normally a defensive tool. Gain 3, deal 3. Send that Fighting Spirit.
I love this. We have tokens that represent the Verdance trigger.
Quirky.
Brilliant. Okay, so Claw has to go away to one of those. And the other 2... the other ping will come through, and wow, Final's Fighting Spirit to follow it up.
Oh, I get it now. Margin can't use the foot token anymore because his foot's busted.
I see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, look, if I had to be able to match the athletic capabilities of my certain hero in Flesh and Blood, I'd be playing a different game.
I'm not sure I can match the athletic abilities of Margin Bay right now.
Oh, this guy's making moves across the field. Final Fighting Spirit, of course, also has a life gain aspect to it, which is pretty nice. It's a high value option.
It's been a pretty premium card in this matchup specifically. Was included by a lot of these players to win these races. You want incidental arcane from Verdance. Once you're online, you're typically behind in a lot of spots. It's much like Scar for a Scar. Lets you kind of claw your way back into it. Let Stormstriders do the rest.
Yeah, Sean's just trying to do the math here. He kind of knows he's fallen into the dangerous threshold anyway.
This is the spot you go, I need to make you have it, but can I get away with making you have just Burn Bear, just like other leaves? Can I beat Emeritus Scolding? Can I beat any of these other cards? The answer, unfortunately, in this situation is going to be no.
Yeah, I mean, but Emeritus plus Waning Moon still should get you there. I mean, Sean's like, can I fist bump you now or later? Like, what's the protocol here? Margin Bay seals the deal, advancing to 12-3. There's always a story for this guy, and his is still being written at the World Championship in Philadelphia. Makes it into top 8 on the Thorn of the Rose.
The US national champion is not satisfied with taking Verdance to just one championship title. They are now 3 best-of-3 games away from becoming our next world champion.
Yeah, a fantastic result, of course, for Margin Bay, a consummate professional, quite a competitor. Sad moment, of course, is, you know, UK representative Sean Nolden will have to bow out of the competition here, falling at the final hurdle. But the game started so well for the Verdants. Margin Bay was able to sit back on that and say, look, I've managed to resolve Felling of the Crown for its impactful effect twice consecutively here. I'm going to keep poking damage. It felt like Cindra never was given the space to get close to threatening a Mask of Momentum trigger. That was just a fancy 2-block blade break for the entire game.
It really was. Huge commiserations to Sean. They are a fantastic player. This won't be the last you see of them on the big stage, I assure you of that. But we were making jokes about the plot armor for a reason. As much as these games are played out, there are ways people to sneak in and steal wins from anywhere. Margin was running very, very good in that game. The Fellings came up early, the Arcane effects came up early, even the Heartbeats were online. The Cadaverous Tilling was found to keep the pressure on, so was that Enlightened Strike. So just every time a question needed to be fulfilled, Margin found the answer.
Funny story, because he obviously doesn't sneak around. He's not very stealthy in this current mode. But what happens is you get placed at the table number that corresponds to your score. And we didn't realize that Margin Bay was still live for top 8 because he's further down the list because we had to seat him at the end of the row, right? So he's like he's a much lower table than his score suggested. So we had to look down the page and realize, wait, Margin Bay's at 10 wins here, but he's at table like 32 or something like that.
So
he literally snuck in as far as we're concerned. So we found him. We put him in the most important seat at the table, of course, at the feature match area, and I'm sure it's not the last time we're going to see him. Let's talk about what's coming, because it's not the last time you're going to see fantastic flesh and blood in the near future either. We've got some fantastic events coming your way as part of the World Tour, because, you know, we're never really done here. Here we go, 36 pro-level events, $2 million on the line. That's the World Tour that we get to look forward to for the next calendar year. Exciting time to be a flesh and blood player, to play the game, to see the world, and to make all the friends along the way, and also be the butt of every wheelchair joke possible. But that's Margin Bay's cross to bear as it happens. It's fine, because you know what? He's going to be fine soon enough. Going to be able to get back up and get back walking around. We've got some great locations to go and visit very, very soon.
Absolutely. I need to mention to Margin, I did say he's going to take the best winner's photo we've ever seen, and now he is definitely up to the task. I'm looking forward to it if they manage it. I'm also looking forward to several of these events. Vegas in November, big battle hardened for the US community there. Valencia over in Spain, you're going to get your first early access taste of Silver Age. The calling will be classic constructed, and I'll be in the booth for that one, so quite excited to bring that show across to people.
Valencia, beautiful location. I'm jealous you get to go and enjoy that, but there are plenty of others on the list. Back to Singapore in December, of course. We're visiting South Korea. Finally heading over to Seoul for a classic constructed battle hard, and Hong Kong's on its Gdansk as well. This time of year, it's going to be a beautiful time to visit that city there in Poland. Akihabara as well. Back to Japan, and then Columbus, Ohio for a classic constructed calling and a Silver Age battle hardened. That's what you've got in store for you folks here at our World Tour as it keeps on rolling. Ton of fantastic prize money on the line and some great destinations. So it's Valencia, Seattle, and Hong Kong. Those are going to be live streamed. YouTube.com/FabTCG. And of course, these are your broadcast teams. Scott Myers will be alongside Gabe Shear in the booth with Carlotta there, joining them in Valencia. And then we're headed off to Seattle. My good friend Bryce Platts is going to be in the booth. Michael Fung as well, something you can look forward to hearing from on the broadcast. Star-studded lineups, stunning locations. What more could you ask for?
I could not ask for very much. It's a pretty good suite of people joining me in Valencia, and some even better casters on the other side of the pond for Seattle and Hong Kong. Very jealous I can't be at all of these events, but happy I get to some of them.
Yeah, Valencia, absolutely beautiful location. Also, you and Gabe have teamed up before. Really enjoyed your coverage there, guys. So very excited to see what Valencia has in store for us. And then, yes, back to Seattle. We had a battle hardened, I think, there in Seattle-Tacoma recently. That is definitely a region that loves their flesh and blood, and we're excited to serve them not only with that event, but also with a broadcast to cover all of the action. And we're not done here. We've got more for you. We're going to hear, of course, from the winner of that previous game is Majin Bay advancing to the top 8. And, of course, we had to stick a mic in front of him and extract some insights.
Congrats, bro.
Welcome in, everybody. I am here with your World Tour Weekly host and mine, and newly crowned member of the World Championship Philadelphia top frickin' 8, my dog. Congratulations, Mr. Majin Bay. How you feeling?
Oh, I really can't tell you how excited I am. I feel like you couldn't see it in the actual game.
Yeah.
Because I've got very fortunate in that game, and you can't pop off on your dejected opponent right after you win. You're like, yeah, I played Bellings, they were really good, your hand sucked, woo, top 8, baby, right? Like, you can't do that. So I was like, but inside,
I'm gonna make sure this doesn't fall. Internally, show me the pop off that happened.
Okay, well, it was a lot of popping on one leg. Not a lot of dancing.
Totally.
Yep.
Well, man, it has been not. I think this year can be characterized for you as the exploding of a star that was already high in the sky. You already had such a fan base, already were such a respected player in this game, but then a couple important things happened. One, you started a very beloved channel or show on the Flesh and Blood channel, World Tour Weekly, where you help so many people stay up to date with Flesh and Blood competitive coverage. And then you did this little thing where you won the U.S. National Championship, and it felt like, oh my God, this is like the year of Majin Bay. And then now, sitting here in Philadelphia, you add to that resume with the World Championship top 8. Just run me through what's going on in your head.
It hasn't really settled in yet. I mean, like, I've always considered myself a good player, but, like, I've always thought that there was, like, a solid chunk of players that will always be above me. I'll never crack into that. And this is, like, U.S. Nats was like a taste, right? It was like, oh, I could compete up here. And then, but I never topped a tier 4 before. This is my first one, right?
Pretty good one.
And this is a pretty good one to top 8. And then, yeah, I just, like, every single round, it was like, okay, and you know, as my opponent had to come to me because I'm stuck in one seat. They come to me, I play my game, win more often than not, and then go, okay, well, I guess I gotta keep winning. And it's just like next round, try not to think about it. So it really hasn't sunk in. But as far as the year in total, it's been very, obviously rewarding, but it's just been nice to have. It's been validating. It's like I put in a lot of work. I know I'm good at what I do.
Yes, dude.
And it's like, it's paying off.
Yeah.
Here I am, right?
Yeah. Well, talk to me about the top 8 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Talk to me about your deck choices in both formats. Don't talk to me about your strategy necessarily because, you know, we want to keep some things secret, but just talk to me about how you're going to approach the very first dual format, best of 3, top 8. You are one of a very, very small group of players that will get to participate in this specific format. So tell me how you're thinking you might approach it.
Yeah, I mentioned that I was really hoping I got to do the best of 3 because I thought it was really cool. Yeah. So lucky me. I brought Verdance, Wizard. I love Wizards, well-known Verdance player. In LL, I rotated between a lot of decks. I was not sure what to play. We kept going like, this deck's really good, and then, oh no, actually this deck beats it. This deck's really good. Oh no, actually this deck beats it. And then when I was losing too many in a row in our testing house, we have some very strong people in our team. I could hear Kano in the green goblin mask speaking to me. Wildfire them, right? Like, just play Kano. And I'm like, no, I can't. Yeah. So, like, the day before, I'm like, I'm going to lock in Marlynn. And I put Peter on Chane, and he just stomps me 3 times in a row. And I'm like, oh, give me another deck. I'll play against Chane. And so I play that deck against Chane. He stomps me again. I'm like, give me Chane. I'm going to play Chane. So that was like, I don't know, 30 hours before the tournament, and I was like, I'll just play Chane, I guess. This deck seems fun. It puts a smile on my face to play the deck. I really enjoy it. So, Verdance, I thought really hard about it. I put a lot of time into the deck. Chane, because I happened to win the day I submitted my deck list.
Yeah. Well, we're so happy for you. We're so excited. I can't wait to see what you do tomorrow. Anybody you want to shout out, you want to thank, not only about this tournament, but the whole year as you look ahead at your top 8?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I got to shout out the gang, Team PCG Invasion. They've helped me out so much. Just just super huge. Also, I've been testing a lot with all the Stroopwafel people. They're awesome. Just everyone that's helped me, really. I got a lot of people who helped me get cards, who helped me get testing, who literally pushed me around in my wheelchair, right? So thank you to everybody so much for helping me get here.
Yeah, unbelievable. And, maybe also somebody who helped you, cast or something.
Yeah. Honkaj.
Yeah. No, it is good to be here with you, man. Congratulations to you, my friend. We're so happy for you. We'll send it on back to the booth.
Great to hear there from Margin Bay, of course, taking a moment with Sam to celebrate that top 8 finish. And, of course, I'm sure he's still looking higher. We are at the top of the mountain, but only halfway up. That's right. It's still a lot more work to be done. Don't think about it too hard.
I don't want to. Yeah. I'm scared of where you were going with that, honestly.
I mean, listen, for Margin Bay, I love just the feeling that he had from playing Chane on that one sort of singular day. Said, I went through so many different options and ended up picking the deck that trounced me, It is obviously, you'll feel like you're really playing with power when you have that Chane deck, and especially when it's really humming along. We've seen that put on full display here, and it's definitely something that his opponents are going to have to look out for in that top 8, because we're dealing with a best of 3 multi-format rounds there as he tries to advance further.
I can't begin to tell you how much I sympathize with that experience. The amount of times I've been very confident about my deck choice heading into an event, and 3 days before I'm slightly less confident, 2 days before I'm not confident at all, and then I'm playing a deck that's been clapping my cheeks for the entire weekend, which is not the best place to be heading into a tournament, but hey, it does work wonders sometimes, I promise. I'm very excited to see Margin representing Chane as well. I've been a very vocal advocate of the deck before this event, heading into this event. Thought the death was massively overrated. Bound by Shadow is just a real... If you put Go Again on a hero text box, it's only so bad at any point in time.
Yeah, not only Go Again, but also the ability to see deeper into your deck and have access to those cards is a very good reason why Chane hit Living Legend in the first place. But on the CC side of things, right, the Verdance pick seems, great for Margin Bay. He's been a Wizard player. I love that Kano is in his ear, sort of, the shoulder devil, beckoning him to come back. He and, teammate Peter Bedensik have always had that sort of element of irreducible rascality inside them that is pushing them in that direction. So, I mean, I think Haydendale suffered that same issue as well in the past. So there were a lot of players that end up going back to that first love. And Kano's still legal, hasn't hit Living Legend yet. Still, of course, an option. Unfortunately, Kano won't be seeing too much of him for the rest of our World Championship run in Classic Constructed or even LL, but maybe in the future. Let's jump down, speaking of the future, and look ahead to our next win-and-in match here, of course, in this last round of the day. Austrian Florin-Cristian Logan going up against New Zealand's Thomas Galbraith. It's Kayo versus Cindra.
Yet another member of Table 1 playing for a spot in this top 8. Florin-Cristian Logan did stick to the default logic of the team, chose to bring Kayo in Classic Constructed. They firmly believe Cindra and Verdance, both very reasonable matchups, gives them a lot of play. And we're going to see that in real time here against Thomas, who has no doubt experienced this matchup a little less than Kayo has experienced Cindra.
Florin might have got what he asked for here in his run. 4 Cindras in his first 5 rounds, and poor my goat Kevin Murphy also suffering with the Brute matchup there as he fell by the wayside. Then looking towards day 2, a little bit rockier, of course. These Verdances causing Florin-Cristian some issues. Jakob, Allan, Maximilian Klein get the better of him, but he downs Brodie Spurlock to make it into this game where it is literally all on the line for the Austrian. Tank could be set, of course, off the Kiwi. It's Thomas Galbraith here on Cindra. And a run, a pretty solid start for him. He managed to deal with the KO in his very first round of the tournament. For the rest of day 1, didn't have to deal with Mr. Armed and Dangerous.
Not so much. Did get through Verdance, Dash.io, Cindra in the hands of calling winner Francesco Giorgio, so no small affair. More importantly, we see a chunk of losses on that first day. No losses at all for Thomas on the second day of competition, and I cannot help but notice round 14, Cody Williams on KO.
Looks like Thomas Galbraith is ready to take that matchup on. And again, it's a little bit harder for Kayo to get Cindra to really interact with him. Tough to find that level of disruption that maybe the Verdance can sort of show, like we saw in that previous game. His turn 0 play, of course, he's a Bear Fangs come out from Florin-Cristian. He's not even going to bother putting a dice on it here as Thomas snaps off the blocks.
Not the best hand for Thomas Galbraith to see here. He does have a pair, I believe a trio, in fact, of block 2s. Means we'll only see 6 on this Bear Fangs as the follow-up attack. Does start the game on a rather unhealthy 32 as a result of, I believe, tail in from limb.
Oh my God, okay. That's not where you want to be at all. Florin-Cristian, pretty bloody good start. It's going to be a Bramble Cinderclaw now to start the turn for Thomas.
Bramble Cinderclaw, a nice way to start. Not quite as nice as the Blood Rush Bellow lurking in the hand already for Florin-Cristian Login. He's found exactly what he's looking for at the start of this game. Hopefully Thomas has found the same. We do see Lava Burst in hand next to this Lava Vein Loyalty. 3 more go again. This one, another spicy head jab, just making sure it gives itself go again, but does block 3. And an interesting choice from Thomas here on Cindra, prioritizing some cards that defend a little bit better in his variety of head jabs.
That's not an auto-occlude in Cindra lists, that's for sure, but we have seen the deck start to slant a little bit more defensively in recent times. Maybe feeling the need to answer some potential disruption. We've even seen some, you know, it was a Gordon Coe's list, you know, from that calling in Sydney, featuring a number of defense reactions, like 6 of them at least. And we've also seen Cindra's looking to find, like, you know, some tech options against Prism as well, like some poppers. There's like an 8-power popper from Super Slam that, you know, gives them a lot of equity in that matchup. Always about finding these little edges. The deck is still evolving.
Florin here debating their blocks if they want to try and deny Mask of Momentum or not. Do want to acknowledge the beaten trackers on this one. We have beaten trackers available in the foot slot for Florin-Cristian Login. Not the choice you might expect. Scabskin Leather's block value at a premium, trying to shut down that Mask of Momentum one way or the other. But this one, you're going to need an extra action point sometimes when you need to play explosive hands. It's going to be guaranteed thanks to beaten trackers.
Thomas says, well, Austria and Australia, they're close enough together for me to carry my rivalry on here and try and, you know, aim that straight at you. People make them spelling mistake often enough anyway. As far as I'm concerned, you may as well be a rival from across the Tasman.
No blocks.
Give me some blocks? The answer is no. I will, in fact, not do that. Florin-Cristian knows he certainly needs to hit high velocity in this matchup, figuratively, of course. And Rising Resentment will be the follow-up here. Spicy head jabs of all varieties.
And this will be the ultimate decision point here for Florin-Cristian Login. He can commit that powerful Scowling Flesh Bag to make sure there is no 4th attack, deny the Mask of Momentum trigger if he's so inclined alongside another piece of equipment, have the biggest Blood Rush Bellow turn possible. Alternatively, are we willing to pick a fight on multiple chain links? It looks like we might be leaning towards the latter here. Going to deny Mask of Momentum at least once. The Flick Knives activation will come in to keep the chain going, means there will be a 0-cost attack, and it's going to be Lava Burst from the hand as the final attack here. The perfect chain ender for Thomas Bailey Galbraith.
Yeah. 3 into 3 and 3 into 5. Those are pretty good numbers. And Savage Sash and Beaten Trackers both put forward on blocks here to prevent it from being any worse. Florin-Cristian does not want to give any cards here to Thomas Galbraith. None from his hand anyway.
Blocking with Savage Slash there instead of the Flesh Bag, a very interesting choice to me, even over the Gauntlets, potentially. Savage Slash being blocked is indicative of maybe this Blood Rush Bellow turn needs the resources to really fuel more expensive 3-cost attacks to come out of the gates blazing, depending on the variance of the discard, of course. So leaning towards the chess piece, maybe looking with a little bit of regret at that Scowling Flesh Bag, not denying the Lava Burst in the process, but the fact Savage Sash was the choice makes me think our attacks are a little expensive. We'll see. The blue pitched away.
Again, the cost basis for a 3-wide turn is normally 6. Claw into sort of 2 costs, but there are some cards that sort of break that. Okay. Strongest Survive getting discarded off this.
Makes a lot of sense. Strongest Survive, a 3-cost card. So Florin playing it safe, making sure that the turn would function, does choose to cash in Beaten Trackers. So wants that second action point right now, using the information of the discard of the more expensive attack to be able to do so. And we're going to see a huge turn coming in with multiple attack actions here from Florin-Cristian Login.
+2 for all of it. Now we need to decide what the next step is.
So Blue Buck Wild, Bare Fangs, and a Swing Big in hand. So both of these red attacks can be thrown. The risk, of course, in doing so, Bare Fangs discarding might fudge the numbers a little bit. So we are going to see Florin reaching for that Savage Sash, and suddenly everything will be rather affordable.
Yeah, just discounting these 2 costs. So he doesn't do anything about the cost of Mandible Claw. Just want to make that clear. Florin, in theory, if it's the Buckwild that gets discarded, we're fine to deploy both those attack actions.
Well, this makes for much more appealing sequencing if Florin wants to make sure they can lead on this swing big here. Have the resource floating available means they can pitch the other blue into Bare Fangs. I apologize, they cannot. There's one resource still floating. My math is off. Yeah. Savage Sash doing its thing and throwing my numbers to pieces. So a little bit of a risk here. Thankfully, Mandible Claw is going to be able to come in here. So you pitch the blue off to the Mandible Claw, send the Bare Fangs on the end. No need for any risk whatsoever.
We'll let the table talk for a moment. I'll be back with you shortly.
5 go again. Take 5. 18. We should have 2 pitch. Because it was 1, 1, 4 when I pitched. I'm going to close the chain. Sure.
We are back, of course. That pitch sequencing was important to make sure that there would be a claw and a Bare Fangs made use of.
More importantly, the gauntlets of Rex there as well, able to facilitate a little bit of an extra bonus to make this Bare Fangs into a nice hefty 11. Pretty significant pressure here for Thomas Bailey Galbraith.
What a disgusting amount of damage in this turn. What was it, 11 into 5 into 11? That's 27.
Quick math.
That's 27 damage. Now we know why Florin's not trying to give any cards up on block. They made perfect use in his hand with that Savage Sash activation to unlock one of the filthiest Blood Rush Bellows turns you can go for in this deck. And Thomas now is starting to become a little concerned. His life total plummeting. He's obviously struck a number of blows on his Austrian opponent here, enough to knock him down to 28, but this might just be more than he'd otherwise like to do. But blocking attacks that don't have on hits feels terrible as Cindra. You want to make use of that full hand, but can you pressure your opponent enough to put them on the back foot?
I'm going to flick my eyes over to that turn counter in the corner of the screen for just a second. I do, just double checking, that does say turn 1, turn single. So if we don't block this
wrong.
11 damage, which I'm just check, that's 2 ones in quick succession, would bring Thomas Bailey Galbraith to 7. 7, a life total I don't commonly see on turn 1, although it does look strangely like a 1.
That's quick math, and maybe some squinting.
My eyes aren't great.
Yeah. Here's the Dragon Scaler Flight Path. As good a time as any to make use of it. And 2 cards. Thomas needs to maintain his life total. Perhaps there's some extraneous cards here. Art of Dragon, Blood. So hot on their heels, if I'm not mistaken. Thrown in front of this. Keeps him up at 14. But a very small hand. In fairness, Florin-Cristian Logan has done the thing where the brutes just take off all their accompaniments and swing for the fences.
Now, this has been a very powerful start for Florin, but this is exactly why this deck was brought by so many players, including Cody Williams off on their own, the Table 1 team who brought this deck like Florin. He knows that Cindra is a favorable matchup in their eyes. It doesn't hurt when you can draw multiple copies of Blood Rush Bellow, though.
I also, that's pretty good. Also, Scouting Fleshbag is still on the field. Something that can, Thomas has to play around that can be very, very destructive. And he's taking a very conservative line on this turn. Doesn't feel good to maybe throw a Fleshbag on a small Cindra turn. Oh, geez, another Blood Rush Bellows. My goodness.
It's worth knowing, it seems like the hand is full of blues alongside it. No, red high-pitched Howl there, the signature of this Table 1 version of the deck. Additional Vigor generation available to make these turns really flow when you need those cost curves of 6. So you see the second kunai here being taken. Will be a Hunt the Hunter as the final attack here off this resource. So no go again here. Mass Trigger is real, but not likely to see the turn extended. Dragon Scaler Flight Paths can keep this going. We did see them committed on defense, so certainly a line that will be on the mind of both of our players, but not exactly the optimal use of that piece of equipment.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're getting people on their feet for a 2-card 7 at this point in the game. Thomas obviously was able to throw some blocks in the previous turn, convert the hand with 1 card left over into 13 value.
You see Florin here reaching for one of those blue blocks, 3 attacks in the hand alongside those gauntlets. Deny that mask and remove all doubts.
Fearless Confrontation.
Yeah, Fearless Confrontation, a really cool inclusion in this deck. not mandated by everyone, but another way to enable Mandible Claw in the reaction phase if you want to discard it. We also saw it doing some nifty stuff against Dominate in the feature match area, courtesy of Bravo earlier in the weekend. So some extra flavor there as well.
Yeah, it didn't stop him from throwing crippling crashes to win the game. Obviously.
No, but it was cool.
Yeah, it was. And the Fearless Confrontation is, if required, it is still an attack for 5. It's a blue as well. There's other scenarios where this can work. It is a 3-block. So enough flexibility that it finds a home in these lists.
Happy to see Florin deliberating this here. This is a surprisingly tough decision. Committing a card here makes a lot of sense. Turn off the mass trigger, make sure there's no use for that Dragon Scalar Flight Path. Not going to encourage Thomas to go any wider unless that last card in their hand happens to be exactly a snatch or something similar to that effect. However, giving up a card here means there are combinations of cards that can be drawn by Florin from this Blood Rush Bellow that don't allow maximum value. Doesn't gain a second attack, maybe can't squeeze in a Mandible Claw, and so doing so comes at a significant risk.
Yeah. And now, of course, without the cost reduction from Savage Sash available, you're a little bit more constrained, especially on smaller hands. And Florin-Cristian might hope to, on these draw discard effects, find something a little bit more potent to make use of the +2 buff from that that key card for Kayo. Blood Rush Bellow, the centerpiece on the biggest of brute turns.
Flick knives.
No blocks, flick knives will be the call. And it's going to be easily
Flicking on res.
bought back by Thomas.
Thomas there.
Mask of Momentum trigger.
Vocal about thinking on resolution, wants to make it clear that they are indeed considering these Dragon Scalar Flight Paths. Looks like they will be reached for here.
Going for it.
And the pain will continue, I believe, with a Blaze Headlong, which was the find from that Mask of Momentum draw. 4 more points of damage, hard to argue with.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for.
I take 5 first.
Yes.
Well, first we'll account for that 5 damage that Florin-Cristian suffered. Then the draw trigger yielded a 4 go again.
I agree with Florin here, committed to the line. Once you decide that you're not picking a fight over that Hunt the Hunter, you are not picking a fight at all. You are now committed to this Blood Rush Bellow. A difficult choice to make with literally thousands of dollars and eternal glory on the line.
Yeah, exactly. Making to the top 8. You are very much in the money and online for even more. $100,000 is what you're playing for. So here's the Blood Rush Bellow being deployed. Fearless will be the pitch. I want to see what happens here amongst these draw and discard triggers.
Okay, the high-pitched howl was the hit. So there is no guaranteed red in hand. Florin drawing 2 cards. Let's see if we can get a look at what they found. Red Wild Ride smashing ground. So there is the ability to go a little wider here with this Wild Ride. The claw can be paid for. A turn that comes together in a pretty reasonable way, truth be told. Florin now head in hand, consumed by the palm. A difficult decision tree with this Wild Ride. Increased variance here, that high-pitched tower, nice premium red to follow the Mandible Claw. Sadly did lose it to the equation. Instead now,
he almost recoiled when he flipped the card. I think he saw it. It was very evident that that was not the result he was wanting to see.
Now, you can lead on the claw, you can follow up with that Wild Ride, but then there's no chance of you finding a better attack to line that sequence up. Alternatively, you can lead on the Wild Ride now, get more information before you pay for Mandible Claw. And this is the sequencing that is now being considered by Florin. Needs to find a way to get the best value out of 2 blue cards.
First with Mandible Claw.
No blocks.
Got to be sending, of course, this in with go again. 6 because of might.
This does feel like the safer route here for Florin. Less risk required. Less chance for things to go wrong.
Here comes that Wild Ride, of course. Draw and discard trigger.
Now hoping for a red to be left in the arsenal after this, or an attack that can be played for 1 resource.
Run Roughshod would be one of those attacks.
And it was in the hand prior to this. Does it disappear? It does.
The punish. Would have loved to have capped off the chain with 7 damage. Not this time. Not too many other options that card could be.
Worth noting, lethal damage on the chain here. Florin looks at that final
it's too
card
quick for me, man.
for the very first time. But you know who will not be looking at it? Not us.
Not
the
us.
people at home. We'll
Try as we
find out
might.
at the same time as everybody else. For now, Thomas Bailey Galbraith in the blender. Head on hand.
I see a lot of flames.
That is a kunai of retribution.
Yeah. So a lot of red and orange in the hand.
Unsurprisingly, this is a tough choice. Not in a disposition where 0 blocks can be committed. But of course, Blood Splatter and Vest, Mask of Momentum, they can serve as one final barricade if the hand does enough. We saw Brodie Spurlock doing exactly that with Wrath of Retribution earlier in the weekend. There are windows to be found.
No stain counters on that blood splattered vest. It's practically freshly laundered. And Thomas Galbraith wants to keep it around. Mask of Momentum. Even with 5 cards, Thomas doesn't either believe in his chances to trigger it again this game or feels like the extra resource is more important.
Mask of Momentum, I think, has served its course at this point. Florin-Cristian Logan unlikely to block unless they feel warranted. That Scowling Flesh Bag is still available. It's going to be very difficult to force through a mask trigger. And on the following turn cycle, Thomas is going to be on such a low life total that keeping more than 3 cards is going to prove very, very difficult.
Functionally, Florin-Cristian feels 5 life higher than he is because of that Scowling Flesh Bag. He's basically at 21. And Thomas is looking at that thinking, even if I can draw a card, how am I supposed to put together a tall enough turn to get respect from my brute opponent? This Scowling Flesh Bag is going to just knock a card out of my hand if I don't play around it properly.
The iconic legendary from Welcome to Rathe does shatter, leaves Thomas Bailey Galbraith with just 2 life to work with. He's got 1 full salvo of damage, and it is Oath of Loyalty to start. We will be Draconic. This is about as good as a first chain link can get.
Yeah, just 3 more of these and we're golden.
Not so sure about that. Would be illegal in numerous ways.
Sorry, 3 more flavors of 0 for Force would get us there.
Someone put Mitch in card design. I want Flame of 0 for 4.
Get me in there. You know, yeah, you guys know. You tweet at me. What do you want? What do you guys want in the game? I'll make it happen.
Interesting hand here for Florin on the other side of things. Unexpected backhand. Joining a variety of blues, we see Show of Strength and Bare Fangs of the red and yellow variety, respectively. So some big, chunky attacks, but no easy way to enable go again. Would expect some amount of defense here, given there is no Scabskin Leathers to stare down. Vigorous Smash Up going to be the block here to hopefully provide a Vigor token for Florin to utilize. We'll take a clash to find out. 6v4.
6. Yeah, that's going to be a win for Florin-Cristian. Vigor token created. Burning Blade Dance covered up.
Natural wind up going to the bottom here, of course. Remember, the Vigorous Smash Up, not quite like your other clashes, does give you the ability to control the top card, move it away.
Really underrated aspect of that card.
Oh, yeah. Some upside there of making sure you guarantee your 6 for your draw discard effects. Alternatively, dig towards that Blood Rush Bellow if the power turn is what you need.
Of course, there will be no dagger hits here from Burning Blade Dance.
Thomas Bailey Galbraith debating the flick activation. And I got a feel for him here. You can see the amount of emotion somehow through a hand, which is not an easy feat.
And it's really hard for him to generate a lot of pressure from this kind of hand. Rising Resentment joins Snatch, if I'm not mistaken, but no way to give it go again. Kunai's getting flicked.
We'll see the Blood Splattered Vest cashed in, I believe, to generate a resource there.
Got to trigger that.
The resource zone, even though the dice has not been put on there. Florin
okay,
helping out his opponent, just making sure that board state remains clear.
Resource, what? Likely used to send a kunai after you buy them back?
Not impossible. Feels like maybe a 1-cost Chain Ender in the arsenal, perhaps, trying to save the Snatch for later on.
Oh, that Snatch ain't getting played unless it's Draconic, so that's the cost of the Filthy token that would have to be paid. 1-cost Chain Ender, though, definitely a more attractive prospect to sink that resource into.
And I think this is the biggest testament of the World Championship we could see on a stage like this. Florin-Cristian Logan very far ahead, has had fortune on his side during this game. And as much as these decisions seem elementary, when you can put your foot down, gas up, send your final brute barrage into your Cindra opponent, the moment of deliberation is the important part to make sure you do not find yourself getting caught out by a power card like Wrath of Retribution.
I mean, playing around this is really challenging for Florin-Cristian Logan. I mean, he can think about this Scowling Flashback, but unbeknownst to him, Thomas has no intention of playing that last card, and he wants to keep the Austrian in the dark to that fact. Theoretically, it's 7 damage here between the 2 kunais and the Wrath, but as far as Florin-Cristian Logan knows, it could be a way to round out the turn with a chain ender that would present lethal damage. So how does he respond?
So no Dragon Scaler Flight Path here means no cheeky additional dagger swing. We will see that Scowling Fleshbag that's been so carefully held throughout this game.
It's got to go
Florin.
here.
Eating the last card, we'll see those kunai rebought and those gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex soaking up a hit as well. We know everything face up now. Final dagger swing will likely earn a card here from Florin, and we will see that big show of strength or bare fangs that is remaining in the hand coming up and across into Thomas Bailey Galbraith's face.
Yeah, sending tall attacks is the game plan now for Florin.
Might and vigor.
Vigor and might. Conferring a buff to this first attack, and show of strength is the decision. This is really quite immense. Obviously, you can block with this equipment if you would want to as the ninja player. But it goes bye-bye. 9 damage from the show of strength, and Thomas doesn't really have a chance to reduce this power. That's not really something that Cindra could do. So hits 9 and it stays 9.
We have seen a higher density of 3-block cards from Galbraith across this game. He does have those options available, but Cindra typically a deck that has many block 2s. Rather awkward when staring down show of strength for 9. Not a clean way to spend 3 cards very often. 2 health, obviously, significantly more than 1. Does mean there is a little breathing room to keep 2 cards. And we know that Snatch in the Arsenal is a pretty good 1-card play here, so not stone cold for our Cindra player.
We'll see what we're working with. Okay. Display loyalty. Looks like a Blaze Headlong. Ravenous Rabble. I mean, otherwise a very, very solid selection of cards. Okay. No
Ravenous Rabble, Blaze Headlong. Both equally interesting. Blaze Headlong, difficult to enable. Ravenous Rabble comes with some risk.
7, 9.
9 block is good. So the Blaze Headlong joins the rest of the team on blocks. Ravenous Rabble flips a red. Oath of Loyalty on top of the deck for Thomas. This means this is a 4-powered attack coming across, accounting for more than half of Florin-Cristian Logan's life total.
As good a 2-card hand as you could hope for here, with Snatch to follow on the end.
All right, we're going to duck back out briefly here to the desk just to resolve a very minor issue down there at the feature match area. So should be jumping in just a moment. It is 7-2 in life totals, and quickly we're going to be able to get there.
That was cool. I liked appearing on screen for a second.
Very good, yeah.
It was quaint.
Yeah, that is nice and easily handled.
Love to see it this late in the events.
So what? Rabble, Snatch, draw, stick in an arsenal.
Okay. No blocks declared. Draconic Snatch. Just for flavor, because otherwise the fealty's going to leave play anyway.
That's true. Got to play a Draconic card to keep it in.
Making it spicy.
Vigorous Smash Up means we have another clash. Oath has been on top. Loses out to the Buck Wild. More Vigor for the Vigor King.
Love these yellow copies of Vigorous Smash Up in the Table 1 version of the KO deck. They've been overperforming against the Cindra all day. Agile wind up the discard here to generate an agility token, I believe at the end of Thomas Bailey Galbraith's turn, which means we are locking, loading, and spending vigor tokens and this agility to try and get this game over. We're going to start with that high-pitched howl, replacing that vigor token for the next barrage as well.
Yeah, that means if by some mechanism Thomas is able to survive this turn, well, he's going to be in the blender, and he's going to struggle to find his way out. Card with 6 or more powers in the pitch zone, so a vigor token is created. Gonna eat the 2-3 blocks that were there. Here's a Bare Fangs, and that's a break point that Thomas Galbraith cannot overcome. Florin-Cristian Logan of Austria will advance to your top 8. Great showing on Kayo, armed and dangerous, putting the off-maligned Brute into the top cut.
I think Kayo was very under-respected heading into this weekend. Numerous of the biggest testing teams in Flesh and Blood came to the conclusion independently of each other that the Brute did get enough new support from Super Slam, had what it took to tangle into both Cindra and Verdance, and we're seeing a copy in the top 8 of the World Championship because of that belief.
Yeah, great to see. Obviously, Florin-Cristian over the course of these last couple of days playing expertly through both Classic Constructed and Living Legend rounds. But that's a great display of how Kayo can hang with the Cindra. It was a putrid Blood Rush Bellow turn, though, obviously, with that Savage Sash pop to go for that 27 damage salvo. That's tough for Cindra to keep up with. You know, we saw Thomas Galbraith thinking, I'm going to offer these 2 cards here on blocks because I can't keep up with this level of output. Unfortunately, he was never able to get back into the game. Folks, that's it for our Swiss rounds. That's it for our first 2 days of play. We have for you our newly minted, fresh USDA Prime top 8 for you here for World Championship Philadelphia. So let's bring it in and let's get acquainted with the competitors we'll be tracking over the course of tomorrow. Matthew Dilks as first seed with Gravy and Chane. Max Klein, your second seed. Florin-Cristian Logan here advancing to third seed. Then Marjin Bay, followed by Ian Zhang, Mikolajczyk, Jakob Allan, and Jimmy Niro Demers. What a matchup in that first game. 2 Canadians going at it, both on Gravy and Chane across both formats.
A phenomenal showing for Team Table 1. Margin Blaze Pot Armor continues into the top 8. Ian Zhang breaks the curse. There is no 9th place at this World Championship. They will have a chance to join us in that elite roster of players.
That's a hell of a matchup. Prison into Verdance. In the past, definitely favoring the Prison. Can be hard for Verdance to deal with that aura-based game plan, and that's, I'm sure, what Ian Zhang is going to be on. It is going to take a player of the caliber of Marjin Bay to emerge unscathed from that kind of matchup. Mikolajczyk here, Cindra and Dash, just wants to go fast, go hard. Will be going up against the player we just saw. Florin-Cristian Logan will be taking on the Cindra again with that KO. And then Max Klein, Jakob Allan to round things out in that last of our quarterfinal games. These are all best of 3s across CC and LL.
Huge shout out to Jakob Allan, our last undefeated player on the first day of competition. The wheels almost came off. It was a Canadian Nationals top 8 that qualified that player for this event. That was their biggest finish to date before this. Now they have a top 8 at the World Championship on that resume. Looking at the full breakdowns here on some of these formats as well, 2 Gravy, 3 Verdance, Prism, KO, Cindra. Variety there. Curveballs joining the established status quo. On the Living Legend side of things, 4 copies of Chane Bound by Shadow, Marlynn, Dash, Starvo, Viserai. The 2 big kings of the format heading into the event. No longer the death of Chane. Over-exaggerated. Marlynn is real. Dash is real. Starvo and Viserai might just be the underdogs.
And can I just take a moment to appreciate that we have 4 Canadian players in our World Championship top 8. This was a region that was so feared over 2023 and 24. Here in 2025, they remind us just how good they are. We have a sole hope for the United States there in Marjin Bay, of course, and there's a question of how far the Plot Armor can take our World Tour weekly host through this tournament. The stories, as they're being written, are proving to be compelling. We're going to be tracking every single one of them over the course of tomorrow's play. We have a chance, of course, to have a look. These are best of 3 matches, again, to remind you guys. So it's going to be a banger. It's going to be a top 8, the likes of which you have never seen in Flesh and Blood. And I'm very excited to have a chance to preside over some of those games. Let's check our final standings, though, after 15 grueling rounds of Swizz. It's Matthew Dilks at 13-2, leading the way. And Sean Nolden falls out there just in 10th place. Tommaso Visidro doesn't quite sneak in either. There's a star-studded top 8, but every single one of these top 20 players should be congratulated on incredible showings.
This is a remarkable showing. I'm very happy for all these players. Some good pocket change, Pro Tour invitations secured all the way through. But my heart breaks for Tommaso Visidro. Arachne Marionette would have been a lovely deck to see in the feature match area in our top 8. I know it's treated him well, of course, across the event. And they are the new Alluring Desire advocate. I was so hopeful to see them squeak in, but no dice there. Heartbreak for Sean again. Did have a win in him. We knew that was likely going to be the case. Similar story for Thomas. Cody, wheels kind of came off a little bit towards the end there. And again, Gaichi Yamada, fantastic feature match earlier on. Another Arachne. Number 14 on this board, though. I think our story, well, one of our stories, may have finally come to an end.
Yeah, Brodie Spurlock with a really impressive placing here, though, all things considered. We'll be, of course, checking back in with our Player of the Year race, of course, as our World Tour wraps up for this particular leg. 2 11-4s made it in. They'll be thanking their lucky stars for the chance to duke it out with the very best in the flesh and blood world. 15 rounds of Swiss across Classic Constructed and Living Legend finds us here now with the top 8 locked in place. But there's so much to look back over the course of these last couple of days, and we'll be back right after this to break things down, to set our sights on tomorrow. Brian and Pankage in the booth right after this.
I'm Brian now, it's fine.
Memories of the past, glimpses of the future. It's time to add your page to the Compendium of Rathe. Flesh and Blood's newest set has officially been announced. Compendium is designed to be the ultimate Flesh and Blood expansion set, featuring reprints of some of the most iconic cards from all of Flesh and Blood's history with a brand new Antiquity frame. This set will directly support the new Silver Age format, as well as expand the classic constructed card pool, so get ready to dust off some of your old favorites when Compendium of Rathe launches this February. Hell of a day, friends. We have our top 8 competitors, and wow, did these guys show off some of the highest level play we have ever seen and some of the best stories we have ever seen already developing. Ian Zhang, Mr. Ninth, no more, would have been in 9th place if he lost his winning in, but now gets another shot at it. Majin Bey, the U.S. national champion, trying to go ahead and do the Michael Hamilton, U.S. national champion, into world champion. So many folks on a quest for redemption. Florin-Cristian Logan, Pro Tour 1 runner-up. How about Max Klein, Pro Tour LA runner-up? Michael Yazker also in the mix, just off of a Pro Tour top 8 this year. There's just storylines all over the place, Pankaj.
And the lovely thing about all the names that you just mentioned, Brian, is that they are just absolutely great personalities as well. And that's one thing I'm continuously floored by. Every time I see the top 8 at a Tier 4 event, I'm just like, these are all great people, great ambassadors of our game, great personalities to just watch on stream, to just interact with, also humble, also great. Our World Tour Weekly host is amongst the top 8 as well. I'm over the moon.
It's going to be all about the individual competitors come tomorrow, but I think it's worth looking at the teams one more time because there's some really impressive performances here that we have to call out. It was a rough run of things for the Snapdragons on the whole, but some really good individual performances from Thomas Galbraith, lost a win in that final round, and Dennis Eng also with a strong finish.
I was definitely holding one out for Jude Cornett. I was really rooting for that boy, but unfortunately for him, the day 2 didn't quite go else well for him. Did enter day 2 at XN2, but ending at XN7. Taking a look at Team PCG Invasion, however, these folks have quite a bit to celebrate, Brian. There are 3 members of this team in the top 8 of the 4th ever World Championships. Majin Bey, Matthew Dilks, and Michael Yazker in the top 8.
Well and truly invading this top 8, and it's a Canadian invasion in the top 8 as well. I got to give a shout out to my man, Matthew Dilks. I've known this guy for so long. I don't know if Dilks likes me. I don't know if Dilks likes anyone. It's so hard to get anything from him until you see him win a TCG tournament, which I have done many times. And then that smile finally creeps in. We saw it when he took down the calling in LA. We called him up on stage, and his teammates were over the moon for him because this is a dude you can't help but to root for. And for Dilks, it feels like it's been forever coming. Has that calling win, hasn't broken through at a Tier 4 event until now, and is a massive threat to take the entire thing down.
Speaking of people you can't help but root for, I'm just going to talk about our World Tour Weekly host for a little bit. Majin Bey on Verdance. He won US Nationals on this hero, to your point, the Michael Hamilton. Won US Nationals on Icelander back in the day, and then won the World Championships later that year on Icelander again. Majin Bey looking to repeat that for sure.
Yeah, won US Nationals on Verdance. Now here again, chance to be world champion with Verdance.
And what's so interesting about Majin in particular is that he spent so long touching up his limited play. For a long time, he considered that his Achilles heel, so to speak. I'm so sorry, Majin. I know your Achilles is a little bit injured right now, but he considered that his weak point. He worked so hard to improve on that, took down US Nationals, did really well at Tier 4 events in draft, and here we are, threw a whole new other format at him in LL instead of draft, and he still performs.
And playing Chane, too. Just not a hero I would have put in his range. But honestly, Majin Bey's range is infinite. He makes up that he's a wizard guy. He could win with any hero in existence. He just likes wizards. That's all it comes down to. Meanwhile, for the Runaways, it was some deep runs for a few folks on the Runaways. Ultimately, no conversions. Cody Williams was pacing the field, kind of fell off there at the end. Connor Bryant started the day off undefeated in CC. Really had a rough go of it in LL, fell down pretty far, but bounced back really well for an 11-4 finish. Nothing to be ashamed of for those two folks, as well as Lucas Oswald picking up an 11-4.
So much to celebrate for this team, to be honest. 3 X4s and 1 X5 is no small feat, and the runaways in the past few Tier 4 events perhaps haven't quite had the results that we were expecting, but this finish, in my opinion, is something they should be very proud of.
Meanwhile, for Table 1, they have their own double top 8 representatives. It is Florin-Cristian Login trying to avenge that Pro Tour 1 loss, and it's Maximilian Klein trying to avenge that Pro Tour LA loss. For Maximilian Klein, this is the 3rd Tier 4 top 8. Starting to get into that unrivaled territory is Max Klein.
We speak about players like Pablo Pintor who have won 2 Pro Tours, for example. Maximilian Klein, in my opinion, is right up there next to Pablo Pintor when it comes to that consistency. 3rd Tier 4 event top 8 for the past couple of years is absolutely phenomenal.
And oh my God, terrible job by me, Pankaj. Jimmy Demers also on Table 1, also in the top 8, snuck in at the last moment, lost what he thought was a win into Ian Zhang, but just got some favorable luck a little bit further down and just squeaks in 3 top 8 members for Table 1. What an impressive performance. And I saw some stats after day 1. I think this was the best performing team in the entire tournament.
So 2 teams so far have put up 3 members of theirs into the top 8, PCG Invasion and Table 1 itself.
Those 2 teams are going to be on an absolute showdown come tomorrow. Meanwhile, the super team, nobody in top 8 but a good run of performances throughout this team, and you have to give a shout out to the one, the only Brodie Spurlock. Comes up 1 win up on Jakob Clements, and that means he is our player of the year. Brodie Spurlock claiming that title, and Justin Koo at the same time leaps ahead of Pudding Tam and goes ahead and claims that APAC title as well.
And in the US region, Brodie Spurlock is first in that region, but Michael Fung did get a better record than Michael Hamilton, and I believe will be the second place player of the year in that region. So huge shout out to him as well.
That is correct, Pankaj. That is the tiebreaker. I'm not sure if Michael Fung ended up in the top 32 and picked up points or not, but it doesn't matter. Regardless, they were tied coming into this event. Michael Fung with the better record here is going to go ahead and eclipse Michael Hamilton and take second in that race.
And of course, let's not forget Jakob Clements, who is second overall player of the year as well.
Another great performance in this event.
Very deep runs on that team for sure.
For Team Sigil, no real breakthroughs here. A bunch of 10-5s as the best record. So Team Sigil, maybe a little bit of rebuilding after this event, but we've seen it in the past. They can come back, bounce back, just the way the Runaways did. Runaways had a couple rough tournaments. We're in really good position here. It's not easy to put 3 folks into the top 8. I know some of these teams make it look easy. PCG Invasion, Table 1, dominant performances, but that is an outlier outcome. Team Sigil, nothing to hang their heads about here.
So we've taken a look at the teams. Let's go ahead and take a look at our final standings across all our players. Only 1 player ended both days of Swiss with an X&2 record. That is the best record we've had. That is Matthew Dilks piloting Gravy Bones in CC and Chane in LL.
And what an advantage in this tournament, Pankaj. That means that Matthew Dilks is going to be able to make decisions. He's going to be able to choose the format. We're going to talk more about how this top 8 is going to go, but Matthew Dilks has to feel good through all rounds we play on Sunday. We'll be making choices about what the formats will be. Interestingly, though, double mirror for Dilks early on. Canadian versus Canadian taking on Jimmy Demers. Both of these players choosing to play Gravy in CC, Chane in LL.
I'm so glad you brought up Jimmy Demers, Brian, because I do want to remind everyone, we've had 3 World Championships so far, and we talk about the highest seed having the advantage every time, and yet every single one of those World Championships won by the 8th seed.
Very true. Pankaj, Jimmy Demers with a lot of hopes and dreams to carry for that 8th seed. Meanwhile, we have the rest of our 11 and 4s. Tommaso Vecito, Sean Nolden, and Thomas Galbraith unfortunately fell in win-and-ins. Were not able to go ahead and punch their ticket. Tommaso Vecito rounds out an amazing year on the World Tour by coming up just short and in 9th place here.
Moving on to the rest of the top 16, we have the names we've already spoken about. Cody Williams, Brodie Spurlock, all in the XN4, all in the bubble territory, so to speak. Still huge congrats to them. No mean feat to make top 16 at a Tier 4 event like this.
Yeah, and look, Pankaj, this was a split format event. We do have to go ahead and acknowledge, though, as you look through these standings, diversity of heroes in both of these formats. We're just all over the place. There's marionettes here. There's Victors. There's Florians. There's Acilios. There's the big three, of course. There's Kayos. There's Prisms. So much diversity shown across both formats.
We spoke about this at the beginning of the show on Friday, talking about how diverse this meta is, how deep this actually is, especially after the teams started sinking their teeth into it after they entered the testing houses for both CC and LL. Sure, there was a big three, Verdant's Gravy Cindra, talk of the town, but come here, you look at these top 20, such a wide range of heroes. All these heroes have unique angles into the top of the meta game. All the lists churning the past few weeks, changing, finding these unique ways of attacking what is going to be present at the World Championships. These Swiss rounds have been an absolute treat.
I gotta say, though, Chane is unkillable. Like, this hero just will not go away, despite what a certain podcaster sitting next to me might have said about Chane. I think this hero is just here to stay in the LL format. You cannot bring this guy down.
Guilty. I did herald Chane's demise. I thought the Warmongers unbannings and the Dirge banning would kill that deck, but you're right. Like some sort of insect, this Chane just keeps coming back.
Connor Bryant kicks off our next page of standings, the last of the 11 fours. Connor Bryant with a top 8 in a calling this year, just starting to put his career together. A Dio loyalist from day one. Connor Bryant learned this game when a certain very handsome, very suave, very good on the mic caster let him know, hey, there's this new game I'm playing. I think you should check it out with me. And Connor, having known this caster for a very long time, respecting his opinion, said, yeah, I'm going to jump right in. And getting paid big dividends for that. I'll leave it up to you, Pankaj, to imagine who that caster might be. So many other names across this list of really impressive performances. Jakob Clemens did pick up some more World Tour points here, able to go ahead and hop into 32nd place, but as we said, not enough to eclipse Brodie Spurlock. So Jakob Clemens came to play, got the performance that he needed. Brodie Spurlock just a little bit better.
Did not make Player of the Year, but still an absolutely commendable tear of a run for Jakob Clemens. The fact that he even came within arm's reach of Brodie Spurlock is something to be commended.
Yeah, and the diversity continuing on this second page. We see the Warriors start to make appearances, a couple of Dories, a couple of Kasais, big finishes for all kinds of heroes. And you see the double heroes start to show up. There's triple-double Dio across this particular set of standings. It's just cool that these loyalists can be doubly rewarded for knowing this hero inside and out.
And on the LL side of things, here's where we start to see some Dromais pick up some wins as well. This was a hero that I think just in the last few days leading up to the World Championships was starting to have a little bit of a ripple through the pro player community, and we saw why. We saw Dromais on stream absolutely decimate Starvos, or fall behind and still come back. That was Lucas Erng against Jude Cornett. Absolutely wonderful game, showing us that Dromai absolutely has what it takes to contend in this meta game.
Round out our top 60. Things get even sillier. Ira shows up. Phi is here for some reason. Only the talented Ellie Bird could come that far. You see former Pro Tour champion Arthur Trehey in the mix. Again, so many notable names. This was a murderer's row that you had to go ahead and navigate through to get to this top 8. But we have made it to the top 8, and now the story of this entire event changes. What we are looking at now is a brand new top cut format. Pankaj, run us through it.
So the top 8 is a best of 3, which will feature both formats, Classic Constructed and Living Legend. How this works is that the higher seed gets to defer the format choice if they want to. They can choose the format, but if they don't, they can let their opponent choose the format, and then they will choose first or second. And whoever doesn't choose the format chooses whether they go first or second. So say, again, taking the Margin Bay versus Ian Zhang matchup, for example. Margin Bay is higher seed. He can choose the format. If he does, Ian chooses first or second for that game. In Game 2, whichever format was not played in Game 1 will be the one that will be played for Game 2, and then the loser of Game 1 chooses first or second. And then for Game 3, if we get there, if it's necessary, i.e. if the record was 1-1 from the first 2 games, whoever lost Game 2 gets the same decision that the higher seed got for Game 1, i.e. they get the choice of format, or they can choose to defer it and let the opponent choose a format instead if they want to choose whether they go first or second.
Well summed up, Pankaj. I can't wait to see what the gamesmanship is like around this, what the decision-making process is. I'm already getting into discussions with my fellow casters about exactly how this is going to play out. Take the Majin game, for example, Majin would normally be stuck having to play Verdance into Prism twice. He can just bring it to LL, take the Chane versus Marlynn matchup instead, and I have to think seeding is going to mean so much in the outcome of this tournament. I want to give you some information about how exactly we're going to cover this tomorrow, because there's just so many games here. It's simply not possible that we show every single game of this top 8. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to choose a featured pairing. And I believe that pairing, Pankaj, is going to be none other than the reigning U.S. national champion, Majin Bay, taking on the former Mr. Ninth Place. Mr. Ninth Place no longer Ian Zhang.
And the reigning Dutch national champion, Ian Zhang.
Thank you for that context, Pankaj. And we will cover all the games of that match. After that, we're going to hop around a little bit. We're going to try and show you action from the other 3 matches. Make sure we see a little bit of everyone on camera. There's going to be plenty of games played. We'll hop in, we'll cover full games, but we can't show every single one in the quarters. In the semis, I'm just going to be frank with y'all. We're going to see where we're at on time. Look, there's some venue pressures. We need to wrap up this top 8. As I said, a ton of games being played. We would like to show you both semifinals. It may not be possible to show them in their entirety. If so, we will show you one of them in their entirety, and we will hop around in the other one. And then when it comes to the grand finals, you know we're showing all the games as we go ahead and determine who our world champion is going to be.
So rest assured, no matter who you are a fan of, everyone will be featured at least for a little bit tomorrow, no matter where they are in this top 8 bracket over here. I'm so looking forward to it.
I want to just get into this bracket a little bit, Pankaj. I want to set the stage. It's so hard to make predictions on what we see here, but I'm going to make you do it anyway.
No, of course you're going to put me on the spot, Brian. I expect nothing less.
As the favorite in this top 8, Pankaj, I need you to do all the permutations, figure out all the matchup, and tell me who's going to come out with it in the end.
Okay, I have very easy logic for you, Brian. Okay, Matthew Dilks versus Jimmy. Jimmy's 8th seed, therefore he's favored.
Okay.
And then in the Majin versus Ian Zhang, here I believe Majin will choose the LL format over here. Verdance Prism, not a matchup he wants to see. Chane Marlynn, though, he already beat 2 Marlyns in his Swiss rounds in the past 2 days. One of them being Ian Zhang.
Okay.
They faced in the Swiss people, so I think he's going to want to pick that for the first game. Game 2 will be Verdance Prism. If he doesn't manage to take it down, it'll be Chane Marlynn again for the last one. Very, very likely. And I'm going to give the edge to Majin there because of the higher seed.
Okay, so we've got Jimmy and Majin advancing so far in the top bracket. How about in that bottom bracket, Pankaj? How do you see things playing out?
So I'm going to start with the Verdance Mirror on the Maximilian Clyde Jakob Allan side. It's very hard to tell. Both of them have similar lists, but Max Klein being the highest seed in that one, I'm going to give the edge to him. Verdance does want to go first, and then the Viserai Starvo, that's the edge to Maximilian Klein as well. Viserai is pretty good into Starvo. It's one of the reasons to bring the deck.
Do you have a guess on what format he may choose to play?
I think he's going to want to choose LL.
Okay.
Because Viserai is favored into Starvo, whereas Verdance into Verdance. You're 50-50, you're going first, slight edge, not as much of an edge as Viserai has into Starvo.
Take the advantage where you can get it. So we've got Max Klein advancing in the bottom of the bracket. How about in that Florin-Cristian login game versus Michael Yasker?
And that is very tricky. I would give Cindra the edge into Kayo, but Florin does have the highest seed and does get to choose whether he wants to go first or second instead. I think this might be one of the few matchups in this top 8 where Florin might actually defer the format choice, because I think getting to go second in, say, if it's CC, you get to go second, Kayo or Cindra, can be a big advantage. In the Chane versus Dash IO, if you get to say you want to go first, because in LL, both those heroes want to go first, could be an incredible advantage. That, I think, will be the one deferring format that we see.
We will certainly check in on that. Who do you have advancing from that matchup?
I think I'll give it to the highest seed once again, Brian. I think both those matchups, getting to go second, getting to go first in LL, offers quite a little bit of advantage. Chane wants to get the Soul Shackle started. Dash IO wants to get those items, the items train going to set up the combo. Kayo wants to go second to just start pumping damage into the Cindra, so going to give the edge to Florin there.
That brings us to a semifinals in the top half of the bracket. We're looking at Jimmy versus Majin. Who you got there? Yeah, see, here's the problem. Pankaj wants to say Majin because he likes Majin. That's what's happening in his head right now. He's trying to find a reason to say it. I will tell you this, though. He's not finding it.
Well,
he's not finding it.
So here's the thing. Verdance Gravy, not so great for Verdance.
Yep.
Also 8th seed advantage. I just keep kind of coming back to that. We've got 3 world champions who are all 8th seeds. They somehow make these miracle runs through the top 8. I think I'm going to unfortunately have to give it to Jimmy in that
So
one.
he's got Jimmy moving on to the finals. How about in the bottom half of our bracket?
So we have Florin versus Max Klein in the bottom half of the bracket, I believe. I think I'm going to have to give that one to Florin. I think I give Chane the edge into Viserai, and Kayo versus Verdance. I mean, Verdance has the edge there. Actually, no, I'm going to take that back. It's going to be Max Klein.
Okay, so setting up a final of Max Klein versus Jimmy. Who you got, Pankaj? Who's going to be our next Flesh and Blood World Champion?
I think we're going to repeat the trend of 8th seed.
Okay. Okay. Well, unfortunately, that would mean a second Pro Tour runner-up for World Championship Tier 4 runner-up for Max Klein. But the good news is that Pankaj is entirely wrong. Matthew Dilks is going to win this entire tournament. He's going to leverage the fact that I believe he chose the best deck in each format. I think the stats show that for this particular event, and this changed over and over in the run-up to this Worlds, especially in that CC format, but I think this was the time to play Gravy. I think the attention had moved away from him. I think it had focused firmly on Verdance. Despite these Verdances converted, it was a rougher go of things for Verdance this go-around. I think it was the time to play Gravy, and I am sure it was the time to play Chane and LL, very much backed up by both win rate and the results here in this top 8.
And looking at the unfavored matchups of Gravy over there, that is just that one of Cindra and the one of Prism. Every other matchup Matthew Dilks is happy to face in both CC and in LL as well, because of the Chane, happy into everything else that was present there.
Yeah, it's been a hell of a day 2 here at the World Championships. And we are just getting started. We are going to bring you so much Flesh and Blood action bright and early tomorrow morning. You do not want to miss 1 second of it at 8 a.m. local time. I will see you all then.